He traveled through a fantasy novel and became a villain cannon fodder who was crushed by the protagonist in the plot and finally became an experienced baby. I originally wanted to change the fate of the villain, make friends with the female protagonist's junior sisters, and concentrate on training the future female emperor's junior sisters. But in the end, no matter what he did, he couldn't escape the fate of being a villain and cannon fodder. The several junior sisters and even the master who are treated wholeheartedly will still believe in the protagonist unconditionally and make wedding dresses for him, while they themselves will have a miserable ending and die without a burial place. In the ninth life, when he was completely exhausted and decided to give up. But he awakened the strongest villain system. When he embarked on the path of the strongest villain and became completely ruthless with a sword. The master and sisters who hated and despised him in previous lives suddenly came to their senses, felt extremely regretful, and even risked their lives to protect him, the villain. Guhan's face was full of disgust. I am the strongest villain, do I need your protection? The future empress's junior sister asks for forgiveness? Guhan, sorry, it's not that the empress is unattractive, but the future demon lord's female supporting role is more cost-effective. A little fox whom he rescued in his previous life turned out to be the most powerful empress in the demon world, and she wanted to give the whole world to him? Guhan, since being a decent person will kill me, then I have no choice but to be the strongest villain who rules the heavens. We villains are not stepping stones for the protagonist. Chapter 1, Fantasy Book, Villain Brother. Brother! What are you waiting for? Junior brother Qingyun can't hold on any longer. Guhan was suddenly awakened by the sharp female voice coming from his ear. Am I reborn again? It seems like the rebirth node this time is a little different. Feeling that his body was still at its peak, Guhan was a little dazed for a moment. Memories kept coming back like a tide, reminding him of his past life. To be precise, he is currently in a fantasy novel world called Emperor. Judging from the name, this novel is a very old-fashioned and cool story about a powerful dragon. But in fact, it was also a harem novel that was very popular all over the country at that time. The protagonist Yi Qingyun sang all the way. The cold and beautiful master, the playful little junior sister, the aloof senior sister, the Zhengzhou saint, the dynasty empress, etc., are all his women. By the end of the series, there were so many heroines that I couldn't even count their names. But it just so happens that this protagonist who is obsessed with beauty, also has an excellent background and top talent, and eventually becomes an almighty and powerful person who is invincible in the heavens. And his identity is a villain big brother. This is also the first villain boss Yi Qingyun encountered in the early stage of this book. The final outcome was that he was treated as an experienced baby and stepped on by the protagonist Yi Qingyun, becoming a stepping stone for the other party to embark on a higher path. As a reader who knows part of the plot, he certainly won't wait to die, and is committed to changing his own destiny. Just traveled to this world in the book. He already knew that he was a villain and cannon fodder, and he had no golden finger to help him, so in order to save his life, he naturally took corresponding solutions. He aspires to be a righteous senior brother who cares for his fellow disciples and is willing to protect them even at the risk of his own life. However, under the irresistible influence of the plot, his actions will never have any effect. The first life. He still has enough time since the protagonist Yi Qingyun has not yet gone up the mountain. He wholeheartedly built a good relationship with his junior sister Chu Yue, who would become the future empress. After all, if there is a future empress as a backer, there is a high probability that you can avoid a tragic ending as a villain. Taking advantage of the fact that his junior sister is still young, he is very sincere and open-hearted to her. Someone bullied her. He was the first one to come and seek justice for his junior sister. Junior sister lacks resources for cultivation. Then he would continue to go to the mission hall to take on subjugation missions and earn enough training resources for it. However, once the protagonist reached the mountain, all his efforts were in vain. The junior sister who had been raised since childhood developed an infinite affection for Yi Qingyun in less than a month. And he, the eldest brother who was dedicated and devoted, became a poor guy who did the dowry for others. Second life. He did not give up and still wanted to change his fate of becoming a villain's cannon fodder by becoming a decent person. My master has been suffering from cold poison all year round and cannot sleep at night. In order to completely eradicate it, he did not hesitate to break into the demon sect's territory alone and seize some special secret treasure, hoping to completely eradicate the cold poison of his master. Unexpectedly, she was tricked by the male protagonist again. Not only was he given a title that offended his master and had evil intentions towards him, he was also accused of being a spy for the demon sect. The special secret treasure that he had taken from the demon sect with great difficulty was regarded by the male protagonist as his own hard-earned gain, and he presented it to his master, which moved him deeply. In the end, the male protagonist became the white moonlight in the hearts of his master and junior sister. Unable to defend himself, he was regarded as a sanctimonious hypocrite by everyone, who hated and scolded him, and eventually he was imprisoned in the demon locking tower. The third generation. He decided to learn from his past life's lessons. Instead of investing in others, invest in yourself. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation, constantly improving his own skills, and ultimately achieved a change of faith through his own strength. However, the opposite happened. In a battle to resist the tide of monsters, several of his fellow apprentice sisters rushed to rescue the male protagonist who had suffered some minor injuries. He simply gave up the defense line he was supposed to guard. This resulted in him being isolated and helpless, and he was eventually unable to cope and was eaten by monsters that swarmed in from all directions. The fourth generation. The fifth generation. In fact, since the fourth life, he has begun to try to be a real villain, using various methods to fight head-on with the protagonist. But the result is a faster and more miserable death. Under the influence of the protagonist's halo and the plot, any of his plans will inexplicably end in failure. The life that left the most profound impression on him was this life. He and a group of fellow disciples came to this secret place for trials. The protagonist Yi Ching Yun is extremely lucky and has found a divine herb called the sun and moon in this secret place that can cleanse the meridians and marrow and greatly enhance his potential. However, there is an extremely powerful monster guarding this sun and moon divine grass. Its cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Spirit Palace realm and it is only one step away from the Giyi realm. Cultivation realms, from low to high, body tempering, chi refining, Spirit Palace, Unity, Divine Platform, Dao Unity, Supreme, Divine Honor, Sate Realm, Emperor Realm. According to the original rules, such a powerful monster must not be provoked and must be retreated at the first opportunity. The protagonist Yi Ching Yun wanted the sun and moon divine grass very much. In the end, he used some unknown method to attract the attention of the monster and let the tool Lu Ruyan go to pick it. This eventually caused the monster to become furious. Not only did he start chasing Lu Ruyan like crazy, but he also affected other fellow disciples. In the end, as the leader of this battle, he had to fight a fierce battle with this demon beast that was at the half-step return to oneness realm. In the end, at the cost of several of his fellow disciples being killed or wounded and himself being seriously injured, he succeeded in killing him. However, this also caused him to suffer serious internal injuries, and even later on, his cultivation level regressed. But what chilled him was the protagonist San Yan put all the blame for the incident and the casualties of several fellow disciples on him, saying that it was because he, the eldest brother, had not done his job well. Several other junior sisters who did not know the truth not only turned a blind eye to it, did not defend him, but also believed Yi Ching Yun unconditionally. Even Lu Ruyan, who was indirectly rescued by him from the monster's mouth, not only forgot his life-saving grace, but also helped him to testify. In the end, he ended up in disgrace and was despised by everyone in the sect. Later, because his internal injuries were too severe to recover, and he had difficulty improving his cultivation, he was eventually expelled from the sect as waste and left to fend for himself. The funniest thing is that he had taken special care of several of his junior sisters, even those he had risked his life to protect several times. When he was expelled from the sect, he was so busy playing and joking with the protagonist Yi Ching Yun that he didn't even come to see him. He remembered that day very clearly. He walked in the lonely night. It was snowing heavily and he was really cold. The body is cold, and the heart is even colder. His life ended hastily in the falling snow. Recall the previous 8 lives. He never had a good ending in any of his lives, no matter which path he chose or how hard he tried. In the end, he couldn't get rid of the title of villain cannon fodder. Or die tragically on the streets. Or be demoted to the demon tower. Until this ninth life. Since you will die no matter what choice you make, it would be easier to just give up and die early so that you can be reborn sooner. Brother! What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take action. At this time, Lu Ruyan beside him exclaimed again, pulling Guhan back from his memories. Roar! I was stunned for a moment. The demon beast at the half-step return to oneness realm was completely enraged. At this moment, he was chasing Yi Qingyun like crazy. He felt Lu Ruyan's grip on his arm getting tighter and tighter. Guhan frowned slightly, and immediately pulled hard, throwing Lu Ruyan aside. Senior brother Gu, you. Lu Ruyan fell to the ground and forgot to get up for a moment. She looked at her senior brother in surprise. In her memory, her senior brothers were particularly doting on her and would not let her get hurt even if it meant risking their lives. Why would he just throw her away without any regard for her feelings? Take action? Why should I take action? Guhan said in a cold voice, before entering the secret realm, I emphasized the rules. Don't provoke the powerful monsters in the secret realm. You guys are the ones who are seeking death. Why should I bear the consequences for you? Lu Ruyan's face was filled with disbelief. She never expected that her senior brother, who had always doted on her the most in the past, would actually say such a thing. But this monster's cultivation is only at the Spirit Palace realm. Brother, you are also at the Spirit Palace realm. If you take action. Without waiting for Lu Ruyan to finish her words. However, he was interrupted by Guhan with a sneer. Aren't you also in the Spirit Palace realm? Junior sister should also be able to fight against this monster, right? Why don't you go yourself? Chapter 2, Let go of the desire to help others and respect their fate. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's pupils shrank slightly, and the astonishment and disbelief on her face became more and more obvious. Senior brother seems to have changed completely. In the past, my senior brother would never let me take any risks, let alone let me get hurt. Now she is asked to fight against this monster? She was clearly only at the first level of the Spirit Palace realm, so how could she possibly be a match for this 9th level Spirit Palace realm demon beast? Seeing Lu Ruyan's expression change. A hint of sarcasm flashed in the depths of Guhan's pupils. How come he didn't know before that his junior sister was so hypocritical and disgusting? He knew that he was no match for this monster. Now he is only at the 4th level of Lingtai realm. How much will it cost for him to leap into the realm and defeat this demon beast at the 9th level of Lingtai realm? Have you ever considered what price he will have to pay if he is no match for this monster? Moreover, it was clearly the two of them who summoned the monster. Why should I take responsibility for them? Ding! The strongest villain system has detected the host's determination to become the strongest destined villain. Although the host has been a villain before, he was just a villain cannon fodder, not a truly qualified and outstanding villain. The purpose of this system is to help the master become an excellent and powerful villain. The master's previous actions are consistent with the villain's behavior, and he receives a 500 villain point reward. The sudden system voice made Guhan slightly stunned. The strongest villain system? I didn't expect that the system I longed for so much in previous lives would appear in this life. But perhaps because he had experienced all kinds of ups and downs in life, he seemed somewhat calm when he suddenly heard that the system was binding him. Almost at the same time, the villain system bound him. An understanding and concept about the system emerged in his mind. As long as he completes the villain's plot and performs actions that are consistent with the villain's personality, or does things that attack the protagonist, he can obtain corresponding villain points. And this system also painted a big pie for him. As long as he completes his villain mission perfectly, he will be able to choose to ascend to a higher dimensional world or return to the blue planet. However, no matter whether it is a big pie or not, since he has really chosen to be a villain, he must be the strongest villain who can truly control fate and dominate the heavens. The protagonist and everyone else are trampled underfoot. They are villains, not stepping stones for the protagonist. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying explosion was heard in the center of the battlefield, and rubble filled the sky. Since he can be the protagonist, Yi Qingyun's strength must be extraordinary. Although his cultivation has not yet reached the Lingnong realm, he is able to fight across levels. Gu Han on the side was watching with great interest. He has competed with Yi Qingyun for several lifetimes. The opponent not only has the blessing of a special protagonist halo, but also has countless hidden cards. Junior brother Qingyun. Damn monster! You dare to hurt my junior brother? I won't let you go today. Seeing that his favorite junior brother was slightly injured, Lu Ruyan's eyes suddenly turned red, and she drew out a delicate long sword. Her body flew out like an arrow, and stabbed towards the weak point of the monster. However, the weak Lu Ruyan was no match at all. Before she could get close, the monster swung its claws and swatted her away like a fly. Senior sister! Yi Qingyun roared angrily. He immediately erupted with even more terrifying power to deal with the giant monster. Big brother! Although it was junior sister Ruyan who rashly and forcibly snatched the sun and moon divine grass, she angered the monster. But everything happens for a reason. I'm sure you, senior brother Gu, also know that senior sister Yoei's meridians are damaged, and this sun and moon divine herb can help restore her meridians. Let's take this sun and moon divine grass back to senior sister Yue to help her heal her damaged spiritual veins. I'm sure senior sister Yue will be moved by your actions. Hearing Yi Qingyun's words, the disgust in Gu Han's eyes deepened. Until this time, they were still using moral kidnapping on him. If he had not experienced 9 reincarnations, he would really have believed Yi Qingyun's lies. This sun and moon divine herb is of great benefit to him. How could he be so willing to give it to someone else? First, he used Lu Ruyan as a tool to pick the sun and moon divine grass for him. Now he actually wants to use similar rhetoric to drag him into the water as well, in order to divert the monster's attention. This way, he saved himself a trump card and escaped early. However, since I have decided to be a villain, I can't let Yi Qingyun and Lu Ruyan live too comfortably. Gu Han immediately burst out all his spiritual power, and imitating Lu Ruyan, he flew towards the monster with a sword in hand. However, Gu Han did not choose to take action. Instead, while the two were not paying attention, he took out a pill from his consciousness space and threw it into the mouth of the roaring monster with incredible precision. This pill is called Xianyuan pill, which can greatly increase the power of cultivators or living beings in a short period of time. When the monster was confused by Gu Han's treacherous behavior, the powerful demonic energy in the body could not be controlled and burst out like a surging tide. Gu Han directly removed the barrier of law, used his own body to withstand the impact of the terrifying demonic energy, and then used his internal force to force out a large mouthful of blood. He screamed deliberately and flew away like a kite flying upside down. The moment he fell into the forest, Gu Han quickly moved in the air, turned around, quickly controlled his sword, and turned away. Let go of the desire to help others and respect their fate. These two guys were determined to die, so I mercifully gave them a helping hand. Two guys whose cultivation was far inferior to that of the monster were facing a monster that had gone completely crazy and whose spiritual power was skyrocketing. He also wanted to see how Yi Qingyun would respond. Of course, he didn't think that a mad monster could kill the invincible protagonist. But if this can allow him to use one more trump card, it will also be a huge profit. Ding! The owner's actions have been detected as being in line with villain behavior. Congratulations to the owner for earning 1,000 villain points. After temporarily leaving the battlefield, Gu Han did not choose to leave. Instead, based on his memories from his previous life, he rushed towards a hidden place in this secret place. After all, in order to gain the favor of several junior sisters, I spent a lot of effort to go to these secret realms. There is an innate spirit pool in this great secret realm. Absorbing the power in it will greatly enhance the talent of the cultivator. When I first found this innate spirit pool, I originally wanted to take a few of my younger sisters there to temper their bodies and improve their talents. But he didn't expect that several of his junior sisters would sell him out and take the protagonist Yi Qingyun to get there first, so that they could enjoy the innate spirit pool that they had worked so hard to find. Not only did he not gain any benefit, but he became a clown instead. Now that he had decided to be a villain, the innate spirit pool must be enjoyed by himself. Ding! The owner's behavior is detected to be consistent with the villain's character. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining 500 villain points. Listening to the system broadcast coming from his ears, Guhan's already happy mood became even happier. Chapter 3 System Mall. Master, what will you choose in this life? The sword flew for about 10 minutes. Guhan quickly found a hidden cave that was mostly covered by weeds and soil. Use spiritual energy to push it open and enter the cave through the entrance. Soon he saw a hazy pool of water filled with spiritual energy. This was the innate spiritual pool that he had tried so hard to find in his previous life. He took off his clothes, immersed himself wholeheartedly in the innate spirit pool, and began to absorb the power of the spirit pool. Guhan now had the opportunity to open a system panel through his own will. Name, Guhan. Title, Destined Villain. Title effect, the protagonist's special destiny and specific plot effects have an 80% reduction in influence on the owner. Age, 18. Cultivation, Spirit Palace Realm 4th level. Identity, Sword-asking Sect, Senior Disciple of Master by Lingfeng. Bloodline Constitution, 9 Transformation Immortal Origin Bone Initial Awakening, details unknown, unable to be analyzed yet. System task, not yet activated. Will automatically activate upon reaching the Divine Platform realm. Villain points, 2000. You currently have 1 random sign-in opportunity at the Sword-asking Sect and the Demon Locking Tower. Guhan looked at the system panel floating in front of him and suddenly felt dazed. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. I actually have a special physique? When I read the book Emperor, the entire text did not give much of an overview of this villain cannon fodder. Most of the words are used to introduce the protagonist Yi Qing-yun. There is not much introduction to the villain role. Now it seems that there are probably many things that I couldn't imagine. However, he was too lazy to think too much. He has embarked on a path that is completely different from his previous life, and he has no idea what the future will hold. As his mind moved again, the system mall panel unfolded in front of Guhan, and a wide variety of combat skills and products appeared in front of Guhan one by one. Arms. Moi Sword, 500 villain points. Zuanzonki, 1000 villain points. Demon Slayer, 10,000 villain points. Soul Refining Banner, 12,000 villain points. Fire's Joy, 15,000 villain points. There is a wide variety of weapons. He even saw something called Panga's Axe, but the million points required to redeem it were so high that he couldn't even imagine. It is simply not something he can afford now that he is short of money. The column for martial arts is pretty much the same. Blue Silver Coil, 100 villain points. Buddha's Angry Lotus, 1000 villain points. Great Wilderness Prisoner's Skyfinger, 3000 villain points. The higher the level of the technique, the higher the grade. He even saw some special skills, such as the Lai Yuan technique, the Divine Elephant Prison Power, and the 3 purities into 1 chi. It seems that they cannot be purchased with villain points, but require a lottery? Guhan's eyes widened slightly, and after careful confirmation, he found that he indeed had to obtain it through a lottery. He also saw a sentence deliberately marked behind the option, 250 villain points for 1 draw, 361 draws for a guaranteed win of a random non-saleable martial arts technique or a non-saleable treasure. All interpretation rights belong to the system. Guhan frowned slightly, feeling that his system seemed to have learned some very bad things. However, considering that he is now a villain and has many ways to collect villain points, he didn't care much about this matter. At worst, you can just save up some more villain points and buy something that suits you best. In life, investing in yourself is the real way. After closing the system panel, Guhan devoted himself wholeheartedly to absorbing the innate spirit pool. Buzz. As ripples appeared on the surface of the innate spirit pool, countless silk threads formed by the intertwining laws of spiritual energy flowed in an orderly manner along the pores on the surface of Guhan's skin and continuously merged into the meridians throughout the body. This feeling is very comfortable, just like soaking in a hot spring, soft and warm. About an hour later, after Guhan put on his clothes, he seemed to be rejuvenated. His skin was like the divine gold of the great Tao, and after absorbing the power of the innate spirit pool, it emitted a crystal glow. Yes, I can clearly feel that my body's potential has been further improved. And his cultivation has also made a certain breakthrough, actually directly advancing to the 6th level of the Spirit Palace realm. Of course, it may also be that after living several lives and experiencing all kinds of ups and downs, my state of mind has become clearer. The realm shackles and cultivation barriers that I used to know seem to be becoming thinner and thinner, even almost transparent in front of me now. He even had a feeling that he might rarely, or even never, encounter the so-called shackles of cultivation in the future. After confirming that the innate spirit pool had completely dried up and that even if Yi Qing-yun was lucky enough to find it, he would not be able to obtain even a drop, he left with satisfaction. By the way, I don't know what happened to those two guys, Lu Ruyan and Yi Qing-yun. I don't know if they are dead or not. A slight smile appeared on Gu Han's lips. He put his hands behind his back and walked towards the exit with a comfortable look on his face, muttering to himself. The junior brother that Lu Ruyan risked her life to protect has a great background, and he's not as simple as she imagined. After hiding your breath as much as possible, Gu Han flew his sword again and sneaked back to the previous battlefield. Looking up, the center of the battlefield was in ruins. Large areas of land seemed to have been plowed by some terrifying force, revealing shocking cracks. Countless trees around were also affected, some were broken in half, and some were directly crushed into powder. The development of the plot was just as he expected. The undefeated protagonist bursts out with unimaginable strength in the face of adversity, using some kind of trump card, or summoning some kind of grandfather-like thug. The demon beast at the half-step return to oneness realm had disappeared, it must have escaped. He toured the battlefield. The bodies of Lu Ruyan and Yi Qing-yun were not found either. He was right. These two guys should have returned to the sect early. Perhaps his dear junior sister has already begun to accuse him of deserting the battlefield and making his fellow disciples mortal enemies. There is nothing to mourn. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether he escapes or not. Whether we fight or not, things will develop to this point. Now that he had tricked Yi Qing-yun like this, he felt quite happy. Of course, he would not be frightened and flee from the crime. After all, I still have to go back to the sect to sign in. Clatter! Gu Han snapped his fingers, and a flying sword immediately flew over from the air. Gu Han leaped up and landed nimbly on the long sword, flying towards the sword-asking sect. Suddenly, a beautiful woman wearing a snow-white dress and with a sacred and cold temperament appeared in his mind. That's ridiculous. You raised me for several years and have been with me all year round. But compared to trusting me, you trust Yi Qing-yun more, who has only been in the training for less than 2.5 months. Gu Han once again recalled everything that happened in his previous life, and a playful cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Master, what will you choose in this life? Chapter 4, Sin? What sin have I committed? Have you heard? The trial team led by senior brother Gu Han was attacked by monsters in a secret realm, but as the leader, he disregarded the lives of his fellow disciples and fled. In the end, it was senior brother Yi who unleashed his terrifying strength, single-handedly battling a demonic beast far beyond his own realm, and successfully led senior sister Lu out of danger. Things don't seem to be like that. I seem to have heard some disciples who went to the secret realm for trial say it was senior sister Lu who disregarded the rules first and provoked that powerful monster, a cultivator muttered in a low voice. According to the rules of the secret realm, we disciples who enter the secret realm cannot provoke powerful monsters without permission. Otherwise, we will have to bear the consequences ourselves, and my senior brother has also organized a group of people to evacuate in advance. What do you know? Senior sister Lu personally admitted this. Everyone knows that senior brother Gu has always been very kind to senior sister Lu. How could senior sister Lu fabricate something to prove something that shouldn't exist? He flew into the sword-asking sect on his sword. Gu Han naturally also heard many rumors within the sect. But he remained calm and was not surprised at all. After all, Yi Qing-yun himself is not a nobody. He is vindictive and will give up everything for his own benefit. His stupid junior sister was probably just like in her previous life, fooled by his few words, helping him hide some key evidence and putting all the blame on him. They even directly reversed right and wrong, saying that it was they who provoked the monster, but it was the monster that attacked them first. In my previous life, even if I fought to the death to protect them and fought with the monsters until I fainted, the other party would still accuse me of such a crime. In a sense, this outcome was within his expectations. Brother Gu, Peak Master Mu invites you to the Xuanyu Peak Law Enforcement Hall for a chat. At this time, several long rainbows fell from the sky. He is a young disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall. There's no need to be so vigilant. Since I dared to come back, I never thought of escaping. After a cold sneer, Guhan ignored the several law enforcement disciples whose expressions changed. With his hands behind his back, he flew towards the law enforcement hall of Xuanyu Peak with an indifferent expression. Xuanyu Peak. The many disciples gathered here were all stunned when they heard the voice, and then they all looked up. Above the sky, a long sword flashing with frosty light crossed the sky and slowly descended. On top of the long sword, a man in white stood with his hands behind his back. The man in white had an extraordinary temperament, and was extremely handsome with sharp features, especially his pair of dark and deep eyes, which at this moment were like an abyss with no bottom to be seen, carrying an unfathomable aura and revealing a certain captivating edge. There are so many disciples gathered below. But Guhan, standing on the long sword, was like a real dragon flying above the sky, overlooking the countless sparrows gathered below. It's Senior Brother. Senior Brother didn't even show any fear and escaped. He really dared to come back? Ah! Today I finally see clearly that the ever-gentle and gentle Senior Brother was just pretending. This is his true self. The many disciples below were discussing the matter. But as Guhan jumped down from the long sword, with a casual glance of his sharp and cold eyes, the expressions of many fellow disciples who were originally discussing suddenly changed drastically. Many disciples even lowered their heads in a hurry, not daring to look him in the eye, and even took a step back. And at the end of these disciples, the two pretty women, each with their own unique charm, wearing white dresses with colorful sleeves, suddenly turned cold on their faces when they saw the familiar figure in their memories, and their beautiful eyes were filled with deep disgust and disdain. I didn't expect Senior Sister Yue and Senior Sister Baiji to come too. On a daily basis, Senior Brother Gu is extremely caring towards the two senior sisters. I think he has already left a significant place in their hearts. Now that Senior Brother Gu has failed to do his job well, he almost caused the deaths of their two junior brothers and sisters in the secret realm. How can they not be angry? Today is the day they finally see Senior Brother's true face. Many disciples whispered again, their faces filled with disappointment. It turns out that they have a strong, gentle, and almost perfect senior brother in their hearts. His true face turned out to be a hypocrite who was sanctimonious and acted dirty. Of course, everyone knows that compared to them, perhaps their peak master, who was the first to accept Guhan as his personal disciple, was even more disappointed. Ignore the noise around you. Guhan's heart was as calm as water as he stepped into the law enforcement hall of Xuanyu Peak. At this moment, the law enforcement hall was shrouded in a bone-chilling chill, making people feel a little suffocated. Guhan glanced indifferently at the junior brothers and sisters standing in the 2 rows around him. Finally, his gaze fell on the stunning woman who was sitting on the lotus throne, dressed in a snow-white dress, with a cold temperament and a dignified expression. That was her master, the head of Baiyu Peak, Mu Bailing. The corners of his lips were slightly raised, and his whole body did not reveal any decadence or anxiety about the impending punishment. His smile seemed very arrogant and uninhibited. Disciple Guhan, greetings to Master. Guhan bowed slightly, his voice neither humble nor arrogant. Almost the moment he finished speaking, the other disciples in the hall clearly felt that the low pressure surrounding them had become even more terrifying. One can even feel an extremely suppressed anger in it. After a while, Mu Bailing's chest kept heaving, as if she could no longer suppress it, and her cold voice suddenly spread throughout the entire space. Traitor! What's with your attitude? At this point, you're still unwilling to admit your guilt. Crime? Guhan chuckled, his body standing tall, completely unaffected by the terrifying pressure around him. What crime have I committed? The sect's rules clearly state that disciples entering the secret realm are not allowed to provoke overly powerful monsters without permission. Those who violate the rules will bear the consequences. I am just following the rules. What crime have I committed? Every word in his voice was full of pearls, and echoed clearly in the ears of all the disciples around him. However, this also made Mu Bailing, who was sitting on the throne, even more angry. You're still lying even now. According to what your junior sister Ruyan said, it was the demon beast that attacked them first. According to the sect's rules, as the eldest brother, you must take countermeasures. Even if you are no match for that monster, you should immediately organize our disciples to fight back and snipe the monster together. But the result is that you, as the eldest brother, abandoned your fellow junior brothers and sisters and ran away alone. Gu Han. You've greatly disappointed your master. The hall fell into silence again. The many disciples around looked at Gu Han standing in the center and felt extremely sorry. Their senior brother has really changed. He used to do things openly and honestly, but now he not only refuses to admit what he has done, but also tries to shirk responsibility. Gu Han did not respond immediately. His eyes wandered among the crowd, and finally locked onto Lu Ruyan, who was hiding timidly behind Yi Qingyun. It seemed as if he was afraid of Gu Han's cold and indifferent gaze. Lu Ruyan shrank her head and quickly hid behind Yi Qingyun, not daring to look him in the eye. It was just as he imagined. Instigated by Yi Qingyun with just a few words, Lu Ruyan pushed all the blame onto him, even going so far as to confuse right and wrong and forge false evidence. Especially that guilty and evasive look, which really made him feel sick. Chapter 5: Why should I take responsibility? Until neither of us owes the other anything. Gu Han withdrew his gaze lightly and looked up again to meet Mu Bailing's gaze. I still say the same thing, I'm just following the rules. That powerful monster was originally provoked by them. According to the rules, they will bear the consequences themselves. Why should I, as their senior brother, be held responsible for them? Their lives are lives, but mine isn't life? As their senior brother, do I have to sacrifice my life to protect a junior brother or sister who violated the rules? What's the point of the sect making rules then? Someone broke the rules without having to pay any price, but as their senior brother, I have to bear all the costs for them. Why? Gu Han's voice was loud and clear, and every word he said was meaningful. For a moment, everyone in the hall fell silent. Some people have even begun to waver, wondering if they have misunderstood their senior brother. Especially what Gu Han said, they all made sense. Just because I am the senior brother, I must bear the consequences for my junior brothers and sisters who do something wrong? Is this fair? When everyone casts suspicious and questioning looks at Yi Qingyun and Lu Ruyan. That's enough. A terrifying aura spread along with an angry and cold voice. Gu Han. When did you become so smooth-talking and so good at shirking your responsibilities? Your junior sister Ruyan admitted this herself, how could it be false? Ruyan and you have been very close since childhood. Could she deliberately fabricate false evidence to accuse you? The space fell into silence again. He didn't care about his master's cold gaze. And Yi Qingyun's gloating expression. Gu Han seemed exceptionally calm at this moment. But he felt sad in his heart. Feeling sorry for myself. As expected, my master in this life is as disappointing as ever. He recalled the memories of his previous life. No matter what he does, no matter how hard he tries, my own master would choose to believe Yi Qingyun. Treat all his excuses and explanations as just empty talk. When he was expelled from the sect, or was banished to the demon locking tower, he can still remember it clearly. The contempt and disappointment revealed in the depths of his master's beautiful and cold eyes. I'm clearly her first disciple, the one who's been with her the longest, yet in the end, I'm no match for Yi Qingyun, who's only been a disciple for less than 2.5 months. Perhaps it was expected. Or maybe his heart had already been broken. He didn't have much emotion about this. Mu Bailing frowned slightly and sighed in her heart. How could his former proud disciple become like this? Gu Han, even now, you still think you are not wrong. Do you feel that master has wronged you? Do you want to explain or refute it? Without waiting for Mu Bailing to finish, Guhan raised his eyes slightly, his tone indifferent. Master doesn't believe me. No matter how much I explain, it's useless. Since this is the case, I, the disciple, am willing to enter the demon locking tower and accept my punishment. There's nothing more to explain. He also knew what happened later. No matter how you explain it. Whether it is the master who raised him since childhood, or the several junior sisters he took great care of, they all firmly believed in Yi Qingyun. He is destined to be alone and bear everything. Rather than wasting time, it is better to end it early. The hall fell silent again. There are more than just a few people in the hall. At this moment, the pupils of the disciples from other peaks who were attracted by the noise and gathered outside suddenly contracted, and their minds became completely blank as if they had been hit hard. In their sight, the hall was empty and silent. The originally tall and straight figure in white seemed to be forced to bend his back because of the injustice of the world. The setting sun shone down, and his shadow was very long. The back view is both lonely and helpless. The demon locking tower is the forbidden area of their sword sect. Only monks who have committed serious mistakes of principle will be imprisoned there and punished. Once you enter the demon locking tower, there is no chance of survival. But judging from Guhan's previous words, which were full of wisdom and clear logic. However, there is a high probability that there is something else going on, and we need to consider it carefully. Imprisoning him directly in the demon locking tower would be too severe a punishment. After all, the demon locking tower is extremely dangerous. Even those who have made serious mistakes in principle will pretend to be crazy and miserable in order to avoid being involved. But now, Guhan took the initiative to propose to enter the demon locking tower. Isn't this just adding to your own punishment? Mu Bailing, who was sitting on the lotus throne, also had a look of surprise on her face at this moment, and her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. Today, this extremely well-behaved and proud disciple of mine seemed like a completely different person. On normal days, it would be better for the junior brothers and sisters who went out for trials to take care of them, even if they only suffered minor injuries. Regardless of whether or not you are responsible. He will do his best to take responsibility and take the initiative to take responsibility for his mistakes. But this time when her apprentice returned, he not only seemed unusually calm, but even seemed like a completely different person. Even his words were full of the meaning of shirking responsibility. In anger, she originally wanted to punish the other party a little to teach him a lesson. But she really didn't expect her apprentice to be so stubborn. He actually voluntarily entered the demon locking tower to accept punishment. Is this a way to force myself to make concessions? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly sounded. Big brother, this matter isn't serious enough to warrant entering the demon locking tower. Lu Ruyan, who was hiding behind Yi Qingyun, seemed to be frightened. Her eyes were slightly red and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. After all, junior brother Yi and I are fine. Master, why don't you forgive me just this once? It would be better if you didn't say this. Mu Bailing's eyes finally showed a feeling of whether she had done something wrong. It instantly dissipated, replaced by an even stronger feeling of anger and disappointment. Guhan, have you had enough of making trouble? The cold voice spread with a terrifying aura, covering the entire hall with a terrifying low pressure. Why are you becoming more and more ignorant? Regardless of the truth of the matter, since you are the eldest brother, and your fellow disciples have suffered such severe injuries, you must accept the corresponding punishment. And now you are protesting to your master in this way. What? Do you feel that your teacher has wronged you? Do you feel that your teacher has wronged you? If you really want to enter the demon locking tower, then just go in. Come here, take him to the demon locking tower. It was still quiet all around. No one came forward to take Guhan away. Because everyone knew that Master Bai Ling was really angry. She was also using her own way to force Guhan to make concessions. Guhan, who was in the center of the hall, remained silent from beginning to end, with his head slightly lowered. The shadow of his hair obscured his facial features, making it impossible for anyone to see his emotions at the moment. Oh. After a while, a sneer mixed with self-mockery, helplessness, and various complex emotions rang out. Gu-han looked up. Those dark and deep eyes looked at Mu Bailing, who was sitting above, without any hesitation. However, he said nothing. He turned around and walked out of the hall. Master, rest assured. I have never used such means to force you. I can enter the demon locking tower by myself, so I won't bother Master to escort me in. Gu-han. Seeing that his apprentice ignored him like this, Mu Bailing immediately became furious. But before she could react, swish! Gu-han suddenly flicked his sleeves. An exquisitely crafted ancient sword flew out, penetrated 3/4 into the ground, and stuck upside down in the center of the hall. Disciple just understood a lot from Master's eyes. I feel that what I have done now has disappointed you too much. Master even feels that I am not worthy of being your disciple. Since that's the case, I won't make things difficult for Master. This sword is called Bai Shao. Master, you personally forged it for me. From today on, this sword will be returned to you. I will slowly repay you for the kindness you've shown me over the years, until we're even. Chapter 6. Is it really wrong? The sudden scene caught many of the watching disciples, and even Mu Bailing herself, off guard. No one expected that things would develop to this point. Their eldest brother not only had to take the initiative to enter the demon locking tower. He even returned the sword that his master had given him, threatening to repay the master's kindness and raising him over the years until they were even. To put it bluntly, isn't this a decision to sever ties with it? Everyone subconsciously looked at the cold and aloof woman sitting at the first seat in the hall. At some point, the anger and disappointment in the depths of her beautiful eyes had completely disappeared, replaced by a kind of disbelief. But then, this disbelief turned into panic and confusion. It was obvious that she had always wanted her disciples to give in and submit. The facts developed just as she imagined. But at this moment, her heart seemed to be pierced by steel needles, and she was in uncontrollable panic and tidal-like pain that swept through her body. Especially when she looked at the white sword stuck upside down in the center of the hall, countless memories came flooding into her mind from all directions, making the pain and suffocation in her heart more intense. In addition, Gu-han's words were full of wisdom and his expression was calm from beginning to end. He doesn't look like someone who would actually kill his fellow disciples. A look of confusion and heartache flashed in the depths of Mu Bailing's eyes. Did she really do something wrong? Did I really wrongly accuse my own disciple? But, with the evidence from another disciple, everything was clearly proven. And Gu-han was really not like this before. No way? Senior brother Gu-han is such a person? He actually disregarded the lives of junior brother and junior sister and fled in the face of danger? This is a capital offense that violates the sex rules. Is there something fishy about this? Senior brother Gu-han doesn't seem like that kind of person. Several fairies from Bayou Peak have indirectly acknowledged the authenticity of this matter. How could it be false? A moment ago, many disciples from other peaks, who had been attracted by the noise and crowded around the outside of the hall, were still speculating and suspecting about the matter. But in the next moment, he heard that Gu-han took the initiative to enter the demon locking tower to accept punishment, and even had to sever ties with his master. This immediately silenced the talking crowd. At this moment, seeing the figure in white walking out of the hall, the crowd fell silent and tacitly made way for Gu-han. At first, they all thought that it was Gu-han who had not fulfilled his responsibilities as the eldest brother, and even suspected of deserting the battlefield, which caused his two fellow junior brothers and sisters to suffer such heavy losses. But they never expected that their senior brother would so easily choose to enter the demon locking tower to accept punishment. This also made their thoughts waver for a moment. Did they all misunderstand the eldest brother? Gu-han didn't care at all about what people around him thought. The golden scales are not kept in the pond, they transform into dragons when encountering wind in clouds. He won't stay here forever, so why should he care about what people around him think? Brother. At this moment, a female voice as ethereal and pleasant as a mosquito's hum was heard. Gu-han clearly felt a force pulling at his sleeve. However, Guhan didn't even glance at the person who was holding him. He pulled out the sleeves with force and continued walking forward, ignoring the girl who staggered. He is not an idiot. You don't need to look to know who was grabbing him. It was her other junior sister, Luo Baiji. It's quite funny. Obviously, no one knows the details of the matter. But his little junior sister, whom he dotes on every day, still subconsciously believes in the protagonists Yi Qingyun and Lu Ruyan. He even indirectly made the matter a big deal, causing countless disciples of the sword-asking sect who were attracted by the noise to think that he was the culprit who caused Yi Qingyun and Lu Ruyan to be seriously injured. Although he does have suspicions of a deliberate strategic retreat. But if they hadn't been so careless. He ignored the rules, he said, and went to steal the companion grass of the powerful monster. How could he suffer such an unexpected disaster? Of course, what his junior sister did was equally chilling. Obviously, I am the one who takes care of them the most. But after several years of care, it was still not as good as that of a junior fellow apprentice who had been in the sect for less than 2.5 years. Even without knowing the specific details of the matter, they directly believe the other party's unilateral words. It's better to cut off ties with this kind of junior sister as soon as possible and get rid of her as soon as possible. Senior brother. Seeing that his senior brother completely ignored him, Luo Baiji stood there in a daze for a moment, her eyes turning slightly red without her knowing when. Obviously, in my memory, my senior brother has always been a very good and gentle person. But today, my senior brother became very cold as a piece of ice. It was like he no longer had any feelings for her. This made her suddenly panic and frightened, not knowing what she had done wrong. Junior sister. At this time, Chu Yue squeezed through the crowd and came to Luo Baiji, supporting her slightly. In fact, like Luo Baiji, they are almost biased towards and trust their own junior brother. They completely forgot about their senior brother Guhan, who usually doted on them the most. Now it seems that the senior brother completely ignores them and looks at them as if they were strangers. Their hearts also began to panic. Could it be that things are really not what they think, and there is another hidden story? Did they misunderstand senior brother? Under the complicated gazes of countless disciples, the figure in white walked towards the demon locking tower in the setting sun. From beginning to end, he did not show the slightest fear. The shadow under my feet was infinitely lengthened by the setting sun in the sky. Lonely, yet tall. What happened at Bayou Peak caused a huge uproar. The news quickly spread throughout the sword-asking sect, even alarming the masters of several other peaks and the headmaster. If it is true as the rumors say, Guhan is a coward who is afraid of death, flees from the battlefield, and disregards the lives of his fellow disciples. How could the other party be so determined to enter the demon locking tower? After all, that is the demon locking tower that imprisons countless terrifying monsters. For a young cultivator to enter it is tantamount to committing suicide. I guess there is definitely something fishy about this matter. But because no one believed in Guhan, he was disheartened and finally chose to enter the demon locking tower. In the main peak of the sword-asking sect, inside a magnificent hall. Bai Ling. The matter hasn't been investigated clearly yet you are taking the initiative to accuse your own disciple. How is this different from acting on impulse? The great elder of the law enforcement hall said angrily. Do you know what the demon locking tower represents? If a young cultivator enters, he will definitely die. Not to mention Guhan's extraordinary talent and aptitude. At such a young age, he has already reached the 4th level of the Spirit Palace realm. Among the current generation of young people in our sect, he is the undisputed leader. If he dies in it, do you know what consequences it will bring to our sect? Chapter 7. The child died and I knew how to feed him. Sign in to the Demon Tower. Actually, there was no need for the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall to explain this. Everyone else knows what's going on. First, they knew that the Wenjin sect would lose a rare genius that only appears once in 1,000 years, and an unparalleled figure who had a high probability of achieving the top level in the future. Secondly, the reputation of their sword sect will also suffer a huge blow. He casually accused the young disciple of a crime and directly demoted him to the demon locking tower. If this matter were to get out, their sect would become a laughingstock in the eyes of other sections. At future disciple recruiting ceremonies, I'm afraid that many newly joined young disciples will feel resentful. Without finding out the truth of the matter, why would you casually demote a disciple to the demon locking tower? What's the point of him joining this sect? Are you seeking death? Mu Bailing, who was sitting upright below, pursed her red lips and remained silent. The hand holding the Baishao sword was trembling slightly. Why? A middle-aged man who saw the whole scene sighed. The middle-aged man was dressed in gorgeous clothes, with an unfathomable aura and a sense of majesty in his every move. This person was none other than the sword-asking sect's leader, the Taishu sword master. Mu Bailing is one of his direct disciples. He also knew the temperament and character of his disciple. He has a very stubborn temper, is not good at expressing his feelings, and is even worse at apologizing to others. In the past, he had used such extreme methods to oppose his master many times, which gave him a lot of headaches. Now looking at the other party's situation, I have actually begun to feel regret in my heart. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Perhaps I shouldn't unilaterally believe Lu Ruyan's words. Mu Bailing took a deep breath and said seriously. These words made the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall very angry. Humph. If you had this intention from the beginning, how could things have gotten to this point? I heard some of the disciples explain it very clearly earlier. Guhan's every word was so precise that I knew there was something else going on. Besides, Guhan is also your first apprentice. You have been with him for so many years. Don't you know what kind of person he is? Listening to the merciless reprimand from the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Mu Bailing lowered her head and remained silent. Indeed, Guhan is his first apprentice. Doesn't he know what kind of person he is? It was just because Guhan's actions at the time were completely different from his previous well-behaved and obedient character, as if he had become a different person. This also made her subconsciously feel angry at first. In addition, this matter was testified by another disciple of hers, Lu Ruyan, so she did not believe Guhan's explanation at all. The other peak masters also blamed Mu Bailing at the same time. After all, Guhan's talent and cultivation is obvious to all. Everyone envied by Yufeng for having such an outstanding disciple. It's just such a rare and precious jade. Not only was he not treated well by Mu Bailing, but he was also wronged. He was simply a scourge to the heavens. All right. There's still a chance to remedy the situation. Taishu Sword Master spoke up, interrupting the complaints of the many elders. The Law Enforcement Hall has already begun interrogation and is preparing to use the Heavenly Questioning Mirror to investigate the entire matter. Once the elders bring Guhan back, this matter should be resolved successfully. Without waiting for Taishu Sword Master to finish his words. No, oh no. A monk rushed into the hall with anxious movements and a terrified look on his face. The elders failed to catch up with Guhan. Guhan has already entered the demon locking tower alone. As soon as the words fell, the hall fell into silence in an instant, and the expressions on everyone's faces, including the headmaster, suddenly froze. After several breaths, everyone came back to their senses as if waking from a dream. What are those guys in charge of guarding the demon locking tower doing? The Taishu Sword Master was furious. How did Guhan break into the demon locking tower so easily? According to several elders in charge of guarding the area, they had already taken action to suppress Guhan and bring him back. The guard who reported it looked horrified and shocked. But when Guhan approached the demon locking tower, he was forcibly sucked into the demon locking tower by a force. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces suddenly became even more terrified and ugly, as if they had been struck by lightning. In fact, they learned that at the bottom of the Sword Sect's demon locking tower, there was a terrifying monster that was so shocking and beyond imagination that was suppressed. It is said that many epochs ago, this powerful monster wreaked havoc in all directions, destroying many sects and causing great suffering to all living beings. It was suppressed under the demon locking tower by the strongest ancestor of their sword sect, who joined forces with many top figures from ancient times to the present. Could it be that the other party has shown signs of waking up and has forcibly sucked Guhan into it through some means? If this is true, then Guhan is definitely going to die. Being targeted by such a terrifying monster, let alone a young cultivator like him, even their leader would probably die. Guhan. Mu Bailing did not hear the subsequent conversation between her headmaster and the elders. After hearing that her apprentice was suspected to have been forcibly sucked into the demon locking tower by an unknown terrifying monster, her mind was completely confused and her face suddenly turned as pale as paper. The Baishao sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. She felt like her soul had been sucked out of her body and she almost fell off her seat. This scene was naturally also seen by Taishu's sword master. Only when the child dies will you know how to give milk. It's simply my own doing. The other side. Guhan, who was inexplicably sucked into the demon locking tower, felt dizzy. It was not until a long time later that his thoughts and vision gradually became clear. This was not his first time entering the demon locking tower. But now when I see the interior of the demon locking tower again, I still can't help but sigh with emotion at the grand scene in the tower. It was unknown what material the entire demon locking tower was made of, and its surface exuded a dark and eerie color. Countless complex and obscure ancient inscriptions arranged in an orderly manner are engraved on the tower body, adding a sense of mystery and solemnity to the entire demon locking tower. The air was filled with a frightening and terrifying evil aura. If you stay here for a long time, even the meridians throughout the body will be invaded by evil spirits, and at the very least, one will lose consciousness. In serious cases, one may die here, with the body and soul corroded by the evil spirit and becoming nourishment for the suppressed monsters. After all, the origin of the demon locking tower is extremely ancient, and it is even impossible to trace its age. The great demons imprisoned here are all terrifying existences that once wreaked havoc on an era. Even if it is bound and sealed, the slightest breath it emits is enough to affect, or even dominate the life of any monk who enters this tower. Moreover, every time at midnight, the demonic energy in the demon locking tower will roll and transform on its own, turning into a special monster condensed from the demonic energy, and launch a crazy attack on anyone who enters the tower. Once someone enters the demon locking tower, the entire tower will enter a self-locking state and will not reopen until 1 month later. Generally speaking, normal people can't even last a day. Ding! Detected that the owner has successfully entered the demon locking tower. Do you want to sign in? The sudden system voice brought Guhan back to his senses. Sign in. Please note that each time the master randomly signs in, they can consume villain points to sign in and receive a critical hit bonus. Every 2,000 points will double the critical hit bonus, with a maximum of 10,000 points. Hearing the sudden announcement from the system, Guhan immediately wanted to curse. No, it's a guaranteed lottery, and it consumes the villain's points to make critical hits. Who did he learn such a cool operation from? Ding! However, considering this is the first time the owner has signed in, the sign-in reward this time is the owner's own upgrade to the maximum level of critical strike. After hearing this, Guhan suspected that the system was deliberately stinging him to get him addicted by giving him a taste of the sweetness first. But it's better not to miss it. Ding! Congratulations to the master for successfully obtaining Breakthrough Divine Pills *20, use below the Sate realm to break through a small realm. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the Prison Suppressing Divine Body, the most powerful divine body that appeared in the ancient immortal era, once dominated an era, breaking through to transcendent perfection, able to suppress the avenue above and the heavens below. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a special, non-grade treasure, the illusionary demon mask. After use, one can completely conceal or disguise one's own aura for a short period of time, even Emperor Realm powerhouses cannot see through it. The rank can be automatically improved as the master's cultivation level increases. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a special item level treasure, Huashu Divine Source, which can be transformed into any weapon in the world and can be upgraded in rank according to the master's cultivation level. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the Emperor level magic, Heavenly Demon Art. Congratulations to the owner for receiving the special system reward, the key to the 19th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. Chapter 8, the 19th floor of the Demon Locking Tower, the former immortal senior brother. The system's announcement suddenly made Guhan feel a little confused. The previous system rewards are indeed very good. What's the point of giving him a key as a special reward at the end? So whether you can get the special rewards later depends on your luck? The 19th floor of the Demon Locking Tower. Guhan finally figured out the key point. In his understanding of several lifetimes, the Demon Locking Tower has always had only 18 floors. Of course, he had never been to such a high floor of the Demon Locking Tower. At most, I have been to the 4th floor. Generally speaking, those who can enter the 4th level must have a cultivation level of at least the Gi realm. It is extremely remarkable that he can set foot in this area with the help of the Spirit Palace realm. However, perhaps because he had entered the tower so many times and was familiar with the aura and logical chain inside, these special monsters that appeared on the lower floors had almost no effect on him. On the 4th floor and below, I'm 100% sure I can survive this month. But if I go to higher floors, even the legendary 19th floor that might not even exist, wouldn't that mean I'm going to die? He entered the Demon Locking Tower not with the intention of dying, but simply to obtain the system sign-in reward. But I didn't expect that my own system did not follow the routine, and there was a very special reward that I had to get myself. Just when Guhan was struggling to think about it, the system voice sounded again. Ding! Friendly reminder, the 19th floor of the Demon Locking Tower is not above the 18th floor, but is at the feet of the master. Underfoot? Guhan was slightly stunned, feeling a little surprised that the Demon Locking Tower did not play by the rules. But he soon followed the system's prompts and began to explore the ground beneath his feet. After a moment, after some careful exploration, he finally found a keyhole-shaped hole in a corner that was buried by a large amount of mud and dust. This scene made him feel confused again. Isn't the Demon Locking Tower specially used to suppress big demons? What's the point of setting up a special keyhole? Could it be that the group of great monks from the ancient times still want to release them in the future? Aren't you afraid that these monsters will wreak havoc and cause great suffering to the people? Anyway, he is not afraid. I have already become a villain, so there is nothing to worry about. Ding! The protagonist's attitude is detected to be consistent with the villain's character. 500 villain points are awarded as encouragement. Snap! He took out the special bronze key rewarded by the system from the consciousness space, inserted it into the keyhole, and twisted it slightly. A crisp sound immediately rang out in the silent space. I don't know if it was an illusion, but it happened almost at the moment when he inserted the lock into the keyhole. But it seemed to have turned into substance, and the demonic energy that was boiling and surging in the space stopped rolling almost in an instant, entering a kind of strange solidified silence. Buzz! Immediately afterwards, countless ancient and obscure inscriptions engraved on the tower walls began to hum and vibrate, as if awakening from an endless slumber at this moment. Countless ancient inscriptions shone brightly, illuminating each other. The entire demon-suppressing tower seemed to come alive and began to vibrate and roar violently. And those big monsters imprisoned in higher levels were also alarmed by this power at this moment, and let out a low roar that was both shocked and excited. Outside world. Such a huge disturbance in the Demon Locking Tower naturally alarmed the entire sword-asking sect. In order to prevent the great monster in the myth from breaking the seal and coming out, even the supreme elder of the sword-asking sect had to go out in person. Hunter is still in there. Mu Bailing was a little panicked when she saw this scene. The Demon Locking Tower is already extremely dangerous. If the several supreme elders reinforce the seal, the next opening time of the Demon Locking Tower will be delayed for a long time. The miracle that might have given Guhan a glimmer of hope for survival will be completely wiped out by this seal. Bai Ling! What are you doing now? Taishu's sword master, who was troubled by this matter, was also a little annoyed. Things have come to this point. Wasn't this your choice? Why didn't you stop Guhan when he first set out for the Demon Locking Tower? What are you regretting now? You are not a child anymore, you have to be responsible for the choices you make. Mu Bailing opened her mouth, but in the end, she said nothing. She suddenly felt a little cheap. The fact that things had developed to this point was inextricably linked to her being the master. Now what am I feeling sad about? Senior brother. Lu Ruyan, Chu Yue and others who heard the noise also gathered not far from the Demon Locking Tower. With a look of confusion and regret, he looked towards the demon locking tower, which was being continuously reinforced and sealed by the elders of the sect. They suddenly remembered many things. They were young once, when being bullied by disciples from other peaks. It was my senior brother who killed his way up to other peaks with just one sword. The sect does not object to disputes and frictions between the major peaks. At the beginning, the senior brother stood up for them. With just one man and one sword, he killed so many disciples from several peaks that they were terrified. Since then, almost no one in the sect dared to bully them again. They still remember that the blood completely dyed the senior brother's white robe red, and under the reflection of the setting sun, he looked like a bloody man. When they lack resources for cultivation. It was also because of the senior brother who was not afraid of danger and took on countless subjugation and trial missions to go to the secret realm to collect the necessary cultivation resources for them. Even though they were suffering from illness, the senior brother went to the alchemy room and worked alone for 3 days and 3 nights to make the most effective pills for them. This also made countless female cultivators in the sect at that time envious that they had such a divine senior brother who was so protective and doting on them. But what have they done now? A senior brother who was so gentle and treats them sincerely. In the end, he was disbelieved by all of them and, feeling hopeless, he entered the demon locking tower alone to die. Regret has begun to grow in my heart and spread throughout my body. Could you please accompany us to the law enforcement hall, junior sisters? Our law enforcement hall's grand elder has something to ask. At this moment, several disciples suddenly landed beside them. He looked at them with a very cold look. The main reason they were in awe of Bai Yufeng was because of Gu Han. In addition, Gu Han is too protective of his people, so they will be extremely careful with anything related to Lu Ruyan and others. Now, this group of guys have forced their own immortal senior brother into the demon locking tower. They finally no longer have to be nice to these guys. I knew it. Senior brother Gu was wrongly accused and is definitely not that kind of person. According to gossip, the truth of the matter might not be that senior brother Gu escaped from the battlefield, but it might be related to junior sister Ruyan. I heard that she gave false testimony and framed senior brother Gu. TSK. I never thought senior sister Ruyan would be this kind of person. How disgusting. Senior brother Gu treats her well on a daily basis. To directly fabricate false evidence to frame senior brother Gu is simply an ungrateful person. Many monks around who saw this scene were talking about it. But what is funny is that the matter had just been exposed. Everyone was cursing Gu Han's behavior. Now the poles have reversed, and he has transformed himself into a self-proclaimed messenger of justice. When Lu Ruyan heard these words, her face turned pale. But junior brother Yi had told her that the monster had suddenly attacked them without any warning. In my impression, my junior brother has always been very simple and honest. It's impossible to tell her a lie intentionally. Chapter 9 The truth is revealed, the biggest winner. The lobby of the law enforcement hall. Many disciples of Xuan Yu Peak who went to the secret realm for trial were brought here. Especially Lu Ruyan, the main person involved, was now looking uneasy in front of a huge magic mirror under the gaze of many elders. The questioning heaven mirror is one of the top magic weapons of the questioning sword sect. By capturing a wisp of the monk's soul, some of his past memories can be restored. Wait until Lu Ruyan places her hand on the questioning heaven realm. The calm mirror surface soon began to ripple like water waves. The picture unfolds from Lu Ruyan's perspective. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly sounded, evil spirits raged, and the earth shook. Quick! Get out of here! That's a demon beast that's at the half-step return to one realm. It's far more powerful than us. Don't cause unnecessary casualties. Leave this place immediately. In the distance, a clear scolding voice was heard. That was Gu Han directing the battle. I have to say that his approach is indeed very rational and appropriate. The most powerful among them is Gu Han, who is at the 4th level of the Spirit Palace realm. Even with the cooperation of other disciples of the sword-asking sect, it would still cost a heavy price to defeat such a powerful monster at the half-step return to oneness realm. Therefore, the best solution is to evacuate this place as soon as possible. After all, according to the terrifying strength displayed by the monster in the picture, even if they attacked together, they would probably not be able to gain any advantage, and many people might even die. What is that? A sharp-eyed elder noticed something and quickly pointed at Lu Ruyan's hand as she was running. Because the other person was swinging her arms wildly, the thing in her hand was very blurry and only a vague outline could be seen. However, many knowledgeable elders were able to clearly see what was in Lu Ruyan's hand through the vague outline. It seemed to be an extremely rare spiritual herb. And judging from the spiritual energy emanating from the picture, it is very likely that it was nurtured by the monster as a companion grass. The idiot Lu Ruyan directly stole the monster's companion grass. No wonder the monster went crazy. After all, as long as the monster swallows this companion grass, it will be able to successfully break through to the Giyi realm. But soon, a white figure approached rapidly from the horizon. Guhan's handsome, yet anxious face soon became clear. When he saw the monster companion grass in Lu Ruyan's hand, he was also slightly stunned. But in the end, he gritted his teeth, resisted the boiling demonic energy, and cut a path with his sword, and quickly evacuated with Lu Ruyan. What happened next was that the two monsters hated Lu Ruyan's actions very much and chased after them madly. On the way, Guhan asked Lu Ruyan several times to throw away the companion grass. But Lu Ruyan did not follow his orders and held the companion grass tightly in her palm, which made Ying's monster even more furious. In the end, Yi Qingyun was also affected and got caught up in dealing with the terrifying monster. In a hurry, she rushed forward again and was slapped away by the monster. Before the picture of consciousness completely disappears. Everyone vaguely saw a figure in white wielding a sword stepping forward. But he was soon blown away by the terrifying power suddenly burst out by the monster, spitting blood and falling directly into the forest. The picture ends here. It was silent all around. Everyone knows the identity of the figure in white. Who else could it be but Guhan? The truth has been completely exposed. Everyone looked at Lu Ruyan with anger. It was clearly the idiot Lu Ruyan who was seeking death by insisting on stealing the monster's companion grass, which ultimately caused the monster to become furious. What stopped them from rushing up to beat Lu Ruyan up was that this idiot was still unwilling to throw away the hot potato in his hands despite Guhan's repeated reminders. Moreover, if Guhan had not stepped forward in time and taken the lead in making the most reasonable command, at least half of the disciples who went out for the trial would have died. Those people are the future of their Wenjian sect. If most of them die in this secret realm, it will be a huge loss to their sect. And the last figure stepped forward with a sword. She actually slandered him for disregarding the lives of his fellow disciples and deserting the battlefield? If Guhan was really a person who was afraid of death and wanted to flee from the battlefield, he would not have taken the risk and taken charge of the situation from the beginning. He would not have single-handedly rushed into the center of the evil spirit and rescued the culprit, Lu Ruyan. But Lu Ruyan is not only not grateful for her senior brother's life-saving grace, but also speaks nonsense and confuses right and wrong. She is simply a jerk to the extreme. I don't know. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale, her eyes were red, and her legs suddenly went weak and she collapsed to the ground. I was already in a coma at the time, and I don't remember much about what happened afterwards. I only know that it was my junior brother who helped me out of this difficult situation. At the beginning, I didn't see the eldest brother, so I thought he had abandoned us and ran away alone. I really... Shut up. The Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall couldn't bear to watch any longer and shouted angrily. The words that Lu Ruyan hadn't finished speaking suddenly stopped in her throat. To put it bluntly, the reason that Demon Beast went berserk is because you were stupid enough to steal its companion grass. Guhan risked his life to rescue you from the center of the demonic energy storm, but not only were you ungrateful, you left without even a thought about what had become of your own senior brother. You didn't even bother looking for him. Now, you're turning around and putting all the blame on your own senior brother. How dare you feel so wronged? Hearing the rebuke from the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Lu Ruyan burst into tears, and the grievances in her heart became reality. Many elders were so angry that their chests heaved. But considering the urgency of the situation, we also have to check Yi Qingyun's memory. They didn't delve too deeply into it. Yi Qingyun disguised himself very well from beginning to end. Almost all the risks were borne by the idiot tool Lu Ruyan for him. No one even knew that Lu Ruyan was tricked by him into stealing the companion grass. It can be said that he is the biggest beneficiary of this matter. However, the plan he formulated was not completed perfectly. After all, according to his original plan, he should be able to rely on Lu Ruyan and Gu Han to take the Sun and Moon Divine Herb without any effort and without any injury. But somehow, Gu Han was suddenly slapped away by the monster's claw and fell into a coma. The monster suddenly went berserk again. Due to the sudden change in the situation, he finally had to use a special trump card. He burned a trace of his own Demon King blood as a blood deterrent and was able to force the monster back. Of course, he would naturally put the debt of consuming a trace of the Demon King's blood on Gu Han's head. The crowd also failed to notice anything unusual about Yi Qingyun through the chaotic scene. Yi Qingyun took advantage of the monster's distraction and quickly took Lu Ruyan away from the battlefield. The picture also ends abruptly here. Chapter 10, None of the people who deserve to apologize are innocent. The hall was silent. Everyone ignored Yi Qingyun, who had been disguising himself well but was actually the real culprit. After seeing what had happened, everyone was furious. Even the headmaster, who had remained calm for many years, was extremely angry. In the final analysis, the main reason for this incident is that you were so reckless as to steal the monster's companion grass. In the end, you caused the monster to become furious. Gu Han was seriously injured by the monster and fell into a coma because he was protecting you. But the first thing you did after waking up was to insist that he had deserted the battlefield and disregarded your lives. Now that the truth has been revealed, do you know you are wrong? I don't know. Lu Ruyan seemed unable to control her emotions. She hugged her head in great pain, feeling so aggrieved that she shed big tears. I was already in a coma at the time and I really don't know what happened afterwards. Everyone who heard this felt a surge of anger rising to their heads. You don't even know what happened afterwards, so how dare you insist that Gu Han abandoned you? Together they are determined to make false evidence. Now that the truth has been revealed, he insists that he knows nothing. From the beginning to the end, he has been constantly shirking his responsibilities. Especially the many disciples of the law enforcement hall, who were having delusions at the moment, Lu Ruyan's eyes were full of disgust. They have always known that Lu Ruyan is a person who is extremely good at shirking his responsibilities. After all, when she did something wrong, it was Gu Han who took the main responsibility for her. Not only did she accept it with peace of mind, she even thought at one point that she was never wrong. People who take other people's kindness to them for granted are the most disgusting. Now that things have come to this, please stop blaming Ruyan. Mu Bailing, who had been pale from beginning to end and watched everything in silence, suddenly stood in front of Lu Ruyan, who was about to collapse. After all, she suffers from a mental illness and often does things without knowing the limits. The most important thing is that Gu Han has now entered the demon locking tower and his life or death is unknown. Although she was very heartbroken. But he also didn't want to see another of his beloved disciples being criticized by so many people and falling into an extremely painful state. Many sect elders are also aware of this. As his master, Mu Bailing also suffered a lot of pain in this matter. However, many elders were still extremely angry. Humph! Are you protecting your own shortcomings now? As Gu Han's master, you arbitrarily accuse him of a crime before the truth of the matter has been thoroughly investigated. Everyone in the sect knows that in the entire sect, the person Gu Han respects the most is you. He saw you as the light of salvation, but what about you? You yourself plunged him into despair. In the end, he was forced to enter the demon locking tower and die to prove his innocence. I feel sick for you, the way you act so hypocritically now. The person you should apologize to the most is Gu Han. The Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall has a bad temper. He completely ignored the obstruction of many other elders and attacked Mu Bailing. The Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall spoke sharply, and every word hit the nail on the head, piercing Mu Bailing's heart. Her body shook and trembled uncontrollably. Especially when she thought of her own disciple who was completely desperate and headed to the demon locking tower to die, she couldn't help but feel pain even when breathing. All right. The most urgent task is to tell the sect's disciples the truth and the whole story. Taishu's sword master also suppressed his anger in his voice as he gave the order. Many elders also knew the seriousness of the matter. Without staying for long, they left the hall and announced the news in person. Especially when he passed by Lu Ruyan, who had fallen to the ground and was sobbing softly. They even wanted to slap this guy twice. Not to mention that the main responsibility for the matter lies with her. When the incident was exposed later, he kept saying that he didn't know what happened afterwards. But when he returned to the sect, he insisted that it was Gu Han who deserted from the battlefield, disregarding their lives. If it weren't for this brainless idiot's unfounded evidence, how could Gu Han be forced into such a situation? Certainly. No snowflake is innocent in an avalanche. There were also other disciples who were ordered to retreat by Gu Han at the first moment and were not affected at all. It was clearly Gu Han's timely order that saved their lives from the monster. But when things happen. But no one stood up to prove the innocence of their senior brother. Everyone remained silent. These guys are also a bunch of brainless, ungrateful people. Soon, with the personal announcements of many elders, the truth of the matter finally came to light. I've said it before, Senior Brother Gu is definitely not that kind of person. I was once fortunate enough to try out the secret realm with Senior Brother Gu. Senior Brother Gu is gentle and has great character. He would definitely not go so far as to disregard the lives of his fellow disciples. Honestly, you're pretty disgusting. When Senior Brother was in trouble, you were the one who spread the word everywhere, saying that Senior Brother was a hypocritical hypocrite. Now I don't know where you got the nerve to yell at me like that. I didn't know it at first. Who would have known that junior sister Lu, who has always been kind-hearted, would be such a person? Without knowing the whole story, she casually framed Senior Brother. How despicable. Of course, it wasn't just Lu Ruyan they hated. There were also other disciples who were rescued by Gu Han at the first moment, but did not stand up to help him explain when Gu Han was in trouble. If they had come forward earlier, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. None of them is innocent. Today I must go and ask those bastards for an explanation. They are so ungrateful and despicable. Yi Qingyun, who was returning to his own cave for cultivation, also learned about the current situation of the sect through some rumors. However, although this matter was related to him, it was so insignificant that almost no one paid attention to him. After all the infamy and risks were borne by Lu Ruyan. He just sat back and enjoyed the final results. As for Lu Ruyan, he was completely worried, and he had plenty of ways to calm her down. She wasn't worried about the other two senior sisters either. He had already thought about the wording. Anyway, from the beginning to the end, I have never revealed anything related to myself in this matter. Of course, some necessary measures still need to be taken, otherwise it is very likely that this incident will cause unnecessary damage to one's reputation in the sect. Gu Han, who was in the demon locking tower at the moment, was unaware of the unusual movements in the outside world. The ancient runes inside the demon locking tower were completely revived, outlining and intersecting into special divine patterns. And at the intersection of these countless divine patterns, a bronze portal with an inward embedded and outward pulled structure quietly appeared at the center of the interweaving of the divine patterns. This should be the door to the 19th floor. After taking a few deep breaths, without any hesitation, Gu Han grabbed the buckle on the bronze door with his big hand and pulled it hard. Chapter 11: The 19th floor of the demon locking tower, the woman in the crystal coffin. In an instant, the icy gale rushed out like a torrent of sealed sharp blades breaking through the floodgates. It was not until a long time later that the cold and violent wind subsided and Gu Han was able to open his eyes and look at the entrance below. In his sight, a road made of countless ancient bronze steps, extending to the depths of the abyss, with no end in sight, quietly emerged. The moment you step onto the ancient steps, it's as if some special restriction has been triggered. Cluster after cluster of warm red flames bloomed on the bronze lotus cup, dispelling a lot of darkness and illuminating the way forward. Of course, because the stairs were so deep, he still couldn't see what was in the depths of the darkness. Also, due to some special rules in the area below, he simply couldn't fly directly down. You can only go down the stairs step by step. It was pitch black and silent all around. This made Guhan feel a sense of claustrophobia and uneasiness in his heart. He didn't know how long he had been walking. He even forgot about time and fatigue before he finally reached the bottom of the tower. The temperature in the bottom area of the demon locking tower is extremely low. The moment you step into this area, an icy cold wave suddenly surges through your body, deep into your bones and straight into your soul. It was so quiet around me, so quiet that I could only hear my own breathing. Since it was pitch dark and he couldn't use his spiritual sense to explore the surrounding environment, Guhan could only move forward by groping the wall with his hands. Although the environment was a bit weird, Guhan did not sense any danger due to his strong perception, which made him feel a lot more at ease. I walked in the dark, relying on my senses, for an unknown amount of time. Just when Guhan was about to lose his defense, a faint light suddenly appeared at the end of the field of vision. Such a sudden change is like a person walking in the abyss seeing the first ray of sunlight. Even if he knows there may be danger, he will be uncontrollably attracted and walk towards that area. God helps those who work hard. After going through countless hardships, Guhan finally arrived 100 meters away from the light. But when Guhan saw what the light was, he was stunned for a moment. Where is the entrance to another world? It was clearly a crystal coffin buried deep in the dark abyss, emitting a blazing white light all over. It is unknown what material this crystal coffin is made of, but it emits a dazzling and brilliant 9-colored light, just like the sun falling into the world. Until my eyes finally got used to the brightness before my eyes. Only at this time did Guhan finally see the situation around him clearly. Countless chains that seemed to be condensed from special laws and Tao rhymes bound the entire crystal coffin and suspended it slightly off the ground. And under the crystal coffin, there is a hole about 3 meters in size. Guhan just took a glance and his pupils shrank slightly. He saw countless skeletons of living creatures inside. With the faint light reflected by the crystal coffin, he saw that the skeletons of living creatures in that space had piled up into countless small hills, one connected to the other. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Guhan even saw some white bones shaped like a dragon head among the pile of bones. Could that white bone that looks like a chicken head be the legendary phoenix? Guhan's hair stood on end, and he didn't know the identity of the person in the coffin. Even the skeletons of dragons and phoenixes could only be suppressed by this coffin. After confirming that there was no movement in the coffin, only then did Guhan let down his guard a little and approached. But after looking through the transparent crystal coffin and seeing the scene inside the coffin, Guhan couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Although he had long expected that there would be a person in the coffin, this person was completely beyond his expectations. She was a cold and beautiful woman whose beauty was so great that I didn't know how to describe it. She lay quietly in the crystal coffin, as if she was sleeping peacefully, with a peaceful curve at the corner of her lips. 3,000 strands of black hair naturally fell behind her, reaching her lower back, and her hair was a frosty silver color, dazzling and sacred. The woman not only has a face that is so exquisite that anyone who sees it will fall in love with it. What's more important is that the woman has a pair of white fox ears on her head. The 9 tails, which were purer white and more dazzling than the falling snow, and extremely fluffy, were like a blooming lotus, wrapping the woman in it. Coupled with the woman's skin, which is whiter and smoother than mutton fat jade, at first glance, she looks like the embodiment of pure white, breathtakingly beautiful and unforgettable. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, Guhan quickly came to his senses. No one knows how many years this person has been in this crystal coffin. He has long been a dead object. He doesn't have the habit of taking advantage of others' opportunities. But this is at least my first sign in reward. We have to find a way to open the coffin and feel around to see if there are any burial objects, right? When the heart moves, the action is taken. Guhan pulled out a dagger he carried with him and tried to pry open the crystal coffin. But there seems to be a special protective restriction on the surface of this crystal coffin. The moment he took out the dagger, it seemed to be out of his control and flew out of his hand with violent vibrations. Guhan reacted extremely quickly and narrowly avoided the attack. The sharp dagger still cut a wound on the back of his hand. Suddenly, blood gushed out from it, dripping onto the crystal coffin and splashing out blood flowers one after another. As luck would have it, a drop of blood flowed through the gap into the crystal coffin and dripped directly onto the lips of the fox demon woman. Just when Guhan was busy cleaning his wounds, he did not notice the movement of the crystal coffin. The fox demon woman in the crystal coffin suddenly trembled her eyelashes slightly. Then, the eyes that had been closed for who knows how many years slowly opened. Those were a pair of absolutely beautiful eyes that looked like glazed purple gemstones, like a purple kingdom in the long night, mysterious yet carrying a certain dangerous lethality. Click, click, click. Almost at the same time, the chains of law that bound her completely lost their original divinity and began to gradually break and dissipate. The sudden change startled Guhan and he looked down subconsciously. His body suddenly stiffened, and his gaze met the open eyes of the woman in the coffin, as if he were petrified. He had confirmed repeatedly that there was absolutely no trace of life on the fox demon woman in the crystal coffin. But why did he suddenly open his eyes now? As Guhan stared at her in a daze. Those crimson eyes like the crimson moon were also staring at Guhan quietly. After a long while, the woman blinked gently, her beautiful eyes curved into a pair of sweet and slender crescents, and she opened her arms. It's great, in this life, you are still here. Snap! The crystal coffin shattered with a sound. Guhan, who was originally standing on the crystal coffin, fell unexpectedly and fell into the arms of the fox demon woman. A strangely familiar smell suddenly rushed into his nostrils. Memories come flooding back like a tide. Chapter 12, You gave me freedom in my previous life, I will give you the whole world in this life. He seemed to have felt such a familiar breath before. In the previous life, several major demonic sects attacked, and everyone in the sword-asking sect fought desperately to resist, but the defense line that they had worked so hard to build still completely collapsed. The protagonist Yi Qin Yun had completely risen to prominence at that time and became the backbone of their sect. He was extremely powerful and led the remaining people in their sect to breakthrough. At that time, he had not yet escaped the title of villain cannon fodder. In the end, he was abandoned by the protagonist Yi Qin Yun, and even by his master and junior sisters, and left in the sect to fend for himself. Also because of the attack of the demon sect, the demon locking tower was hit and the seal was unstable. Many powerful demons broke free from their seals and tried to force their way out. But most of them were completely wiped out by the descending divine thunder of rules. At that time, there was a white nine-tailed fox that left a deep impression on him. It was able to withstand 99 divine thunders of laws and was even only one step away from breaking out of the seal. The opponent's strength also angered the entire demon locking tower. Finally, the demon locking tower accumulated all its strength into a divine thunder, and wanted to completely destroy the white nine-tailed fox. He didn't know what was wrong with him at the time, maybe he had a brain seizure. Or maybe he knew that if he fell into the hands of the demon sect, he might die a more miserable death. Thus, he used up all his remaining strength and used his flesh and blood body to bear the final order divine thunder for the white nine-tailed fox, and he was completely turned into dust in the endless thunderstorm without any pain. But he never expected it. The seemingly ordinary white nine-tailed fox turned out to be the stunning woman in front of him. According to historical records, before the sword-asking sect completely declined, its foundation and strength were extremely powerful. Moreover, it took the founding ancestor of the sword-asking sect and several extremely powerful ancient beings working together to suppress this white nine-tailed fox. When he broke through the seal of the demon locking tower, he must have exhausted most of the strength he had accumulated over the years, so that when he finally broke out of the seal, he must have exhausted all his strength and turned into a plain white nine-tailed fox. But, not to mention, the current time point is still quite far away from the attack of several top demonic sections. Why did he obtain the special key rewarded by the help system and indirectly help her open the seal? He knows it very well. The fox demon woman in front of him was so powerful that it was beyond his imagination, stronger than anyone in their sword sect. The most important thing is the other party is not in a complete state. At the same time, the news spread more and more widely. The entire sword-asking sect was in complete chaos, with all kinds of discussions going on everywhere. Many disciples spoke up for Guhan under the banner of defending him. forcing Lu Ruyan and the many people who entered the secret realm and were rescued by Guhan to give an explanation and kneel down to apologize in the demon locking tower. But what is funny is that, when the matter was just exposed, almost everyone believed the one-sided words of Lu Ruyan and others. I subconsciously felt that Guhan was deserting the battlefield and putting his fellow disciples to death. Now that he has changed his mind and is speaking up for his senior brother, it seems a bit dramatic. Yi Qingyun, who was at Bayou Peak, was also feeling a little confused. But since he had already taken remedial measures, it actually didn't have much impact on him. He still chose the same routine as in his previous life. I heard that Chu Youwei's meridians were damaged, and taking the Sun and Moon Divine Grass could restore the damaged meridians to full health. Because they were too anxious at the time, he and Lu Ruyan wanted to pick the Sun and Moon Divine Grass. Such an excuse made Chu Youwei extremely moved. Almost everyone subconsciously believed that Yi Qingyun's wording was full of loopholes. After all, in their impression, Yi Qingyun has always been a very simple, honest, and considerate junior brother, and it is impossible for him to have any other complicated thoughts. But when no one noticed, Yi Qingyun looked towards the demon locking tower with a slightly gloomy gaze, as if he had become a completely different person. He never expected that a Guhan could cause him so much trouble. I underestimated you. Regarding the external situation, Guhan, who was in the demon locking tower, also didn't understand. He didn't know how he got out of the 19th floor. Before leaving, the fox demon woman who called herself Su Lingyue planted some special restrictions in her body. This power not only makes him absolutely immune to evil spirits, it also helped him to break through to the Giyi realm in one fell swoop. You know, those who have reached the Giyi realm in their sect are already able to become powerful sect deacons. Of course, what impressed him most was the words Su Lingyue said to him in his ear when he was completely sent out of the 19th floor. In my previous life, you used your life to help me escape from trouble. In this life, I can also give you everything and pretend that the whole world is a gift to you. My mind is still a little dazed. This subsequent reward was indeed beyond his expectations. But it is also because of Su Lingyue's special aura. The demonic energy in the demon locking tower no longer held any inexplicable hostility towards him, but was instead very friendly to him. Even if he went to higher levels, or even strolled around the 18th level, the many sealed and imprisoned monsters did not show any hostility. Instead, these great monsters gave him the illusion that they wanted him to come and see them more often. Mingming Wenjian's sect was a place that broke his heart. But now the demon locking tower gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Next, he should find an opportunity to lift the seal of the demon locking tower and help Su Lingyue and these sealed demons return to the world as soon as possible. Let them raise the entire sword-asking sect to the ground. After all, he now has no feelings towards the sword-asking sect. Especially the Xuanyu peak of his own master, it must be completely razed to the ground and then converted into a toilet. In my impression, Master has always been a person who pays great attention to personal hygiene. When the time comes, I'll let you go to that toilet and continue to be your own peak master. I'm really looking forward to what kind of expression you'll show then, Master. After strolling around the familiar environment in the demon locking tower, Guhan used some villain points to exchange for a sword. He walked calmly towards the exit of the demon locking tower, which had been completely sealed long ago. A magical scene appeared quietly and without warning. It should have been completely sealed, and it would take 2 or 3 months for the exit of the demon locking tower to be reopened. The moment Guhan stepped on it, the seal was instantly lifted, revealing a gap. At the same time, the many elders of the sword-asking sect, who had finally managed to stabilize and reinforce the demon locking tower through their own strength, just breathed a sigh of relief. But he was suddenly horrified to find that the seal at the exit of the demon-suppressing tower had opened by itself, forming a special portal. In the hazy halo, a slightly blurry figure was slowly walking out. Chapter 13, The Legend That Shocked the Sect, Not As Good as the Relationship Between Strangers. This is. The pupils of many elders suddenly shrank as small as needles, and an almost absurd possibility emerged in their minds at the same time. As the figure got closer and closer, The many elders finally saw the figure clearly in astonishment. He was dressed in white, with his hands behind his back and a faint and relaxed smile on his face. This person is none other than Guhan. The minds of many elders suddenly went blank. No. The demon locking tower is the forbidden area of their sword sect. Anyone who goes in will have to wait a month to get out. Not to mention, they had just reinforced the seal, which greatly extended this time. How come Guhan, a young disciple, went in and seemed to stroll around for a few laps, and then came out as if nothing had happened? Besides, if they remember correctly, the reason why Guhan broke through their protection and entered the demon locking tower seemed to be that he was forcibly dragged in by the person in the demon locking tower, right? Not to mention whether the body can be saved. Can this come out alive? It's impossible that the person at the bottom of the demon locking tower took a fancy to him and developed a liking for him, so he used his own power to help him out, right? Soon, the news that Guhan had successfully escaped from the demon locking tower after only one day had spread throughout the sword-asking sect. There was a huge uproar in the sect, and everyone was shocked. Ding! Detected that the owner has completed a villain plot. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining 1,500 villain points. Guhan, who had just walked out of the demon locking tower, suddenly heard the system's broadcast, which made him stunned. How did I suddenly complete a villain plot? His plan to pin the protagonist Yi Qingyun to the ground and rub him had clearly not even started yet. Soon, Guhan learned the truth of the matter. Several disciples who had been guarding near the demon locking tower hurried forward with joy when they saw Guhan coming out. Brother Gu. Great, you're okay. The truth of the matter has been exposed. We all know that you were wrongly accused by that bitch Lu Ruyan. From the various disciples' narrations, Guhan learned the whole story. He hadn't expected that the matter would get so serious that the sect would have to directly request the heavenly mirror. He knew about Wintian Jing. In his previous life, he was wronged and wanted to ask the people in the sect to help him leave the Wintian realm. But the master simply refused to listen to his explanation, and the people in the sect had no intention of doing so either. Now he didn't expect that since he had decided to be a complete villain in this life, these guys took the initiative to ask for the questioning heaven mirror. To be honest, he was not touched at all, but felt it was ridiculous. Senior brother. At this time, the leading disciple spoke weakly again. Just now, the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall sent a message. He wanted us to take you to the Law Enforcement Hall to discuss the follow-up matters. No. Guhan refused directly, ignored several disciples with dazed expressions, and walked slowly into the distance. So what if it's true or false? Since he has decided to be a villain, he no longer cares about the world's opinion. Moreover, Yi Qingyun has cleared himself of all charges in many ways. According to the sect's nature, even if he pointed out that Yi Qingyun was the real culprit, the people in the sect wouldn't believe it, and might even think there was something wrong with him. Therefore, he doesn't care about the so-called handling method in clearing his name, and he doesn't need it. Senior brother. Several disciples were unwilling to give up and wanted to step forward and say something. But as Guhan paused slightly and turned his eyes slightly, a terrifying aura instantly locked onto them, scaring them so much that they dared not move forward at all. Until his figure completely disappeared from their sight. The stiff bodies of several disciples gradually regained consciousness. Their senior brother has really changed. He is no longer as approachable and gentle as before. It's all that damn Lu Ruyan's fault. Several disciples immediately felt even more resentful towards Lu Ruyan. If it weren't for that guy Lu Ruyan, how could their senior brother have turned evil and become so cold? The main hall of the sword questioning sect. When everyone, including Taishu's sword master, heard the news, they were so shocked that they looked at each other in disbelief. How on earth did this kid manage to get out of the demon locking tower in just one day? Not to mention that the demon locking tower itself suppresses many terrifying demons from ancient times, coupled with the recent changes. Even if the master enters it, I'm afraid he will. No, master, that's not what I meant. I was just giving an example, the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall hurriedly explained. Taishu's sword master ignored him and looked at Mu Bailing in unison with the other sect leaders. no matter what happened in the demon locking tower. Now the truth has been revealed. The main reason for the incident was that Yi Qingyun ignored the rules and caused a disaster. It had little to do with Gu Han. Furthermore, the several junior sisters who received much of his attention today all supported Yi Qingyun, whether they knew the whole story or not. Even Mu Beiling, the master, believed the unilateral words of Lu Ruyan and Yi Qingyun before investigating the whole story and took an extremely inappropriate approach. Being slandered by several close relatives and left isolated and helpless, I'm afraid anyone would be discouraged. In addition, they had just received news from several disciples. Gu Han refused to discuss the next matters with the law enforcement hall. Obviously, he also had some resentment towards their sect. After all, this matter had already caused a huge uproar at the time. It was because they did not take action at the first time and allowed the situation to develop further. When they finally took remedial measures, it was already too late. Moreover, they believed that the main reason was not that Gu Han resented the others, but everyone's eyes were quietly looking at Mu Beiling. Even though no one said anything, the meaning they wanted to express was self-evident. Mu Beiling now knew that the root cause had a lot to do with herself. When she thought about the scene where Gu Han returned the Bai Xiao sword to her before entering the demon locking tower, intending to be even with her, her heart ached and she was extremely annoyed. It was not until he took several deep breaths that he managed to suppress the emotions in his heart. Don't worry, my fellow masters, I will give Honor and the sect an explanation on this matter. After saying this, he stood up and left the table, turning into a long rainbow and flew towards a certain direction. The other side. After leaving the demon locking tower, Gu Han casually told the elders of the sect about what happened in the demon locking tower and then passed it over. After all, there are so many things involved in the demon locking tower. He would never tell these secrets to anyone else. At this moment, Gu Han seemed to sense something, his body paused slightly, the leisurely and comfortable look on his face disappeared, and his expression suddenly became extremely cold. He raised his head slightly and saw a beautiful figure floating in the void not far away from him. Dressed in a snow-white dress, the bright moonlight is like frost, pouring down on her delicate and graceful figure. Combined with her innate coldness and aloofness, she is like a blooming snow lotus of Tianshan Mountain. Mu Beiling prepared a lot of words along the way, and even rehearsed them in her mind many times. She wanted to apologize to Gu Han with her most sincere and honest attitude and admit her mistakes as a master. But now, when I meet those deep, dark eyes, like eternal frost. Her heart suddenly felt like it was pierced by a steel needle, and a suffocating pain like a tide suddenly surged throughout her body. This was the first time in all these years that she saw her beloved disciple looking at her with such a cold and unfamiliar gaze. It was as if she was a stranger and extremely disgusting person in his eyes. Chapter 14. This name makes me sick, it's better to be decent to each other. Honor. Although she was sad and heartbroken, Mu Beiling couldn't help but speak up to try to make amends. Shut up. However, Gu Han's cold voice immediately interrupted all her thoughts. Don't call me that. It's disgusting. No honor master just wants to. The disbelief in Mu Beiling's beautiful eyes quickly turned into panic, and she hurriedly wanted to explain. I said, don't call me that disgusting name. You and I are not that familiar with each other now. The coldness in Gu Han's tone became more and more intense, completely freezing the entire silent space. This name reminded him of many things. There were many things that made him feel upset whenever he thought about them, and he even felt that his already dead heart began to ache. In previous lives, I was grateful for the kindness of my master in nurturing me. I have always tried my best to be a good disciple of my master. He knew that his master had become seriously ill due to his previous practice, and was plagued by cold poison every night, causing him great pain. Therefore, he would go down the mountain into the secret realm every month to pick the first batch of cold-relieving herbs that bloomed earliest, and this cycle continued throughout the 4 seasons. According to the original plot development, ever since the male protagonist Yi Qingyun joined the sect and became Mu Beiling's disciple, he has been making rapid progress, starting to pretend to be cool and get slapped in the face, and leading a life of long out-yin towards the peak of his life. In the end, he not only captured the hearts of many female protagonists, but also his master Mu Beiling. Of course, the endings of my master and those little sisters were not very good. After all, the hero of this book is both good and evil, and he will do anything for his own benefit. The lovesick master and his junior sisters had no idea that the male protagonist Yi Qing-yun was simply approaching and using them for his own benefit. The first life was when he just crossed over to this world. The male protagonist Yi Qing-yun is becoming a strong man in this world. He abandoned these burdens here and went to another world to fall in love with other more beautiful women. After those enemy forces that the male protagonist had not been able to eradicate have made a comeback. Because he couldn't find a target to vent his hatred on, he diverted his hatred and let them and the entire sword-asking sect be completely destroyed. In the end, he alone with his sword broke into the base camp of these forces. Rescue the master and others who had been taken to the execution rack. He still remembers clearly that his master cried with regret. She said that if she were to live her life again, she would definitely see through Yi Qing-yun, the ungrateful guy. But what is the result? In the following lives, he hinted or even explicitly stated that Yi Qing-yun had a very big problem. The master and several junior sisters still firmly believe in Yi Qing-yun. They even began to doubt his character, looked down on him, and even cursed at him. No matter how hard he tried, his master and several of his junior sisters would still have a good impression of Yi Qing-yun. And he has always been a villain cannon fodder hated by everyone. He has given chances, more than once or twice. Since they don't believe in themselves, all my efforts are in vain. Then cut off everything from the beginning, be yourself, and be a ruthless villain. Master admits it is indeed Master who made a mistake. But you also know the situation back then. Qing-yun and Ruyan were both seriously injured when they returned to the sect, plus, there was no sign of you returning at the time. Ruyan personally testified, so Master. What? You previously kept saying that I was shirking responsibility, and now you're shifting your responsibility onto Lu Ruyan? Guhan sneered, his eyes full of disgust. After spending so many years with Master, don't you know what kind of person I am? And I've already stressed many times that they were the ones who lured the monster here. I was just following the rules, but when did you ever really listen? Hunter, it's not like that, please listen to my explanation. Countless steel needles seemed to pierce his heart. Mu Bailing was in pain and at the same time, she couldn't control her panic. You were like a completely different person at that time. You were never like this before, so my mind suddenly went blank and I subconsciously. Without waiting for her to finish her words, he was interrupted again by Guhan's sneer. Yes. I was so foolish in the past. I wanted to be your pride, Master, and become a dedicated and responsible senior brother. Even if a few of my junior sisters break the rules, I will take all the responsibility and hardship on myself, and leave all my tenderness and kindness to you. Over time, you've taken my gentleness and kindness towards you for granted, right? So when I take back my kindness and goodness one day, you think I've become a different person, right? Heh, do you know that your behavior is like that of an ungrateful dog? Mu Bailing's face turned even paler. She wanted to open her mouth to refute, but when she opened her mouth, she couldn't say anything. Even though she had some doubts about this matter at the beginning, she still trusted Guhan a little bit. Things wouldn't have developed to this point. Guhan regarded him as the last hope and light of salvation. But she herself pushed him into the abyss of despair. I don't want to talk to you about any more unnecessary nonsense. Master, this is the last time I will call you Master. I've said before that I will repay you for all the years of nurturing you, until we're even. If there's nothing else, don't bother me anymore. It will make both of us look good. The words fell. Guhan ignored Mu Bailing, who had completely frozen in mid-air with a dazed expression. He walked past him with an indifferent expression and quickly disappeared into the thick night. The wind is cold and bleak. Mu Bailing's face was as pale as paper, and her body was shaking slightly uncontrollably. Her heart suddenly felt so painful, as if she was really going to lose someone extremely important to her. Guhan was thinking about many things while walking on the road. Although I really don't want to go back to Xuanyu Peak. But there's something of its own there. In addition, the demon locking tower has not been completely unlocked, and Yi Qing-yun has not been killed yet. If he left the sword asking sect quietly, he would be like a ridiculous stray dog, which is not what a qualified villain should do. Chapter 15. From today on, I am no longer your senior brother. Xuanyu Peak, the third spiritual peak. This is the mountain where Gu Han practices meditation every day. With his strong talent and qualifications, he alone has the privilege of directly enjoying the privilege of a mountain. And at this moment, on top of this mountain, several women with graceful figures, pretty faces and unique temperaments were pacing back and forth here anxiously. Brother has already emerged from the demon locking tower. He will surely return to his cave. All of you, you must be sincere and apologize to your senior brother later. Especially you, junior sister Ruyan. Shu You's voice was serious. The biggest cause of this misunderstanding is inextricably linked to you. You must sincerely apologize to your senior brother later. However, Shu You's gaze softened noticeably when she looked at Yi Qingyun. It was obvious that she was still extremely doting on her junior brother. Will senior brother really forgive me? Lu Ruyan's voice was as thin as a mosquito, and her eyes were slightly red. To be honest, she was also quite scared when she saw Gu Han entering the demon locking tower alone to accept punishment. I couldn't help feeling guilty. Don't worry, senior brother has always been very gentle, and he has always taken good care of you. He will definitely forgive your mistakes, junior sister. Shu Yue said firmly. After all, he had made his senior brother angry before. He even did some rather excessive things. But my senior brothers never take it to heart. As long as I apologize sincerely and act coquettishly, they will forgive me. At this moment, two spots of light suddenly appeared in the night sky, one near and one far, flying towards their location. As soon as they saw the light spot clearly at a close distance, Shu Yue and others were overjoyed. Senior brother. However, Gu Han, who had just landed and stabilized his body, completely ignored the few people. There was even a terrifying aura emanating from his body, which made the joy on Shu Yue and others' faces suddenly freeze. Get lost. The few people who were already dazed were suddenly struck by lightning. They couldn't believe that their senior brother, who had always doted on them, would actually say such a thing. Brother, there was some misunderstanding between us regarding this matter. We have come all the way here to sincerely apologize to you. Brother, I was wrong about what happened in the secret realm. Lu Ruyan's eyes were slightly red and her voice was choked with sobs. There was something wrong with my brain at that time, causing you to suffer such injustice. Now I have received the punishment I deserve. Can you forgive me, senior brother? Lu Ruyan subconsciously wanted to reach out and hold Gu Han's arm, hoping to use her usual trick of acting coquettishly to make her senior brother forgive her. After all, no matter how big a mistake she had made in the past, she could get her senior brother's forgiveness as long as she used this method. But this time, she had just come up with this thought and raised her hand. A bone-chilling chill surged outward, centered around Gu Han. Lu Ruyan's expression suddenly changed drastically. There is even a feeling in my heart. If I dare to touch my senior brother now, I will not only be injured, but I may even die. Senior brother. Lu Ruyan felt both scared and aggrieved. When did senior brother become such a scary person? Obviously, she can't be blamed too much. Who made her fall into a coma and have no idea what happened next? And she has already apologized. Why can't you forgive yourself, brother? Shu Yue, the second senior sister, realized that something was wrong and hurriedly stood in front of Gu Han and Lu Ruyan. Brother Ruyan did not do well in this matter. I will punish her severely later. Then he mustered up his courage and respectfully handed forward an ancient sword in a scabbard. We also know that brother was too angry at the time, so he lost by Shao for a moment. Brother, you. Boom. Without waiting for her to finish her words. The next moment, the terrifying aura centered on Gu Han spread like a torrent, causing Chu Yue and others to uncontrollably take several steps back. Gu Han's expression became even gloomier. Since he first embarked on the path of swordsmanship at a young age, the Baishao sword was personally forged by his master and given to him specifically. Accompany him to travel around the world and see the mountains and seas with him. When my junior sister is bullied. It was him who went to other peaks alone with a sword to seek justice for his junior sister. When the secret realm is threatened by powerful monsters. It was still him, standing in front of all the junior sisters with a sword, protecting them from harm. Once upon a time, the Baishao sword in his hand was meant to protect them from harm. Now that he has chosen to completely cut off his past, he has become a true villain. Then he no longer needs the Baishao sword to protect them. This sword should cut off the past and cut off the past self. I'm sorry, old friend, our fate ends here. Almost at the moment when Guhan finished speaking and turned around. The Baishao sword seemed to sense something and suddenly began to vibrate. He really wanted to continue to accompany his master. But the spirit sword has its own spirit, and it also knows that these people are not worthy of their master's protection, let alone his protection. If the master wishes, he is willing to shatter his own body to completely sever his past for his master and draw a clear line between himself and these hypocritical and disgusting people. Click, click, click. Under the incredulous gazes of Chu Yue and others, dense spiderweb-like cracks quickly covered the entire sword. Finally, there was a crisp sound of clicking. The entire Baishao sword suddenly shattered into several pieces of iron filings, which immediately scattered all over the ground. At the same time, Guhan's voice drifted into everyone's ears with the cold wind, causing an unstoppable ache in their hearts. From today on, I am no longer your senior brother, and don't call me senior brother anymore. Don't come to my cultivation cave anymore. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying your cultivation and throwing you down. The night sky is silent. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The pupils of several people contracted as they looked at the Baishao sword, which had been broken into countless pieces. And the white figure gradually disappeared into the night. They seemed to be really losing that extremely gentle senior brother. The former eldest brother has always been very doting and caring towards them. Not to mention saying harsh words to them, I don't even dare to speak in a harsh tone. Now he's saying he's going to destroy their cultivation and throw them off a cliff. Their senior brother really seemed like a completely different person. It can also be proved from another aspect. This incident hurt their eldest brother so deeply that he was completely disappointed in all of them. Compared to several other junior sisters, there was a feeling of schadenfreude in Yi Qingyun's eyes. In fact, he has always been very jealous of Guhan's closeness to his cold and beautiful master, as well as several senior sisters who each have their own merits. Therefore, he always hoped that one day, the relationship between Guhan and these people would completely break down. Now, not only did he obtain the Sun and Moon Divine Grass without any harm, but he also achieved this goal. It was really killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 16. Don't think about breaking off relations, the villain female boss. Honor. At this moment, a soft voice filled with sadness and confusion suddenly sounded. Chu Yue and others subconsciously turned around. They saw their usually cold and majestic master. At this moment, he fell in front of them with a pale face, trembling movements, and panic. Master. He ignored the greetings from his other disciples. Mo Bailing collected the Baishao sword, which had turned into fragments all over the ground, piece by piece with trembling hands. During the collection process, even the sharp fragments cut her fair palms, oozing out gurgling blood that was shocking to the eye. She didn't show any sign of pain, and her movements were not slow at all. Just collecting pieces of fragments mechanically and repeatedly. Those were the memories she and Guhan had for many years. In the setting sun, she watched her proud apprentice practicing sword skills under a tree, his figure looking heroic and moving with the wind. When Guhan was young, he also used this sword to stand in front of her for the first time, saying that he would protect her as his master. But now, the Baishao sword that carried countless memories for them, along with the white-clothed figure in their memories, all shattered like bubbles. In this way, Guhan intended to completely sever ties with her past and draw a clear line between himself and them. Honor. In dreamlike mumbling, big tears flowed down her fair cheeks, mixing with the shocking blood, and blooming one flower after another called memories. It's a pity that there is no medicine for regret in the world. She was really about to lose the person most important to her. No. I will never let you say anything about severing ties, drawing a clear line between us. You'll never be able to do that in this lifetime. In the whisper. This once cold and majestic woman seemed to have fallen into some kind of madness. He kept piecing the fragments in his hand together, trying to piece them together into a complete Baishao sword. She didn't want to admit that a broken mirror could not be mended. Ding! Detected that the owner has completed a villain plot, earning 3,000 villain points. Gu Han, who was returning to his cultivation cave, suddenly received a system message. Gu Han did not expect such an unexpected surprise. Next, prepare to further improve your strength, break through to the divine stage realm, and unlock system tasks. Since he has been bound to the system in this life and has been blessed with the title of destined villain, he has more capital to compete head-on with the protagonist Yi Qing Yun. Although there is a saying that misfortune should not affect one's family. But he still decided to find a way to destroy Yi Qing Yun's family first to help this guy. While thinking in his mind, Gu Han stretched out his right hand again. There was a special mark in the palm of his hand that was buzzing. That was the special mark Su Ling Yue left on him. Not only does it contain terrifying power, it can even help him command some demons to serve him. However, this would also consume most of Su Ling Yue's strength, which might cause her to take longer to finally break through the seal. Just as Gu Han continued to think of a countermeasure in his mind. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he looked up in one direction. At some point, a dark figure appeared silently in the depths of the moonlight, wearing a special bronze mask on his face, making it impossible to tell his identity. After meeting Gu Han, the black figure bowed and said respectfully, "Mr. Gu, I already know what happened in the sword sect today. If Master Gu needs anything, we are willing to serve him and help him resolve any unpleasant issues." Gu Han just looked quietly at the black-robed man in front of him. The other party's identity and origin are unusual. He comes from a force called Feixian Pavilion. As for the lady they were talking about, she was Xiaobingli, the eldest lady of Feixian Tower. In the original book, Xiaobingli is a vicious female supporting role, who is another villain boss that the protagonist encounters later. She is not only cold-hearted, but also a Yandere. Later, in a confrontation with the protagonist, he died tragically at the hands of the protagonist because of the protagonist's powerful aura. Since the sixth life, Xiaobingli was somehow attracted to him. Perhaps it was the same-sex attraction between the two villains, and she even wanted to force herself on him many times. Not to mention that the other party is a villain, the two villain cannon fodders will die faster if they stay together. Moreover, the other party happened to be a Yandere. When the two elements of villain and Yandere were put together, he had no idea what kind of creepy chemical reaction would eventually occur. Therefore, he completely turned a blind eye to Xiaobingli's almost crazy courtship. However, in this life, his mentality suddenly changed. Since he and Xiaobingli are both villains, it would be a good idea for them to get to know each other and form a team as soon as possible. After all, in the setting of this book, the protagonist Yi Qing Yun not only has a great background, but also has relatives and friends all over the world. No matter where he goes, there are always a lot of powerful people with extraordinary origins, or young geniuses with great backgrounds, who will inexplicably make friends with him. These potential factors also require him to find ways to deal with them in advance, and even find corresponding villain allies to deal with them. After pondering for a moment, a slight smile appeared on Gu Han's lips. As he waved his hand, ripples suddenly appeared in the space, and a jade talisman engraved with the word Yi slowly emerged from the space. This is some intelligence information I have collected, as well as regulatory requirements. I need you to help me go to Tsongfeng City and destroy a family called the Tsongfenglin family. Hearing this, the black-robed man was stunned. Blue Wind City? If he remembered correctly, this seemed to be an extremely desolate border town? Why did Gu Han ask them to go to such a desolate little town and destroy a family they had never even heard of? Although I have doubts in my heart. But the man in black robes said nothing and simply nodded to take the job. By the way, before heading to Blue Wind City, you'd better carefully read the regulations and requirements in the jade talisman I gave you. If you neglect any of the above requirements, I can guarantee that you, and even the Feixian Pavilion behind you, will die a miserable death in the future. Hearing this, the black-robed man's expression changed again. They thought that Gu Han was deliberately threatening them with harsh words to make them work more seriously. But who can blame her eldest daughter for being so infatuated with the guy in front of her that she is even crazy enough to abandon anything for him? Suppressing his emotions, the man in black robe still followed Gu Han's request and began to check the text in the Jade Talisman. But after reading the first sentence clearly, the man in black robe was stunned. Things to note when destroying the Tsangfengyi family are as follows. Dig deep into the ground to search for treasures. Shake the eggs and chop the earthworms vertically. Picking flowers and pulling out weeds, guiding souls. Chapter 17 Special Gift, 9 Clan Stripping Technique. The black-robed man kept looking downwards, but the more he looked, the more nervous he became, and the more confused he became. Completing the above requirements is not enough. Let them use their magical powers to bombard the entire Tsangfengyi family at least a dozen times, ensuring that not even a single bone is left. You can't leave after doing all this. We need to send someone to watch in secret. If anyone with unknown origins returns to the Tsangfengyi family and shows even the slightest sign of sadness, they will be killed. Especially those who shouted that they would avenge the Tsangfengyi family, do not hesitate to destroy all the sects or families behind them. After reading this series of requests, the men in black robes were stunned. My feet felt a little weak when I left. Good guy, he has also heard of the 9-clan separation technique. But isn't the 9-clan separation technique used by Gu Han too cruel? To outsiders, these methods may seem a bit exaggerated. But Gu Han himself still felt it was not enough. After all, according to the general plot routine, if the protagonist succeeds, his whole family will also benefit. It would be better to take advantage of the protagonist's family's weakness in the early stage and destroy it quickly. Are we still waiting for Yi Qingyun to create a bunch of gods in his own family? Moreover, his decision to destroy Yi Qingyun's family also achieved multiple goals at once. Not only can it solve the potential hidden danger of the Tsangfengyi family, but it can also attract Yi Qingyun back to the family. Not to mention killing this idiot directly, at least we can force him to use some of his trump cards and indirectly weaken his opponent's strength. Ding! It's detected that the owner's actions are consistent with the villain's character setting. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining 2,000 villain points. Gu Han stopped and stood with his hands behind his back, a playful smile on his lips, looking at the night sky. Yi Qingyun, you think you've gained all the benefits and are very happy and proud, right? I hope that accepting this great gift of 9 clans separation will make you happier. Even though the sect had cleared Gu Han of his injustice, the entire sect was still not at peace. Many people felt sorry for Gu Han and spoke up for him. Gu Han is a man of great talent and strength, with extraordinary talent, and he has many followers. Perhaps he also regretted standing up for Gu Hanming at the first moment and felt guilty. Or perhaps now that the truth has been revealed, they have reason to claim to be righteous. Many people, under the banner of "if I don't stand up today, no one will cheer for me in the future," kept expressing their dissatisfaction to the sect. Such a huge disturbance could not be hidden even if the Swordwinjian sect wanted to. It even became known to many surrounding sects, who regarded the sword sect as a joke. Ask Jianfeng. Taishu Sword Master, many elders, and other peak masters gathered here to discuss the follow-up of this incident. I originally thought that after Gu Han was cleared of all charges, this matter would be over, but it seems that many people are still dissatisfied with the way our sect handled the matter. Taishu Sword Master frowned slightly. Especially, many disciples are using the so-called banner to make all kinds of unreasonable demands on the sect. This is simply rebellious against Tiangang. Gu Han is so petty. We've already used the Heaven Questioning Mirror to clear his name, but he's still holding on to this matter and even wants to sever ties with the master who raised him for several years. This is sheer nonsense. No matter what, Master Mufeng is still his master. Putting aside the question of right or wrong, is it necessary to sever ties with him? While speaking, everyone turned their eyes to Mu Bailing, who was sitting in the corner and remained silent from beginning to end. They also knew what happened last night. Mu Bailing's apology and concession did not have any effect at all, and even caused her relationship with Gu Han to deteriorate further, to the point where they completely fell out. At this moment, Mu Bailing looked like she had not slept all night, her hair was disheveled and her face was haggard. You know, as the top beauty leader of their sword-asking sect, Mu Bailing has always paid great attention to her own image. It always gives people a sense of sacredness, coldness, and inviolable majesty. Today, the class didn't care about their image and appearance. It must be because of Gu Han's matter. It was a huge blow to her. Although there is also an element of her own fault in this. But his haggard appearance still made everyone feel sympathy and pity. Some people even started to think that Gu Han was a man of 8 feet tall, and that it should have been enough. Why did he have to make things so awkward? How could it be disgraceful? However, there are also some elders who still adopt a cold-eyed and indifferent attitude towards this. Don't advise others to do good unless you have experienced their suffering. In the final analysis, it was all my own fault. Xuanyu Peak, the third spiritual peak. The sun is warm and the breeze is gentle. 3 beautiful figures were holding food or exquisitely crafted gifts in their hands, looking forward to it, as if waiting for something. Why? Shu Yue sighed softly. The apology ceremony they had painstakingly planned a few days ago not only failed to play any role, but also led to a complete break between their senior brother and themselves. In the past, when they entered the cultivation cave where their senior brothers were, they didn't even need to say hello. And now, his senior brother not only threatened that if they dared to go in, he would destroy their cultivation and throw them off the mountain. He even asked several former followers to guard outside the cave to further eliminate their ideas from the root. Above the distant clouds, Mu Bailing's clothes fluttered, and her expression was sad and heartbroken. The former third spiritual peak was the most lively peak in her Xuanyu Peak. Shu Yue and others would often come here to practice and ask their senior brothers to give them guidance on their shortcomings in the exercises. But just a few days ago, everything changed. This once bustling mountain has become the coldest mountain. She went in several times in the past few days, hoping to have a good chat with Gu Han, but the other party always refused to see her and even called her by her name. Only a few days had passed, but she already missed Gu Han calling her master. At the same time, Gu Han, who was meditating in seclusion, suddenly seemed to sense something. He slowly opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Are these guys deliberately trying to bug me? I told them not to enter the cave where I was practicing, so they were waiting outside for me to come out? TSK, what bad luck. Although I feel a little annoyed. But there is no way around it, after all, the ownership of this peak is not his. Considering that there might be new sign-in locations in the sect in the future, and that he also needs to unlock the demon ceiling tower, he cannot leave here for the time being. Just then, the jade talisman in his arms suddenly began to buzz. It was the black-robed man from Feixian Pavilion who sent the voice message. Master Gu, we are following your instructions and heading to the Tsongfengyi family. However, on the way, an unknown and mysterious strongman took action. They forcibly took a man and woman from the Yi family away, and even used a special method to escape our pursuit. In the end, when we chased them to Beihuan Mountain, we completely lost their trace. According to our subsequent investigation, the man and woman who were rescued by an unknown strongman seemed to be the younger brother and sister of Yi Qingyun, the eldest son of the Tsongfengyi family. Chapter 18 Villain Mission, the female demon king was killed by the plot? Listening to the voice transmission from the man in black robe. Although Gu Han was shocked, he was not too surprised. What he didn't expect was that the so-called protagonist's halo was so strong. Even though he arranged the plan so suddenly, the 2 people who had an unusual relationship with the protagonist were still rescued directly. Moreover, according to the original bloody development of the plot, as long as Yi Qingyun has relatives, they will definitely achieve supreme success in the future and be people with a predetermined destiny. After instructing the man in black robe to continue searching for the 2 men, Gu Han wanted to cut off the jade sound transmission, but the voice of the man in black robe sounded again. Mr. Gu, there is one more important matter I want to report to you. The eldest lady said she would find time to come and talk to you soon. Gu Han, who had always maintained an indifferent expression, suddenly changed his expression after hearing these words. What the hell? Xiaobingli, the villainous Yandere, is coming to find him? He knew the other person's character. Knowing all the mess in his sect, if he still comes to find him, I'm afraid he won't know what kind of tricks he will come up with. However, I have also indirectly received some of the other party's kindness. There has to be some way to say no. No need to ask her to come. I will go see her in person when I have time later. Before long, an ancient relic in Middle-earth will be revealed. Hidden there is the protagonist Yi Qingyun's first heaven-defying opportunity. Naturally, he had to make arrangements in advance to intercept this guy's opportunity. No, what's the matter with whether or not to seize the opportunity? That originally belonged to him. In order to start the system task as soon as possible, Guhan directly used the mirror-breaking pill. He directly broke through from the 6th level of Lingong realm to the Shentai realm in one fell swoop. Keep the remaining few realm-breaking divine pills for now. After all, his current cultivation level is much stronger than that of many elders. In addition to Su Lingyue's mark, there is also the blessing of physical fitness. His fighting power is already enough to fight against the strong ones in Daohua realm. Ding! The task system has been loaded and the system tasks have been refreshed. Please review it. As the system sound disappeared, an illusory panel information immediately unfolded. Random daily task, please complete at least 3 actions or plots that are consistent with the villain's character today. Mission reward, 1500 villain points. Villain mission, Blood Moon Demon Lord. Task details, she has experienced all kinds of suffering in the world since she was a child, but the setbacks and hardships in life did not defeat her. Instead, they allowed her to overcome adversity. Later, after escaping from the clutches of the slave traders, she accidentally embarked on the path of magic. From then on, she completely embarked on her legendary life. Taking the name of Blood Moon, she roamed the vast expanse of the world, even going so far as to refine the entire land of Central Continent in order to achieve the supreme throne. Mission conditions: subdue the Blood Moon Demon Lord Han Mengyao and use him for your own purposes, and help him establish the Blood Moon Demon sect. Please note, after completing this task, you can trigger the subsequent villain main task. Mission location: Tianhuang City, Slave Camp. Reward: 25,000 villain points. Task time limit: 2.5 months. Han Mengyao. Guhan was slightly stunned. The worldview of the book he traveled through was already very huge, and the number of close friends of the heroine and hero alone was too numerous to count. Similarly, there are naturally many villain canon fodders like him who are trampled under the feet of the protagonist, or vicious female supporting roles. Han Mengyao is one of them. This role left a deep impression on him at that time. He has been lonely and helpless since childhood and grew up in misery. With an unyielding spirit, he forged a path of magic that was unique to him. But with the halo of Yi Qingyun, the powerful protagonist. She was a nearly invincible female devil in the early stages, but was killed by the forced plot. He remembered it fairly clearly. In the original plot, Han Mengyao, who had never felt care and love since childhood, finally met the protagonist Yi Qingyun due to an accident. Yi Qingyun praised her scarlet eyes, which were regarded as ominous by the world, as very beautiful. After all, ever since Han Mengyao could remember, she had been bullied a lot because of her scarlet eyes, and was regarded as the embodiment of disaster and misfortune. It was the first time that the male protagonist Yi Qingyun praised her beautiful eyes, which made her secretly develop a good impression on the male protagonist. Later, in order to achieve a higher position of honor, Han Mengyao had a fierce confrontation with the protagonist Yi Qingyun while planning to completely refine the entire Central Continent. But the result was that the cruel and ruthless Blood Moon Demon Lord who had killed countless people was finally shaken in his heart because of a casual compliment from the protagonist. In the end, he was defeated in the battle for no apparent reason and died willingly under Yi Qingyun's sword. Such an almost invincible female devil in the early stage not only became Yi Qingyun's experience baby, but also helped him to further promote his relationship with several famous female saints in Zhengzhou. In a sense, even worse than him. Perhaps because they were both villains, Guhan couldn't help but feel pity and sympathy for this female devil. Furthermore, the protagonist of this book has an unusual background, and seems to be hiding some terrifying background that he is not aware of. It is also very necessary to create some villain forces of your own to compete with the forces behind him or the forces on good terms with him. What era is this? They villains are not fools. Why would you need to fight the protagonist 1v1 when you can just group fight and suppress him? In a sense, this future Blood Moon Demon Lord is not much less capable than the Empress in terms of potential. According to the original plot, Chu Yue will definitely become the Empress in the future. However, I have suffered losses so many times. He would not be so stupid as to do thankless tasks and end up making things difficult for that jerk Yi Qingyun. After thinking about and formulating a series of subsequent plans, and consolidating his realm again, Gu Han got up and left the cave. Brother, you finally came out. However, he had just left his cave when he ran into Chu Yue and others who had been waiting for him for the past few days. Brother, you've been meditating in seclusion in the cave these days and haven't eaten anything. We prepared this food especially for you, and it's still warm. Chu Yue smiled, revealing a smile that was so beautiful that it could captivate the whole country. However, Gu Han didn't even look at the other person and just walked past him. To be honest, the gentleness shown by the other party now made him feel disgusted. In the past, as their senior brother, he always put a lot of thought into making all kinds of delicious food for them. But since Yi Qingyun came to the sect, Chu Yue and the others used the cooking knowledge they had taught them in every possible way to cook various delicious foods for Yi Qingyun to enjoy. Anyway, whatever they did, they thought of Yi Qingyun, who had just joined the sect, rather than him, the senior brother who had taken care of them for many years. It's really disgusting that the same tricks used on Yi Qingyun are now being used on him. Chapter 19. Putting the facts aside, are you not wrong? Brother, I have been unable to figure out a sword technique these days. Master, your swordsmanship attainments have always been the highest among us. Could you please? Luo Baiji, holding a book of ancient swordsmanship in her hand, wanted to use this method to ease the relationship with Gu Han. After all, her former senior brother doted on her very much. Whenever she had any doubts about the martial arts, no matter how busy he was, he would take time out to explain it to her. But this time she didn't get close. A breathtaking sword-like pressure emanated from Gu Han's body, forcing Luo Baiji to turn pale and step back several steps. Brother, Lu Ruyan had just opened her mouth when Gu Han's sudden cold gaze interrupted all her thoughts, and she was enveloped by boundless fear. Fortunately, she was still quite far away from Gu Han, otherwise it would be hard for her not to suspect that she might get hurt later. The sudden shock and grievance filled her eyes with tears again. It's clear that senior brother had always been very kind to her. Just because she made a mistake this time, is he going to treat her with such disgust? But I have already apologized and deeply reflected on my mistakes, so why can't I forgive her? Gu Han's expression was very cold, and he felt bad when he saw these people. There is no need to say much about Lu Ruyan, as she knows everything. Chu Yue and Luo Baiji are not innocent either. Not to mention that in his previous life, he turned a blind eye to the many times he was in trouble. Just before this, neither of them knew the truth. However, he subconsciously chose to believe Lu Ruyan and Yi Qingyun, and turned to show disappointment and contempt for him, and even indirectly spread the rumor in the sect that he was the culprit. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. No snowflake is worth forgiving. Only dogs would eat what you make, so I won't eat it. Want me to teach you swordsmanship? Sure, it'll cost you 1,000 spirit stones in half an hour. If you can't learn it, it's your own fault. Don't blame me for not teaching you well. As for you. Gu Han looked at Lu Ruyan again with a cold voice. Just get out of the way. Listening to my once gentle senior brother, his words are now so sharp and harsh. The three women's hearts ached and their faces turned gloomy. Why did my brother become like this just because of such a small misunderstanding? Can we never go back to the past? Big brother. When did you become like this? At this moment, a young man not far away roared, his eyes filled with sorrow and anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, Master and several of the senior sisters did something wrong in this matter, but they have deeply reflected on their mistakes and sincerely want to apologize to you, senior brother. But as the eldest senior brother, you have been using this matter to be aggressive and completely ungrateful. You were never like this before, senior brother. Besides, putting aside the original facts, aren't you, big brother, not at all wrong? the space suddenly fell into silence. Guhan raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at the person who spoke, and immediately smiled. He had some impression of the young man in front of him. His name was Tang Yu. He had very good qualifications and possessed powerful talents in physical body that far exceeded those of other disciples. For various reasons, he met the male protagonist Yi Qingyun and became his good brother. But in a subsequent secret trial, she was exploited by the male protagonist and eventually died tragically in the secret realm. The funniest thing is that Tang Yu felt until his death that the male protagonist Yi Qingyun always regarded him as his best brother and treated him sincerely. Little did he know that the opportunity in the secret realm should have been his turning point, the turning point for him to step onto the real big stage. Not only was her opportunity taken away by the male protagonist, but she also became a shield for the other party to escape unscathed. Even until her death, she thought that the male protagonist was a good person, and a very pitiful person. He chuckled and shook his head. Guhan's eyes were teasing, and he raised his chin slightly. "What are you barking about?" The words fell. Guhan raised his finger without any warning. In an instant, the spiritual energy law accumulated and squeezed in his hands, and instantly turned into a terrifying law gale that rushed towards Tang Yu. "You!" Tang Yu's face changed drastically. He never expected that Guhan would attack him without any warning. However, his cultivation had already broken through to the spirit palace realm not long ago, coupled with his powerful physical strength. In his opinion, it should not be a problem for him to block Guhan's sudden attack. In the next moment, the oncoming gale of law seemed to carry with it the power to crush everything in its path. It was completely impossible for him to resist, and he was forced to kneel on the ground. Tang Yu was stunned. He had always known that this senior brother was very powerful, but he never expected him to be so powerful. But isn't the other party's cultivation also at the Lingong realm? Even if he is a few levels higher than me, the gap shouldn't be so big, right? Guhan nodded slightly, the corners of his lips curled slightly. "The attitude you just spoken made me very dissatisfied. In the future, if you want to criticize senior brother, use this posture and attitude. Only then will senior brother be more satisfied." Ding! The owner's actions are detected to be consistent with the villain's personality. 1,000 villain points are awarded. You. Tang Yu, who was humiliated in public, was immediately furious. "Okay, I know you're anxious, but don't worry." Guhan directly interrupted his spell. "I admit that I was upset with you just now, so I attacked you, so I apologize to you. Now that I've apologized, I think you won't be petty and still hold a grudge, right? Besides, putting aside the facts, aren't you wrong?" These words made Tang Yu's cheeks turn red with anger. But these were just what he had said, and he was completely unable to refute them. Don't teach others to be good until you have experienced their suffering. Guhan chuckled, put his hands behind his back and turned around. When you speak, use your brain. Tang Yu's eyes were bloodshot. Big brother, in my impression, you were not like this before. Guhan didn't care at all, his voice was cold and sarcastic. Now you know. Clatter. As he spoke, Guhan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A flying sword immediately broke through the air and hovered in front of him. Guhan jumped and landed on the flying sword with incredible agility. My cave has been specially marked. If any one of you dares to trespass into my cave, I'll definitely break her legs. After saying that, Guhan flew towards Tsangjian Mountain on his sword. Many disciples of Xuanyu Peak looked at Guhan's back as he gradually disappeared from their sight, and an inexplicable emotion surged in their hearts. The gentle senior brother may never come back. Chapter 20. Where I go is none of your business. At the same time, Xuanyu Peak is the 13th sacred peak. How could this happen? A low, hoarse roar filled with endless anger suddenly sounded. His eyes looked into the depths of the cave. At this moment, Yi Qingyun's eyes were red, and his pupils were completely covered with bloodshot eyes filled with anger. He had previously been immersed in absorbing the sun and moon divine grass to further improve his realm. But just now, I suddenly received news my own family that Songfengyi family is gone. All the uncles and aunts who had taken care of him since he was a child died tragically, and only 2 cousins who had played with him since childhood barely escaped. What is scary is not that the family is suddenly destroyed without any warning. But he had no idea who destroyed his family. What made him even more angry was those guys seemed to have a blood feud with them. Not only did they kill all those who had blood ties with their Yi family, he also shook all the egg yolks and even dug 3 feet into the ground, dug out the earthworms and cut them in half vertically. He was so cruel. Old Bai. Are you sure that by leaving that clone behind, you haven't identified the identity of the thief who attacked my Songfeng Yi family? The moment Yi Qingyun finished speaking, suddenly, strange ripples appeared in the space. As strands of golden thread stretched out, they eventually slowly formed an old Taoist priest with white eyebrows, a terrifying aura and an illusory figure. He met Mr. Bai when he was a child herding sheep and accidentally fell into a hidden cave. Although he is only in the form of a soul now, his strength is still unfathomable. Not only had he protected his life many times, but he had also given him a lot of guidance on cultivation over the years. Bai Lao sighed and said, "Those guys are all very powerful, and they even wear special magical instruments that conceal their auras. Plus, the situation was urgent at the time. I only had time to escort your cousins away, Xingyun, and didn't find out their identities." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun clenched his fists, his body trembled slightly, and the anger in the depths of his pupils became more intense. "No, I have to go down the mountain and return to my family." "Xingyun, don't do anything stupid." Bai Lao hurriedly said, "Those guys of unknown origin were clearly well prepared. Your return to the family now is exactly what they want. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. With your talent, Xingyun, you will be able to become a powerful man who can stand on your own. By then, it won't be too late to seek revenge on these guys." Mr. Bai kept trying to persuade him kindly. After all, Yi Qingyun was someone he had watched grow up. Moreover, not only does the other party possess the only golden dragon luck in the ages, his background and bloodline are also extremely extraordinary. He also hides many unknown secrets in his body, and he will surely become invincible in the future. He also wanted to cultivate it into a strong one, and finally rely on Yi Qingyun's kindness to help him rebuild his body. Now this inexplicable genocide disaster is really strange, and it is very likely that it is specifically aimed at Yi Qingyun. In order to ensure his own and Yi Qingyun's personal safety, he naturally had to stop Yi Qingyun from forcibly going down the mountain. With the consolation of Mr. Bai, Yi Qingyun gradually woke up from his anger. Although he was still angry, he gradually regained some of his rationality. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. I don't care who you are. Once I find out the truth, I will make you pay 100-fold. Ding! Detected that due to the master's indirect means, the protagonist Yi Qingyun's Dao heart has suffered some damage. Congratulations to the master for obtaining 1500 villain points. Ku Han, who was flying on a sword, suddenly heard the system's broadcast and was slightly stunned. But then he seemed to understand something, and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. It seems like Yi Qingyun is quite well informed. Did he find out so quickly that his family is gone? He actually hoped that Yi Qingyun would go down the mountain and return to his tribe to find out what happened in anger. That would be exactly what he wanted. Not to mention killing the guy who went to Feixian Tower directly, we can definitely force him to use some of his trump cards. However, Yi Qingyun is not too stupid, and with the buff of the protagonist's halo, the other party will most likely not do as he wishes. But this is not a big problem. After all, didn't his brother and sister just escape into the northern wilderness mountains? Wait for the people from Feixian Pavilion to find them all. He directly used these 2 people as bait, and he didn't believe that Yi Qingyun would not take the bait. Although Yi Qingyun is a selfish guy. But I value my family very much. This was a weakness he could exploit. What happened a few days ago caused a huge uproar. Therefore, as he was flying on his sword towards the mountain gate, he kept feeling several vague gazes constantly scanning him. During this period, several sect elders even came forward to talk to him. It seems that between the lines there is concern for his recent condition. In fact, it was just a test for him, to test whether he wanted to run away quietly when he left the sect this time. Once you go down the mountain, will you never come back? Although Guhan repeatedly stated that he had important things to do when he came down the mountain, it was not convenient to disclose it. But he could still feel many vague gazes constantly being cast at him. Brother, where are you going this time? Can I come with you? At this moment, a soft and tentative voice suddenly sounded behind him. It's Luo Baiji. He was also impressed by his junior sister. Luo Baiji is extremely talented in swordsmanship and possesses the legendary and extremely rare top-notch swordsmanship physique and a clear sword heart. In the future, he will become a world-famous land swordsman with his powerful cultivation and swordsmanship attainments. In his previous life, he had cultivated his junior sister with great care. In order to help her forge a sword that best suits her, he did not have a good rest for several months in a row. He had been concentrating on grinding in the weapon refining pavilion, just to forge the most perfect sword for her. In addition to practicing sword skills, sword practitioners also need to cultivate their minds. Therefore, it is necessary to travel frequently. At that time, his junior sister was still relatively weak, and he was worried every time she went down the mountain for trials. He often followed her quietly and helped her solve many problems. But what is the result? Luo Baiji, who should have a transparent sword heart and be able to easily see through the essence of anything. However, after that incident happened, he chose to believe Yi Qingyun and Lu Ruyan without hesitation, making his senior brother who took care of him wholeheartedly look like a clown. Of course, what made him heartbroken was naturally far more than just this incident. He didn't want to talk about the bad things in his previous life anymore. Guhan had his hands behind his back, without even turning his head, and his voice drifted in with the cold wind. Where I go is none of your business. No. Chapter 21. It's just a problem with my state of mind. I can definitely change my brother back. Listening to the cold and chilling answer from my senior brother. Luo Baiji's transparent sword heart, which rarely showed any ripples of emotion, couldn't help but feel a sharp pain at this moment. Even in the depths of her beautiful eyes, a mist of tears was faintly welling up. She didn't understand why her once extremely gentle senior brother became like this just because of such a misunderstanding. Not only is his attitude cold, but his words are also harsh. The way he looked at them was even worse than that of a stranger. Deep in those cold eyes, she could feel a strong sense of disgust and resistance. But there were many strange things about that incident back then. Can't blame her too much. Besides, she did not trust her senior brother, but that was understandable, wasn't it? Master, senior sister is right. That incident must have dealt a heavy blow to senior brother, causing his Tao heart to be damaged and his state of mind to be impaired. So, ultimately, it leads to a huge change in one's entire character. Once we find a way to restore brother's Tao heart and state of mind, he will definitely change back. Use the back of your hand to hide the tears from the corners of your eyes. Luo Baiji did not give up and flew on her sword to catch up with Guhan, who was going away, to prevent him from leaving the sect without returning. However, she deliberately kept a certain distance from Guhan. Her current senior brother makes her feel scary. Swordwind Sect, Library. The sword-asking sect was once prosperous and glorious, so it collected a lot of ancient skills and ancient books. Looking up, I saw a spiral staircase extending upward, and it was difficult to see the end at a glance. The supposedly ethereal scent of books even became tangible under the reflection of these vast quantities of ancient books. At this moment, on the top floor of the library, a beautiful snow-white figure is particularly eye-catching. No. I clearly remember the Sex Sutra library contains ancient books on restoring Tao heart. Why can't I find them? Mu Beiling's cold and beautiful face was full of anxiety. Her slender jade fingers kept pulling out one ancient book after another. Her beautiful eyes widened and she quickly scanned the ancient books. It seemed that she didn't find what she wanted, so she hurriedly put them back. This made several elders who were accompanying him in the search frown. In their impression, Mu Beiling is never impatient and is a calm person. Ever since that incident, he seemed like a completely different person. Compared to what the other party said about Guhan's state of mind and problems with his Tao heart. Instead, they felt that there was something wrong with Mu Beiling herself. Demon Locking Tower. Senior sister. Please understand. The demon locking tower is temporarily closed to the sect's disciples. Several disciples dressed in the uniforms of the law enforcement hall stopped the excited Chu Yue and Lu Ruyan. No matter how they insisted, they were not allowed to enter. Finally, if they continued to affect his work, he would arrest them and take them to the law enforcement hall to be punished. The two women reluctantly left. "Senior sister, what should I do?" Lu Ruyan's eyes were slightly red and her voice was slightly choked and hoarse. Legend has it that the great demon on the 6th floor of the demon locking tower possesses a method that can see into a person's true heart and even allow a cultivator to repair his damaged state of mind. Now that the demon locking tower is sealed, I don't know when it will be open again. Senior brother has been so fierce and scary these days. I hope he can return to his original self as soon as possible. I will never act recklessly again, and I will never wrongly accuse my brother again. Whoa. Listening to Lu Ruyan's low sobs, Chu Yue, who is always calm, also felt a headache. The demon locking tower is currently under guard. Entering it is already very difficult, at least it is absolutely impossible in the next few days. Let's wait until these guards relax their vigilance a little, then we can think of a solution. A look of determination also flashed in the depths of Chu Yue's beautiful eyes. Their eldest brother just has a problem with his state of mind. As long as he can restore it, he will be able to turn back into the gentle senior brother he used to be. Tianhuang City is located in an extremely remote area. In addition, it is located in the most desolate desert continent. Therefore, there is no so-called rule or order here at all. There are only two kinds of people here, the strong and the weak, people and two-legged sheep. But to be honest, the fact that the future Blood Moon Demon Lord came out of such a place and eventually became a top-tier powerful man feared by the world did make him a little impressed. It's a pity that such an invincible female villain in the early stage was killed directly by the plot, which is so bloody. But it makes sense when I think about it. This kind of old-fashioned and cool novel is indeed of this type. The protagonist makes rapid progress all the way. Even if he encounters a huge life and death crisis, he will not die. It will only end temporarily. In the end, he will learn more terrifying skills and come back with strength to crush all enemies. Anyone who goes against him will be a villain and cannon fodder, and will never have a good ending. Especially when the villain is moved by a few words from the protagonist, changes his mind at the last moment, and is willing to be killed by him, the plot is even more melodramatic. Soon, a huge dark ancient city appeared at the end of the field of vision. On a damaged plaque that had weathered the sun and the moon were inscribed three ancient characters, Tianhuang City. He had been exposed to these gray transactions in his previous life and was very familiar with them. Therefore, it didn't take much time to find the location of the slave camp in Beihuang City. "Sir, these are all carefully selected from the wilderness. They all have excellent roots. Whether it's used as a medicine or to train it into a Deadpool, it's a perfectly good choice. Look at that child. She was once a daughter of a prominent family. She has fair skin, beautiful looks, and excellent talent. My lord, you can buy her and use her as a cauldron. It only costs 2,000 spirit stones." In a quiet and dilapidated courtyard, a middle-aged man with shifty eyes and a smirk on his face was trying hard to introduce Guhan. Looking up, I saw countless skinny boys and girls wearing tattered clothes and linen gathered in this dilapidated courtyard. Some people's bodies were covered with shocking scars, and it was obvious that they had suffered inhuman abuse. He ignored the middle-aged man with shifty eyes who was trying to sell him the goods. Guhan's dark eyes scanned the dilapidated courtyard. Finally, in a dark corner, I saw a girl of about 11 or 12 years old, hugging her knees and curled up like a kitten. The girl's messy black hair was spread on the ground, and it was covered with a lot of mud. Her clothes were tattered, revealing large areas of skin covered with mud and dust. Although the girl looked haggard and miserable. However, one can still tell from her delicate facial features that she is definitely a beauty. The most impressive thing is, the black-haired girl has a pair of eyes like red full moons, giving people an ominous and dangerous and tempting aura. Chapter 22, Shouldn't the most beautiful eyes buy me money for my life? After a brief moment of daze, Guhan could be sure that this woman was the vicious female supporting character in this book, the strongest female villain boss in the early stage, the future Blood Moon Demon Lord, Han Mengyao. After all, with the iconic black hair and red eyes, there would be no one else but her. I want this girl. Gu Han seemed to have finally found something that satisfied him, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of his lips. This. Seeing Gu Han walking towards Han Mengyao, the middle-aged man with shifty eyes was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly walked in front of Gu Han to block his way. Sir, you don't know. This guy's name is Han Mengyao. He's the worst quality we have here. He has weak bones and is quite old. The price-performance ratio is too low. We can't recommend you to step into this trap, right? Also, Han Mengyao has been spotted by someone from the City Lord's mansion not long ago. Our City Lord is the best of the best. I plan to send her to him on a chosen day for him to enjoy. Although this wild girl doesn't have much talent for cultivation, she is quite pretty. Entering the City Lord's mansion is a good place for her to stay. While speaking, the middle-aged man with shifty eyes had already signaled his subordinates to take Han Mengyao away. You bastard! You are so lucky to be noticed by the people in the City Lord's mansion. How dare you come out and interfere with our business? A burly man started cursing and rolled up his sleeves to take Han Mengyao away. Gu Han frowned slightly. Everything is indeed developing according to the plot. In the original novel, Han Mengyao escaped while being sent to the City Lord's mansion as a slave. From then on, he began his legendary life as the Demon Lord. In a sense, the escaped Han Mengyao will encounter a heaven-defying opportunity that belongs to her alone. If he took action now, he would take it away. Will it cause Han Mengyao to miss the opportunity that originally belonged to her, or even prevent her from achieving the same achievements as in the original novel? Just when Gu Han was struggling over whether he should wait a little longer and wait for the right opportunity to take action, Han Mengyao, who was already trembling with fear because of the approaching burly man, suddenly bit her lips, and a hint of determination flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes, which were slightly glistening with tears. Then he took advantage of the moment when the burly man was distracted. The whole person burst out with unimaginable speed and strength, and before anyone could react, he had already pounced in front of Gu Han. The little hands covered in mud and dust grasped Gu Han's robe tightly, just like a drowning person grasping the last hope, refusing to let go, and the voice was full of earnestness and pleading. Master, please take me away from here. Mengyao is willing to work like a slave for you, forever. Presumptuous. A vicious and angry shout suddenly rang out. The middle-aged man with shifty eyes stretched out his big hand and wanted to grab Han Mengyao's hair and pull her off Gu Han. Etc. But as Gu Han's cold voice sounded, the middle-aged man stretched out his hand, but it suddenly froze in mid-air, his expression a little stiff and dull. Ignoring the middle-aged man, Gu Han slowly squatted down. His deep, dark eyes met Han Mengyao's scarlet eyes without hesitation, and a faint smile played on the corners of his mouth. You just wanted to say that you were willing to work like a cow or a horse for me and never leave me for the rest of my life? Han Mengyao was stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously. As long as you are willing to take me away. Mengyao is willing to give everything to you. Then will you trust me no matter what I do from now on? Believe. No matter what you do to Mengyao, Mengyao believes that you are right. These words suddenly made Gu Han feel a different emotion in his heart. Looking at his own reflection in the depths of the girl's eyes, Gu Han believed that what Han Mengyao said was absolutely true, and she would do what she said. He suddenly felt a little ridiculous. It's ridiculous that my master and junior sisters, who have been with me for many years, didn't choose to believe me when the accident happened. Suddenly I felt a little relieved. See, there are still people in the world who believe him, right? Okay, I promise. A gentle curve appeared at the corner of Gu Han's mouth. But I have to say, your eyes are the most beautiful I have ever seen. The timing is perfect. According to the original plot, Yi Qingyun captured the heart of such a female devil with just this one sentence. Now he is here. He was the first to say this. He wondered how that idiot Yi Qingyun could achieve a plot kill with such a ridiculous sentence. For Han Mengyao, time seemed to have fallen silent at this moment. The figure of the man in white reflected in her eyes was constantly raised and magnified at this moment, firmly reflected in the depths of her heart. This was the first time she had ever heard someone compliment her on her beautiful eyes. Ever since she could remember. Because she has a pair of scarlet eyes, she is considered ominous and the embodiment of disaster and misfortune. Children of the same age would never play with her. Instead, they would throw stones at her, hitting her head until it was bleeding, and say that she was an ominous witch who deserved to die. Even her biological parents regarded her as the source of all disasters and misfortunes. Even when she died of famine, they were still angry and blamed her for giving birth to such a disaster, otherwise they would not have suffered such misfortunes. So over time, she gradually accepted the result. I am the embodiment of disaster and am destined to be insulted and despised for the rest of my life. Many times she even wanted to gouge out her eyes. After all, this was the source of her lifelong pain. But until today. Gu Han's words were like a ray of light, piercing the darkness and opening the door to a new world for her. The middle-aged man with shifty eyes who had been watching this scene rolled his eyes around and soon revealed a meaningful smile. Oh my, I didn't expect adults to like this too. But this has already been reserved by the city lord's mansion. But if you want it, it's not impossible. That's the price. The city lord's mansion has paid 2,000 spirit stones. My lord, you can't let me do a business that will lose money. You have to give me some extra money to take care of things later, right? How about this, let's just be friends. 3,000 spiritual stones for a deal, how about that? Outside the dilapidated courtyard. Luo Baiji, who had just followed the trail to this place, was now stopped outside the door by two cultivators in the spirit palace realm. But through the crack in the broken door, I could still vaguely see the scene in the dilapidated courtyard. She originally thought that her senior brother had received some news, so he planned to be a hero and destroy the slave trade organization in one fell swoop. But I didn't expect that my senior brother was just here to buy slaves. My former senior brother has always been a man of justice and responsibility. Whenever he sees injustice, he will help. Now he has become like a villain. Luo Baiji tightly gripped the long sword in her hand, and the regret in the depths of her beautiful eyes could not be concealed. Deep down, she was completely disappointed with this senior brother. Just when Luo Baiji wanted to draw her sword and decided to destroy the child trafficking organization single-handedly. A cold, indifferent yet playful voice sounded. 3,000 spirit stones? Are you asking me for spirit stones? Shouldn't you give me enough spirit stones as money to buy my life? Chapter 23. The market has changed, now it requires 30,000 spirit stones. I have always known that I am a complete profiteer with shifty eyes. When he heard Gu Han's words again, he was stunned. What the hell? He has been doing business for so many years, but this is the first time he has encountered such an arrogant person. They don't pay for the things they buy, but instead ask them to pay for their lives? Is there still law? Is there still law? However, after seeing Gu Han's expression, he was convinced that this boy was serious, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Boy, I see you have an extraordinary bearing. You must be the heir of a certain sect or a noble family. But we are in Tianhuang City. Since you insist on breaking the rules. The next moment, the middle-aged man suddenly changed the subject and shouted coldly, "Go! Kill him!" Boom! In an instant, several waves of spiritual energy rose up from the surroundings and rushed straight towards Gu Han. The burly man with a ferocious look who was rushing in the front had already reached the 7th level of the spirit palace realm. At this moment, he was holding a crescent-shaped scimitar with a bright and cold light in his hand, and was chopping it down towards Gu Han's head. But there was no expected sound of hacking and bursting of flesh and blood, and the whole world suddenly became eerily quiet. Even the other cultivators who were rushing towards Gu Han from all directions had dazed expressions and their movements were completely frozen in place. How is this? Everyone's pupils contracted, and their gazes focused on one area at the same time. The strongest among them swung his sword with all his strength, and the sword was only a few centimeters away from Gu Han's head. But even if this cultivator unleashed his own might and released an extremely sharp sword energy, let alone posing a threat to Gu Han, he couldn't even touch a hair on his head. As a monk who felt this terrifying impact at close range, he was already shocked to the point of his scalp numbing. He could sense very clearly that there was some kind of terrifying law force field surrounding Guhan, and his burst of aura was completely suppressed and imprisoned the moment it touched this law force field. In everyone's pupils that were dilated to the limit. Guhan slowly raised his eyes, and at the same time, he also raised a finger that did not gather any strength. In my ears, his voice, as cold as an icy prison, said, "If you have only this little ability, don't follow others in kidnapping children." As the voice fell, his raised finger had already touched the monk's crescent-shaped scimitar, and then he bent his finger and flicked it slightly. Bite. In the silent world, the crisp sound of fingers colliding with metal could be heard. It was clearly as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but it was like a thunderclap in a clear sky. The crescent-shaped scimitar that was bought at a huge price was more fragile than thin ice and instantly exploded into iron chips all over the sky. However, the force that emerged from Guhan's fingertips did not weaken. It then continued to spread along the monk's arms until it spread to every corner of his body. Phew! The sound of bones cracking and flesh bursting that followed was so clear that it made people's teeth ache. In the sudden eruption of blood mist, the black-robed monk's limbs exploded one by one, and his flesh, blood and bones were brutally destroyed in an instant. The whole person didn't even have time to scream before he exploded into a bloody mist. It took several breaths of time until the blood mist exploded. Heart-wrenching screams filled with extreme terror were then heard. It was not emitted by the man who was blown into a bloody mist and completely destroyed, but by the middle-aged man with shifty eyes and several other people at the same time. The previous sinister expressions on their faces had completely disappeared, and were replaced by pale expressions of extreme fear. His legs had already gone weak and he fell to the ground like mud. Because of excessive shock, his facial features were distorted, his pupils were filled with horror and disbelief, and his soul was shocked to the point of almost exploding. When he was young, that person was also a prodigy of a sect, but he was expelled because he committed some crimes. In the end, he paid a large sum of money to hire him as his thug. The cultivation level of the 7th level of the Spirit Palace realm holds a place in the entire Beihuang city. This is one of the reasons why he was able to grow his business so big. But now, the strong man whom he had hired at a huge expense was actually killed by the man in white in front of him with just one finger. Luo Baiji, who had heard the noise outside the door and had drawn his sword to rush to Guhan's aid, stood there in a daze, holding the sword like a piece of wood, unable to believe what was happening so close to him. As she rushed in, she saw that the strongest among the monks had been blown into a bloody mist. Although she didn't see clearly how Guhan made his move. But one thing is certain, my senior brother will definitely end the battle in an instant with a crushing attitude. But that person is a cultivator at the 7th level of the Spirit Palace realm. Isn't senior brother only at the 4th level of the Spiritual Palace realm? Even if you have exceptional talent, it will still take some time to solve it, right? Sir, this was all a misunderstanding. The middle-aged man who was their leader was completely terrified. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead. He hurriedly said in panic, "Sir, if you want to take this man away, just take him away directly. No need to give spirit stones." But when he saw Guhan's meaningful smile, the middle-aged man hurriedly changed his words. "It was us who were blind and offended you, sir. We are willing to pay you 3,000 spirit stones as compensation." "No, the money you paid for your lives before was 3,000 spirit stones." Guhan chuckled and shook his head, saying, "The market has changed now. It costs 30,000 spirit stones." The middle-aged man was stunned when he heard this. What the hell? He asked for 30,000 spirit stones right off the bat. Why don't you go grab it? But he immediately choked on the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Isn't this guy just robbing them? A trace of determination flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I will get it for you." While speaking, his right hand was very hidden, and he touched his waist as if inadvertently. At the same time, the remaining few people who were originally intimidated by Guhan's strength also looked at each other secretly and decided to make a final desperate fight. 30,000 spirit stones is an astronomical figure for them. I have no money, but I have my life. The next moment, the middle-aged man pulled out a jade pendant from his waist and crushed it with force. A certain special power sealed within it was instantly exerted upon him, and his aura rose sharply in an instant. But he did not rush towards Guhan with all his strength. Instead, he put all his strength into speed, like an arrow breaking through the sky, and directly grabbed Han Mengyao, who was beside Guhan. He knew that he could never be a match for Guhan, and his only chance of survival was to capture Han Mengyao as a hostage, use her to threaten Guhan, and turn the tables. The others immediately understood their master's idea, and at the same time burst out their cultivation, trying to attract Guhan's attention from the side as much as possible. "Brother, be careful." Luo Baiji cried out in surprise and rushed forward with his sword, wanting to provide assistance. "I don't need any help from the idiot." Guhan just said this coldly, interrupting Luo Baiji's actions. Clang! Along with the sound of sword chanting that shook the sky, a long sword with a sharp cold light suddenly rushed out from the vortex of space, carrying unparalleled power. Even without Guhan deliberately swinging his hand, it broke through the air, pierced, chopped, and cut across. Swish, swish, swish. Amidst the roar of the air being constantly cut and shattered. In the pitch-black night, there seemed to be countless dazzling white lines, constantly overlapping and interweaving, turning into a sword net crisscrossed by sword energy. When the last sword light flashed by like a comet in the long night, the whole world fell into silence again, and all the crisscrossing sword lights gradually subsided and dissipated. The magic sword returned to its sheath and floated beside Guhan. A cold wind blew by, pressing the pause button on the world again. Crunch! Immediately afterwards, a sound similar to the sound of blood and flesh flowing was heard, and a scene that made people's scalps tingle appeared. Chapter 24. I don't want a timid waste. I saw several people rushing towards Guhan from all directions, and they suddenly froze in place. Even the expressions on their faces and the movements of their bodies did not change at all, like a frozen painting. The only thing that was constantly changing was their pupils, which had completely shrunk to the size of a pinhole. Luo Baiji didn't know if it was an illusion, but she even felt from their eyes that these people seemed to have seen the most terrifying scene in the world before they died. How could it be? Similarly, the middle-aged man, who had unleashed all his potential through the special blessing of the secret talisman, also stopped not far from Guhan. It's not that he doesn't want to rush forward, but he can't move at all. It seems that starting from the thigh area, his lower body has completely lost sensation. Accompanied by a cool breeze blowing again. The bodies of the monks who were completely frozen in place slowly disintegrated and collapsed in the cold wind. The whole body of the man suddenly turned into countless tiny pieces of flesh and blood, but before these pieces of flesh and blood fell completely to the ground, they turned directly into a blood mist in the sky and gradually dissipated with the cold wind. The cold wind, carrying the pungent smell of blood, rushed straight to the top of her head and continuously poured into Luo Baiji's nasal cavity, causing her heart to skip a few beats at this moment. My senior brother now has become so scary. The middle-aged man, the only survivor, was not much better off. Although he was not directly cut into pieces of meat. But his body had been completely severed from the thighs onwards, and intense pain surged through his body like a tide, causing his muscles to spasm uncontrollably, and he kept uttering heart-wrenching howls, as if he had lost his last ability to resist. Since you want to follow me, you must demonstrate your potential and future value. As he spoke, Guhan drew out his long sword and handed it to Han Mengyao, his voice cold. I guess this guy bullies you a lot. He is now at your disposal. Kill him. Han Mengyao subconsciously took the sword. Due to long-term malnutrition, her body became extremely thin, so when she held the sword, her figure looked extremely short. Maybe I'm afraid inside. Or perhaps it was because holding the sword was a little difficult for her. Han Mengyao's small body was shaking constantly. Countless memories flashed through my mind. You piece of shit. Did I pick you up from the wilderness just to be a glutton? You eat so much every day. What's that attitude of yours? I gave you alms. If it weren't for me, you would have died in the wilderness and been fed to the monsters. If I don't kneel, I will beat you to your knees. Boss. Stop hitting her. She'll die if you hit her again. I think it's okay to teach her a lesson, just don't hit her face. We'll have to send her to the city lord's mansion later. Kill him? Han Mengyao's body was still shaking uncontrollably. In the future, she will be the cold-blooded and ruthless Blood Moon Demon Lord who kills people without mercy. But at this moment she was just a 12-year-old girl. She had never even killed a fish, so how could she kill anyone? What? You can't do it? Gu Han's cold voice sounded. In this cruel world, if you don't learn to kill, you will be killed by others. Furthermore, this person kidnapped children and sold them to wealthy businessmen as medicine or slaves. He bullied you like that and treated you like a dog. It's only right for you to end his life now. I want someone who is strong and ruthless enough, not a timid loser. The last sentence was like a thunderclap exploding in Han Mengyao's mind. Although her body was still shaking, the sword in her hand, which was flashing with cold light, had been raised high by her. Her scarlet eyes, like the full moon, were reflected on the cold sword. No, Mengyao. You can't kill me. I was the one who saved you from the wilderness. If it weren't for me, you would have died long ago. You can't repay kindness with enmity like this. Han Mengyao ignored him, and her short figure continued to approach the man who had completely lost the ability to move. Even though the middle-aged man struggled hard, it was useless. Then, because of excessive fear, he turned completely into anger and cursed at Han Mengyao. You damn bitch. Jinx. Someone said you were the embodiment of disaster. I shouldn't have saved you. I let you die in the wilderness, leaving no trace of your body. You even dared to kill me, your savior. Even if I die or become a ghost, I will not let you go. Phew. Before he could finish his angry words, Han Mengyao had already swung out a sword. There was a slight deviation, and one of the middle-aged man's arms was directly cut off. Blood splattered everywhere, and the smell of blood was pungent. The pain stimulated the middle-aged man, making his curses even more heartbreaking. And amidst the sounds of angry curses, Han Mengyao's scarlet eyes became even scarleter as she thought of many things in the past. She obviously did nothing wrong. Just because she has a pair of red eyes, she should be considered unlucky? So I will be beaten and scolded? So you don't even have the qualifications to live an ordinary life? Her biological parents dislike her. The world doesn't like her. Why do this to her? Obviously she didn't want this. Obviously her biggest wish is just to live like an ordinary person. Han Mengyao swung her sword faster and faster, her expression became somewhat ferocious, and more wounds appeared on the middle-aged man's body. The angry curses gradually turned into pleas for mercy, and finally slowly subsided. Click, click, click. Puff. Puff. The teeth-grinding sound of blood and flesh splattering continued to ring out. Well, he's dead. Until a big hand full of strength and warmth suddenly rested on her shoulder. Han Mengyao, who had fallen into a state of madness, suddenly came to her senses as if awakened from a dream. I thought Han Mengyao, who was killing someone for the first time, would be scared to tears. But what surprised Gu Han was that Han Mengyao not only did not cry out of fear, but instead returned the sword to him respectfully and said in a respectful voice, "Mengyao will obey your order, master." Gu Han was slightly stunned, and a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. She is worthy of being the future famous female supporting character of the Demon Lord who makes countless people tremble in fear. Even at such a young age, his brilliance is already evident. Gu Han stretched out his big hand and touched Han Mengyao's head lovingly. Very good. Follow me, and no one will be able to bully you in the future. But soon, the system sound suddenly broke this rare warmth. Ding! Detected that the owner bought something but didn't pay, and even instigated an underage girl to kill the seller with a sword. This matches the villain character setting. 1,000 villain points will be awarded as encouragement. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for completing 3 random daily tasks, doing things that fit the villain's character, or completing the villain's plot, and earning 1,500 villain points. Chapter 25, I once had the same tenderness, but it was my own fault. Gu Han was a little confused when he heard this. I have always felt that what I do has a human flavor. But in the eyes of the system, he was like this? On the side, Luo Baiji, who had witnessed the entire scene from beginning to end, originally wanted to speak out to stop his senior brother. After all, the senior brother just now was completely different from the one in memory. She was afraid that her senior brother would fall into the devil's way. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she felt the cold gaze from her senior brother. You may be very sure that you just need to dare to speak up. There is a chance that she will suffer physical harm. While feeling chilled and frightened, she couldn't help but envy Han Mengyao, who was treated so tenderly by Gu Han. But soon, this sudden surge of emotion was replaced by immense sadness, so much so that her beautiful eyes instantly became dim. She once had an extremely gentle senior brother. She didn't cherish it. It was her carelessness that led to the loss of her gentle senior brother. The regret in my heart became stronger and stronger. If she had investigated the truth of the matter at the beginning. Or stand firmly behind your senior brother. Instead of choosing to believe the junior sister's one-sided statement, would the ending be different? Luo Baiji sighed deeply. Leave the thoughts in your mind behind. People are always like this. Only after losing something will they understand the importance of cherishing it. Now that things have come to this, it is only their own fault. But fortunately, they may still have a chance to make amends. Okay, now that this matter is over, follow me. As he spoke, Gu Han took Han Mengyao's hand and walked out of the yard. Sir, they. Before leaving, Han Mengyao looked at the remaining children with some concern. Although she was also rejected by these children, there were also a few playmates among them with whom she had a slightly better relationship. Hearing this, Gu Han pondered for a moment, raised his hand and waved it, giving a small portion of the spirit stones he had previously looted from the middle-aged men to these children. After all, giving too many spirit stones would only bring unnecessary trouble to these children. Besides, he didn't want to be a bad guy. To this point today, I was just forced into it. Brother. Luo Baiji, who had seen the entire scene, suddenly felt ashamed of herself and stopped her hand, which was halfway raised. It was not until this moment that she had a clear understanding of her own stupidity. Previously, she even thought that her senior brother was a villain who bought and sold slaves. But now, everything that my senior brother does shows his style of doing things. She actually doubted a brother who hated evil and acted righteously twice in a row. She really deserved to die. Gu Han had no interest in knowing Luo Baiji's opinions or thoughts. However, before taking Han Mengyao away from Tianhuan City, Gu Han, whose spiritual perception was extremely sharp, soon realized that there were several eyes watching him in the dark. He didn't pay much attention to it, but just cast an indifferent look at the gaze with the most powerful aura without any hesitation. At this moment, his casual gaze seemed to ignore the distance between them, and he looked directly at an old man who was staring at him on a city wall somewhere. Almost at the same time, the old man in gorgeous clothes seemed to have suffered a serious injury. He covered his eyes, which were constantly bleeding, with his hands and let out a heart-wrenching wail. City Lord! What's wrong with you, City Lord? Enemy attack! Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor quickly! There was chaos on the city wall. Countless monks and guards hurriedly gathered towards the old man's location, surrounding him in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The old man, who was called the City Lord, had been in shock for a long time. Gu Han's glance just now seemed to have pierced through his eyes, inserting an invisible knife directly into his brain, and it was still stirring. He simply couldn't believe that with his cultivation level at the divine stage realm, he suffered a severe blow that nearly killed him just by looking into the other person's eyes. Could it be that that person has already reached the Daohua realm? To think there's such a young Daohua realm expert in this world, which top powers heir is he. At the same time, I was shocked and frightened. The old city lord, who barely managed to save his life, hurriedly ordered people not to investigate or get involved in the matter any further. Of course, Luo Baiji, who was abandoned and completely ignored by Gu Han, was also saved from trouble. After all, in the eyes of the strong men in the city lord's mansion, Luo Baiji followed closely behind Gu Han, and there might be a relationship between the two, so they did not dare to do anything beyond their authority. Gu Han did not bring Han Mengyao back to the sect. Instead, he took Han Mengyao to a town not far from the sect. Crossing the bustling street, Guhan took Han Mengyao's hand and came to a shop. The store is filled with countless clothes that are exquisitely crafted and obviously expensive. Even the shop assistants in the store were dressed brightly and had extraordinary temperament. It formed a stark contrast with Han Mengyao, who was covered in mud and wearing tattered linen clothes. "Sir, we are selling." A woman in the shop hesitated for a moment and was about to step forward. Guhan casually threw out a bag full of spirit stones. "Take her to the bath. With the remaining spirit stones, pick me 10 of the most expensive and finest clothes in your store, and the rest will be your tip." The woman, who originally had a troubled look on her face, suddenly had her pupils shrink in shock, and then her face was replaced by endless joy. "Don't worry, our service will definitely satisfy you." About half an hour later, Han Mengyao walked out of the guest room looking completely refreshed. Although she looks a little thin and short due to long-term malnutrition, she is still a real beauty. Her black hair cascaded down to her waist, her skin was fair, and her facial features were delicate. Especially those scarlet eyes, like blooming roses, are both dangerous and give people a sense of temptation and mystery. Paired with a white long skirt. Guhan's brows suddenly frowned. A white long skirt? I always feel that such a long skirt completely ruins the demon lord temperament that Han Mengyao should have. As his eyes wandered, Guhan suddenly saw a red dress with extremely gorgeous workmanship on the upper right side of the huge shelf. The entire red dress seems to be made of special materials, and there are even rune restrictions specially carved on it by formation masters. You can tell at a glance that it is very expensive. Guhan raised his hand and pointed, his voice light, "Name a price for that red dress." The female clerk was startled when she heard this and quickly waved her hand, saying, "You may not know this, dear sir. This red feather fairy skirt is a special collection of our owner. It is the treasure of the store and it is not for sale, it cannot be sold." But almost at the same time the woman finished speaking. She looked as if she had heard some instructions, her pupils suddenly contracted and her face was full of disbelief. But she adjusted very quickly, bowed slightly towards Guhan, swallowed her saliva, and spoke cautiously, "The owner just said. This red feather fairy dress can be given to you, sir, since we met by chance, I'll just treat it as making friends." Chapter 26. The most suitable technique will definitely change him back. When she saw that Guhan could easily take out so many spirit stones, she knew that he must not be an ordinary person. But now even the owner of the shop, who never shows up, has this attitude. Obviously, the origin of this young man was even more terrifying than she had imagined. Guhan was silent for a moment, then his expression curved. "I don't like taking advantage of others, nor do I like owing others anything." As he spoke, Guhan flicked his sleeves and threw a brocade box into the arms of the female clerk. "This is a reward for your shop owner." The female clerk, who had been watching Guhan disappear from her sight, finally breathed a sigh of relief and even subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Until some kind of breath fluctuation came from behind. "Shopkeeper." The woman suddenly woke up from a dream and hurriedly held the brocade box above her head with both hands. "I didn't expect that such an interesting person would appear here." At the same time, a sexy and charming female voice sounded. A fair and delicate jade hand suddenly stretched out from the shadows and grabbed the brocade box that the woman was holding above her head. With a click as it opens, the rich and refreshing medicinal aroma immediately spreads out, making people feel happy. This is. After seeing clearly what was in the brocade box, the woman who was hiding in the shadows with only a pair of narrow and beautiful eyes showing, her pupils shrank slightly, and there was a flash of surprise in the depths of her beautiful eyes. An anti-aging pill, and it's the highest grade anti-aging pill. It seems that he made it himself. I never thought that this small sword-asking sect actually hid such a peerless figure. Even I can't tell the depth of his person. And he's so young, yet he's able to refine such high-quality elixirs. Could he be the Yi Qin Yun the prophet mentioned, possessing the eternal golden dragon's luck? I have to say that the Hongshuan feather fairy dress was tailor-made for Han Mengyao. The scarlet dress made her skin look even whiter than snow. Coupled with that pair of red eyes that are like a full moon, the whole person is even more ethereal and illusory. At such a young age, he gives people a kind of enchanting and mysterious feeling.
In a trance, Guhan even saw the projection of the future Blood Moon Demon Lord through the present Han Mengyao. A man in red dress soars into the air. There is a blood-red full moon above my head. There are mountains of corpses and seas of blood under your feet. Such a shocking fantasy in my mind was soon broken by a strange cooing sound. Turning around, I saw that Han Mengyao's pretty face was slightly red, and she looked a little hurried and flustered. Guhan raised the corners of his lips and chuckled, "Are you hungry?" Hearing this, Han Mengyao became even more panicked and hurriedly shook her head and waved her hands, "Master, I'm not hungry." But almost as soon as she finished speaking, but my stomach started to growl again. Han Mengyao almost wanted to punch her own bulging stomach twice. Her pretty face turned even redder with shame. She said in a weak voice, "Okay, yes, I am a little hungry." Guhan shook his head and smiled, then turned around and walked towards a restaurant with Han Mengyao. In the future, Han Mengyao will be the Blood Moon Demon Lord. But now she is still a little girl who has not embarked on the path of cultivation, so naturally she will be hungry. Soon, a table full of delicious dishes was served. The alluring aroma of the food made Han Mengyao's eyes sparkle, and saliva flowed from the corners of her mouth. After all, she had never eaten such delicious meat in her previous life. It was already very good to be able to eat enough, even most of the food was rotten. "Eat it, it's all yours, no one will snatch it from you." Guhan smiled slightly, his voice gentle. Looking at Han Mengyao eating with big mouthfuls of rice and oil dripping from her mouth, Guhan couldn't help but think of his previous life again. She is such a cute and lively little girl. Why do people compare her to a female devil who eats human hearts and drinks cold blood? If the other person's life experience was not so tragic, perhaps he would not have suffered so much injustice and eventually embarked on such an unrecognized path. This reminded him of the bloody setting in the original novel. The villain was born into poverty and had a difficult life. After finally achieving something, he was treated as a cannon vehicle and attacked by the protagonist who was going smoothly. It's so ridiculous to think about it. The aura of a protagonist that Yi Qingyun possesses is truly terrifying. In the future, many people with great fortune will have many interactions with him. In order to better deal with these guys, I must also quickly train Han Mengyao to adulthood and establish the Blood Moon Demon sect. System, open them all. As Guhan finished speaking, a panel of information that only he could see immediately unfolded in front of him. Various ancient skills from all over the world are presented one by one. Now he has less than 6,000 villain points. But he considered that the martial arts he practiced was not suitable for Han Mengyao. Guhan decided to invest a little money and exchange it for a book in the system mall that was more suitable for Han Mengyao's martial arts. His eyes kept wandering among the countless panels of information. In the end, Guhan locked onto a martial arts technique called the Xianling Sutra. Those who learn this technique will have their understanding of the Great Tao further enhanced, and will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort when practicing other techniques in the future. In his impression, Han Mengyao possesses extremely high comprehension and insights into cultivating immortals. That's why he eventually became the world-famous Blood Moon Demon Lord. If the other party's understanding and insights into the Tao are further improved, it will reach an extremely terrifying level. After all, the foundation of the path of cultivation is the most important. Ding! Congratulations to the master for selecting the one that best suits Han Mengyao from among the countless techniques. You have a unique vision and have changed the original plot in a certain sense. Congratulations on receiving the subsequent special system reward, the Blood Moon Annihilation Technique. Guhan was slightly stunned, and silently changed his impression of the system's profiteers. My own Tonzi is also very good, he even gives himself benefits. At the same time, Luo Baiji, who was directly abandoned in Tianhuang City by Guhan, hurried and finally returned to Wenjian sect. He also exaggerated what happened in Tianhuang City. Master, I think there might not be anything wrong with my brother's Tao heart. If his Tao heart had truly become damaged, and he had become a being without emotions, I'm afraid he wouldn't have stood up for himself and taken action against those child abductors. Unconsciously, when Luo Baiji's voice fell into Mu Beiling's ears, it had begun to become ethereal and vague. Is there anything wrong with Daoxin?
She found it a little hard to accept this result. In her previous impression,
Gu Han has always been a very sensible and gentle disciple.
It is impossible for one's temperament to change so drastically in just a few days. Not only did he no longer call her master, he even completely erased the mark he had left on him. No matter how he tried to send a message, he couldn't get any response. She suddenly felt inexplicably panicked. I want to hold on to that last glimmer of hope.
It must be a problem with Daoxin, it must be. Otherwise, Honor would never become like this.
I must find a way to return Honor to her original appearance.
Chapter 27, Past Life and Time, The Forgotten Promise. Demon Locking Tower. After a full day and night of waiting, Chu Yue and Lu Ruyan finally found an opportunity to sneak into the Demon Locking Tower.
Junior sister, please wait here. If anything unexpected happens, immediately send me a message via the Soundstone. Seeing that her junior sister had arrived at the designated location, Chu Yue took a deep breath and then turned her gaze to the tall, dark demon locking tower in front of her. Because of what happened to my senior brother, the sect now has extremely strict supervision over the demon locking tower. She could only try to enter during the break when the disciples on duty changed shifts. But to be honest, she had no idea. After all, the current demon locking tower is not only guarded by disciples in shifts, but also has a special seal from the sect's head teacher. Even if she had this talisman to break the formation, it might not be able to help her break open a gap and let her enter. Furthermore, the demon locking tower is extremely dangerous. The demons sealed there are all extremely vicious demons, and those demons may not necessarily help her. Several fears came to her mind one after another, making her feel afraid for a moment. But then she thought about how her senior brother had severed ties with all of them because of this one incident, and looked at them as if they were strangers. Her heart was in uncontrollable pain again, which made her want to enter the demon locking tower and find a way to help her senior brother recover. Snap! Just when Chu Yue was in a dilemma, the barrier of law that sealed the demon locking tower suddenly cracked inch by inch. In an instant, an indescribable unknown force rushed out like a torrent breaking through a floodgate, rushing straight towards her face. When Chu Yue came to her senses again, she suddenly discovered that she seemed to be floating in an extremely mysterious void in the state of a soul. Buzz! The next moment, suddenly, dots of silver light appeared in the depths of the dark and empty space. Then they continued to converge and reorganize into a roaring and surging torrent of time and space. Amidst the surging waves, images that seemed to come from other times and spaces shone and folded on them. Chu Yue didn't know if it was an illusion, but she saw a memory that was both familiar and yet seemed a little different. At that time, she had just been brought up the mountain by her master, and was just an ignorant little girl who was curious about everything. In the picture, there is a young man in white with a bright smile and an upright figure. He claims to be her senior brother. He not only treats her with special tenderness, but also always teaches her carefully. Whenever she didn't understand something, the young man in white would always do his best to explain it to her in the most understandable way, in order to strengthen her Tao heart and improve her cultivation aptitude. The young man in white would always explore various secret realms, seeking out treasures that would help him stabilize his Tao heart. Even though this would always leave him covered in wounds, he never complained or asked for anything. He simply loved to pat his childhood self's head, chuckling softly as he spoke, "Yue is going to become a great empress in the future. You must remember my kindness. After becoming the empress, even if you can't conquer a kingdom for me, at least protect me for the rest of my life." In the picture, my childhood self nodded seriously, as if taking the words of the young man in white to heart. But later, a young man in green clothes, Yi Qingyun, came up the mountain. All her attention was drawn to her. She is infinitely tolerant of Yi Qingyun. He even forgot the agreement he had made with the young man in white, and used the foundation he had built for himself to build a kingdom for Yi Qingyun, even spending the rest of his life to protect his safety. And the young man in white who treated her so badly when she was young. He eventually died in an unprecedented war initiated by Yi Qingyun. The most ridiculous thing is that she was not far away from the man in white at that time. She only needed to make a slight move to easily save the life of the man in white. But in the picture, she seemed to have no brains, and she had to do everything in her power to help Yi Qingyun, who was in absolute safety. She remained indifferent to the death of the man in white from beginning to end, her eyes filled with Yi Qingyun. At the last moment when the image shattered, he saw the face of the man in white lying in a pool of blood. It was indeed her senior brother Guhan.
No, it's not like that.
After the extreme visual impact, Shu Yue covered her head with her hands, looking painful. I don't have any of these images in my memory. It was Master who brought me up the mountain. It was Master who also took on the responsibility of raising me. My senior brother and I never made any such agreement. It's fake, it's all fake. However, the images that kept flooding into her mind did not decrease despite her pain, but increased in number. She kept seeing the man in white who treated her sincerely being let down by her, or dying tragically because of Yi Qingyun. And the girl in the picture even made herself feel extremely unfamiliar. She actually was completely indifferent to the death of someone who truly loved her, and was even full of sarcasm and vitriol. Various emotions continue to grow in my heart. But what is more is confusion and inexplicable heartache. Why is she like this? How could she treat her senior brother like this?
Hallucination, it must be an illusion.
Yes, I remember it clearly. The seal of the demon locking tower was inexplicably broken, and a special aura penetrated deep into my mind.
This inexplicable aura must have altered and constructed some memories that shouldn't exist, trying to confuse my Dao heart.
But at this moment, an ethereal voice, filled with endless contempt, suddenly sounded deep in her heart. Honestly, for people like you who are ungrateful and have let him down so many times, even if you die 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times, it still wouldn't be enough. 8 reincarnations, yet you have indirectly or directly caused such a gentle person to suffer 8 lifetimes of misery because of you. Now, I just showed you the projection of one of my lives, and you look like your heart was about to collapse. Then have you ever thought about him, your senior brother, who lived through 8 lifetimes in such a miserable state? The sudden words made Shu Yue feel like she was struck by lightning. She is not a particularly stupid person. In fact, as early as when I saw those pictures in my memory, I had already guessed about those time and space pictures. It is speculated that it may involve past lives or another parallel time and space. But the ending of the senior brother in the picture is too tragic. She was too strange and mean in the picture, which made her unwilling to admit it. Now all of this has been pointed out directly. Her mood almost collapsed, and the severe pain in her heart almost made her faint. Chapter 28. The most painful birthday, set restrictions. Su Lingyue just watched the scene coldly. He was completely indifferent to the pain Shu Yue showed. Is this too much to bear? It's just the beginning. She also wanted these guys to feel the same pain that Guhan once felt, and struggle with regret in the abyss of no return. Until half an hour passed. Shu Yue finally managed to calm herself down. But her soul seemed to have suffered some kind of severe damage, and gradually became somewhat illusory and ethereal. However, she didn't pay much attention to her current condition, and her voice sounded a little excited. Who the hell are you? Why did you let me see this? Are these images really from my past life? But Su Lingyue did not respond much to her question, and his voice was as cold as ice. As for what is true and false, I believe you already have a sense of proportion in your heart. This is what you owe him. Even if you spend the rest of your lives repaying him, it won't be enough. Also, don't come to my territory from now on, or I won't mind breaking your legs. You. Without waiting for Chu Yue to speak again, a terrifying repulsive force came like a torrent, instantly expelling her soul. Senior sister. Shu Yue, whose soul returned to her body, was unable to recover for a long time. It was not until I felt my body being shaken by some force that my confused thoughts gradually returned to my body. That's great, senior sister. You're okay. You just seem to be possessed by a demon. You stood in front of the demon locking tower for a long time without moving. I called you and you refused. I thought you, senior sister, had been bewitched by one of the big demons. You scared me to death. Lu Ruyan's eyes were slightly red and her voice was anxious.
The next shift of disciples is coming soon.
We may not be able to enter the demon locking tower today, so we'll find another opportunity to come later. Having said that, Lu Ruyan grabbed her hand and ran away quickly. From beginning to end, Xu Yue did not resist at all, just like a dull wooden man. At this moment, all she could recall in her mind were scenes from her so-called past life. If everything is true, according to what the unknown female voice said, their senior brother had gone through 8 lifetimes of such boundless suffering. Moreover, I have an indirect or undeniable relationship with all of them. Senior brother's personality has changed so drastically in this life, it's like he's become a completely different person overnight. It's likely that he accidentally recalled some memories from his past life, that's why he couldn't wait to sever ties with us. Countless images kept flashing in my mind. She saw all kinds of tragic endings of her senior brothers. There was one scene that made her unable to let go for a long time. That day was my senior brother's birthday. That day, an unknown wave of demonic beasts suddenly began to attack their sword sect. Countless disciples of the sect did their best to snipe the monster. As the eldest senior brother, Guhan led the sect's elite troops to hold up a line of defense. It was because Yi Qingyun was in a little danger. The 3 sisters, and even their master, abandoned their original defenses and rushed to save Yi Qingyun, who had only suffered minor injuries, regardless of the cost. They completely forgot that their senior brother was right at the intersection of the defense lines they were responsible for. Finally, the defense line that was built with great difficulty collapsed completely. She saw her isolated and helpless brother finally lose his strength and be overwhelmed by the endless and surging tide of monsters. Finally, the limbs, flesh and blood were eaten by the monster beasts one after another. It was my birthday, but I didn't even receive a single birthday wish. Even on the best day, you can experience the most painful things. That pain, that despair. Just looking at that picture is enough to take your breath away. But this is most likely what their senior brothers have experienced. What have we done? Xu Yue's body couldn't stop shaking at this moment. When she opened her eyes again, tears of heartache and guilt were faintly visible in the depths of her pupils. If all that is true, it should still be in time in this life. We should still have a chance to make amends. At the same time, Hongye town, not far from the sword-asking sect. Guhan's brows suddenly furrowed slightly. Just now, he suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling of nausea. But these thoughts were quickly put aside. He has always been a man of action. Since we have decided to train Han Mengyao to be even more terrifying and powerful than the Blood Moon Demon Lord in the original plot, we must help her embark on the path of magic today. But before that, he also needs to impose some special restrictions on Han Mengyao. Han Mengyao, who had already finished a table full of food and was still eating meat buns in big mouthfuls, suddenly froze when she felt Guhan's gaze. She put the meat bun down awkwardly, her pretty face slightly red. Sir, I don't usually eat a lot. A bowl of rice, half a bowl of rice is enough. It's very easy to feed. Guhan didn't care that Han Mengyao ate several days' worth of food in just one meal. Mengyao, from today on, I will help you embark on the path of cultivation. But before that, I must place a special restriction in your body. Once this restriction is placed, you cannot disobey my orders, let alone harm me. Otherwise, you will suffer the backlash of the avenue and your soul will be shattered. You can't blame him for being cruel. After all, Yi Qingyun's protagonist halo is really too terrifying. Besides, he was also scared of the ungrateful people. I don't want to gamble, and I dare not gamble. If he raises Han Mengyao and helps her establish the Supreme Demon Sect, and she eventually turns against the protagonist, wouldn't he become a real clown again? Guhan lazily supported his chin with his left hand, tapped the table with his right index finger, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. But I have always been kind to others. You still have a choice. If you choose to leave now, I won't blame you. I'll also give you some money so you can find another way to make a living. Cough, cough, cough. Han Mengyao, who was concentrating on eating a meat bun, suddenly choked and her little face turned red. Who do you think Mengyao is, sir? Mengyao is not the kind of ungrateful person who only wants to take advantage of others. Just like Meng Yao said at the beginning, from now on, Meng Yao's life belongs to the adults.
If the master tells Meng Yao to go west, Meng Yao will never go east. The master's order is absolute. Meng Yao will never regret it. As she spoke, Han Meng Yao even took the initiative to grab Gu Han's hand and put it close to her head. In order to make you completely trust me, I am willing to let you plant a restriction in my body. Chapter 29, The Emperor's Appearance. The good show has just begun. Gu Han was slightly stunned. But the smile on the corners of his lips seemed even more gentle. In a moment, a special divine thought was separated from Gu Han's body and penetrated into the depths of Han Meng Yao's sea of consciousness. This special contract restriction has been completely completed. Gu Han was very satisfied with this. Now he could trust Han Meng Yao 100%. Come on, try to punch me. Ah!
Han Meng Yao, who was still eating the meat buns, was suddenly filled with questions. But after seeing Gu Han's serious look, Han Meng Yao still plucked up the courage and lightly punched Gu Han in the chest. But soon, a sharp pain suddenly spread from the heart, making Han Meng Yao's face slightly pale.
This is the effect of the special rune restriction. If you have any improper thoughts about me or want to kill me in the future, the consequences will only be more serious.
Han Meng Yao looked panicked and waved her hands hurriedly.
Meng Yao will never betray you. After imposing a special restriction on Han Meng Yao, Gu Han didn't waste time and went straight to the point.
Your talent is extremely special and is perfectly compatible with the path of magic. People always like to compare the devil to the embodiment of evil. In my opinion, this is actually a very ridiculous definition. There is no right or wrong in the world, only different standpoints.
The same is true for the devil and the righteous.
The technique I'm teaching you today will be the foundation for you to embark on the great Tao in the future. While speaking, Gu Han had already taken out the special skills he had exchanged in the mall from the system Spacian Ling Xianjing. However, your current aptitude is that of a mortal. If you directly learn this technique, you will easily suffer backlash and even explode and die. Before you formally learn this technique, you need to take this body tempering pill to strengthen your body. As he spoke, Gu Han waved his hand, and a pill with a rich fragrance and crystal glow appeared from the storage space.
Body tempering pill.
Han Meng Yao took the pill with a faint green glow in her hand, feeling shocked and confused. Because at that time, the middle-aged man would select many talented children among them and help them to temper their bodies in order to further stimulate their potential. However, the body tempering pill that the master gave her now was completely different. It was like the contrast between the elixir from heaven and the mud pill on the ground. Such a high-grade body tempering pill must require a lot of spirit stones. Han Meng Yao muttered softly, but Gu Han still heard it very clearly.
Spirit stone? Why do we need spirit stone? Don't you just need hands to refine this kind of medicine?
After all, he has lived for 9 lifetimes and has been involved in alchemy and weapon forging. Especially in the first life, when those ungrateful people were sick, I often ran to the alchemy room to make pills for them.
Although the final ending is that he became a clown.
But it must be said that he did learn an extremely remarkable method of alchemy in his lifetime.
Han Meng Yao was even more shocked when she heard this.
Not only is he extremely powerful, but he can also easily refine such high-quality elixirs.
Could he be the legendary immortal?
After a moment of shock, Han Meng Yao sat cross-legged and swallowed the body tempering pill in one gulp. The pill melted in the mouth and instantly turned into strands of golden warm currents, flowing through the throat and spreading to all the meridians in the body. At this moment, Han Meng Yao felt that the door to a new world was slowly opening towards her. Every inch of skin and every cell in the body is nourished, as if constantly transforming towards another level of rebirth. As time passed, many foul-smelling black impurities gradually seeped out of Han Meng Yao's pores. Although it was sticky and smelly, Han Meng Yao, who had been used to a hard life since childhood, was not too panicked. After washing the body according to Gu Han's instructions, it has been a complete success. Han Meng Yao has truly been refreshed in a sense. Not only did the skin become whiter and more translucent, but even the complexion of the face improved a lot. With the appearance of such a delicate little princess, no one would have thought that she was just a slave like a beggar the day before.
Gu Han was very surprised at Han Mengyao's change. It takes at least 2.5 hours to fully complete the body tempering.
But Han Mengyao completed the body tempering in less than half an hour, and it was better than he had imagined. Okay, then next, I will teach you how to draw qi into your body and feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Calm down and feel with your heart, feel those tiny points of light that exist in the universe, and try to resonate with them and bring them into your body. While speaking, Gu Han stretched out his palm again and placed it gently on Han Mengyao's little head. Using the power he possessed, he helped her establish a connection with the spiritual energy in the world as soon as possible. As the future world-famous Blood Moon Demon Lord in the original novel, Han Mengyao can truly be said to be gifted. Soon she entered some kind of magical state. The almost imperceptible spiritual laws in the world began to emerge like fireflies flying all over the sky, dancing and fluttering continuously. Finally, with Han Mengyao as the center, a circle of spiritual energy tide formed directly around her. Moreover, this tide even has a tendency to continue to expand and gradually form a kind of ocean of spiritual energy. Is this the spiritual energy transforming into a sea, the form of an emperor? Even though Gu Han was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by this scene. Han Mengyao actually possesses the talent of an emperor. Her path will definitely not stop at the demon lord of the Holy Realm. In the future, she will definitely become the empress of a region. This suddenly made him feel that the plot of the original novel was even more melodramatic. Such a powerful female devil was killed so easily by the plot in the end. Now, she has laid a solid foundation for Han Mengyao and given her the most suitable skills to practice. He has begun to look forward to Han Mengyao's future achievements. It's a bit funny. In his first life, he was determined to become a righteous elder brother, and he took care of Chu Yue, who was destined to become an empress in the future, with all his heart, hoping that Chu Yue would become an empress in the future and be able to protect the safety of his own area. But the result was that he died a very miserable death. Now that he is determined to become a real villain, he easily gets a female villain who will become the empress in the future. I have to say, being a villain, it feels so good. Ding! Congratulations to the master for successfully recruiting the future demon lord's female supporting role and completing a plot. Congratulations to the master for receiving a 6,000-point villain reward. Hearing the sudden announcement from the system, Gu Han's mood suddenly became happier. Adding the villain points he had accumulated previously, he now had more than 10,000 points. According to the original novel's plot, the Zhongzhou secret realm will soon be revealed. The protagonist, Yi Qingyun, will reach the first turning point in his life there. Not only will he meet many of Zhongzhou's top geniuses, he will even gain the favor of several Zhongzhou saints. There was a playful cold light flashing in the depths of Gu Han's pupils. Yi Qingyun, destroying your family is just the beginning. The good show of this life has just begun. Chapter 30, Checking in at the Blood Sea Forbidden Land, we are the ones who are always wrong. After successfully helping Han Mengyao stabilize her breath and fully communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Gu Han did not return to the sect. Instead, he flew on his sword with Han Mengyao towards a desolate mountain range. Because he had just triggered a new check-in location, the Red Blood Demon sect, the Forbidden Sea of Blood. Moreover, according to his memory of the original plot, if he hadn't taken action to indirectly save Han Mengyao, the other party had already escaped on the way to Tianhuang City. Finally, by some strange coincidence, he was captured by the people of the Red Blood Demon sect entrenched near the Shuiyan Mountains, and was prepared to be taken back to the Red Blood Demon sect as blood food. But later, because Han Mengyao was gifted and highly compatible with the path of magic, she was noticed by an elder of the Red Blood Demon sect and was accepted as a disciple. From then on, she embarked on the true path of magic. The most important thing is that in the original plot, Han Mengyao also used the Red Blood Demon sect as a base, radiating outward and continuously expanding his influence, and eventually became a generation of demon lords who were famous all over the world. Even if there is no system to publish this check-in location, he will also go to the Red Blood Demon sect. After all, in order to help Han Mengyao establish the Blood Moon Demon sect more quickly, it is also very necessary to take down the Red Blood Demon sect as the initial cornerstone of development. At the same time,
Sword Sect, Taishu Sword Peak. Taishu Sword Master, many peak masters and elders gathered here. Bai Ling, what on earth is going on? I heard that Guhan went down the mountain some time ago and hasn't returned to the sect yet? Could something have happened?
While Taishu Sword Master was speaking, the eyes of everyone present were all focused on Mu Bailing.
Even if nothing was said, what everyone wanted to express was self-evident. What happened a while ago was too big and too serious. Even though they had given a reasonable explanation and even taken timely remedies, Guhan didn't seem to be very satisfied with it.
In a sense, he had even severed ties with his master Mu Bailing and had no contact with her for several days. Now, it has been several days since he left the mountain, and there is still no sign of him returning to the sect. Even when these old guys sent messages to him through the Jade Disc, the other party did not respond at all.
This made them worry that this kid Guhan had secretly left the sect and fled far away under the pretext of going down the mountain to do some work.
Such speculation immediately made many high-ranking members of the sword-asking sect panic. Putting aside Guhan's current strength, he can already be considered the leader among the younger generation of the entire Swordwind sect. Furthermore, at that time, several elders worked together to strengthen the seal of the Demon Locking Tower. The fact that he was able to walk out of the Demon Locking Tower intact and safe was enough to indirectly prove that Guhan's talent was far beyond their imagination. If they thought that the Sword Sect had really lost such a talented genius for no apparent reason, it would be a huge loss for them. More importantly, after many efforts, they finally got a chance to enter the secret realm of Zhengzhou.
The Central Continent is one of the most powerful continents in their world.
There are many Taoist sects, and countless ancient powerful people were born here and eventually achieved the Supreme Tao.
The secret realms that appear here all hold great opportunities.
After some discussion, they decided that Guhan was the most suitable person to be the leading representative of this trip. Furthermore, they also wanted to ease the relationship with Guhan over this matter.
If the other party secretly leaves the sect, wouldn't everything they have done be in vain?
Before Honor went down the mountain, I had already asked Baiji to follow closely behind him. And I always asked Baiji to report Honor's whereabouts to me, but when Honor came out after entering Tianhuang City, Baiji lost track of him. Mo Bailing's voice was a little hoarse and haggard, and I left a special mark on Honor. I don't know how he erased it. I can't contact him. Many high-ranking members of the sword-asking sect were obviously dissatisfied with this explanation.
Although Luo Baiji's talent and cultivation are not bad, there is still a distance compared with Guhan.
Perhaps Mo Bailing wanted Luo Baiji to use her identity as a junior sister to further ease the relationship with her senior brother Guhan.
But letting a person with weak cultivation follow a person with strong cultivation, isn't this pure nonsense? The Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall was just about to speak.
But after seeing that Mu Bailing was wearing the largest size Taoist robe, but the fabric on her chest seemed to be about to burst as if it were supported by a towering mountain,
I inadvertently thought of the 4 words, big breasts, no brains.
He just snorted again, his tone cold. My words are harsh, so I won't say anything for now.
After some discussion again,
the top leaders of the Swordwind sect decided to mobilize the sect's power and send monks to search for Guhan's whereabouts. Mu Bailing was in poor condition and looked haggard, so she was ordered to return to Bayou Peak to rest and did not participate in the subsequent sect affairs.
Master.
Mu Bailing, who was returning to the sect, suddenly heard a soft call.
Perhaps what you think about during the day you dream about at night.
For a moment, she thought this voice was the sunny and amiable young man in white clothes in her memory. However, when the hazy vision completely overlapped with reality and he could see the figure in front of him clearly, all the beautiful fantasies vanished like bubbles. Yue. After a brief moment of daze and distraction, Mu Bailing quickly seemed to have thought of something, and her gray eyes instantly became bright again, as if filled with immense anticipation.
Yue, you came to me this time. Have you found a way to restore your senior brother's Tao heart and state of mind?
Chu Yue remained silent, with some complex emotions emanating from the depths of her eyes.
She saw all of Master's subtle expressions just now.
From the joy of hearing her voice to the disappointment after seeing that it was his own.
Without a doubt.
Master was so devastated by what happened to his senior brother that he developed some mental problems. Even after hearing her voice just now, he temporarily thought of her as a senior brother. She really wanted to tell her master about the time and space pictures she saw in the demon locking tower, and some pictures about her past life.
And tell master loudly.
It's not my senior brother who was wrong, and it's not my senior brother who has problems with his state of mind.
We are all wrong. But as for master's current mental state,
if she told him about the time and space scenes of her previous life and some extremely sad things that her senior brother had encountered, master will definitely not be able to accept this result, which will cause greater trauma to his body and mind. Shu Yue pursed her red lips, feeling very conflicted. But in the end he shook his head slightly.
Sorry, master, I didn't find anything.
After hearing these words, Mu Bailing, who was like a person in the abyss, who was full of infinite hope when he saw a ray of sunshine in the long night, was once again shrouded in darkness, and her hope became despair and dim.
Chapter 31 Red Blood Demon Sect, Unexpected Helper? I see.
That's right, special techniques to repair the Tao heart and collapse the mind are extremely rare. It's impossible to find it in such a short time.
It's not your fault if you didn't find it.
According to historical records, only those ancient secret realms or ancient ruins may possess such a technique.
In the whispering of dreamlike whispers,
Mu Bailing seemed to suddenly think of something, and her dull eyes became bright again. She grabbed Shu Yue's hand and spoke excitedly.
Yue!
Master just received news that we, the Sword Sect, have secured an opportunity to enter the secret realm of Central Continent. The land of Central Continent is an extremely ancient place, and there are countless secret heritages within it. When you enter the secret realm of Zhengzhou, you should be able to find some ancient techniques or natural treasures that can heal your heart.
Shu Yue didn't feel very friendly when she heard Mu Bailing's subsequent instructions. I just sighed in my heart and even felt a little sad.
Master, it's not brother who's wrong, it's us, it's us. If you could see the time and space pictures of your past life, you would probably know everything.
Think of this.
Shu Yue has secretly decided to find a suitable time to tell her master and junior sisters the truth. Or find the legendary mirror of reincarnation and let the master and the other two sisters see the pain of the senior brother in previous lives. They owe their senior brothers so much.
Regarding what happened in the Sword Sect, Guhan didn't know and had no interest in knowing.
Even the jade butterfly that transmitted sound had been crushed by him.
Listening to those sounds makes me feel upset.
At this moment, he had brought Han Mengyao to a dark and deep mountain range. The mountain range in front of us, with old trees stretching across it and stretching as far as the eye can see, is the place where the Red Blood Demon Sect is entrenched in the original plot.
Grown-ups,
I sense some dangerous aura deep in this mountain range.
Should we go in?
Han Mengyao, who had just learned how to refine qi into her body, was extremely sensitive in spiritual exploration, perhaps because of her extraordinary talent.
Even in the outer area of the Shuayan Mountains, one could sense a hint of danger. Guhan chuckled and shook his head. I don't know what the little girl is afraid of.
In the original story, everyone said that this little girl used bones to make her bed and bathed in blood. Now this small and timid little girl is in stark contrast to the description in the original book.
Don't be afraid, I'm here. Guhan touched Han Mengyao's head.
Besides, we have a lot of helpers.
Helper.
Han Mengyao tilted her head and looked around.
But aren't there only two of them here? Where does the help come from? With a slight smile on his lips, Guhan said nothing more and took Han Mengyao straight into the Shuayan Mountains,
the core area of the Red Blood Demon Sect. Countless elders of the Red Blood Demon Sect who were cultivating in the cave were shocked at the same time. They all felt a terrifying aura as vast as the abyss. It is constantly destroying the outer law barrier and approaching the core area of the Red Blood Demon Sect. The expressions of many elders of the Red Blood Demon Sect changed drastically. They hurriedly appeared and organized their men, looking at the end of their sight with vigilance.
Could it be that they have been causing too much trouble recently and some sects have sent strong men to encircle and suppress them?
However, their Red Blood Demon Sect acted very cautiously.
In addition, the outer area is hidden by several layers of special magic arrays. Even the strong ones from the top sects would not be able to find their location easily. Soon, under the surprised and vigilant gazes of many red blood demon elders, a man in white with an upright figure, a face like a banished immortal, and an extraordinary temperament. Holding a girl who was about 11 or 12 years old, he raised his hand and easily tore open the barrier they had set up, and swaggered into their red blood demon sect. The first impression such a posture gives people is just one word: crazy. Do you really think their red blood demon sect is a tourist check-in destination? With such a casual and unrestrained attitude, and holding the hand of a young girl, doesn't Chun Chun treat everyone in their demon sect as dead? But the other person looks young. But the aura emanating from his every move was unfathomable, making all of them feel fearful and not daring to move forward rashly. Who are you? What brings you to the red blood demon sect? In the crowd, a middle-aged man wearing a black and gold blood-red robe, whose temperament was obviously different from the others, spoke in a cold voice. He is the current leader of the red blood demon sect, Shui Xiao. His cultivation has reached the Daohua realm. Looking at the desolate land of Zixuanzu, his cultivation can be considered top-notch. After all, the leaders of several top-tier sects in Zixuanzu had only just reached the supreme realm. Hearing this, Gu Han did not respond. He glanced at everyone in the red blood demon sect indifferently. He had dealt with these evil cultivators in his previous life. Although the demon cultivators act cruelly and coldly, they are actually simple and straightforward. They worship the strong and respect the use of force. Therefore, he didn't intend to say any more nonsense. Deterrence or suppression by force is the best option. Clatter! Amidst the confused gazes of many members of the red blood demon sect, Gu Han suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A strange mark appeared on the back of his hand, emitting waves of strange laws that spread far away and covered the entire Shuiyan Mountains. Boom! Almost at the same time, the entire Shuiyan mountain range suddenly trembled violently, and the earth shook. Immediately afterwards, at the end of the horizon, dust rose up in the sky, and there was even a faint sound of some kind of violent and excited beast roar. This is... The expressions of many powerful red blood demon lords suddenly changed drastically. In their spiritual perception, there were monsters emitting terrifying demonic aura in all directions, rushing towards their red blood demon sect like a tide. The next moment, amid countless horrified gazes, many strange-looking, ferocious monsters seemed to have received some kind of order and gathered near the red blood demon sect. Demonic energy soared into the sky and beast roars were heard everywhere. Their red blood demon sect was like a lone boat in a red torrent, completely surrounded by dense swarms of monsters. What made them even more dumbfounded and shattered their worldview was that they were all extremely wary of the demon kings and dared not offend them at all. But at this moment, she was as obedient as a kitten, crawling behind the man in white who looked like a banished immortal. They didn't know if it was an illusion. They even saw a fawning look on the monster's face, like a lackey. You know, ferocious monsters like this are extremely hostile to humans. Not to mention, he is a demon king who has already awakened his spiritual intelligence and has 1 foot halfway into the Daohua realm. But now, they have led so many of their kind, completely discarded their dignity, and are submitting to a human man. Where is the dignity of the demon race? Chapter 32. I had no choice before, but now I want to be a good person. This moment. Everyone in the red blood demon sect felt their scalps tingling. Even his eyes became much clearer because of this. After all, the young man in front of him just wanted to. He could easily control countless monsters, set off an endless tide of monsters, and raise their entire red blood demon sect to the ground. Sir, is this the helper you found for us? A bright light flickered in the depths of Han Mengyao's beautiful eyes. Also due to the suppression of Su Lingyue's special mark, several demon kings who were born with cruel and violent temperaments have become extremely docile at this moment. One of the demon kings even rubbed Han Mengyao very obediently, looking like a tame spirit beast. What made many demon sect monks even more dumbfounded was several other demon kings were vying to follow suit, just like they were competing for favor. It is true that they are demon kings and have cruel temperaments, but they are not stupid people. The girl in front of him obviously has a good relationship with this adult with an extraordinary background. If he establishes a good relationship with him, wouldn't it be equivalent to indirectly establishing a good relationship with Guhan? The corner of Guhan's mouth twitched slightly. Although he had expected it, he was still somewhat shocked. Su Lingyue once specifically emphasized that the special mark she carved on the back of her hand had the power to command the demon clan, making them submit and serve her. He didn't expect that the first time he activated the mark, he would attract all the monsters in the Shuiyan Mountains, including several monster kings. It seems Su Linyue's origin is even more terrifying than he imagined. The mere engraving of the mark possessed such power, which was simply unimaginable in her heyday. I wonder if the other party is from the legendary fairyland? And why was he suppressed under the demon locking tower? However, this gave him another trump card to suppress Yi Qingyun. It seems that Yi Qingyun also has some blood of the Demon King, which allows him to control some demon beasts. Now, he has stronger control ability than Yi Qingyun. When a wave of monsters arises in the future, we can even find a way to put the blame on Yi Qingyun. This kid had used the same trick on me in my previous life. This time he used it in advance to see how he would respond. Could it be? After a series of imagination and daydreaming, many high-ranking officials of the Red Blood Demon sect have come to an extremely terrifying conclusion. This person should be the top expert from the beast-taming sect in the central continent. After all, only the descendants of the beast-taming sect can have such high attainments in the art of beast-taming. But what puzzled them was that the beast-taming sect only controlled gentle spirit beasts that were willing to get close to humans. Why can this guy in front of me drive the ferocious monster with just a wave of his hand? The leader of the Red Blood Demon sect suddenly turned pale and angry. These damn decent people are disgusting. They keep saying that their demon sect is an unorthodox sect, but they secretly cultivated a monster that can easily trigger a tide of monsters. What a bunch of hypocritical hypocrites! After all, compared with the tide of monsters wreaking havoc on the world, the disasters caused by these demonic monks are not worth mentioning at all. Many times, even when some so-called righteous sects failed to withstand the tide of monsters and beasts, resulting in the loss of countless lives, they would still claim that it was caused by their own evil sections. You can kill me or chop me up as you please. Even if the people of my Red Blood Demon sect have to die, they should die outside and jump off the cliff. I will never surrender to you. Yeah? Guhan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and glanced around calmly. Who else wants to die with your leader? As soon as these words were spoken, the demonic monks who had been infected by their own sect leader suddenly felt their scalps tingle and shrank their heads. No one dared to stand up. Shui Xiao, who had thought that his passionate speech would arouse the passion of the others and was fighting desperately with Guhan, was completely dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, even those few people who usually pretended to be indifferent to life and death and would fight against it if they didn't obey, were now silent and didn't dare to say a word. Shui Xiao's expression changed and he was sweating profusely. He forced a smile and his voice sounded a little awkward. Look at this. Brother, can you give me a chance? Guhan raised his eyebrows slightly. Opportunity? What opportunity? I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good person. The amusement in Guhan's eyes became more and more intense. But he didn't pay much attention to it and raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Kill him. Roar. Almost in the next moment. The Demon King, who was extremely docile in front of Guhan, suddenly became ferocious and hideous. The terrifying demonic energy burst out from his body, like several small mountains, and rushed towards Shui Xiao with great oppression. As the sect leader, Shui Xiao is quite powerful, but he is no match for the Demon Kings. The condensed laws and magical powers were either swallowed up or directly torn apart, and eventually completely perished amidst heart-wrenching wails. It was silent all around. Only a kind of teeth-grinding chewing sound could be heard. From the time Shui Xiao was attacked to his death, no one from the Red Blood Demon sect dared to take action. Not to mention Guhan's own strength, which made them extremely wary. Coupled with those demon kings, there is also a dense tide of demon beasts that seems to have no end. It would be too easy for the other party to scatter the ashes of everyone in their entire Red Blood Demon sect. Your sect leader is dead. From today on, I will take over the Red Blood Demon sect. Who has any other opinions?
Guhan's voice was cold, and his cold eyes swept around again. No one dared to look up and meet his gaze.
Greetings, sir. We are willing to serve you at our utmost.
Following this, a voice first rang out among the crowd. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. At this moment, countless voices converged into a torrent, echoing one after another.
What need do these demonic monks have for noble character and integrity? If you can't beat them, join them. Who would want to die when they can live? Things went better than expected. This saved Guhan a lot of trouble.
Although he could command monsters through the mark given to him by Su Lung Yue. But it is more convenient for nature to have people helping him do things in secret or to collect intelligence. After that, let a few demon kings lead the demon beasts to guard all the remaining powerful members of the Red Blood Demon sect.
Guhan asked a great elder of the demon lord to lead the way and came to the forbidden area of Bloodsea in the deepest part of the Red Blood Demon sect. The forbidden area of Bloodsea is actually a special blood pool formed by the blood and bones of countless creatures. According to the demon sect's grand elder,
long ago, the Red Blood Demon sect was one of the most powerful demon sects in the world. The sea of blood at that time was truly a vast and boundless sea of blood, not such a small pool of blood as it is today. In that ancient era, many top righteous sects joined forces to attack the Red Blood Demon sect, but none of them were able to completely destroy it. However, the passage between the lower world and the fairy world had not been completely closed at that time. The founder of their Red Blood Demon sect angered a great figure in the immortal world named Yi. In the end, this great figure from the immortal world was enraged, and almost 90% of the strong men died in that battle. And their remnant, with the Bloodsea, blood pool, which was also destroyed and almost completely annihilated, fled to Zixuanzu and survived. Guhan was also quite curious when listening to Xuexiao's introduction to the history of the Red Blood Demon sect.
Especially the big shot named Yi mentioned by the other party.
This made him a little suspicious.
Could the so-called big shot surnamed Yi be related to Yi Qingyun?
After several rounds of competition in his previous life, he knew that Yi Qingyun's background was not simple.
But so what?
Now he also has a golden finger. It is still uncertain who will win or lose.
Ding!
Detected that the owner has successfully arrived at the check-in location, the Bloodsea Forbidden Land.
Does the master need to consume villain points to perform a critical hit sign-in? Guhan fell into deep thought.
With a slight thought, his system panel suddenly unfolded in front of him. The villain clicked that column under his gaze.
Villain points, 12500.
Every 2,000 villain points can be used to perform a sign-in reward critical hit, with a maximum cap of 20,000 points. Considering that the Bloodsea Forbidden Land is indeed extraordinary, Guhan decided to take a gamble and directly use 12,000 villain points as a critical hit sign-in.
Ding! Congratulations to the owner for signing in successfully.
Congratulations to the master for obtaining Heaven-Swallowing Demon Heart, a demonic divine body that appeared in the ancient times of the immortals, swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth, melting the laws of heaven and earth into itself. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining Bloodsea Prototype. After use, the broken Bloodsea can be gradually restored to its original form. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the Imperial Grade Technique, Blood Divine Command, created by the Scarlet Blood Demon sect's once strongest ancestor through his lifelong insights. This technique can transmit a strand of his will through the cultivator's soul, spreading it into their flesh and blood, allowing him to completely control their life and death. Congratulations to the Master for obtaining 2 Blood Demon Guards, Divine Venerable level, once one of the Red Blood Demon sect's top warriors, mastering many ancient magic techniques and possessing immense strength. Chapter 33. From today on, she is your leader.
See such a system reward. Guhan couldn't help but feel touched. These 12,000 villain points were really worth it.
Not only did he gain a top-notch physique out of thin air, but his talent and qualifications were further enhanced.
Moreover, the special martial arts method, Blood God's Commandment, is the one he needs most now. If you want to create your own unique villain force, you must have absolute control over people's hearts. After all, the hardest thing to bet on is the human heart.
If you possess the skill, you can completely control the lives of those who submit to you and fundamentally eliminate many troubles. Furthermore, he also obtained 2 blood demon guards, whose cultivation level was at the godly lord level. In the entire Sichuan territory, he can walk sideways with the help of these 2 blood demon guards. Moreover, he will be able to sign in at other locations later and receive system rewards. By then, he will even be able to dominate the entire central continent, and even the entire Xuanchu continent, with the power he created. Of course, he was not so arrogant as to think that he was completely invincible at the moment. After all, there is an even more vast and boundless fairyland above our heads. That guy Yi Qingyun seems to have a background in the fairy world. In the 8th life, he almost killed Yi Qingyun. Unexpectedly, the protagonist's halo was even more terrifying than he had imagined. There was actually someone from the fairy world behind Yi Qingyun, and it seemed that he had a very impressive background. Later, that person used his status as an immortal to issue a hunting order against him, not only causing many sects and forces in the lower world to launch a full-scale siege against him, but also the entire lower world became his enemy. In the end, without a system or a special halo, he was forced to the forbidden area of Zuxianya in Xuanchu continent, where he died tragically. However, he remembered that after falling into the falling immortal cliff, he was not completely dead, and it seemed that he met a special person there. But after this rebirth, his memory became fragmented, and he could never remember the identity of that person. Falling immortal reach is extremely special. The ancient laws within it existed long ago. Not only can it easily bury the great emperor, but it is said that even an immortal who enters it will face a life or death situation. It is beyond my current ability to explore. Guhan secretly decided in his heart, when I become stronger in the future, it won't be too late to go there and find out what's going on. A moment. Guhan, who had completely merged with the heaven-devouring demon heart, saw his temperament change again. Countless cells in the body seemed to be undergoing some special transformation, filled with a terrifying aura that was both dangerous and brutal. With the blessing of the 3 major physical conditions, Guhan was confident that he could directly cross levels to fight and easily defeat a strong man in the Hadao realm who had no special trump cards. Especially the fear in the heart of the demon sect's great elder who was standing nearby became more and more intense, and he even wanted to stay away from this monster that appeared inexplicably. He could feel it very clearly. The wisps of demonic runes floating in the sky and earth, and even all the demonic laws within the territory of their red blood demon sect, were pulled by some force at this moment, and continued to gather towards Guhan's body like tidal ripples. What made him feel even more terrified was that at this moment, Guhan suddenly made him feel an instinctive sense of fear and submission. But it was something that could make a demon cultivator like him subconsciously feel this way. Only a terrifying existence who also cultivates magic and has extremely high attainments in the magic way. But isn't the other party a beast tamer? How did he become a demon cultivator again? Go, gather everyone to the square. I have something to arrange. Listening to Guhan's sudden cold voice, the old man shuddered subconsciously, not daring to ask or say more, and hurriedly began to arrange the matter. The tide of monsters has retreated, and the Shuayan Mountains have temporarily returned to peace. But the monks of the Red Blood Demon sect who used to be ferocious and domineering were now extremely honest, as quiet as quails, and gathered in an orderly manner in the huge square. The top position. Guhan stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the many demon cultivators below with cold eyes. Wherever his eyes passed, everyone, including many elders of the Red Blood Demon sect, lowered their heads, and no one dared to meet his eyes. Guhan didn't say much nonsense and got straight to the point. He just waved his hand, and ripples suddenly appeared in the space. In an instant, countless red crystals like blood drops emerged from the depths of space. 9 reincarnations have already elevated his natural talent and understanding to an extremely terrifying level. Even if it was the most advanced imperial grade technique, as long as it wasn't too complicated, he only needed to take a few glances to fully understand it. He had already mastered the Blood God's commandment, the reward he had just received from signing into the system, and was able to use its core principles. Release your spiritual sense and let me plant the blood seal. If there are any resistance. The moment Guhan finished speaking, Thunder roared above the sky, and rolling dark clouds pressed down layer by layer like a vast ocean that overturned the world. The surging and majestic demonic storm roared and roared, oppressing the space to the point that it wailed under the weight. That's. Many people from the red blood demon sect were so frightened that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. 2 scarlet cracks slowly appeared in the sky. The dark clouds gradually dissipated a lot, and under the interweaving of scarlet thunder, 2 terrifying godlike figures slowly walked out of the scarlet cracks.
A man and a woman.
The 2 men were shrouded in a hazy red mist, and a terrifying destructive force was wrapped around the surface of their skin. Even if a tiny bit of it leaked out, it could wipe out these people hundreds or thousands of times.
At the same time,
many powerful people in the entire Sichuan territory noticed the movement here and looked up at the sky in horror. I saw a terrifying vision unfolding in the depths of the Shuayan Mountains, faintly emitting an astonishing aura beyond imagination.
Is that a top-tier divine lord?
No, it seems he has reached the godly realm. And there's more than 1 inch. Hiss.
When did the Western Xian territory hide 2 such terrifying god-level powerhouses? Could it be that someone from the central continent has sent someone here?
Countless forces and powerful Taoist masters in Zixuanzu were alarmed and talked to each other in fear and confusion. At this moment, the people of the red blood demon sect were completely enveloped by the aura of the 2 gods. Their limbs were already cold and their bodies were shaking like sieves.
These demonic monks who were once ferocious and vicious now appear weak and pitiful.
Especially when looking at Guhan, who summoned 2 powerful gods, he was filled with fear and trepidation to the extreme.
They can no longer see through Guhan's origins.
First, he could command the demons at will, and then he showed great talent in the art of magic. Now he casually summoned 2 powerful gods. This might be some old monster who has regained his youth and returned to the world.
And they are the humble pawns chosen by him.
He ignored the crazy imaginations of the many demonic monks below.
Guhan touched Han Mengyao's head beside him.
From today on, she is your new leader.
Do you have any objections?
Chapter 30 For the white clothes that will eventually disappear, the meaning of loss. The world became dead silent again.
Many demonic monks looked dazed and full of questions. No. They are the demon sect.
The demonic sect known for its brutal and cruel actions. They thought that this powerful monk in white was going to be their new leader. But now they let a boy of 11 or 12 years old be the leader of their demon sect.
Is this a plan to have their own demon lord come out and kill the enemy in the future?
But after seeing Guhan beside Han Mengyao, and the aura of a powerful god spreading down from the sky, even though many members of the red blood demon sect felt unwilling, they did not dare to show it at all. After all, if Guhan wanted to, it would be very easy to destroy them. Sir, I have just learned how to draw chi into my body. If you ask me to be the sect leader, I am afraid I can't do it well.
Han Mengyao looked a little worried.
Hearing this, Guhan smiled brightly and touched her head. The other party's answer was indeed somewhat unexpected. He thought the other party would fundamentally deny that he could not do this. But now listening to Han Mengyao's answer, she is confident in doing it, but there is no guarantee that she can do it well. It's okay, just do your best. I believe that if I give you enough time, you will do better than I thought. After giving some subsequent orders to the people of the red blood demon sect, teaching the blood moon annihilation art rewarded by the system to Han Mengyao, and having a powerful god-level figure protect her closely, Guhan flew back to the sword asking sect alone on his sword. After all, he wanted to help Han Mengyao build the blood moon demon sect that would be famous throughout the world in the future. And the blood moon demon sect will naturally be handed over to Han Mengyao. Naturally, he wanted to be a hands-off boss. Since he has decided to be a hands-off boss, Han Mengyao, the sect leader, must be outstanding enough. If you want to be good enough, you must learn it as early as possible, and independence naturally needs to be cultivated from an early age. The most important thing is that he doesn't want Han Mengyao, who is still a blank slate, to be influenced by those guys or even have any conflicts with them.
At the same time, Xuanyu Peak, the 13th sacred peak. Old Bai. Is there really no way out of this matter?
Yi Qingyun clenched his hands tightly, and there seemed to be a flame of anger and murderous intent burning deep in his pupils. "Hey! Those guys of unknown origin are determined to find your two brothers and sisters, Xin Yun. Besides, my clone is only at the divine stage level. It's only a matter of time before they track him down and find him." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun's expression became even darker, like a dark cloud. Now that Sun Fengyi family has been destroyed. Of the former closest relatives, only these two cousins are left. If he doesn't take action, he will have to watch his cousins die tragically. But it's not completely hopeless. Elder Bai suddenly spoke up, "I have several close friends in the central continent. When the time comes, you can use your status as my successor disciple to inherit my legacy. They should help you." As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Qingyun's gloomy eyes suddenly lit up. Speaking of Zhangzhou, his childhood sweetheart is also there. I heard that after several years of doing business, his family has grown and become a very famous chamber of commerce in Zhangzhou. If there is really no other way, he can also ask his childhood sweetheart for help. Combined with the connections that Bai Lao has in the central continent, he should be able to resolve this crisis. Almost at the same time, the news of Gu Han's return to the sect spread. After all, Gu Han hasn't been seen for the past few days. Many disciples of the sect said that the chief's senior brother was dissatisfied with the sect and secretly defected from the sect out of despair. That's why rumors spread. The speeches of many disciples who had originally expressed sympathy for Gu Han were once again polarized. Many disciples also said that Gu Han was not wronged at all. He betrayed the sect without saying goodbye and completely forgot the sect's years of training. He was really a mean person. Of course, Gu Han, who had just returned to the sect, also heard these rumors. But his mood was calm. He didn't even take them seriously, as they were a bunch of clowns who were not presentable enough. Besides, he had memorized the names of the clowns who shouted the loudest. After a few days, let the people from the Red Blood Demon sect visit their family. Ding! The owner's mentality and thoughts have been detected, and they match the villain's personality. Congratulations to the owner for receiving 500 villain points as a reward. Honor. At this moment, a worried and slightly joyful voice suddenly sounded behind him. The person who came was Gu Han's master, Mu Bailing. Today she was wearing a phoenix snowdress, her soft hair fluttering slightly in the wind, her skin as white as fat, as if covered with a layer of holy light. A snow-covered bundle tied around her willow-like waist, but the snow-covered coat on her chest was propped up so high that it was almost on the verge of collapse at any moment. Many disciples couldn't help blushing when they saw this scene, and hurriedly left the site, for fear of offending the famous beautiful leader of their sword sect. However, Gu Han seemed extremely indifferent and didn't even look back. Mu Bailing ignored Gu Han's indifference and asked worriedly, "Where have you been these days? Master and the sect's people sent you messages, why didn't you reply? Why didn't you also?" "Where I go is none of your business." Many of the things Mu Bailing wanted to say next were completely shattered by Gu Han's extremely cold voice. She stammered for a long time but couldn't utter another word. At this moment, Mu Bailing seemed to sense something. She looked up suddenly, and subconsciously raised her hand, just in time to catch a small porcelain bottle flying towards her. "I have collected all the special elixirs I have collected over the years when I entered the Tianshan secret realm some time ago. Inside the white porcelain bottle is the Shenyang pill I refined according to ancient methods. If you take it for 4 consecutive courses, the cold poison in your body should be completely eliminated." Gu Han's cold voice drifted into his ears with the breeze. "I don't like to owe others, especially you. Since I'm unlucky, I was raised by you. I will repay you for all the kindness you've shown me over the years, until we are even now." Mu Bailing's body was as stiff as a clay sculpture in midair, her eyes dull. Holding it in your hand, you can smell the rich fragrance and feel the subtle warmth it brings. Suddenly, tears of countless emotions intertwined together flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Thoughts opened the valve of memory again. This disciple of mine has always known that he is suffering from a cold poison, which not only imposes great shackles on his cultivation level. Every night I feel extremely painful and cannot sleep. For this reason, her disciples have been constantly traveling to secret realms to collect special elixirs for her. even though she repeatedly emphasized the danger of the secret realm.
But he never gave up and always kept this habit. Turn out to be.
Hunter had insisted on entering the Tianshan secret realm before in order to collect the last few materials for her to refine the elixir to help her completely get rid of the cold poison.
But what did she do? Recall everything that happened before.
Heartache, self-blame, and all the emotions that had been suppressed with great difficulty once again surged through my body like a tide.
Hunter.
Mu Bailing forced herself to look up, suppressing the pain in her heart, and her voice became dry and choked without her knowing when.
Can see through blurred vision.
The figure in white was walking away, never looking at her again until it completely disappeared from her sight.
The dictionary definition of loss is that something you originally owned is completely lost because you did not cherish it well.
At this moment, she truly understood what it meant to lose.
Chapter 36, A Group of Ungrateful People, Are They Worthy of Protection? See this scene. Many high-ranking members of the sword-asking sect couldn't help but sigh secretly.
Even if they have done everything they can to remedy the situation.
It seems that Guhan still has some resentment towards them.
Guhan, you really took so long to show up. I've been down the mountain for several days now, and you haven't responded to any messages sent by the sect members.
Looking at your attitude now, are you dissatisfied with the sect's handling of the matter?
The hot-tempered Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall was very dissatisfied with this and snorted coldly. However, compared to usual, his emotions were indeed more restrained. After all, when this matter first became a big deal, their law enforcement hall already knew about it. However, since no disciple really stood up to speak for Guhan at that time, they subconsciously thought that the matter was just as Lu Ruyan said.
This ultimately indirectly led to the matter getting to this point. The disciple is not dissatisfied with the sect.
The reason I didn't respond to the sect's jade disc when I came down the mountain this time was simply because I wanted to relax and unwind. Guhan's voice was indifferent, and he made up an excuse casually, without any fluctuation in his tone. The Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall frowned slightly and wanted to speak, but was interrupted by the voice of Taishu's sword master. In the end, he could only snort coldly and remain silent.
Guhan, you don't have to pretend to be so relaxed. It's true that the sect didn't handle this matter well enough. Put yourself in your shoes. If someone else went through the same thing as you, it would be hard for them to calm down too. Listening to the Taishu sword master's comfort, Guhan wanted to sneer out loud. Pretending to be relaxed? Having trouble calming down?
If they had experienced the same things in their previous lives and were completely heartbroken, they would know that he is indeed very relaxed now, and can even be said to be in a happy mood.
After our discussion, we decided to compensate you. The spot for the core trial in the Central Continent Secret Realm is granted to you. You will also be responsible for leading the team. Are you willing to serve as the representative of the younger generation of the Sword Sect heading to the Central Continent?
Guhan seemed to have anticipated this, and there was no strange ripple in his eyes.
He just chuckled and shook his head.
Thank you for your kindness, Sect Master, but this time when I go to the Central Continent, I only want to participate as an ordinary disciple. I don't want to be a representative of so-called leaders, and I'm not interested in that at all.
Please find another candidate, Master. Are they just a bunch of ungrateful people worthy of my trying my best to protect them? Don't even take a piss and look at yourself.
When I was in trouble in my previous lives, those who have received my favor in the secret realm, or get some advice from yourself, or maybe his fellow disciples who owed him their lives often stabbed him in the back in secret. This time he went to the Central Plains region with many things to do and many other purposes.
I don't have the time, and I don't want to protect those ungrateful people.
The hall fell into silence again.
The expressions of many people did not change at all.
The senior members of the sword-asking sect, who always maintained a dignified look, had their pupils inadvertently shrink slightly. They never expected that Guhan would directly choose to refuse. Zhongzhou region is a place with outstanding people and countless geniuses.
The opening of this secret realm can even be called a once-in-a-decade event. Many geniuses from various sects would gather here.
Being able to represent the leading figure of the younger generation of a major sect is an unparalleled honor for any young cultivator, and it is even something that will go down in history.
Countless young geniuses even yearn to become such a person. But now, Guhan gave up the opportunity that fell on him to others?
It is incomprehensible and unbelievable to them.
Taishu Sword Master's brow furrowed, a rare frown.
He stared at Guhan silently for a few breaths before speaking again in a deep voice. Are you sure you don't want to become the leading representative of the younger generation of our sword sect heading to Zhongzhou?
I'm sorry, I'm really not interested in this.
Guhan had a faint smile on his face and spoke in a firm tone.
Guhan, do you know what you're talking about? The Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall sounded a little angry. Do you know how many people dream of such an opportunity?
Even if you have complaints against the sect, they've already made concessions. You're gambling your own future with anger.
Do you know how foolish that is?
Moreover, the reason why the sect chose you as the leading representative is because your talent and qualifications are fully qualified to bear such a title.
That's enough.
The cold voice of Taishu Sword Master once again silenced the words of the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. The Great Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall's chest heaved, and his normally expressionless and dignified face now showed a hint of heartache, pain for not fighting back. He clearly possessed such strong talent and aptitude, but because of such an incident, he allowed himself to degenerate and even hid his own edge.
So stupid. Guhan, do you mean to go to the Central Continent as an ordinary disciple? You really don't regret it? The dark and deep pupils of Taishu's Sword Master stared at Guhan for final confirmation.
Yes, just being an ordinary disciple is fine.
No regrets. Listening to Guhan's almost firm answer,
Taishu's Sword Master sighed and waved his hand, indicating that he was fine and could leave. Disciple, take your leave. Guhan bowed slightly, turned around, and walked out of the hall. Looking at the tall figure in white, the figure gradually disappeared from sight. Taishu's Sword Master also shook his head with some heartache. Why? Such a piece of peerless jade has its brilliance suppressed. What a pity.
Humph.
I know that the sword sect has many more outstanding disciples than just Guhan. Guhan, this brat, really thinks he can ignore the sect just because of his talent. I actually think that Yi Qingyun, who managed to escape unscathed from a half-step returning to Oneness Realm monster with Lu Ruyan, is a promising talent. An elder suggested, there's still some time before the Central Continent Grand Meeting. I will try my best to raise his cultivation to the 3rd level of the Spirit Palace realm. Not to mention training him to become the leading representative of our sword-asking sect, he will also be able to become a core member. These words were immediately agreed by many elders. Anyway, for them, the interests of the sect are the top priority.
Even though I knew that the incident was related to Yi Qingyun,
they also chose to turn a blind eye to this. When he saw Guhan returning to his cave, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. If my guess is correct, the old foxes in the sect will probably choose to train Yi Qingyun and take advantage of this period to train him to become one of the leading representatives.
Yi Qingyun will not miss this opportunity either.
He will further improve his cultivation and strive to shine in the Central Continent, a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery.
He.
It's good this way, giving people a glimmer of hope, and then throwing them into the abyss.
Such a huge contrast is often more painful.
In the previous life, he was so miserable because of Yi Qingyun's protagonist halo. In this life, he has a system and the title of destined villain, which weakens the influence of the plot. Even if I can't kill this idiot Yi Qingyun, he won't let the other party have it too easy. Chapter 37. This sword should cut off the past and fall into the depths of time.
Time passes.
Nearly half a month passed quickly. During this period, the world was in turmoil. The Central Plains region is busy organizing the once-in-a-decade event.
A major event also happened in Sichuan territory.
The Red Blood Demon sect, which was once on the verge of decline, rose rapidly in a very short period of time. In the end, he was unstoppable and unified several top demon sects in the Western Xian territory, and renamed them the Blood Moon Demon sect.
Thus, a dominant demonic force was born that intimidated countless forces and sections.
Many powerful people from various forces tried every possible means to investigate, but they were unable to find out the true background of the Blood Moon Demon sect. Just when the people of Sichuan territory were in panic. Sword Asking Sect, the third spiritual peak of Xuanyu Peak.
Ding!
Congratulations to the master for successfully completing the main quest, subduing the future villain, the Demon Lord's female partner, Han Mengyao, and successfully establishing the Blood Moon Demon sect. Congratulations to the master for receiving the 25,000 villain reward. Listening to the system's broadcast, Guhan slowly opened his eyes and came out of his state of enlightenment. He has not been idle in the past half-month, and has improved his cultivation to the 4th level of the Divine Platform realm. He also completed some daily villain tasks, and now his accumulated villain points have reached 35,600 points. So many villain points can also help him exchange for some good skills. Considering that he is going to the secret realm of Central Continent this time, he may need to disguise his aura or even sneak in.
A good body movement secret will save him a lot of trouble.
Although he had acquired some good body movement secrets in his previous life, they were nothing compared to the skills in the system mall.
Ghost Shadow, 500 villain points. 3,000 Thunders, 3,000 villain points. Xingzi Secret, 28,000 villain points. When he saw this technique, Guhan was obviously attracted by it. Although it requires a lot of villain points, it is indeed an extremely powerful physical technique, and it also has a lot of room for improvement. After much deliberation, Guhan gritted his teeth and bought the martial arts technique. Kung Fu is not a consumable item. Once you learn it and use it on yourself, it's all yours. You won't lose out no matter how you look at it. Ding! Congratulations to the master for spending 28,000 villain points to purchase the 9-character secret technique. The Xing character technique was successful. At the moment the system sound fell, Guhan felt a magical power merging into his body. 9 secrets, the secret of Xing, created by a powerful immortal in the ancient times. When one cultivates to the point of transcendence and perfection, one can walk at the speed of heaven and earth and travel the path of time. When the essence and introduction of this technique are completely integrated into my mind, the magical power of the system directly helped him to master the technique. This is already his limit. It's not that his talent and qualifications are not high enough, but his current cultivation level is still relatively low. If he wants to further master this technique, he must further improve his level. However, even if you are just getting started, the effect of this technique is beyond imagination. Now the Blood Moon Demon sect has been officially established, although it cannot compete with the top sects in the Central Continent. However, it wouldn't be difficult to have them sneak into the Central Continent and stir up some trouble. As if he had thought of something, a slight smile appeared on Guhan's lips. This trip to Zhongzhou was also a major turning point in Yi Qingyun's life. But in this life, he will use all the power he possesses now to secretly destroy or intercept most of Yi Qingyun's opportunities as much as possible. The reason why he didn't seize all of Yi Qingyun's opportunities at once was because he had the aura of a protagonist. Who knew that he would snatch away all the other party's resources? Will the opponent's unfairly strong protagonist halo create some even more terrifying opportunities for Yi Qingyun? Therefore, future plans will have to be taken one step at a time and constantly changed and improved as the situation changes. The main peak of Baiyu Peak. The weather is gloomy today, with only a little sunshine shining through the thick dark clouds. Under a huge blooming peach tree, Mimo Bailing, wearing a colorful snow-white skirt, was sitting cross-legged under a tree with her eyes closed in meditation. But at this moment she seemed to be in a very confused state of mind, her dark eyebrows slightly furrowed, and drops of cold sweat seeped out of her fair and plump forehead. Pictures flashed through my mind. Master, I want to learn the way of the sword. People always say that if you want to better protect the people who are important to you, you have to learn to wield a sword. Become a powerful swordsman. Only then can you better protect the important people around you. Countless past scenes flashed by, and then shattered like bubbles. Before the whole world fell into darkness, countless shattered images eventually turned into a bone-chilling sound. In this world, I no longer need to protect you. This sword should cut through the past. Swish! The dazzling sword light cut through the darkness. Sword energy was everywhere and wood chips were flying. A huge peach tree in the picture was cut down in an instant. I have repaid your years of nurturing. From today on, we no longer owe each other anything. She could no longer hear the sounds that followed clearly. She could only vaguely see a blurry figure appearing in the darkness. No matter how she screamed and begged, the figure in white continued to move farther and farther away from her, until it completely disappeared from her life. The severe heart pain made her whole body tremble uncontrollably. The heart-wrenching wail could not reach the ears of the figure in white, nor even his own ears. It was not until this dark world completely collapsed and she seemed to fall into an endless icy abyss that she suddenly woke up. No, don't. Mu Bailing seemed to be frightened and woke up from the nightmare in an instant. Her whole body was completely soaked with cold sweat, and her snow-white clothes were tightly attached to her skin, revealing her tender whiteness. At some point, 2 lines of tears were already sliding down her fair cheeks. Ignoring her current embarrassment, Mu Bailing subconsciously glanced around with her slightly hazy eyes, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the peach tree she and Gu Han had planted, which carried countless beautiful memories, had not yet broken. Fortunately, the last trace of fate between them has not been severed. Turn out to be. Everything she had just seen was just a dream. But everything is so real. It was as if a scene from the future was projected before her eyes. Master is wrong, Honor Master is really wrong. When my palm touched the peach tree that carried my memories, countless memories came flooding back, and tears welled up in my eyes uncontrollably. People always understand the importance of cherishing things only after they lose them. She once had so many memories. But why did things turn out like this? Mu Bailing didn't notice. In the distance, there were 3 women who looked a little thin in the cold wind. They stared blankly at her who was stroking the peach tree with tears in her eyes. No one noticed. A 5-petal peach blossom suddenly trembled in the cold wind. One petal of the peach blossom seemed to have broken free from its shackles, and floated up in the wind as the other 4 petals trembled like pleading. Finally, it floated into the dark clouds on the wind, fell into time, and disappeared completely in the depths of memory without a sound. In the cold wind, only the 4 petals of peach blossoms are trembling. Chapter 38. Only after losing something do you realize what is most important. Time passed, and half a month passed in a flash. That morning, many young geniuses who were qualified to travel to the secret realm of Zhengzhou gathered in the huge white jade square, preparing to board a flying boat to Zhengzhou. Is Gu Han not here yet? A handsome young man with a certain chic and elegant temperament glanced at the crowd and asked curiously. His name is Xiaoling, and he is the eldest disciple of Xinjian Peak. He is recognized by the entire sect as being second only to Gu Han in terms of talent, aptitude, and strength. However, because he was always suppressed by Gu Han in all aspects, no matter how hard he tried, he could not surpass Gu Han. He is often nicknamed the Eternal Second by many disciples of the sect. Senior brother Gu should still be preparing, he should be here soon. Lu Ruyan in the crowd responded weakly. Hearing this, the young man raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a teasing tone, when we went on a long journey in the past, Gu Han would usually prepare everything first and wait for you here. Now the situation has been reversed. It's quite novel. In his impression, senior brother Gu has always been extremely doting on his little sisters. When he went on a long journey, he would often arrive earlier than everyone else, and even prepare food for his junior sisters on the journey. The 3 women fell silent. Why wouldn't they want to be with their senior brothers? But the senior brother had repeatedly emphasized that none of them dared to enter his cave without permission. At the very least, he would break your legs and throw you off the mountain. At the worst, your cultivation would be completely abolished. How could they dare to set foot on the 3rd spiritual peak? If not handled properly, their original relationship will fall to a lower point. At this moment, Xiaoling seemed to suddenly think of something and touched his nose awkwardly. Sorry, I just came back from a trial a few days ago and forgot about what happened earlier. Having said that, Xiaoling hurriedly changed the subject. In my impression, Guhan has always been a very gentle person, and he treats you very well.
The situation last time was quite special. Maybe you really made him very sad, so he needs to be comforted for a while. If you don't take action, you will regret it sooner or later. People always wait until they really lose something before they understand what is most important. He was not in a position to comment on this matter. Nicknamed the Eternal Runner-Up, he had challenged Guhan many times. His relationship with Guhan can be said to be both rivals and friends. After returning to the sect, he also learned the whole story through various channels. It can cause such a big change in the temperament of such a gentle person.
Maybe that incident hurt him very deeply.
Of course, he wouldn't be so stupid as to ask Guhan to forgive Lu Ruyan and others. He also knew the principle that one should not advise others to do good without experiencing their suffering. On the other side, the eyes of Lu Ruyan and the other two girls suddenly became darker after hearing Xiaoling's words. In the past half-month, they have tried every possible way to restore their relationship with their senior brother. But not only did it not have any effect, it even made the senior brother's attitude towards them even colder.
Senior brother Gu is here.
At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. I saw a cold light flashing in the sky. A flying sword came flying through the air, and Guhan, with his tall and straight figure, jumped slightly. It fell directly from a height of nearly 100 feet. When it completely touched the ground, a strange force unfolded under its feet, perfectly relieving the force. Therefore, until he landed on the ground, he did not bend his knees or look awkward at all. With his hands behind his back, his posture remained upright. This scene made many disciples look incredulous.
That's nearly 100 feet high. I'm afraid that ordinary strong people in the Giyi realm cannot do it as easily as Guhan? Holy crap! I haven't seen you for a long time, Han sang. Are you so lame?
Xiaoling's face was filled with shock, his voice filled with emotion and curiosity.
What realm are you at now? To be able to dissipate force so perfectly, how much control do you have over the laws of spiritual energy? You're not a human being. How long has it been since you became so terrifying?
It's simple, as long as there are feet.
Guhan responded with a faint smile.
He had a pretty good impression of Xiaoling. It's not just that the other party has some relationship with me during the process of challenging me. Furthermore, when he was in trouble in his previous lives, Xiaoling was one of the few people in the sect who stood up to the pressure and spoke for him. Speaking of this, he suddenly felt a little ironic. Even Xiaoling, who was from an outer peak, would verbally testify for him when he was treated unfairly. On the contrary, those who are with him day and night will always have doubts about him. Seeing Guhan's indifferent expression, he completely ignored the greetings from Lu Ruyan and the other two girls. Xiaoling laughed and teased again. I also know what happened back then. Why don't you just come to my Xianjian peak? Your talent in swordsmanship is much stronger than mine. If you are willing to come to my Xianjian peak, my master will be very happy, and I can also give you the title of my eldest disciple. If it's you, I can be your junior. Guhan knew that Xiaoling was teasing him on purpose, but before he could say anything, 3 panicked female voices rang out at the same time.
No.
He is our Baiyu Peak's senior brother.
Shu Yue and the other two girls looked nervous and anxious.
He seemed to be afraid that Guhan would really agree to Xiaoling's request. If this is true, it will become even more difficult for them to see the eldest senior brother in the future. Guhan ignored the 3 women, and there was a look of disgust in the depths of his pupils, as if they were not interested in anything to do with him. Before the flying boat takes off completely. The elder leading the team this time also distributed corresponding sequences to each disciple to roughly distinguish the strength of the disciples. This is also a custom that many sects follow before heading to the central continent for a grand event. 2 leading representative sequences. 5 core sequences. 15 elite sequences. The remaining dozens of disciples are all of ordinary sequence. After the leading elder distributed the respective sequence badges, there was an eerie silence in the venue. Everyone was silent, looking in the same direction with either confusion or shock. That man in white, who was clearly the most powerful among them all, was holding an ordinary badge. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan and Lu Obaiji in the crowd felt more and more pain and self-blame in their hearts.
It's all their fault. They hurt my brother so badly. So much so that the mood changes and even the brilliance of oneself is suppressed. Whatever the journey.
They also have to find special skills in the central continent to repair their senior brother's state of mind and change him completely back to normal. Guhan ignored the various looks from the people around him, and still had a faint smile on his face. He glanced at Yi Qingyun, who was holding the core sequence badge in his hand, with a slightly meaningful look, and there was obviously a hint of expected amusement in the depths of his eyes.
Elder, now that everyone is here, shouldn't we set off? Listening to Guhan's voice.
Many elders leading the team sighed with bitterness in their hearts and complicated looks in their eyes.
They all knew it. It is clear that Guhan is the most powerful among them.
Originally, according to the sex requirements, there was only one leading representative sequence, and that was Guhan.
But because he directly rejected the request.
To be on the safe side, the sect selected two leading representatives, one was Xiao Ling and the other was Chu Yue. Shaking their heads, they felt sorry for Guhan, but didn't say anything more.
It's the morning hour, let's set off. Chapter 39 New Villain Mission, I choose to listen to music in a brothel. The Central Plains region is extremely lively today.
There is continuous flowing clouds above the sky. Countless people from various major sects who were invited to come either flew in the air or took flying boats and treasure ships. They were magnificent and splendid, gathering from all directions. The man has a handsome appearance, extraordinary bearing, and is very majestic. The women have delicate features and pretty faces, each with their own unique charm. The secret realm of Central Plains, which is about to open, can be traced back to an extremely ancient era and hides many top opportunities beyond imagination. In history, there have also been young geniuses who were extremely lucky and gained the legacy of some ancient beings. They eventually soared to the sky and even became giants in the world with such opportunities.
In Guhan's impression, Yi Qingyun is such a lucky darling. And ridiculously lucky.
In his previous life, he once tried every possible means to resist the influence of an unknown plot, and took the lead in snatching away the supreme opportunity that originally belonged to Yi Qingyun. But who would have thought that this kid Yi Qingyun turned a disaster into a blessing and gained an even more incredible opportunity, thus becoming even more terrifying and powerful. However, in this life, he possesses the system and the special blessing of the title of destined villain. Your plan should have a high probability of success.
Yi Qingyun has the aura of the protagonist, right? You can easily obtain many supreme opportunities in the secret realm of Central Plains, right?
Then he would just follow behind and pick up the leaks, treating this kid like a treasure hunter, and take as much as he could. Soon, the sword-asking sex flying boat landed in the central city of Zhengzhou.
Many people from other sects have already arrived here.
But even though there were huge crowds of people, the disciples of many sects were very well behaved. After all, this grand Zhengzhou event was jointly organized by several of the top holy places in Zhengzhou. It is rumored that there are holy ancestors in charge of these holy places.
Unless you are a fool, you won't dare to be too presumptuous on someone else's territory.
There are still a few days left before the Central Continent event begins. During this period, as long as people from all the major sects follow the rules here, they can have a good time in Zhengzhou City and experience the local customs and culture.
Guhan's eyes were searching the crowd.
Soon they found Yi Qingyun, who had quietly retreated behind the crowd, deliberately concealing his breath, and quietly moving in a certain direction.
Ding! New villain mission released.
Master, please cut off all direct and potential opportunities for the protagonist Yi Qingyun in the Central Continent.
Specifically, it can be divided into the following branch tasks.
Mission 1. Please use various means to prevent Yi Qingyun and Xianyue Saint from becoming each other's confidants.
Reward, 7,000 villain points.
Mission 2. Please use all means to prevent Yi Qingyun and Tianqing Xingzi from becoming close friends and brothers.
Reward, 7,000 villain points.
Mission 3. Prevent Yi Qingyun from contacting his childhood sweetheart, preventing him from using his power to help him rescue his cousin trapped in Beihuang Mountain.
Reward, 5,000 villain points. Mission 4. After the Zhengzhou secret realm is opened, please intercept at least one great opportunity from Yi Qingyun. Reward, 15,000 villain points. Subsequent additional villain missions will be issued based on plot development and situation changes. Listening to the series of tasks issued by the system, Gu Han was obviously a little surprised. He had also experienced the first two system tasks in his previous life. The reason why Yi Qingyun was able to rise rapidly after his trip to Central Plains. Not only did he gain supreme opportunities in the secret realm of Zhengzhou, but he also greatly expanded his network of contacts during this trip. With the help of these two holy sons and holy daughters, he came into contact with other holy sons and holy daughters, and even many other geniuses in central China. Because of his outstanding performance during this period, he was even appreciated by several important figures in the Holy Land, and he rose to prominence. But the third system task was something he had never experienced before. However, such a change was within his expectations. After all, Yi Qingyun not only has the halo of the protagonist, but also has the only golden dragon of luck in the world. I just need to take action against him. He can always rely on his special aura and financial luck to trigger a special buff that will bring him a new hope or a way out of a desperate situation. If he had not awakened the system in his previous lives, he would probably be cautious and take a long-term approach. But now, with the title of Destined Villain, he doesn't need to worry too much. Just when he was about to follow Yi Qingyun quietly and take action. Brother! Suddenly, a soft female voice with a hint of anticipation sounded behind me. I heard that a Grand Lantern Festival is being held in Zhengzhou City tonight. Brother, you once said that you would take us to see the most beautiful lantern festival in the future. Now that we have finally arrived in Zhengzhou City and have such a great opportunity, can you? Xu Yue looked at Gu Han with shining eyes, and her fair and beautiful face was filled with endless anticipation. Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji were afraid of saying the wrong thing. They all stood by, pursed their red lips, and remained silent. But the anticipation gleaming deep in their pupils also indicated that they had the same idea as Xu Yue. They hoped that their senior brother would agree to their request, so that they could take this opportunity to ease their relationship with him. Gu Han didn't look back and spoke in a cold tone. The past was the past, and the present is the present. I have absolutely no interest in going to see a lantern festival with you guys. Although I had expected it in my heart. But after their hope was shattered in an instant, the eyes of the three women became noticeably darker. However, Xu Yue still raised her cheeks and forced a smile at the corners of her mouth. It's okay, brother. We know you must have important things to do and are quite busy, so you don't have time. Later we can also. Without waiting for Xu Yue to finish her words of self-comfort, Gu Han turned around and looked at Xiao Ling, who had been watching the show beside him and occasionally sighing. Xiao Ling was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt like he was in the middle of a fire. Didn't you tell me earlier on the flying boat that you wanted to go to a brothel to listen to music and cultivate your sentiments? Let's go. I have nothing to do, so let's go to the brothel together. Xiao Ling. Especially when he felt the resentful gazes from Xu Yue and the other two girls. He almost screamed out. Gu Han ignored the situation behind him, put his hands behind his back, and walked towards the busy street. That's right, I was bored and wanted to discuss those three guys. In previous lives, they had treated themselves like this many times because of Yi Qingyun. Let them feel the embarrassing situation they once faced, and also get back some interest. What the other party thinks is none of his business. Anyway, he is quite comfortable now. Fuck. Wait for me, Xiao Ling cursed softly and hurriedly chased after him. He has been thrown out as a shield, what else can he say? Putting aside the fact that he really wanted to go to the brothel to listen to music. Moreover, if he continued to stay here, he always felt that those three guys who looked somewhat eerie and morbid would do something extremely excessive to him. It has to be said that it's not just Gu Han who has completely changed into a different person. Those three guys who had always been Gu Han's followers in his impression seem to have changed completely. Chapter 40. Is it also her family's property? Gu Han's figure completely disappeared in the crowd. The three women all looked somewhat gloomy. In the past, senior brother would never go to places like brothels.
Now, my senior brother would rather go to a brothel to listen to music than go to the Lantern Festival with them. Then think back to the useless work I did in the past half-month. Are they really so unworthy of forgiveness? Brother, he's just still angry. Luo Baiji was the first to come back to her senses and changed the subject to another topic. I heard that this Lantern Festival is the grandest one held in Zhengzhou City every few years. Many merchants from other worlds bring local specialties. I believe that senior brother is also interested in other mainland specialties. We can pick some for him as gifts. At the same time, walking through the bustling streets, Gu Han and Xiaoling have arrived in front of a huge pavilion. Looking up, I saw a mahogany plaque hanging at the door with 3 large golden characters written on it, Fenghua Building. The pavilion has 9 floors in total, with carved beams and painted buildings, and is gorgeously crafted. Each floor is extremely lively and full of guests. On the lower 3 floors, there are usually beautiful women playing the piano and performing songs and dances. The middle 3 floors are for scholars to drink and compose poems, or to show off their skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting to win the favor of beauties. The top 3 floors are the VIP reception area, and only the most distinguished guests of Fenghua Building are qualified to enter. Gu Han is not very interested in listening to music. He just made up an excuse to get rid of those 3 guys who might cause trouble for him, and follow behind Yi Qingyun, looking for the right opportunity to take action. But later he discovered that Yi Qingyun seemed to have been invited by someone, and followed this person into Fenghua Tower and directly entered the upper 3 floors. According to his inquiries, in order to enter the 3rd floor of Fenghua Tower, one would have to spend at least nearly 10,000 spirit stones. The consumption of such a large number of spirit stones is equivalent to all the annual salaries paid by a third-rate sect. With an old grandfather by his side and a wealthy childhood sweetheart, he's truly a worthy protagonist. After Gu Han complained a few words in his heart, let's focus our attention on Fenghua Building itself again. The plan to sneak into Fenghua Tower through the Phantom Demon Mask itself is not very feasible. I heard that there is an extremely powerful special force behind Fenghua Tower. Even several major holy places were a little afraid of it. However, according to legend, there are not many forces that can make the major holy places fear them. He just happened to know one. I don't know if it is the force he has in mind. At this time, Xiaoling, who was standing beside him, had no idea what Gu Han was thinking. He winked at him and teased him, "What do you think? You've never been here before, have you? You used to always focus all your attention on your junior sisters, but now you've finally come to your senses. It's hard to find a 3-legged toad, but there are not many 2-legged women. Since you agreed to come here with me today, I'm going to make sure you have fun. There are so many fun things here. Anything you can think of or not, is here." To be honest, he even felt a little proud deep down in his heart at this moment. There is a sense of pride that I have finally surpassed Gu Han in some aspect. After all, in the sect, he was always completely suppressed by Gu Han in all aspects. No matter how hard you try, you can't get rid of the title of eternal runner-up. But today, he finally surpassed Gu Han in terms of eating, drinking, and having fun. I must relax and celebrate later. Gu Han had no idea what Xiaoling was thinking, and his brows furrowed slightly. At this moment, he was mobilizing his own spiritual perception, searching for the source of the strange fluctuations. From the very beginning, he could feel a vague gaze constantly scanning him. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but this gaze seemed strangely familiar to him, and it even gave him a chill. I heard that Xiaobingli's family is quite influential in Zhengzhou City. Could this Fenghua Tower also belong to her family? After all, she was an extremely powerful female villain boss in the early stage. She is indeed the type of young lady who is rich, beautiful, arrogant, and domineering. At the same time, the VIP room on the top floor of Fenghua Building. The air is filled with faint fragrance and white mist is billowing. The entire private room looks like an artificial wonderland. Hey, we clearly agreed at the time that you would find time to come and see me. Now, he has quietly fled to the central continent without even saying hello to me. And you come here to show off. Should we just break his legs and tie him to his side with chains? An ethereal and pleasant female voice, with a certain melancholy and charm, came from behind the screen. Although it is impossible to see the woman's true appearance. However, just from the shadow projected onto the screen, it can be seen that the mysterious woman behind the screen has a figure beyond imagination. She seemed to be lying on her side on the bed, with a slender waist like a willow and a plump and full chest. Even the screen fan could not completely cover her excessively long and straight legs, revealing a pair of crystal clear and tender white feet. Just this one shadow is enough to make one's blood boil and make those who see it have endless imagination. At this moment, in front of the screen, a beautiful woman with extraordinary temperament and dressed in gorgeous clothes was kneeling in front of this figure respectfully like a maid. From the fine beads of cold sweat oozing from her forehead, it can be seen that the beautiful woman is very nervous at the moment. She is the owner of Fenghua Tower, and is respected as Master Niu. With her cultivation level reaching the divine venerable realm, her status is already extremely noble and she attracts a lot of attention. But at this moment, she was like an insignificant little person, and she didn't even dare to raise her head, for fear of offending the mysterious woman behind the screen. "My lady, would you like me to capture this fellow and bring him to you?" Master Niu asked with a trembling voice. "About the eldest daughter of my family. She also had some understanding of it. The rumors are a bit outrageous and ridiculous." Although he had only met Guhan a few times, he was unable to extricate himself from being attracted to him, and sometimes even his behavior seemed a little crazy. At that time, the senior management of Feixian Tower suspected that Guhan had drugged their eldest daughter or given her some special psychological suggestion. But after a series of secret investigations, the top management of Feixian Tower was certain that it was not Guhan who had drugged their eldest daughter. But their eldest daughter inexplicably fell in love with Guhan at first sight. There was no sign and no reason. No need. Now that he's here, I think it won't be difficult to find him. The lazy and charming female voice sounded again. Besides, in my impression, he is not the kind of superficial guy who likes to go to brothels to listen to music. He must have come here for a reason. Don't reveal my presence. Contact him secretly first. By the way, if he really needs anything, try your best to help him or meet all his requirements. Seeing him is like seeing me." Upon hearing these words, Master Niu's expression changed again. "I have to say, the eldest lady really dotes on Guhan." If the top management of Feixian Tower had not confirmed that their eldest daughter was fine. She even suspected that the eldest daughter, who had been pampered since childhood and had always behaved in a domineering and arrogant manner, might have been possessed by someone else. "Yes, miss." After a brief moment of daze, Master Niu quickly stood up, bowed, and personally began to arrange the matter. The stunning woman behind the gorgeous screen fan still remained lying on her side. The corners of her mouth curled up as she looked at the white-clothed figure in the projection of the law, with a strange light flashing in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Sure enough, the closer I look at this face, the more it resembles the face in my dream. Chapter 41, Past Life or Dream, I Will Never Miss It Again. Months ago. She kept having the same dream. It was a dream that was obviously very strange and illogical, but it was also very real, making her feel inexplicably familiar. In a dream. For some reason, she had a complete feud with a woman from a certain force. Finally, after several confrontations, she completely lost her patience. She planned to directly use the power of Feixian Tower to destroy the woman and the entire force behind her. At first, she didn't take this matter seriously at all. After all, their Feixian Tower has a strong foundation, and there are also powerful saints and even emperors in charge. Even if it is the several holy places in Zhangzhou, their Feixian Tower is also capable of completely destroying them. But later, somehow, the woman who had a bad relationship with her received help from an unknown master. She could not remember this unknown master very clearly. No matter how she used various secret methods to materialize the person in her dream, the identity of that unknown master remained a mystery. The only thing that is certain is that the unknown master is very young, but has a great background. He always relies on various unexpected means to disrupt the killing plan of Feixian Tower. In the end, due to various reasons, their Feixian Tower was severely damaged by repeated attacks. Later, her whereabouts were inexplicably exposed and she was surrounded and killed by many powerful people. In her dream, she felt true despair and helplessness for the first time in her life. He could only flee in a panic under the protection of the remaining strong members of the family. In the end, he was caught up by the young unknown master and his men. Just when she felt she was doomed, a masked man in white suddenly appeared and fought with the people who were chasing her in the dream. In the end, he killed several people and severely injured the unknown young master. But this also aroused the anger of other forces. Finally, they turned their guns around and chased after the man in white. Although the man in white did not act with the intention of saving her. But it was also because of his indirect action that he was able to escape from a desperate predicament. Later, when I saw the man in white again, he has been forced to the edge of the immortal realm by countless enemies, and all his escape routes have been cut off. His body was covered with wounds, his white robe was stained red with blood, and his figure looked particularly disheveled in the cold wind. However, he never showed any fear of death from beginning to end. With a heroic and unrestrained laugh, he jumped into the falling immortal cliff and died without a burial place. Before he completely fell into the falling immortal abyss, she suddenly saw the face of the man in white clearly. In just this brief moment, the falling figure left her with an unforgettable impression. For several months, she had the same dream over and over again. He kept seeing the man in white in his dream, who indirectly saved him from danger, but was finally forced into a dead end and fell into the abyss of immortality. After trying any dream interpretation method to no avail, she tried to mobilize the power of Fashion Tower to search for the white-clothed figure that might exist in reality. At first, she just gambled with the element of luck. But she never expected to meet Guhan, who looked exactly like the man in white in her dream. Maybe everything is just an illusory dream. Or perhaps, it was a picture from another time and space. But this did not prevent her from truly treating Guhan as her destined man. Be it a past life or a dream. This time, I will never miss you again. A slight smile appeared on Xiaobingli's lips, and her beautiful eyes became more and more blurred and profound. The other side. Guhan, who had already locked onto the source of the aura on the top floor of Fenghua building, frowned slightly. The development of things was somewhat beyond his expectations. He really couldn't understand why someone in Fenghua Tower was targeting him. The heavenly demon art previously rewarded by the system has the ability to conceal one's own aura and cultivation level. Even the powerful emperors could not see through his hidden cultivation, let alone a mere Fenghua Tower. Guhan, although I said I would pay for today's consumption, I can't afford to go to the third floor even if I spend all my money now. Just take a look at it, but don't dream of something unrealistic. Seeing Guhan looking towards the top floor of Fenghua building from time to time, Xiaoling, who was drinking fine wine, suddenly teased. Guhan did not respond, but he felt that the inexplicable gaze and breath were becoming more and more familiar to him. At this moment, a beautiful maid suddenly came from a distance. Under Xiaoling's puzzled gaze, he walked straight to Guhan, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "Sir, my landlord would like to invite you to the VIP room on the third floor for a chat. Are you free?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoling, who was holding the wine glass, suddenly froze, and the golden vase in his hand almost fell. The owner of Fenghua Tower? In his impression, isn't the owner of this post a big shot in Zhengzhou City? Why invite the young monk Guhan? After a brief shock, Xiaoling seemed to have some guesses and cast a shocked look at Guhan, asking, "When did you hide from me that you were kept by the owner of Fenghua Tower?" Guhan himself was also very confused about this. He had never had any dealings with the owner of Fenghua Tower. Why did the other party suddenly invite me to the VIP room on the third floor? Although he was shocked in his heart, Guhan did not show any strange expression on his face. Not to mention that he now has a special mark bestowed by Su Leng Yue. Furthermore, the Fashion Tower behind Xiaobingli seems to have its own power in Zhengzhou City. If there is really no other way, just send her a message. This can't be blamed on him being heartless. I suddenly remember him when I need him. After all, Xiaobingli is also a villain female supporting role like him, and she also has the attributes of a Yandere. More importantly, she is inexplicably attracted to him. Contacting her too early may affect your next plans. At the same time, a VIP room somewhere on the third floor of Fenghua building. Hey! Brother Qingyun, you know that my family is only good at business and has no involvement in martial arts. But the playful girl sitting at the head of the table suddenly changed the subject, revealing a bright and beautiful smile. But who made us childhood sweethearts? My father has been in business for many years and knows some powerful monks. They are even guests of our Tianbao Chamber of Commerce. I'll go back and ask my father to help rescue your two cousins, Brother Qingyun, from the northern wasteland mountains. The girl's name is Mulier, and she is the eldest daughter of Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, one of the three major chambers of commerce in Zhengzhou City. A long time ago, their family also came from a small town on the edge of Blue Wind City. Finally, with his extraordinary insight and a certain amount of luck, he took root again in Zhengzhou City and established the well-known Tianbao Chamber of Commerce. Now the whole family is thriving and has substantial assets. Lear, thank you so much. After getting the assurance from his childhood sweetheart, Yi Qingyun's anxious heart suddenly settled down a lot. With the financial resources and connections of Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, even if it cannot completely solve his problems, it will definitely play a huge role. Moreover, he also has a backup option. Old Bai. Are you sure that one of your old friends is also in Zhengzhou City? Soon, the voice of an old man, which sounded experienced and carried a certain pride, came from the depths of his consciousness. No doubt about it. I could already sense that guy's presence the moment you first arrived in Zhengzhou City. Many years ago, that guy was just an outer sect deacon of the Tianyin Holy Land. Now that so many years have passed, I believe he has become an elder of the Tianyin Holy Land. You're lucky. This guy owed me a big favor when he was young, and he's a very loyal and righteous man. If you go to him as my successor, he'll definitely help you out. Furthermore, this is also an opportunity for you. Building good relationships with the people of Tianyin Holy Land will certainly help you in your future journey to the secret realm of Central Continent. Chapter 42, A Promise Scattered in the Wind. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun's eyes brightened slightly. It seems that Bai Lao's identity in his lifetime was even more powerful than he imagined, and he even knew people from the Tianyin Holy Land. That is one of the top forces in the entire Zhengzhou region. After the excitement and anticipation, a certain coldness and murderous intent emanated from the depths of Yi Qingyun's pupils. I'll rescue my brothers and sisters from the northern wasteland mountains and find out the truth, no matter who he is. When I become powerful in the future, I will make him pay for his blood debt with blood. I will not let any of his family and forces go. Although Yi Qingyun hasn't even figured out the identity of the culprit who destroyed his family, it seems a bit ridiculous for him to say that he wants revenge. But Mr. Bai doesn't think so at all. He even thought that the person who secretly destroyed Yi Qingyun's family was an idiot. After all, even he knew that Yi Qingyun possessed extremely terrifying luck that was rare in the ages. Such people are not only destined to become true chosen ones of heaven, but will also achieve a top path in the future and become the most powerful ones. Even if you encounter huge setbacks and hardships, you will never be completely defeated. No matter how many setbacks and hardships he encounters, they will eventually become whetstones on his path to growth. Help him become more powerful and terrifying, and crush all enemies that stand in his way. Moreover, he believed that as long as Yi Qingyun survived this disaster, he would surely rise to the top. What is scary is not genius. But he is a genius who has enough time to become fully powerful. At this moment, Mu Liar's voice suddenly sounded again. Brother Qingyun, as a reward, can you accompany me shopping during your visit to Zhengzhou City? As far as I can remember, you haven't gone shopping with me for a long time. In fact, Mu Liar really admires Yi Qingyun in her heart. Not only have we not seen each other for many years, but he has also become more handsome. And she had heard her father say it too. Yi Qingyun's talent and qualifications are also extremely remarkable, and he will definitely become a big figure in the future. Her aptitude for cultivation was not very high, and she only managed to break through to the Spirit Palace realm with the help of her family's accumulated resources. But her brother Qingyun had joined the sword-asking sect for less than 4 months, and not only had his cultivation reached the 7th level of the Spirit Palace realm, but he was also said to be highly regarded by the top leaders of the entire sword-asking sect. This time I was invited to the secret realm of Zhengzhou and was also given a core sequence badge.
That's the secret land of central China. A treasure land of opportunity that countless monks desire. I can only say that he is worthy of being her brother Qin Yun. Perhaps it is because I have been exposed to the principles of business interests since childhood. Mu Li are also unconsciously considered many matters of interest. Not to mention becoming brother Qin Yun's partner, at least it can enhance their childhood sweetheart relationship. Fenghua Tower, the best private room. Thanks to Guhan, Xiaoling, who was also invited into this place, had his pupils dilated slightly the moment he saw the number 1 private room. Luxury. It's so luxurious. Not only does it take on an ordinary door to be inlaid with jade and gold edges. The entire private room is engraved with special rune arrays, which immediately gives people a refreshing and relaxing feeling when they step into this place. Compared to Xiaoling, a country bumpkin who has never seen the world and still wants to act like a nobody, Guhan seemed much calmer. He looked indifferent, with a natural sense of alienation in his tone, as he looked at a figure sitting in the middle of the private room. I wonder why the owner of Fenghua Tower invited me. If it is a blessing, there will be no disaster; if it is a disaster, there will be no escape. Besides, it's not like he doesn't have any trump cards. Even if the other party is not in his favor, he has the confidence to retreat safely. Mr. Gu, there is no need to be vigilant. I have no ill will towards you. After signaling the maid to temporarily take Xiaoling to the private room next door, the owner of Fenghua Tower then revealed a respectful expression and bowed slightly. Miss, you just got the news that you, Master Gu, have arrived in Zhengzhou City. The young lady specifically instructed that if Mr. Gu needs help, Fenghua Tower will do its best to satisfy him and help him with all its strength. The sudden remarks made Guhan slightly stunned. But he quickly came to his senses, and his pupils contracted slightly. Miss? A light bulb went off in his head, and Guhan quickly thought of something. No. This Fenghua building is also Xia Bingli's family's property. Zhengzhou City, Central Street in the downtown area. There were crowds of people and a lot of noise. Countless gorgeous and dazzling lanterns dot the streets like stars in the sky. While it was brilliant and dazzling, it also gave the entire street a thick smell of smoke and dust. In the bustling crowd, 3 women, each with their own unique charm, pretty faces and graceful figures, attracted much attention. They are like beautiful scenery walking in the world, and wherever they go, they always attract countless people to stop and look at them. Sorry, the 3 of us sisters just want to have fun on our own and don't want to go on a boat tour with strangers to see the lanterns. After rejecting countless young men who came forward to invite her to take a boat tour to enjoy the lanterns, Xu Yue looked tired and impatient. Not only her, Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji also had the same sentiment. Ever since the 3 of them set foot on this street, I don't know how many people used all kinds of excuses and fancy words to talk to them, trying to invite them to go on a boat cruise to enjoy the lights. While feeling distressed, the 3 women couldn't help but think of the same figure in white, and suddenly felt sad again. If only senior brother were here. The senior brother in my memory is extremely gentle in every little detail. Even if it is such a trivial matter, my senior brother can always handle it very properly. Never disturb their mood for traveling. It can even often make their journey more enjoyable and relaxing. Now I don't have my senior brother to accompany me anymore. It's not that I can't live and play, but I always feel like something is missing. Continue along the busy streets. I don't know how many people approached me and rejected them. Xu Yue and the other 2 girls' beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as if they saw something. The style of shops on the street ahead was completely different from anything they had ever seen in their lives. It seems that the products sold on this street are all specialties from other continents. The continent they are on is called Xuanshu continent. But I heard that there are other continents and cultivation civilizations outside the Xuanshu continent. I used to think that those stories about other continents that senior brother told me were all fiction. I didn't expect that they were all true. Not only Luo Baiji, but Lu Ruyan also looked excited and happy. Yes. I remember my senior brother said that when he becomes powerful enough to transcend boundaries, he will take us on a tour of other continents. And, he also said. Lu Ruyan became more and more excited as she spoke,
as if she was thinking of many happy things. But when he reached out subconsciously, he found nothing. She suddenly felt as if a basin of cold water was poured over her from head to toe. The beautiful eyes that were filled with excitement and joy suddenly became dim, and all the joy disappeared, as if falling into an icy abyss. In his memory, his senior brother would always stand next to him, and he only needed to stretch out his hand slightly to hug his senior brother's broad arms tightly. How could she suddenly forget? Senior brother is no longer as gentle as usual, he has completely changed into a different person. The beautiful promise we made has long since been blown away by the wind. Chapter 43. How should you respond if someone puts the label of demon sect on you in advance? Lu Ruyan's unintentional habitual behavior was seen by Chu Yue and Luo Baiji. Likewise, the joy that had just risen in their hearts suddenly disappeared. Yes. Not only did my senior brother completely disregard them, he was even ready to sever ties with them. Chu Yue, who was the oldest of the three girls, let out a breath and suppressed the complicated thoughts in her heart. A forced smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Things haven't reached the worst point yet. We still have a chance to salvage the situation. Don't be too pessimistic about the future. Have you forgotten our purpose today? Hearing this, Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji's originally gloomy eyes became bright again, and they cheered themselves up in their hearts again. They came here today not to view the lanterns, but to choose gifts for their senior brother. This street is too big, and it will be difficult to finish walking through it tonight. Why don't we split up so that we can better prepare gifts for our senior brother, Luo Baiji suggested. This proposal was quickly accepted by both of them. After agreeing to meet again here in 2 hours, the three women went their separate ways. The beauty of the three women was already particularly eye-catching, even though they were deliberately talking in low voices. But the few words that were revealed were clearly heard by many monks around. At this moment, many monks looked at the directions in which the three women left with mixed feelings and envy. I wonder who this senior brother these three fairies are talking about is. It's amazing that three fairies are so interested in this. Isn't that the point? These three fairies deliberately prepared gifts, seemingly intending to appease the senior brother they're talking about. What the hell? No way. This guy is really stubborn. He has three such beautiful fairy sisters, and he still thinks it's not enough. He's actually angry with them? If I had three junior sisters like this, no matter how bad they did, I would seriously reflect on whether I was wrong. Really? Then you really are a hopeless bootlicker. A cold voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. The monk was stunned for a moment, then instantly showed anger. How dare you? Do you know who I am? How dare you? But when he met the pair of dark and deep eyes behind him, which seemed to be flowing with a chilling light that could captivate the soul, the monk suddenly stiffened all over, and after confirming with his eyes, he realized that this was a ruthless person whom he could not afford to offend. After a brief pause, the man quickly revealed a flattering smile. Brother, you are really good at judging people. I am a dog. Guhan ignored the cultivator's self-mockery. He just looked coldly in the direction where Chu Yue left. This monk is an incurable bootlicker. Just like him in his previous 2 lives. But it was just the past life after all. Failure and humiliation make people progress. Without failure and shame, a mature and qualified man cannot be forged. He withdrew his gaze, suppressed his emotions, and walked towards the other side of the street corner. Guhan restrained his breath and, while no one was paying attention, turned and walked into a street corner. When he appeared again from the dim street corner, he has completely transformed into another young man, whose appearance and aura are completely different from Guhan. This person is Guhan in disguise by wearing a phantom demon mask. It seems that Yi Qingyun just followed a young woman towards that street. If my guess is correct, that person should be his childhood sweetheart. A faint smile appeared on Guhan's lips. With his hands behind his back, he walked towards the direction where Yi Qingyun disappeared with a comfortable look on his face. He already had a very interesting plan in mind. It just so happened that the phantom demon mask could completely hide his breath, so no matter what he did afterwards, he could put the blame on the unknown demon sect disciple. Furthermore, there is the blessing of the top body movement secret technique, the Xingzi secret. In this bustling Zhengzhou city with its crisscrossing streets, he was confident that even the powerful gods would not be able to track him down. Once in his previous life, Yi Qingyun accused him of being a spy for the demonic sect. Now, he naturally has to accuse this guy of being a spy for the demon sect. Let's see how he responds. Central Downtown Street. Lu Ruyan went around many shops, constantly selecting various other mainland specialties. Brother, you probably haven't tasted food from other continents. These things look quite fresh. I'll just buy some for you. This thing is also good. It's a very tonic when used to make soup. Brother has been busy practicing recently, so he must be quite tired. Whenever Lu Ruyan sees something suitable, she will buy it without asking the price. She had always known that she was a terrible cook. In my memory, my senior brother always used his superb cooking skills to satisfy my many appetites. Now, she also wants to use these ingredients to hone her cooking skills. Some people say that the best way to get closer to someone is to capture their stomach. Ruyan, you must keep working hard. Come on and coax your senior brother back as soon as possible. After secretly encouraging herself, Lu Ruyan continued to wander around the shops looking for suitable ingredients. The other side of the street. Luo Baiji was moving between various shops selling magical instruments from other continents. Miss, you have excellent taste. This is the Xianhuang sword, forged from meteorite iron from outer space, refined for 49 days. It can cut through iron like mud and sever hair with a single blow. I don't want 99.98, I just want 999 spirit stones to take home. Ignored the clerk's eager praise and recommendation. Luo Baiji looked at the long sword in her hand for a long time, and finally sighed and shook her head. Compared to her own sword, the sword in her hand was no different from something sold at a street stall. But when it came to her sword, she suddenly remembered. Her own sword was specially made for her by her senior brother, and it suits her best. She remembered clearly that her senior brother had been going to the forging pavilion for 2 consecutive months in order to refine this sword. A kind of sad feeling came over me again. Looking back suddenly. But she suddenly realized that there were many traces of her senior brothers in her life. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to my mind from the depths of my mind. Luo Baiji seemed to have thought of something, and put the sword back into the hands of the clerk, her voice excited and expectant. Do you have any materials in your shop that can be used to make swords? I want them all. Why should you buy it deliberately? She directly refined a sword for her senior brother. Wouldn't it be more appropriate and more commemorative? In the past, the senior brother took great pains to make the best sword for her. She is also willing to endure hardships and spend time and effort to create the best sword for her senior brother. Chapter 44 The original future time and space, that lonely snowy night. It only takes a moment. Lu Ruyan, who had been tossing and turning in various shops, had already bought a lot of special ingredients from other continents. Although I fantasize about it from time to time in my mind. I fantasize that as long as I perform well enough later. If you use your hard-trained skills to capture your senior brother's stomach, you can gain his forgiveness. But deep down in my heart, there was a voice that kept echoing. Keep telling her. No matter how hard I try, my senior brother will never forgive me. Images interwoven from various memories kept flashing in my mind. The moment when everything freezes. The senior brother with such a gentle and sunny smile eventually turned into countless bubbles and disappeared. My senior brother is as cold as ice now. The cold frightened her. It was so cold that it felt unfamiliar to her. But I've already apologized. Why won't you forgive me? She suddenly felt a little aggrieved. Obviously within this month. She tried every possible way and tried her best to make up for her mistakes. Because of this, I couldn't sleep at night, and I was restless every day. I couldn't even sit down and practice. Why did my senior brother turn a blind eye to all his apologies from beginning to end? And in the end, all the sects stepped in and used the questioning heaven mirror to completely resolve the matter. My senior brother's reputation did not suffer any damage as a result. Instead, her reputation in the sect suffered a huge loss. Recently, she has been secretly criticized and ridiculed as an ungrateful person by the sect disciples. She has obviously already borne all the bad consequences. She admitted all her mistakes. Why couldn't senior brother give her a chance and had to hold on to this matter? I used the back of my hand to hide the tears that had seeped out of me. Lu Rian planned to go to a quiet place to enjoy the evening breeze, sort out and relax her emotions. She was really afraid that she would not be able to control her emotions later. Eventually, I will burst into tears of grievance that I can't help but feel. Today the central downtown streets are very busy and crowded with people. The sound that had previously made her feel happy now sounded particularly harsh to her. Walk into a relatively deserted street. When I happened to pass by a dark tent, a mysterious and vicissitudes voice suddenly sounded from deep within the tent. Hee miss, judging by your appearance, you must be troubled by something, even unable to sleep at night. You haven't been feeling distressed lately, have you? I am a fortune teller from the Biming continent, proficient in divination and deduction. If the young lady is willing, I can tell fortunes for her and help her resolve her worries and difficulties. Lu Ruyan, who originally thought the owner of this voice was a charlatan, suddenly paused when she heard the two special words Biming continent and fortune teller. After all, other continents always hold a mysterious hue for her. This special existence from other continents might really be able to help me. After a slight hesitation, Lu Rian decided to enter the tent and ask this mysterious man to tell her fortune. The environment inside the pitch-black tent seemed a little dim. An old man, his face completely obscured by a black robe, sat on a high platform. In front of him was an altar made of special materials, engraved with countless ancient characters that she had never seen before. Directly above the altar, a crystal ball emitting a glittering glow like a star is floating slightly. Every time the fluorescent light in it flashes, it produces a strange resonance with the countless ancient characters on the altar. At the signal of the old man in black robe, Lu Ruyan was sitting opposite the old man. Almost at the same time, the small altar suddenly began to hum and glow brightly. Dozens of golden words representing different special meanings floated up from it, as if given life, and were neatly arranged in front of Lu Ruyan. Before the formal divination, the girl will randomly choose the one she most wants from these golden words according to her own wishes. The old man in black robe in front of him gave people a feeling of being mysterious and playing tricks. But Lu Ruyan subconsciously picked a golden word at random according to his request. Soon, the selected golden text fell into the hands of the old man in black robe, and the other golden texts gradually dimmed and returned to the altar. Girl, the meaning of the words you chose represents destiny. The development of fate will lead to different directions and different endings. After some academic explanation, Lu Ruyan once again placed her palm on the crystal ball as requested by the old man in black robe, and used all her strength to mobilize her mind to resonate with some power hidden in the crystal ball. In an instant, countless strange powers spread upwards from her palms, pouring into the depths of her mind, and transformed into some kind of illusory yet real picture. The development of fate made her vaguely see the ending of another time and space. After the trip to the Tianshan secret realm, senior brother's incompetence, coupled with her testimony without knowing the truth, plunged him into complete despair. No matter how senior brother defended himself or explained the truth of the matter, he could not gain the approval of the sect members. The sect did not resort to using the heaven questioning mirror to prove Guhan's innocence as they had done previously, but instead hastily concluded the matter. The sect's inaction, master, and their distrust have completely plunged brother into the abyss of despair. The senior brother in the picture seemed to have been completely stripped of his former glory. Anyone could point fingers at him and cast disdainful glances at him. He was like an eagle that once soared high in the sky, but eventually had its wings clipped and was left struggling painfully in the mud. No, it's not like that. Liu Ruyan, who was in a mysterious state, suddenly collapsed and cried out in pain. It's all my fault. I didn't find out the truth and wronged my brother. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Don't blame my brother. But her cries had no effect. It cannot even reach the ears of the people in the picture. The picture is still changing. Her heart seemed to have suffered unprecedented devastation in the ever-changing scenes. It was divided into countless petals by the sharp knife called self-blame and heartache, and then crushed one petal at a time. The senior brother, once beloved by the sect, had his status plummeted overnight. Countless disciples who once admired and believed in him now made fun of him, calling him a hypocritical hypocrite whose pretense of morality was all a facade. I don't know how long I spent listening to such vicious remarks. Later, senior brother suffered irreparable injuries in the secret realm, and his cultivation could no longer improve. He was expelled from the sect under various pretexts, and was left to fend for himself. That day, heavy snow fell and the winter was bitterly cold. They played and laughed happily in the warm palace. Senior brother walks alone in the cold night. He no longer seems as dazzling and tall as he remembered. He was a thin figure, stumbling with each step, leaving behind a series of lonely footprints that belonged only to him in the deserted snowy plain. Finally, he exhausted his last bit of strength and fell to the cold snow. She heard her senior brother's last whisper, "It's so cold." The senior brother in the picture died in a lonely night. Died on a night they never knew about. Chapter 45, Regrets and the Illusory Past Life. Lu Ruyan no longer remembers the subsequent scenes very clearly. The extreme sadness and grief turned into a devastating torrent, burying all her thoughts. Turned the entire brain into a blank void. Lu Ruyan's face was pale, and her confused and dazed eyes revealed her extreme sorrow. Especially the scene where the senior brother fell in the snow. It was like a steel knife that completely pierced her heart, causing her whole body to convulse in pain. Let things develop as they were. If my senior brother had not been resolute, he would have entered the demon locking tower and died to prove his innocence. If the sect did not bring out the questioning heaven mirror. Could it be that her careless misunderstanding would lead to such a tragic ending for her senior brother? In the picture, they are enjoying the warm fireplace in the hall, laughing, talking, and playing. However, the senior brother walked in the lonely night, and finally waited for the end of his life in the endless cold. The most ridiculous and sad thing is, their senior brother in the picture was expelled from the mountain, and from beginning to end, they never even came to see him. If such despair and sadness were to happen to her, she would probably collapse instantly. I'm so sorry. Intense pain and self-blame spread throughout my body. My body fell to the ground in pain. She covered her heart, which had already been broken into countless pieces, with trembling hands. Endless self-blame and regret finally turned into hot tears, which seeped out of her eyes uncontrollably. She was wrong. She really knew she was wrong. It turned out that such an unintentional misunderstanding of mine would eventually cause such a butterfly effect, causing my senior brother to suffer such a tragic ending. She couldn't imagine how desperate her senior brother must be in the cold night. Girl, are you okay? Lu Ruyan's sudden emotional breakdown startled the old man in black robe. This crystal ball was passed down from one of his ancestors. It is a supreme treasure and it should not be possible for it to cause serious damage to a person's soul. Seeing Lu Ruyan in such pain, emotionally broken and tears streaming down her face, he was also frightened. He just stretched out his hand to support Lu Ruyan. No, I want to tell my sister about my own affairs. I want to sincerely apologize to my senior brother. No matter what method I use, I must make my senior brother forgive me. Lu Ruyan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and rushed out with red eyes. It was not until half a day had passed that the dazed old man in black robe came to his senses and chased after him like a gust of wind. What the hell? Girl, you haven't paid yet. This dress has a nice style. It should look great on you, senior brother. Shu Yue, holding a white robe with moonlight, seemed to be thinking of happy things in the future, and a happy smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. But soon, Shu Yue seemed to remember something, and the smile on her lips quickly disappeared. The whole person seemed a little listless again. Fairy, do you think this moonwhite black robe is not perfect enough and still has flaws? A female clerk with a good appearance came forward and said, this moonwhite black robe was specially designed by a master hired by our Chamber of Commerce. It is made of the finest silk. Giving this moon-white black robe as a gift would be a very good choice. I'm sure your Taoist partner would be very happy too.
Shu Yue was a little stunned and shook her head bitterly. No, he is my senior brother. Ignore the clerk's hard sales pitch. Shu Yue suddenly felt a little dazed again, and her thoughts were gradually drifting away. She still remembers her first time traveling. The senior brother was worried that he would get hurt, so he carefully made a special magic weapon for him that looked like a piece of clothing. The color of that clothing is also white. But later, during a trial in a secret realm, the magical clothing was torn into several holes. Originally, she wanted to ask her senior brother to find some free time to sew for her. But now it seems I could only try to mend the holes on the magic weapon clothing by myself. Senior sister. At this moment, Shu Yue suddenly heard the cry of her junior sister. Junior sister Ruyan. Shu Yue was slightly stunned. Just as she turned around, Lu Ruyan jumped into her arms like a little deer. She had just experienced something extremely sad. Her body was shaking, her eyes were red, and tears were flowing uncontrollably, completely wetting the front of Shu Yue's clothes. Senior sister, I just had a divination with a mysterious old man, hoping he could help me solve my problems, but then I saw many images of my senior brother. Lu Ruyan did not hide it. He told the black-robed old man everything about his divination. Shu Yue, who originally thought that her junior sister was bullied by others, was struck by lightning after hearing Lu Ruyan's story. The scene that the junior sister saw, could it be that the senior brother encountered an injustice at some time and space in the previous life? Although she didn't actually see those scenes. But just by listening to her junior sister's brief account, she felt extremely distressed. Shu Yue suppressed the pain in her heart, took Lu Ruyan's hand, and walked out of the store. There are too many people here. After we find Bai Ji, junior sister, please tell us the whole story from beginning to end. She felt it more and more. Senior brother has become like this now. It is most likely related to some scenes from their past lives that they are unaware of. Although the so-called past life is an illusory concept. But as a practitioner, I am not unfamiliar with this term. And now even the junior sister has seen scenes similar to the senior brother's past life. This further confirmed her guess. Brother Qing Yun. I had a lot of fun today. When I return, I will report this to my father and ask him to ask the guest official from the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce to help. Thank you, Lear. Listening to the speech of his childhood sweetheart, Yi Qingyun smiled gently and gratefully. Mu Liar's pretty face flushed slightly, showing a shyness of a young girl in love. Brother Qingyun, I'm going back first. See you tomorrow. Well, see you tomorrow. After watching Mu Liar leave, Yi Qingyun withdrew his gaze and turned to walk in another direction. Mr. Bai, are you sure that old acquaintance of yours is nearby? No mistake, I sense it very clearly. Bai Lao's response quickly came from the depths of my mind. But I have to say, you are quite lucky. Although that little girl's cultivation talent is ordinary, she is dressed in extremely luxurious clothes and is even secretly protected by several powerful people. Even if you don't need to rely on my connections, you can probably avert this disaster with your childhood sweetheart's connections. One more route means one more layer of insurance. A smile appeared on Yi Qingyun's lips. Besides, we don't even know the identity of the enemy right now, so we'd better go all out and make more preparations. After hearing Yi Qingyun's answer, Mr. Bai was very satisfied. Not only does he have the unique golden dragon luck in the world, but he is also so cautious and careful in doing things, without being arrogant or impatient. In time, the future will surely achieve extraordinary results. And shortly after Yi Qingyun's breath disappeared. Suddenly, a figure walked out from the direction of the shadow. His expression was stern, and his eyes were like the deep starry sky. After looking at the direction where Yi Qingyun and Mu Liar left, he paused for a moment. The man in green turned around, his figure disappeared into the thick night, and he quickly approached the direction where Mu Liar left. Chapter 46. Since it is related to him, I will take your lives. On the way back to her family, Mu Liar was humming a song and seemed to be in a very good mood. After all, today not only did he meet brother Qingyun again, but they also had a good time touring Zhengzhou city together. Moreover, when she thought about spending a happy day with her brother Qingyun in the next few days, she felt even happier.
But the guy who secretly ordered the murder of brother Qingyun really deserves to die. Mu Liar clenched her fist slightly, looking a little annoyed, and complained in her heart. When I return to the family, no matter what the cost, I will ask my father to ask a guest official to kill the damned culprit and avenge brother Qingyun. Maybe I can take advantage of this to further strengthen my relationship with brother Qingyun.
She seemed to have thought of something again. Suddenly, he said to the burly middle-aged man beside him with a joyful tone, "By the way, Uncle Wang, didn't you say before that you wanted to find a successor for your Shenianing Budaism? What do you think of brother Qingyun?"
Brother Qingyun is so young now, but he has already been respected by the entire sword-asking sect.
This is enough to show that he has extraordinary talent and aptitude. I believe that if it's him, he will definitely be able to revive your divine shadow sword slash. This middle-aged man named Uncle Wang is her personal bodyguard, named Wang Yidao.
She also didn't know the specific level of her cultivation. I just heard from my father that Uncle Wang was once an elder of a sect and was extremely powerful. His famous skill, the divine shadow sword drawing technique, is said to be able to simultaneously launch several different sword lights within a single breath, taking the enemy's life in an instant at lightning speed. At first she thought her father was deliberately exaggerating and making Uncle Wang sound too outrageous. But one day when she went out, she was robbed by the demon monks. Uncle Wang killed 5 demonic monks with one sword in just one breath. Only then did she finally confirm that her father was not exaggerating and that Uncle Wang really had such ability. At that time, she was also shocked by the powerful strength displayed by Uncle Wang. At one point, she begged Uncle Wang to teach her the divine shadow sword slash. It's a pity that she lacks talent and strength, and after practicing diligently for several months, she still hasn't mastered the essence of it. Now I meet my brother Qingyun. She suddenly couldn't help but imagine the scene of her brother Qingyun killing several powerful enemies in a breath after learning such magical powers. How heroic would that be? Today, I followed the young lady and secretly observed that little fellow named Yi Qingyun. Although he didn't intentionally reveal it, from many small details, it can be seen that he has a very strong talent, which is quite compatible with my divine shadow sword drawing technique. Wang Yidao stroked his beard and smiled. If he is willing to become my disciple, I can teach him the divine shadow sword drawing technique. He did have a premonition in his heart. If he were to teach Yi Qingyun his famous skill, the divine shadow sword drawing technique, the other party would most likely be able to reach a higher level than himself. At this moment, Wang Yidao suddenly looked alert as if he sensed something. "Miss, be careful. Something's happening." At the same time, several other powerful men who were responsible for protecting Mu Liar in secret appeared together. While keeping her firmly behind him, he stared vigilantly at the front. In the center of several gazes that were either frightened or fearful. A tall and handsome man dressed in green stood with his hands behind his back on the top of a building in the distance. The moonlight poured down on the young man like frost. Even in the thick night, one could clearly see that his slightly raised face was mixed with a certain condescending charm. "Who are you?" Wang Yidao shouted angrily. "We are from the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce. Why are you blocking our way?" Don't be fooled by his powerful voice. But in fact, he was already extremely wary of Guhan's sudden appearance. Even his cultivation has reached the half-step divine stage. But in his perception. However, he was completely unable to discern Guhan's specific cultivation level. He even had a feeling that even if a few other people joined together, they would most likely not be a match for the man in blue in front of him. He ignored Wang Yidao's cold questioning. Guhan looked down from above, his dark eyes fixed directly on Mu Liar, who was protected in the center. "You are Yi Qingyun's childhood sweetheart?" Mu Liar's Adam's apple moved and she opened her mouth. But she was not given a chance to speak. The man in green bathed in moonlight just chuckled and shook his head, as if he was asking and answering himself. "Forget it, since it's related to that guy Yi Qingyun. Then I will take your lives." Guhan's icy voice immediately carried into the ears of several people along with the cold wind. Wang Yidao's hair stood on end, and his soul was frightened. At the same time, his body had already reacted first. After all, he has been in the martial arts world for several years and has extremely rich experience in fighting. Protect the lady.
While giving the order, he had already drawn out his natal sword. Boom! All his cultivation burst out without reservation at this moment. He put his sword on his left waist, grasped the hilt with his right hand, and made a gesture to draw the sword. At this moment, the vast and terrifying sword energy continued to gather towards the sword in his hand. At this moment, the flow of time became extremely slow in his eyes, and the whole world looked like a series of slides in Wang Yidao's eyes. Shanine's sword drawing and slashing technique requires using the most perfect angle and the most perfect way of exerting force to condense the strongest sword energy on the blade, and then transform this force into several sword beams to slash out. Divine Shadow, draw the sword and slash. While Wang Yidao was shouting in his heart, he immediately used his most powerful and famous skill. Swish, swish, swish. Amidst the roar of the sharp and rolling sword energy. In the dark night, there seemed to be several bright sword beams crisscrossing and overlapping with each other, like a dazzling moon, slashing towards Guhan from several different directions. Logically speaking, no one could perfectly dodge such dense and sharp sword energy. But what happened next was beyond his understanding. The man in blue had no intention of dodging from beginning to end. Instead, he simply raised his foot and stepped forward, heading towards the place where the sword light was gathered without dodging. Seeking your own death. Wang Yidao couldn't help but sneer in his heart. That was the most powerful killing move he had come up with after spending his entire life comprehending it. Do you really think that you can easily dissolve his famous skills with your so-called body skills? But the next scene made his expression completely frozen. Snap! The roaring sonic boom sounded like thunder exploding. In a trance, everyone only felt a dazzling blue lightning streaking through the night sky, rapidly attacking them with unmatched power. But it only takes a blink of an eye. Guhan's figure turned into a shadow and disappeared in an instant. Wherever the figure passed, it left behind a series of overlapping green traces like slides. With fierce power, several sword beams were densely intertwined, as if they were cut into some illusory dimension, and could not touch Guhan at all. Chapter 47, Instant Solution, Control and Domination. How? The surrounding space was frozen at this moment. Wang Yidao still maintained the action of drawing the knife. But his entire body was completely stiff, like a clay sculpture. Not only him, but the other monks who had already taken defensive postures all maintained the same look of astonishment, and stood completely frozen in place like clay sculptures. Wang Yidao's famous skill of being invincible and destroying enemies with a single strike of his sword has completely lost its effect today. The man in blue who was several miles away just a moment ago. Not only did it instantly shatter the sharp blade light. The whole person has appeared in front of Mu Liar, who is heavily protected by them in the center. There was no expression on his cold face, and his left hand was behind his back. Even her standing posture was no different from before, and her long hair and sleeves did not show any signs of fluttering. However, his outstretched right hand had already pressed on Mu Liar's head, whose face was completely pale. Almost at the same time. Behind him, several heads were raised high. Wang Yidao looked at the familiar headless body in front of him, blood gushing out from the severed part, and his pupils suddenly contracted. This is me? Am I dead? I used all my life's knowledge of the divine shadow sword slash and it couldn't hurt this man in blue at all? There was no pain, he just felt that his life was completely ended in an instant. The heads of Wang Yidao and several monks slammed heavily to the ground, their eyes wide open, their expressions filled with fear and disbelief before death. Mu Liar saw this scene through Guhan's fingers out of the corner of her eye. She was so frightened that her eyes almost rolled back and she fainted. That was Uncle Wang who had protected her safety many times. Even when he was besieged by several demon monks, he managed to break through successfully with his powerful strength. Now, in just the blink of an eye, he died inexplicably? Who the hell are you? Spirit stones? Wealth. I can give you anything you want. Although she was extremely frightened, she still asked this question with all her strength while trembling. After all, her father had often taken her to meet many important figures over the years, and she had experienced some big scenes. Even in such a dangerous situation, she could still barely retain her sanity. Hearing this, Guhan only curled up the corners of his mouth into a slight smile, completely ignoring Mu Liar's words,
actually, I didn't intend to attack you.
But who told you to get involved with him?
You even wanted to interfere with things you shouldn't have, and interfere with my plans." As the words fell, Guhan's fingers exerted a little force, and a strange red blood mist spread out from the palm of his hand, rushing madly into Mulayer's head, constantly tearing and destroying her sea of consciousness. The intense pain and the approaching life-and-death crisis made Mulayer struggle frantically. However, Guhan's big hands were like a pair of pliers, firmly clamping her head.
No matter how hard he tried, it was completely useless. My father is the president of the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce.
If you kill me, he will definitely use every possible means to find you.
If there is any misunderstanding between us, you can bring it up and I can make up for it in any way.
While struggling in pain, Mulayer's thoughts were constantly racing. Combined with what the man in blue had said before, she already understood everything. The guy in front of him was the mastermind behind the destruction of his brother Qingyun's family, causing him to suffer such an unprovoked disaster. Now that he knew that she wanted to help brother Qingyun to take revenge, he decided to take action himself and kill her to silence her.
Mulayer finally understood. At this moment, she finally understood what kind of terrifying person her brother Qingyun had offended.
The waters involved were far beyond the reach of a wealthy young lady from an aristocratic family like her.
She regretted it.
"I regret that I intervened in this matter without investigating the whole story." The blood-colored mist had completely engulfed her sea of consciousness. The only remaining self-awareness also dissipated bit by bit in endless pain and regret. His eyes lost focus and became blurry and dim. The body gradually stopped its instinctive struggle. After the big hand released its grip on Mulayer's face, she stood there in a daze, like a wooden figure that had completely lost its soul. According to ordinary people's thinking, the safest way to deal with it is to destroy the bodies of Mulayer and others and completely eliminate the risk of being discovered. However, he has a more perfect and more beneficial method for himself.
Clatter. Guhan raised his hand and snapped his fingers.
Mulayer's eyes were completely distracted, and suddenly a red light flashed deep in her pupils.
Soon, like a spark in the wilderness, it spread rapidly throughout Mulayer's body.
Her sea of consciousness and soul, which had been swallowed by the strange red fog, were reconstructed again. However, she has also lost her original self, and now she is completely controlled by Guhan.
Go back and tell everyone what happened today.
It was said that demonic monks had invaded Zhongzhou City, and several of your guards were fighting with the invading demonic monks, and you took advantage of the chaos to escape.
In a panic, I saw a young man secretly talking to a demon monk, seemingly trying to contact him.
I'm afraid there's a demon spy in Zhongzhou City who's trying to stir up trouble in secret.
After listening to Guhan's series of instructions, Mulayer nodded woodenly. Yes, Lear will follow your instructions.
After she finished speaking, the expression on Mulayer's face quickly changed again. She became panic-stricken and frightened, and ran towards the bright street in the distance.
Wait until Mulayer's figure completely disappeared.
Guhan once again set about setting up the scene and forging some traces of fighting, as well as the aura left behind by the demonic monks. The foreshadowing has been laid. Now we need to find the right time to officially kick off this great show.
Yi Qingyun, don't you like to label me as a spy for the demon sect?
While speaking, Guhan took out a small piece of cloth that was completely different from his clothes from his arms, and the smile on his face became even wider. I'm putting this hat on your head in advance this time.
How are you going to respond?
After murmuring and chuckling for a while, Guhan's body gradually faded into the void and soon disappeared.
Not long after,
a ripple suddenly appeared in an unknown shadow somewhere. A beautiful woman with extraordinary demeanor and dressed in gorgeous clothes looked in the direction where Guhan disappeared, and then looked at the battlefield that was deliberately arranged.
Although I don't know what Mr. Gu is going to do.
But this method of deliberately disguising and blaming the demon sect is indeed quite bad. However, if there were no corpses of the demonic monks at the scene, it would still seem a bit too fake.
Go, kill those demon monks in the dungeon and dump their bodies here. We've already asked the questions we need to ask. After giving the instructions, the owner of Fenghua Tower fell into deep thought again.
Just now I seem to hear Mr. Gu mention Yi Qingyun.
Could it be that Master Gu has a grudge against this guy? Should I take action in secret and help Master Gu get rid of this guy?
After all, they all knew that their eldest daughter was extremely fond of Gu Han.
He might even be their eldest daughter's husband in the future. If you build good relationships early, you can reap the benefits sooner, right? Chapter 48. I plan to bury everything, but who am I pretending to be for?
At the same time, Gu Han, who was sneaking quickly in the dark, also received the system's broadcast.
Ding!
Congratulations to the Master for completing the villain branch mission, isolating the protagonist, Qingmei Mulayar, to provide her with assistance. Congratulations to the Master for receiving a 5,000 villain point reward.
This side quest was completed easily. But Gu Han didn't think that the tasks issued by the system were easy. He was lucky this time.
It just so happened that Mulayar was out to invite Yi Qingyun, instead of being in the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce mansion. Otherwise, the difficulty and risk will increase several times.
But there are not so many ifs in the world.
Mulayar happened to run into the muzzle of his gun, so she couldn't blame him for being cruel. In the original story, Mulayar played a great role in helping Yi Qingyun in the early stage. Relying on the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce's strong financial resources and huge network of contacts, it provided many conveniences for Yi Qingyun. In a sense, it also helps the other party to quickly achieve the initial accumulation in the early stage, and indirectly helps him to rise rapidly. Now, Mulayar is completely under his control. If he uses a little trick, Tianbao Chamber of Commerce will not only not become a helper to Yi Qingyun, but will also become his enemy in a sense. Just thinking about using the protagonist's character in the original novel to play a prank on the protagonist himself is quite pleasant. However, it will be a little difficult to prevent the saints and saints' sons from becoming friends with Yi Qingyun.
Let's not talk about this place. We are on the territory of the Holy Land.
The Holy Land elders who are in charge of leading the team are all very capable. When these saints go out, I believe these elders will also protect them in secret.
However, he was not in a hurry about this matter. These holy sons and daughters will also enter the secret realm of Central Continent.
Once he gets in, he will have plenty of opportunities to control these guys. Since it is related to Yi Qingyun, bury them all.
Junior sister Ruyan, are you telling the truth? Did you really see the tragic scene of my senior brother's previous life? Are you sure this wasn't an illusion deliberately cast by that black-robed old man, trying to take advantage of your deep-seated remorse to deceive you?
In a private room of a tavern somewhere, Luo Baiji was the first to raise an incredulous question. She looked dazed, as if she had been unable to digest the information in her mind for a long time.
After Lu Ruyan's overview, a few pictures have already been woven in their minds.
The north wind blows snow, and it is a cold winter in the 12th lunar month. The senior brother who was expelled from the sect walked on the empty snowy field. Exhausted, he finally collapsed in the cold snow and died on a snowy night unknown to anyone.
Outside the restaurant is a bustling downtown area with people talking and laughing.
The private room was silent, and the thoughts of heartache or self-blame seemed to have brewed into a low-pressure dark cloud, making people feel like they had a lump in their throat.
But I don't know if it's an illusion.
Listening carefully, one could hear occasional sobbing sounds coming from the quiet private room. Lu Ruyan lowered her head tightly, her eyes slightly red, and the mist of tears continued to condense, turning into crystal clear and hot tears that kept sliding out from the corners of her eyes. She originally thought that the old man's divination and deduction would help her resolve her worries and at least make her feel less uncomfortable. But after this incident, her mood became even more confused. Whenever she thought of the images in her mind, her heart ached. She really didn't expect that such a simple misunderstanding of hers would eventually lead to such a tragic end for her senior brother.
Especially in the divination scene.
The scene of my senior brother heading down the mountain alone as the sun sets, with no one to stop him, is breathtaking just thinking about it. Senior brother might have been really hoping that they, or Master, would come and keep him.
But, until he went down the mountain, until he died on that snowy night,
they also took no action. They are such ungrateful people. Chu Yue pursed her red lips and remained silent for a long time. But when her eyes suddenly swept over the table piled with gifts they had specially prepared for their senior brother, she couldn't help but feel a sense of irony.
Who are you trying to please by acting so hypocritically?
The other two junior sisters may have just regarded the so-called picture as divination, as something that might happen in the future but has not actually happened yet. However, through some mysterious power in the demon locking tower, she had seen some scenes of her senior brother's past life. I know that this is most likely a true event that happened to my senior brother in his previous life.
Otherwise, how could such a gentle senior brother become a completely different person because of a misunderstanding?
Otherwise, even if they were angry on a normal day, they could completely coax their senior brother into submission by just acting coquettishly.
How could he completely turn a blind eye to their flattery?
She didn't know how many lifetimes her senior brother had experienced such tragic scenes.
But it's definitely a lot.
She couldn't bear the suffocating pain and the pain of being abandoned by the whole world even if she experienced it once.
I wonder how many times my senior brother has experienced this. How much injustice have you suffered? But why didn't senior brother tell them everything?
However, the moment this thought came to her mind, Xu Yue felt like an idiot.
Although those who practice Taoism are not unfamiliar with the term past and present lives.
But if someone suddenly tells the story and experiences of his past life,
she would probably subconsciously treat the other person as a fool.
And judging from the attitude shown by my senior brother now, he may have given up hope a long time ago.
But it doesn't matter, at least now I know.
When Xu Yue raised her head and eyebrows again, her beauty had become firm. As long as I work hard, the extinguished match can be rekindled, and the cold heart can be warmed again. Yi Qingyun had no idea what happened tonight. At this moment, he followed by Lao's instructions. They arrived in front of an exceptionally grand and majestic mansion in the core area of Zhengzhou City. The solemn and dignified feeling exuded by the mansion made Yi Qingyun subconsciously tidy up his clothes. It was only then that he discovered. I didn't know when a small piece of fabric was missing from the left sleeve of my robe.
He didn't pay attention to such a small detail. I guess it was an accidental cut when playing with Mulayr?
Chapter 49, Chaos in Central China, the established spy of the demon sect.
Tianbao Chamber of Commerce Mansion. Master, it's getting late. Lear hasn't returned home yet. Will she be in danger?
A beautiful woman asked worriedly.
What danger could there be?
This is Zhengzhou City, the shared territory of several major holy places. Not to mention that the grand event in Zhengzhou is about to begin, and all the sects are gathering. Who would dare to cause trouble during such a special period? On the first seat, a portly, middle-aged man dressed in rich attire was sipping tea with a comfortable look on his face. He totally ignored his wife's concerns. Besides, Lear went out today saying she wanted to meet her childhood sweetheart Qingyun. I have also secretly sent guards like Wang Yidao to protect you.
What kind of accident could possibly happen? Qingyun? The Yi Qingyun from the Zhangfeng Yi family?
The beautiful woman frowned slightly.
Now their family has risen and is considered a well-known wealthy family.
The Zhangfeng Yi family had long since fallen into decline. Rather than Yi Qingyun, a poor boy from a ruined family, she wanted her daughter to associate with young people who were truly powerful.
What do you, a woman, know?
A hint of disdain flashed across Moronghwa's lips.
Qingyun's talent and strength are extraordinary.
I've only been in the sword-asking sect for less than 3 months, and I've already been trained as a core member by the sword-asking sect's top leaders.
As long as you don't die young, you will achieve extraordinary success in the future.
If we invest in him in advance, we might get unimaginable returns in the future. Just then, a guard rushed in from outside the hall with a panicked look.
Master! No, something bad has happened. Miss, something happened to her. She was attacked by demonic monks in Zhengzhou City.
Wang Yidao and other guards were all killed. The hall suddenly fell silent.
Moronghua, who had originally looked relaxed, suddenly became frosty after hearing the news.
The teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, breaking into pieces and splashing tea. Tianbao Chamber of Commerce and even the entire Zhengzhou City became a complete mess at this moment.
Demonic monks invade.
There are actually people who dare to stir up trouble during the grand event in Zhengzhou. This shows that they completely disregard the several major holy places and many Taoist sects. Zhengzhou City's reaction was faster than I expected.
The night was deep, but the entire Zhengzhou City was brightly lit with lanterns floating in the air.
Gu Han, disguised as a fairy, stood on a building with his hands behind his back, looking down at the street below with an indifferent look. His indifference formed a sharp contrast with the chaos below. In his spiritual perception. At this moment, several figures were surrounding him and approaching him at a rapid speed.
We are the patrol officers of Zhengzhou City.
Something unexpected happened in Zhengzhou City, and we have been ordered to hunt down the suspicious individuals.
Please stay where you are and wait for us to check.
Listening to the angry rebuke of the leading monk,
Gu Han chuckled in his heart. The patrol guards of Zhengzhou City were quite polite. I actually used the word trouble to talk to suspicious people.
While complaining in his heart, Gu Han had already performed the secret of the word Xing. In an instant, the aura of his body began to rise steadily, and his figure completely disappeared from the spot.
In the pitch-black night, it seemed as if a blue bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, illuminating the darkness.
In a blink of an eye, it appeared hundreds of miles away, and fled into the distance at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye.
No! Stop him! Several patrolling city guards reacted extremely quickly. Almost the moment Gu Han took action, he reacted in advance.
Several divine rainbows cut through the void and chased towards the direction of Gu Han's escape from several different directions at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. However, the opponent's speed was too fast. Even if they all reached the divine stage realm and used all their strength, they would not be able to get close to each other at all.
In a blink of an eye, Gu Han completely disappeared in the thick night. Damn!
The leader of the city patrol guards cursed loudly.
Did you see his appearance clearly?
Hearing this, the other patrolling city guards all shook their heads in embarrassment. The opponent's speed was beyond their comprehension. It took only 2 breaths from the time they saw each other until the other party completely disappeared. This made their scalps tingle even more.
Even the top figures in Zhengzhou City are not so fast in terms of body movements, right? Could it be that some top demon lord has sneaked in?
That guy is most likely related to the people from the demon sect who caused trouble in my Zhengzhou City. It's a pity that he escaped. Just when the commander of the city patrol guards had a gloomy look on his face, he paused as if he had realized something.
Look up. Not far away, on the eaves of the pavilion where Gu Han had stood before, a piece of torn cloth was hung.
That's... The burly man's eyes suddenly lit up and his face showed joy. Even though it was just a piece of torn cloth. But it must still have the scent of the person who wore it. The strong men in their Zhengzhou City might be able to identify the true identity of the escaped person through this trace of breath.
At the same time,
Gu Han, who has returned to his original appearance, has a smile on his face and looks very happy.
If those guys weren't stupid,
they should have considered the piece of torn cloth I accidentally left there as an important clue. Let some powerful people locate my true identity through retrospective positioning. What a pity. The curve of Gu Han's mouth became more and more obvious.
This story begins a few hours ago.
After disguising himself, he kept following Yi Qingyun. Taking advantage of the crowded situation, he quietly approached him and took away a piece of cloth from his body without anyone noticing. At the beginning, he was planning to get rid of Mu Lier and others.
The target of the frame-up has already been chosen as Yi Qingyun. Although Yi Qingyun has the aura of the protagonist.
This method of mine may not be very effective. But this is just the beginning. What he did was simply to take advantage of this incident in advance to plant a seed of doubt in everyone's mind.
The seeds of suspicion that Yi Qingyun might have some entanglement with the demonic sect.
Let this kid experience what he experienced in his previous life. Just thinking about it makes people happy.
Ding!
The owner's actions have been detected and are consistent with villain behavior.
Congratulations to the owner for receiving 1,500 villain points as a reward. Chapter 50. Did you take the wrong medicine?
The news of the invasion of the demonic monks in Zhengzhou City quickly fermented and even became known to everyone, causing panic among many residents of Zhengzhou City. Many of the geniuses from other sects who were invited to participate in the Central Continent event were also extremely shocked by this.
I never thought that the demonic monks would become so rampant.
You dare to stir up trouble during such a special period.
You are showing disregard for all of our sect's cultivators. Zhengzhou City has issued a bounty.
Anyone who can provide information about the demonic cultivators involved in this incident will receive a generous reward of spirit stones.
Spirit stones are not so easy to earn. There are so many people in this vast sea of people. It is really too difficult to find a cultivator from the demon sect among them.
That's not true. Specific details have already leaked. I heard that the demonic cultivator is meeting with a young cultivator in Zhengzhou City. If we find that young monk, we can follow the clues and find the culprit of this matter.
Gu Han is the culprit of this incident.
As soon as he walked out of the palace where he was resting, he heard the discussions of many cultivators from the sword-asking sect.
He did not show any unusual emotion about this.
At the beginning, he was falsely accused of being a spy for the demon sect.
The same thing happened with these guys.
They are a bunch of hypocritical and ridiculous villains who vent the dark side of their hearts under the banner of so-called justice.
Senior brother.
At this moment, 3 soft and ethereal voices suddenly came from behind him. Gu Han paused slightly, and his good mood for the day immediately dissipated a lot.
It's senior sister Yu Wei and the others.
A disciple of the sword sect exclaimed in surprise. They had long been accustomed to the enthusiasm that Chu Yue and the other 2 girls had recently shown towards Gu Han, and were even a little envious. In their impression, ever since that incident ended, the 3 of them kept trying to coax their senior brother, being gentle and considerate to the extreme. Chu Yue, who was in the lead, was wearing a white gauze dress that was whiter than snow, with phoenix patterns lightly embroidered on it. She had a sapphire hairpin in her hair, and her face was bright and beautiful.
Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji were also dressed brightly today.
The eyes of many sword-asking sect monks suddenly lit up, and some were even stunned. The words "a fairy has descended to the mortal world" are probably just like this. Such a scene also made Yi Qingyun, who happened to pass by, stare in amazement. He had always known that his senior sister was extremely beautiful and a true beauty. But unexpectedly, he still greatly underestimated the beauty of his senior sister.
For some reason, today's senior sister is completely different from before and even more beautiful.
3,000 black hairs cascaded down to her waist, and her eyes, like black gemstones, held a sweet and fragrant smile. The straight and upturned nose, the crystal clear lips, and the skin smoother than white jade, so many perfect and impeccable factors combined together, finally forming a fairy-like and peerless face.
And my senior sister always gives people a cold feeling that keeps strangers away. But today she gives people the feeling of being a lively, cute, and playful girl. Good morning, senior sister.
Seeing the extremely beautiful Chu Yue just passing by him, Yi Qingyun subconsciously wanted to greet her. But Chu Yue and the other 2 girls completely ignored him, walked right past him, and headed straight towards Gu Han. The morning sun shines on the girl's beautiful face, making her look particularly pure and beautiful. Chu Yue put her hands behind her back, bent slightly, and had a playful charm like a young girl in love. A wisp of morning breeze suddenly blew by, as if kissing the girl's hair, and the confusion made her delicate and beautiful face stand out even more. But compared to the people around him, his eyes were shining with almost excitement.
Gu Han seemed particularly indifferent.
Especially the slightly furrowed brows, which showed his disgust and aversion.
However, Chu Yue acted as if she didn't see it and didn't care. The voice is still soft and ethereal.
Brother, yesterday you said you were too busy and didn't have time to accompany us to appreciate the lanterns.
So the 3 of us have prepared many special gifts for you.
Look, senior brother, this is the Xianyu treasure clothes I picked out especially for you. This style looks perfect on you, senior brother, so I bought it specially for you. Luo Baiji also hurried forward and took out the gift she had carefully selected.
It is a light blue jade pendant that emits a faint blue light under the sunlight, giving people a refreshing feeling.
Brother, this is a specialty from the Baiming continent. It's made from a special mineral called blue moon glazed jade. I heard that this mineral has the effect of intoxicating the heart and dispelling evil spirits and epidemics.
This trip to the Zhongzhong secret realm may be a bit dangerous. Brother, if you wear this jade pendant, it will help you stay safe. Brother, I have also prepared a special gift for you.
Lu Ruyan encouraged herself in her heart and took out a container similar to a casserole.
After removing the cover placed on top,
suddenly, an extremely fragrant smell emanated from it, which unconsciously increased people's appetite. Brother, these are the specialties from the other continents that I carefully selected from various shops last night. They are not only very nutritious, but also have different customs and flavors. Brother, you used to often make soup for me. You've been very tired these days, so I also want to make a bowl of the most nourishing and delicious soup for you. Lu Ruyan was small, and she added softly, I know my cooking skills were terrible before.
It was so bad that even dogs wouldn't eat it. So last night I asked a few senior sisters to teach me how to make this soup. I can guarantee that it's not bad, it's worth eating.
The three women displayed an expression of caution and anticipation that almost broke the hearts of the many sword-asking sect monks who witnessed the scene.
So much so that their views on Gu Han began to become complicated.
There was even a feeling that if Gu Hanruo still didn't accept his feelings, it would mean that he was ungrateful.
Gu Han sneered in his heart. Want to morally blackmail him?
Sorry, as a villain, he has no morals.
Gu Han glanced at them casually and said in a playful and sarcastic tone, Did you take the wrong medicine today? Chapter 51. He turned and left without looking at them again.
The space seemed to become frozen and silent at Gu Han's cold voice. The hands of Chu Yue and the other two girls, holding the carefully selected gifts, suddenly trembled, and their hearts seemed to be pierced by several steel needles at this moment. Although they had already prepared themselves to be rejected. But now that it has really happened, I can't help but feel lost and sad. Brother, you got up late today and haven't had breakfast yet. How about I leave it here and you can try it when you have the chance? Lu Ruyan mustered up the courage to speak again.
Unnecessary.
Gu Han's voice was cold, completely ignoring Lu Ruyan and the other two girls who were completely frozen in place. Looking at Xiao Ling, who was watching the show with a look of amazement in the crowd, a slight smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Xiao Ling, didn't you say that you had nothing to do today and wanted to continue to go to the brothel to listen to music?
Let's go and listen to music together. Xiao Ling?
Xiao Ling was very confused.
No, why doesn't he remember saying this?
But after seeing the curve on Gu Han's mouth that looked particularly warm, yet inexplicably frightening, he shuddered inexplicably, but was still willing to be used as a gun. There was no way, because Gu Han could press him to the ground and rub him with just one hand. Xiao Ling suppressed the twitching of his lips, smiled awkwardly and nodded, Yes, I came to you for this matter.
Gu Han chuckled and nodded, Okay, I'm free now, so let's go now.
He turned around and left without even looking at Lu Ruyan and the other two girls. In the eyes of the other disciples of the sword-asking sect, the three people's originally bright eyes instantly became dim. Especially Lu Ruyan, the corners of her eyes even turned slightly red, and she looked like a little kitten that had suffered great injustice. She wiped the corners of her eyes that were about to ooze tears, and said weakly, I'll go heat it up for my senior brother and put it in front of his palace.
When he comes back, maybe he will drink it.
The many disciples of the sword-asking sect around were silent. In fact, if you look carefully, you can see that there are many small wounds that have been specially treated on Lu Ruyan's originally slender and white jade fingers. The wound was not big. It was most likely that when I was preparing this bowl of soup for Gu Han last night, I was not skilled enough and was accidentally cut by a sharp knife while handling the ingredients.
Countless thoughts suddenly emerged in the minds of many disciples.
Lu Ruyan carefully selected specialty ingredients from various other continents, consulted many senior sisters, and cooked and adjusted the ingredients many times in order to make the most delicious bowl of soup. After many efforts, she did make a bowl of the most delicious soup, but her senior brother was unwilling to even taste it.
Although Lu Ruyan had an unshirkable responsibility for that incident. But isn't it all over now?
Besides, she was just a little girl who took the initiative to apologize and ask for forgiveness. Gu Han, a grown man, is still brooding over this matter and taking the other party's kindness for granted.
Isn't this pure affectation?
In fact, it's not just other disciples of the sword sect.
Seeing this scene, Xiaoling, who was just there to watch the show, also wanted to say a few words to comfort Guhan.
But when he thought about how Guhan had taken care of his fellow junior sisters, he seemed like a completely different person now. He also always felt that the truth behind the matter might be far more than that. I don't know the truth of the matter and will not comment. Once something is missed, it is truly missed. No matter what you do, you can't really recover. It's just like the principle that a broken mirror cannot be mended. Chu Yue and Luo Baiji looked at Guhan's departing back, and their hearts couldn't help but ache. They felt so upset that they almost wanted to cry. Do the senior brothers nowadays really hate them so much? They even disliked the gifts they carefully selected and didn't even want to look at them. Are they really so unworthy of forgiveness? I guess brother was busy with other things yesterday. He was tired, so he wanted to find an excuse to relax and unwind. Chu Yue smiled bitterly and made an excuse for her senior brother. When senior brother is in a better mood, we will come back in the evening. He will definitely accept our gifts. Although I know that Chu Yue is obviously looking for a poor excuse to comfort herself. But it still made Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji seem to see hope again, and their eyes brightened slightly. Senior sister. You have all been deceived by senior brother. Yi Qingyun, who had been watching from the side for a long time, finally couldn't help it. Big brother, how could you say you were exhausted after a long day yesterday and wanted to go to a so-called brothel to relax? Yesterday, I happened to be passing by the central downtown street because of some matters. I happened to see my eldest brother strolling along the street and admiring the lanterns. He didn't look like he had anything important to do at all. Moreover, at that time, the three of you invited senior brother to go to the central downtown street to enjoy the lanterns, but senior brother found an excuse to refuse, and then went there alone. This is really... Yi Qingyun shook his head and sighed, even though he didn't say what he was going to say next. But what he meant was self-evident. To be honest, he had no intention of getting involved in this matter. But for some reason, the more he looked at Guhan today, the more unhappy he felt. The three senior sisters prepared gifts so carefully to apologize, but he remained as cold as ice, completely ignoring and refusing to accept their apologies. He is a grown man after all, but he is so petty. The three senior sisters all took the initiative to apologize. What else does he want? Furthermore, what made him quite unhappy was the sense of contrast. He took the initiative to greet the three senior sisters, but they all ignored him and instead showed their courtesy to Guhan with carefully selected gifts. You know, these three senior sisters take good care of him on weekdays. I used to go to the secret realm and would occasionally bring him some secret realm products. Not only did he completely ignore him today, he also prepared so many gifts for Guhan, but he didn't get a single penny. Such a contrast always makes him feel inexplicably uncomfortable. If he could receive such favor from three beautiful senior sisters, he would definitely be so happy that he would not be able to sleep at night. This guy Guhan gave him the feeling that he was playing hard to get. What a fucking pretense! Yi Qingyun's voice was not small. Not only did it fall into the ears of Chu Yue and the other two girls, but it was also clearly heard by many other disciples of the sword-asking sect. After a brief silence. Soon, as if causing some kind of butterfly effect, the crowd was in an uproar. No way? Senior brother is actually such a person? I can prove this. I was there at the time. When senior brother rejected senior sister Yue and the other two's invitation, he said he wanted to go to the brothel to listen to music. Now that junior brother Qingyun has said that, it seems senior brother's going to the brothel to listen to music was just a lame excuse. He really doesn't want to bother with Yue and the other two and is planning to go enjoy the lanterns on his own. Although senior sister Lu Ruyan and the others were primarily responsible for that incident, there's no need to be so petty and hold on to this matter so tightly, right? Chapter 52. If you can't control your mouth, I'll do it for you. Listening to the sudden uproar among the crowd around, Yi Qingyun's lips curled up slightly. Although he is no match for Guhan in terms of cultivation. But we can use environmental factors, right? You see, with just a little effort, he can easily stir people's hearts. Let this group of guys become his invisible helpers in attacking and suppressing Guhan.
Senior brother.
Shu Yue and the other two girls really wanted to speak up to explain for their senior brother. But his senior brother rejected their invitation, saying that he wanted to go to a brothel to listen to music, and finally went to the central downtown street to appreciate the lanterns by himself. This behavior was really too disheartening. Guhan, who was about to leave, paused and sneered in his heart. To sow discord among the people and use them for one's own ends is a common tactic used by Yi Qingyun. When he first chose the villain stance and started a confrontation with this guy, he was tricked by the other party in the same way. He remembered it very clearly at that time.
Several major demon sects in the western Xian territory rioted, causing widespread grief and suffering for the people. Even many powerful demons launched attacks on the sect's lineage. At that time, in order to prevent the home territory of the sword-asking sect from being affected by the war, the sect's leaders led many elite members of the sect to take the initiative to attack, hoping to stop the demon monks outside the Dayu Mountains. Later, a small number of demonic monks bypassed the front line of defense and wanted to launch an attack on the undermanned sword-asking sect headquarters. However, the strong men from the sword-asking sect who stayed behind were able to barely resist with the help of the sect's protective formation. But what happened next was completely beyond everyone's expectations.
A small group of monsters appeared from nowhere and joined the attack, making the original situation even more chaotic. The worst thing was that a traitor appeared in the sect and opened a corner of the sword-asking sect's protective formation. In the end, the demonic monks and many monsters broke into the headquarters of the sword-asking sect, killing many disciples and elders who remained in the sect. When the leader of the Wenjian sect and others rushed back after receiving the news, they were furious when they saw that large areas of the Wenjian sect had been reduced to ruins. It was at that time that Yi Qingyun, the instigator of the incident, used provocative means to put the hat of the demon sect's spy on him. He was too lazy to recall the specific details. The junior sister who was particularly favored by him and the master who was particularly respected by him also believed Yi Qingyun's words based on a few sentences fabricated by many disciples without solid evidence. The first thing he said was, "So this is the kind of person you are, you disappoint me so much," and so on. If he hadn't finally proved his innocence by swearing an oath to heaven, his ending in that life would probably be even more miserable. It was also in that life that he was certain that Yi Qingyun's background was not simple. He was 100% sure that Yi Qingyun was the culprit behind the incident. But when Yi Qingyun swore to the heaven that he was not the culprit, the heaven did not send down thunder as punishment. Or maybe it was Yi Qingyun's halo as the protagonist that was at work. Otherwise, it is the so-called way of heaven, which is most likely on Yi Qingyun's side. My thoughts gradually returned. Guhan didn't show any strange expression on his face. If it is before the awakening system, to be on the safe side, he might also adopt the method of provoking people and engage in a public opinion battle with Yi Qingyun. But now, the other party has the support of the heavenly way, or even a big figure in the fairy world. He has a cheat system behind him. In addition, his current strength is already much stronger than everyone present. In the face of absolute strength, any strategy will be useless. What are you barking about? What I do or say is none of your business. The moment the words fell, a terrifying law of pressure, centered on Guhan, suddenly spread out in all directions. The heavy pressure made it hard to breathe, and the space instantly became icy cold and breathtaking. The noisy atmosphere suddenly froze. The disciples of the sword-asking sect were still talking to each other a moment ago, casting various glances at Guhan from time to time. At this moment, his face turned pale as paper, and his face was filled with extreme fear. Especially Xiaoling, who was beside him, couldn't help but feel a fear that came from the soul. What on earth has this guy done recently? How did his strength increase to such a terrifying level? Guhan put his hands behind his back, turned around, and raised his chin slightly. The voice was cold and disdainful. According to the sect's rules, I, the sword sect, can freely engage in sparring. As long as you don't kill the opponent and save his life, it's fine. If you can't control your own mouths, I'll do it for you. My fellow disciples, do you understand what I mean? Many disciples of the sword-asking sect were suddenly frightened.
Wasn't this a clear threat to them? If they dare to say something that displeases the other party, Guhan will take direct action to teach them a lesson they will never forget. Especially Yi Qingyun. At this moment, he was directly hit by Guhan's spiritual pressure. It seemed as if every cell in his body was suppressed by some force, making him feel quite uncomfortable. However, fortunately, because of his special bloodline and the blessing of Old Bai in his soul, although it's a bit uncomfortable, I can still cope with it. He had never expected that Guhan would choose such a simple yet violent method to deal with it. He actually underestimated Guhan's strength. But he was not ready to back down just like that. Brother, I know you deliberately made up an excuse to go to a brothel to listen to music, and finally went to the central downtown streets. You have your own purpose, I really can't say anything. A sneer appeared on Yi Qingyun's lips. But I heard that some demonic monks were causing trouble near the central downtown street yesterday. They even killed quite a few powerful people. I also heard that there's a young cultivator in Zhongzhou City who's secretly contacting the demon sect cultivators. Brother, you deliberately found an excuse to dismiss the invitations of several senior sisters, but secretly headed to the busy streets of Zhongzhou City. What exactly do you want to do? Or is there some shady purpose? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere froze again, and everything seemed to have reversed. Yi Qingyun's words were very pointed. Why did Guhan deliberately find an excuse to reject the invitation from Chu Yue and the other two? Finally, go to the downtown streets of Zhengzhou to appreciate the so-called lanterns? Could it be that he just wanted to find an excuse to discuss Chu Yue and the other two from the beginning? But in their impression, Guhan is not such a person. Think about what happened recently. Everyone couldn't help but think of a possibility. Their senior brother deliberately found an excuse and secretly went to the central downtown street, perhaps to meet with the demon monks. So, their senior brother might be a traitor to the demon sect. Chapter 53, Wonderful, so wonderful. As the ideas in my mind emerge, everyone's eyes looking at Guhan suddenly became extremely vigilant. Guhan raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that Yi Qingyun could use this little detail to defeat him. However, he had already anticipated that Yi Qingyun might do something strange to him. So, I prepared a big gift for him last night. Yi Qingyun, who didn't know the truth, saw Guhan Lu showing such an expression. The corners of his lips were slightly raised, and the whole person unconsciously showed the posture of a winner. Brother Gu, I admit that you went to such great lengths to reject the invitations of the three senior sisters. You have your own plans and intentions. However, the time and place you chose were too purposeful. You happened to go to the central downtown street, and the attack by the demon monks happened to happen. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Listening to Yi Qingyun's proud analysis, Guhan did not show any unusual emotions from beginning to end. There was just a slight meaningful smile at the corner of his lips. He said something that made everyone present confused. Based on the time, it should be about the same. Bang! As if reflecting what he said, the door was suddenly knocked open by a huge force. The terrifying aura of law swept in from outside the door. Several powerful monks dressed in the uniforms of Zhengzhou City patrol guards entered one after another. The leading commander was tall and strong with a stern expression. He also wore an unsheathed black gold sword at his waist and exuded a murderous aura. This made many young disciples of the Swordwind sect, who had never experienced actual combat, feel suffocated. Many young disciples subconsciously turned to the several elders leading the team behind Commander Sun. I saw several elders leading the team frowning and remaining silent. Many disciples of the sword-asking sect immediately speculated that something big might have happened, and they became increasingly uneasy. He ignored the shock and horror of many young disciples of the sword-asking sect. The leading commander glanced at the crowd with his hawk-like eyes. When he glanced at Guhan, his eyes paused obviously, and a glimmer of surprise and doubt flashed in the depths of his pupils. Yi Qingyun obviously also knew the identities of these powerful cultivators. In addition, his gaze lingered on Guhan, and he thought that the other party had found out something and wanted to take Guhan away for interrogation.
But the commander only stayed on Guhan for a moment, and his cold eyes instantly moved away from him and locked onto him. Yi Qingyun immediately had a very bad premonition in his heart. Yes, it's him, Yi Qingyun from the Sword Sect. We suspect you are involved in the attack by the demon monks last night. Take him away. You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court. Yi Qingyun? Many disciples? It was not until two burly monks with terrifying auras stepped forward and held his shoulders that Yi Qingyun suddenly came back to his senses. There was also a rare tremor of panic in the voice. You've got the wrong guy. You've got the wrong guy. I didn't even go near that street last night. I was staying at the residence of an important person. They can testify for me. Guhan. Where did Guhan go? He is the suspect. Yi Qingyun was a little flustered and told what had happened before and his own inferences. But the two patrolling city guards did not pay much attention to it and just acted according to the rules and regulations. The leading commander glanced at Guhan again and quickly looked away. The evidence is irrefutable, yet you still want to deny it? Did you know that when you were doing this, you accidentally left behind a piece of your robe? The top experts in Zhengzhou City have already deduced your identity through the aura left on the cloth. In order to make Yi Qingyun give up, the leading commander took out a small piece of smooth blue cloth from the storage space. When Yi Qingyun saw this small piece of cloth, his soul was hit as if by a heavy hammer, and he was completely stunned. The outline of this piece of cloth seems to perfectly match the torn hole on the corner of his clothes. A strong sense of disbelief and fear suddenly surged through my body. Yi Qingyun suddenly had a guess about the whole thing. Yesterday, when he was playing with Mulier, his clothes were inexplicably torn. At that time, he didn't take this little detail to heart at all. Now he finally understood. The guy who secretly tore a hole in the corner of his clothes without anyone noticing was making him the scapegoat. After meeting with the demon sect monk, he deliberately left a piece of cloth belonging to him at the scene, and put the hat of demon sect spy on his head. In addition, there were no witnesses at the scene, and with the physical evidence being irrefutable, he had no way to defend himself. Who on earth is this person? He has no grudge against me, but he actually uses such vicious tricks on me. How despicable. Bang bang bang. At this moment, a crisp applause suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Wonderful, so wonderful. Where all eyes were focused, Guhan clapped his hands with a playful and teasing smile on his face. Earlier, I heard junior brother Qingyun's analysis was so clear and logical. I even thought I was just going to admire the lanterns alone, but inexplicably I ended up being a spy for the demon sect. It turns out that from the beginning to the end, junior brother Qingyun was the real spy of the demon sect. You deliberately distorted the facts and fabricated things that shouldn't have happened. You just wanted to put the blame on me and clear yourself of suspicion. Why? Guhan sighed and shook his head. Junior brother, I have to say something to you. A real man should take responsibility for his actions. How dare you throw dirty water on me? You can't use such insidious and despicable means on your senior brother just because you are jealous of him. Guhan's remarks perfectly embodied the words sarcasm and gloating. The effect is also extremely good. Yi Qingyun's face suddenly turned pale and blue. The other party's action not only returned everything he said to himself, and he also gave himself several invisible slaps in the face. Meanwhile, the others are no-brainers. The disciples of the sword-asking sect, who were easily used as pawns, now looked at Yi Qingyun with angry and unfriendly eyes. Yi Qingyun. I never thought you were such a hypocritical hypocrite. You actually deliberately distorted the facts and sowed discord. I originally thought that you, Yi Qingyun, were a real character, but I didn't expect your mind to be so dark. Without understanding the whole story, you just labeled senior brother a spy. This is truly despicable. As the first disciple of the sword-asking sect began to scold. It's like a butterfly effect. More and more disciples began to accuse Yi Qingyun out of shame or anger. Of course, rather than being angry, the other party is the real spy of the demon sect. They were even more angry with themselves. They had been instigated by Yi Qingyun with just a few words, and were even stupid enough to be used as a gun by him. They also misunderstood the eldest brother. Many disciples of the sword-asking sect were angry. They all cast shameful and apologetic looks at Guhan. But Guhan completely ignored these idiots. After all, these idiots are still being used as tools by others. It's just that he was used by Yi Qingyun from the very beginning. Instead, I was used by him. Chapter 54, Give 2 Gifts, Double the Happiness. This sudden reversal made Chu Yue and the other 2 girls in the crowd purse their red lips, lower their heads slightly, and look a little ashamed. In fact, they also wanted to prove and defend their senior brother as soon as possible. But in the end, Yi Qingyun's words still made them waver. After all, the senior brother's behavior of rejecting the 3 of them's deliberate invitation, finding an excuse to go to a brothel, and finally going to the central downtown street alone was indeed too suspicious. So much so that many of the words they came up with were pale and powerless. But in the final analysis, they didn't really believe in their senior brother this time. Feeling the gazes of Chu Yue and the other 2 girls, Guhan did not show the slightest ripple. What does it matter whether you believe it or not? Anyway, it was indeed he who did this. Guhan. What did you mean by according to the time estimate? Did you know that the city patrol would come? Is this matter related to you? Yi Qingyun, who was about to be taken away by the city patrol guards, thought of Guhan's previous remarks and struggled to speak again. Junior brother, you can eat shit, but you can't say anything you want. I just told Brother Xiao that it's time to go to the brothel to listen to music. Is there any problem? Behave yourself. Before Yi Qingyun could respond angrily, he was carried out by 2 patrolling city guards. But judging from the expression he showed afterwards, he was indeed feeling aggrieved and extremely angry today. Ding! The owner's actions have been detected to be consistent with the villain's character setting, and have caused the protagonist Yi Qingyun to experience a huge emotional upheaval. Congratulations to the owner for receiving a 2,000-point villain reward. Listening to the system's broadcast, Guhan's lips curled slightly. From now on, his contest with Yi Qingyun in this life has officially begun. Yi Qingyun is a very vengeful guy. But there is no need to mourn, he also holds a grudge. It depends on who kills whom first. Brother. Seeing Guhan was about to leave, Chu Yue wanted to speak up to keep him. They felt ashamed of their momentary doubt. They were afraid that their senior brother would become even more indifferent to them. But Guhan didn't look back at all, and didn't even stop for a moment. He just glanced at Xiao Ling beside him. Let's go, Brother Xiao. We have nothing to do today. Let's go to the brothel and listen to music. Guhan walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back, leaving a dashing figure in everyone's sight. After a brief silence, the hall suddenly became noisy again. But everyone was talking about Yi Qingyun being taken away just now. Lu Rian struggled for a long time before speaking with mixed feelings. Senior sister, is there something fishy about this? Could junior brother Qingyun have been wrongly accused? Luo Baiji remained silent, and from her expression one could tell that she was also very conflicted at the moment. Although junior brother Qingyun's previous remarks seemed to be an attempt to wrongly accuse his own senior brother without finding out the truth of the matter. But in the final analysis, he is also a member of Bayou Peak, and it is more related to the reputation of their Bayou Peak. More importantly, the lesson learned from my senior brother is right in front of us. It was because they did not investigate the truth of the matter at the beginning that things eventually developed to this point. Now something similar happened to Yi Qingyun again. This made them want to really investigate the truth of the matter and avoid repeating the same mistakes. Moreover, the story of their senior brother was so unforgettable to them that when they saw similar things, they unconsciously brought it back to the past. It's like once you encountered someone falling into the water, and for various reasons you didn't try to rescue them, and ended up watching the person drown. After a long period of suffering, they repeated the same mistake and saw another person falling into the water, which made them subconsciously want to save the second person who fell into the water in order to atone for the sin of the first person who fell into the water.
Both women looked at Chu Yue, as if waiting for her to make a decision.
Chu Yue's brows were tightly furrowed, and her thoughts had long since drifted away. She did not dwell on this matter too much, but kept repeating in her mind what Yi Qingyun said to her senior brother. If there hadn't been a sudden change in the end, and the city patrol hadn't come with key evidence, how would things have developed? Because of this little thing, my senior brother might really be labeled as a suspected spy of the demonic sect. Ultimately, this matter may accumulate and explode one day in the future, leading to irreversible consequences.
Really? Yi Qingyun is not as simple as I thought.
While murmuring in her heart, a kind of anger flashed deep in Chu Yue's pupils. She has become increasingly suspicious that her senior brother's tragic experience is related to Yi Qingyun.
But Yi Qingyun is obviously also a very cunning and extraordinary person. Want to expose his true face?
He must become strong as quickly as possible and find a way to find the supreme divine object that can project forward-looking images in order to uncover all the truth.
Gu Han was in a good mood after having tricked Yi Qingyun.
However, he did not go to Fenghua Tower. After all, he already knew that Fenghua Tower was Xiaobingli's family property. It would be bad if I happened to meet that Yandere today.
If possible, he wanted to join in Yi Qingyun's fun. After all, he has a hobby. Otherwise, no gift. When giving gifts, give two, to double the happiness.
Gu Han's lips curled slightly. Yi Qingyun, I hope you like this gift that was stabbed by Qingmei. The place where the city patrol guards are stationed. In the magnificent and solemn hall. Many important figures in Zhengzhou City gathered here, overlooking Yi Qingyun, who was completely suppressed and restrained below.
Tell me. What is the identity of the demonic monk you met with yesterday? The terrifying pressure swept down, causing the entire hall to vibrate and hum.
But it must be said that Yi Qingyun, as the protagonist of the whole book, does have an extraordinary special buff. He actually relied on his own bloodline to forcibly resist most of the pressure, and his knees only bent slightly, and he did not kneel down directly.
I told you. I was wronged.
That little piece of cloth on my body was deliberately taken away by that dirty and despicable guy in order to frame me.
Last night, I was playing with my childhood sweetheart. After she left, I went to visit another important figure at his mansion. How could I have the time to commit a crime?
Could it be that if a demonic cultivator commits a crime in Zhengzhou City in the future, we can just steal a cultivator's cloth and frame him?
So-called Zhengzhou City patrol guards are just this. Snort.
Hearing Yi Qingyun's refusal to admit his words, the leader of the patrolling city guards snorted coldly, You won't turn back until you hit the wall. We've just asked your so-called childhood sweetheart, Mulier, and she admitted that she returned home after meeting you at Fenghua Tower. I didn't even play around in Zhengzhou City with you. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, you still want to deny it.
Chapter 55 When did I fall into the illusion?
Hearing these words, Yi Qingyun was struck by lightning and was completely stunned.
What? Mulier actually said that she returned early after meeting him at Fenghua Tower last night? So who was he shopping with last night? Could it be that the scenes I experienced before were just illusions? How could an illusion be so real? Nonsense. You are distorting the facts and throwing dirty water on me. I want to see my childhood sweetheart, Mulier. It was as if he had already expected Yi Qingyun to deny it. The leading commander waved his hand. Soon, a pretty girl with a bad spirit and haggard appearance was brought up. Lear. It was you who invited me to the central downtown area last night, and then you returned to the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, right? Yi Qingyun didn't pay attention to these details and his voice was a little excited. These guys are deliberately framing me.
Lear, tell them the truth. Mulier pursed her lips, and when she raised her head again, she looked heartbroken and tearful, looking pitiful.
Qingyun, I never thought you would be related to the demon monks. After we parted at Fenghua Tower, I was attacked by the demonic monks.
If it weren't for Uncle Wang and the others who risked their lives to protect me, I would have died in that disaster. I heard from the patrol officers they said you are a spy for the demon sect.
Qingyun, just because I didn't agree to help you, are you going to be so cruel to me? I'm your childhood sweetheart. You have such a cruel heart, woo-woo.
As she spoke, Mu Liar covered her face and cried.
Yi Qing-yun?
The other party's sudden action made him completely stunned.
Has he fallen into an illusion again? When did this happen? In his memory, hadn't his childhood sweetheart promised him in Fenghua Tower that she would take action and return to the clan to tell the powerful guest officials of the family to help him rescue his two cousins who were trapped in the Beihuang Mountains? How come now the other party didn't agree to her request, and she got angry because of it, and finally colluded with the demon monks and wanted to end her life? Qing-yun, your childhood sweetheart has evil intentions and deliberately set a trap for you. According to my speculation, this guy is most likely in cahoots with the culprit who framed you. As Bai Lao's voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Yi Qing-yun suddenly came back to his senses from his daze. No matter how calm and collected he was consumed by anger at this moment. You fart. You can only know a person's face but not his heart. I haven't seen him for many years. I never thought Mu Liar would become so vicious. I have no grudge against you, why are you trying to frame me like this? You must be in cahoots with that damned demon sect spy, so you're deliberately trying to put the blame on me. Although there is something strange about this. Mu Liar's unilateral testimony cannot serve as crucial evidence. But the huge contrast between the two makes people realize that what happened is just as Mu Liar said. Otherwise, why would Yi Qing-yun show such anger as if the truth had been revealed? Mu Liar's performance made Yi Qing-yun even more angry. This was the first time he had encountered such a frustrating thing since he embarked on the path of cultivation. Damn it, the situation is so bad for me now that bitch Mu Liar is actually in cahoots with that despicable guy who framed me. According to the current situation, there is no way for me to clear myself of suspicion. Just when Yi Qing-yun was feeling conflicted and angry, wondering whether he should use his trump card and abandon his status as a disciple of the sword-asking sect and run away. This saint can prove that Taoist fellow Qing-yun was at my residence yesterday. There wasn't enough time to commit the crime. A young woman in a blue and white dress slowly came in from outside the hall. He looked to be in his early 20s, but he had an innate noble aura. Her oval face was as white as mutton fat jade, and her eyes were like sapphires, gleaming with crystal light. She has a straight nose, red lips, and black hair that is as smooth as satin. Under the gaze of countless people, she had a graceful figure and walked with lotus-like steps. After seeing this woman, even the depressing atmosphere in the venue dissipated a lot. Many important figures patrolling the city quickly stood up to greet him. Holy Maiden Xianyu. This woman is none other than Lang Xianyue, the Holy Maiden of Tianyin Holy Land, one of the 5 holy places in Central Continent. As the jewel in the crown of the Tianyin Holy Land, her status is extremely noble. But they are not comparable to the disciples of the Wenjian sect in Zixuanzu, which has long since declined. Sure enough, I knew that Yi Qing-yun's protagonist halo was not just for show. The male protagonist is trapped, and a new female protagonist comes to rescue him, and the final scene further promotes their relationship. It's so cliched. Gu Han, who had already disguised himself as a city patrol guard by wearing a phantom demon mask, couldn't help but curl his lips after seeing this scene. But this was within his expectations. After all, if it weren't for the title of destined villain, his influence in the plot would have been reduced by nearly 80%. When he first started trying to frame Yi Qing-yun, all kinds of plot routines had probably appeared to cover it up perfectly for him. It may even attract some big shots to step in and help him through this crisis personally. Being able to force the protagonist Yi Qing-yun to the point where he was almost imprisoned and executed was already considered pretty good. Anyway, all of this is just an appetizer. He also achieved his goal of putting the blame of being the demon sect spy on Yi Qing-yun. He didn't want to watch any more of the bloody drama that followed. It was none other than the so-called Xianyu saint who used her power and status to ultimately help Yi Qing-yun overcome the crisis and clear his suspicion. Gu Han, who had completely lost interest in watching the show, quietly left the place when no one noticed him. Just as he passed an empty corner, he returned to his original appearance. When he was preparing to return to his palace to rest and practice in seclusion, a female voice that was ethereal, pleasant, yet mixed with some resentment suddenly sounded behind him. Guhan, you came to Zhongzhou City without saying hello to me. We agreed that you would find time to come to me when the time comes. But I've been waiting for you all day, why haven't you shown up yet? Don't you want to see me?
The air seemed to freeze at this moment.
Guhan's expression remained calm.
But a moment of dullness and embarrassment flashed across the depths of his pupils.
Slowly turned around and looked.
Sure enough, standing in the shadows behind him was a stunningly beautiful figure that was unforgettable at first sight.
Chapter 56. Another female villain boss, Xiaobingli.
What appeared in Guhan's sight was not just an arc of a figure that would make anyone in the world's blood boil. Under the slightly tilted dark eyebrows, the pair of eyes looking at her were misty, as if flowing with smoke, with a captivating magic. Her crystal-clear lips are slightly upturned, as if she is smiling. Her pale pink lips are even softer than peach blossoms, outlining a charm that is far more charming than even a sea of flowers. What makes it even more visually impactful is her extremely charming figure. Her cheeks still had a faint pink and pure temperament, but no woman's figure he had ever seen in his life could compare with hers. Her hips were round and steep below her slender waist, especially her pair of snow-white legs that were faintly visible under her snow-white skirt, with perfect curves, which were so long that it was astonishing. But compared to the other person's beauty, which almost makes any color in the world pale in comparison. What Guhan cares more about is the character of the woman in front of him in the whole book. She is also an extremely powerful female villain boss in this book, Xiaobingli. In the original book, the Blood Moon demon Lord Han Mengyao died under Yi Qingyun's sword. After the plan to refine Zhongzhou failed, a new round of plot unfolded. The several holy places that were on good terms with the protagonist eventually confronted the Feixian Tower behind Xiaobingli for various reasons. According to the background and strength of Feixian Tower, it should not be too easy to destroy several holy places. This is indeed the case. Several holy places were almost destroyed due to being crushed by absolute strength. Yi Qingyun, his ally, was also hunted down by Feixianlu and forced to flee to the ends of the earth, which at one point pushed him to the point of desperation. In the end, it seemed that there was a powerful force similar to the fairy world, which tied down the main force of Feixian Tower. The branch of Feixianlu here was gradually and completely eradicated. In the end, Xiaobingli had to leave Xuanshu continent and return to the fairyland under the escort of the remaining branches of Feixian Tower, and the plot came to a temporary end. He wasn't quite sure what happened afterwards. However, according to the nature of this old-fashioned long-out cool novel, a female villain who can push the protagonist to such a point will definitely have a tragic ending. Of course, what made Guhan feel difficult was not just the powerful background behind Xiaobingli. The other person's personality is just that of a Yandere. A Yandere with a strong desire to dominate and control. If you don't handle your relationship with her well, it can easily lead to extremely bad consequences. Guhan looked at the woman in front of him, walked forward, then waved his sleeves and naturally embraced Xiaobingli's slender waist. This made Xiaobingli, who was originally a little angry, stay where she was, and her pretty face even looked a little at a loss. Something has happened recently, and I have some things to deal with. My original idea was to finish these things and then come to you. Completely different from Xiaobingli's cold and distant appearance. Her waist is slender and soft, and the soft warmth and fragrance that enter the nose give people a feeling of intoxication. Her beautiful face was as crystal clear as white jade, and her long, jet-black hair danced in the breeze, bringing a dazzling and bewildering beauty. Especially from such a close distance. Xiaobingli is exceptionally noble and cold, yet she displays a purity that is no less than that of a young girl. The combination of such temperament and beauty made Guhan, who had lived for several lifetimes, take a few more glances at her. At this moment, Xiaobingli, who had originally obediently let him put his arms around her waist, suddenly frowned slightly. Those beautiful eyes like stars suddenly raised up and stared straight into Guhan's eyes. Finally, it seemed like something was finally confirmed. He reached out with his left hand and suddenly grabbed Guhan's right hand. A slender, white jade finger stretched out from her right hand and slid gently across Guhan's chest. It moved freely and finally landed on the position of his heart. It's been a while since we last met. Why do you have a different smell? While speaking, she gently pinched Guhan's right hand and lifted it up. Also, it seems she left a special mark on you.
Even I didn't leave my own mark on you.
Xiaobingli's voice was very soft, ethereal, and pleasant like the flowing of a clear spring. But if you listen carefully, you can hear a certain coldness hidden deep in the voice. This made Gu Han, who was able to control his facial muscles perfectly, almost unable to help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Although Xiaobingli's cultivation is powerful, it has not reached the emperor level, right? How did she feel the special mark left on him by Su Lingyue, who had once reached the emperor realm? The thoughts in my mind were quickly suppressed. Gu Han did not show any abnormality on the surface. He just naturally and smoothly pinched Xiaobingli's jade hand. You know, I'm still asking by Yufeng of the sword sect, so I can't avoid contact with him, Bailing. She also left a special rune mark on me at that time.
But I completely shattered it not long ago. Perhaps a little bit of it still remains.
It's an insignificant matter, so don't think too much about it.
The best way to deal with a Yandere is to take the initiative. Try to keep her desire for dominance and control in a cool state. Su Lingyue's affairs cannot be revealed to Xiaobingli yet.
Otherwise, according to her habit, she would probably just knock on the door.
If an internal conflict breaks out because of this, wouldn't that simply give Yi Qingyun the opportunity to stab him in the back?
Feeling the warmth coming from the palm and the masculine scent coming towards her, Xiaobingli, who appeared as cold as ice, couldn't help but blush. Although she prefers to be the one who takes the initiative.
But this is in a remote alley and no one can see it anyway.
Just bear with a little loss. Xiaobingli, whose hand was held by Gu Han, did not resist and let Gu Han lead her away. Because of her beauty that is so stunning that it can arouse the fire of desire deep in the heart of any living being, and her extremely sensitive identity. After walking out of the alley, Xiaobingli also used some special magic to slightly change her body shape and appearance. Even so, this attracted many monks on the street to stop and look. Especially the countless male monks, their eyes unconsciously revealed a deep obsession, wanting to get closer to her at all costs. Gu Han was also somewhat helpless about this. After all, in the original plot setting, Xiaobingli is a beautiful and enchanting woman who brings disaster to the world. It's not just her outstanding appearance since she was a child, but also her extremely strong physique. She can also always influence the soul of the monks invisibly, thus creating a kind of charm-like effect. Even if she changes her form to suppress it, this inexplicable charm effect will still work. Get lost. The looks from all around made Xiaobingli feel a little disgusted. A terrifying aura suddenly swept out of her body. Those monks who originally had dazed eyes were suddenly struck hard, their pupils contracted, their faces turned pale, and they were completely shrouded in fear. The current pursuit and obsession with beauty disappeared completely in an instant. They didn't know if it was an illusion, but they seemed to have seen some kind of purgatory scene with mountains of corpses and seas of blood just a moment ago. Chapter 57, no matter how good it is, it will not go to waste. Xiaobingli's face was full of disgust. Deep in her beautiful eyes, as deep as the starry sky, there was a flash of coldness, as if she was looking at an ant.
What a bunch of damn ants! I really want to kill them all.
After hearing these words, Gu Han felt that the air was a little chilly. If someone else said this, he would regard it as a momentary emotional dissatisfaction in venting. But if it was Xiaobingli, then he really doubted whether the other party would do what he said. As the eldest daughter of Feixian Tower, Mingzhu has been loved by everyone since she was a child. She does things according to her own preferences.
What made her unhappy? Killed. Those who disobey her?
Killed. Anyway, do whatever is comfortable for you and kill them all if you can.
But Gu Han knew.
The reason why Xiaobingli developed such a vigorous and decisive style of action was also due to her status, and she was forced into it. The descendants of the secular dynasty are all cruel. If anyone offends or disobeys them, they will directly use the technique of stripping their 9 clans.
What's more, she is Xiaobingli, the eldest daughter of Feixian Tower? As a young being born at the top of the pyramid.
She is admired by countless people, and naturally she is also feared or envied by countless people.
Plus, I'm a woman.
If you don't show enough toughness and don't carry out the words of decisiveness in killing to the extreme, you will become the prey of others and even end up in a miserable situation. The reason she has her current status and power is not only because she has the corresponding qualifications and talents, but also because of her ruthless and iron-blooded methods that have continuously consolidated her status and power. Once upon a time, he also investigated the history of Feishan Tower.
The inheritance of Feishan Tower is extremely special. It is passed down to males, not females.
The fact that Xiaobingli was able to become the first female young master in the history of Feishan Tower with her own abilities is enough to guess how much unimaginable pain she had experienced along the way.
Guhan suddenly couldn't help but shake his head and sigh.
It has to be said that every villain in this book has a difficult life experience that is either tragic or painful, and the road to rise is full of thorns. Finally, he achieved something with great difficulty, but was directly used as a stepping stone by the protagonist group who were smooth sailing and blessed by the great fortune.
Just thinking about it makes me feel unfair. Guhan, what's wrong with you? Are you worried about something? Xiaobingli was very perceptive and immediately noticed something was wrong with Guhan. She asked with some concern, "Is it because of the painful experience you had in the sword sect that you still can't forget? Or I'll send people to wipe out the sword-asking sect right now." Besides, the sword-asking sect is now just a small, declining sect in the western Xian region. From now on, you can come to my Feishan Tower and I can support you. If Guhan was drinking water now, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of water after hearing these words. Xiaobingli is truly a Yandere. Her logical thinking can be described as novel and outrageous. Relying on the foundation of Feishan Tower, it was indeed extremely easy for Wenjian sect to destroy it. But there is a demon-locking tower in the Wenjian sect. If Xiaobingli and Su Lunyue met, wouldn't they fight to the death? Moreover, he has his own purpose in asking the sword sect about this matter, so it would be best for him to handle it himself, to prevent the other party from continuing to dwell on this matter. Guhan directly changed the subject. "No, I no longer care about the sword sect's affairs. What should have been severed has almost been severed." His fingers gently brushed Xiaobingli's smooth black hair. "I just shook my head inside for you." Xiaobingli was slightly stunned and tilted her head, somewhat confused. Although it's not very nice for a girl to keep talking about killing people and exterminating their clan. But I know you weren't like this at the beginning. As the first successor of Feishan Tower, you have no choice but to show such an attitude. Otherwise, you won't be able to maintain your current position and get everything you want. Now I have truly found the way to strengthen myself and improve my strength. Perhaps, you can try to choose to trust me and rely on me in the future." Xiaobingli was a little dazed. She didn't expect Guhan to suddenly say this to her. This was also the first time she heard someone say these words to her since she became the first successor of Feishan Tower. Especially the seriousness in Guhan's tone gave her a unique and novel experience. According to Guhan's original idea, his remarks just now should allow him to take the initiative with Xiaobingli, or even directly control her. But he greatly underestimated the Yandere's logical thinking. Xiaobingli's beautiful face curved slightly. She is obviously stunningly beautiful and gorgeous, but at this moment she gives people a kind of morbid feeling. She exerted a little force with her palm, pulling Guhan's body down slightly. In Guhan's astonished and puzzled eyes, Xiaobingli stretched out another slender jade finger and pressed it against his lips. "No, there's no need to wait. I trust you now and I rely on you. In this life, without my permission, you can never leave me. Of course, it would be best if the mark on your body was left temporarily by that woman, as you said, and not by someone else. Otherwise, I will choose to use the Gemini love goo on you. The mother goo was placed on me and planted in your heart since ancient times, making it impossible for you to leave me even a step." Seeing the other party speaking these almost morbid words word by word with great seriousness, Guhan couldn't help but feel a little cold. Hiss. I didn't expect that I had greatly underestimated the madness of this Yandere. However, Guhan's control over his emotions has reached a superb level, and he did not show any abnormality. Twin Love Goo, you are the legendary extremely ominous ancient goo worm. Planting the mother goo in your body, what's the difference between that and destroying your own future? Don't do such a stupid thing. Humph. So what? Xiaobingli snorted a little proudly, as long as it's you, I think it's worth it. Gu Han was slightly stunned. He himself didn't expect that he occupied such a high position in the other person's heart. Even when he had just traveled to this world and tried his best to take care of his junior sisters, he had never heard them say such words to him. Xiaobingli seemed to have sensed something as well, and her face once again outlined a beautiful curve. Her beautiful eyes, like glass gems, now showed a hint of playfulness. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Xiaobingli took out a special jade talisman and stuffed it into Gu Han's hand, then changed the subject and said, I heard that you will also enter the Zhengzhou secret realm this time. This time, a special hidden area in the central continent's secret realm will be opened. I've already had someone investigate the general intelligence of the hidden area. This jade talisman contains a corresponding map. I've also marked the locations of several important opportunities for you. When you enter the central continent's secret realm this time, you can directly search the area I marked. Holding the jade talisman emitting a bright light in his hand, Gu Han was slightly shocked. No. The secret realm of central China that was opened this time was an extremely ancient and special one, and it was the only one that was opened in hundreds of years. Plus it involves hidden areas that have never been explored. Even the top leaders of many top forces do not have relevant information. Where did Xiaobingli get the detailed information? As if she could see what Gu Han was thinking, Xiaobingli blinked and said with a smile, I heard that you, Gu Han, are also going to enter the central continent's secret realm this time. I will ask Feixinlu to find a way to put pressure on those guys. Let them open it in advance, and let my people go in ahead of time to collect some relevant intelligence. However, I have other things to do later, so I won't enter this secret realm. Of course, if you need help, you can also use this jade talisman I gave you to ask the power of Feixian Tower to help you at any time. Although he couldn't enter the secret realm of Zhengzhou for some reasons. But in her opinion, what belongs to her is Gu Han's, and what belongs to Gu Han is his. Anyway, the fertilizer and water flow into our own fields, so it's not a loss no matter how you look at it. Chapter 58, Sichuan Overlord, Blood Moon Demon Sect. Gu Han was slightly stunned. Is this the energy possessed by the legendary Miss Feixinlu? Although several holy places may also have the idea of opening the hidden area of the secret realm of Central Continent. But in the case of many other forces without gaining the slightest news. She directly got the most detailed information operation, which is enough to be called shocking. However, even with a detailed map of the secret realm of Central Continent, I gained a god's perspective. He also did not intend to pin all his expectations on this. After all, Yi Qingyun's guy has the aura of the protagonist. Maybe his dog nose is more smart, and he can find out the real heaven-defying chance in the depths of the secret realm of Central Continent. My main energy is still to follow him to pick up leaks. Moreover, the drama of the demon sex eyeliner has just begun, and after entering the secret realm of Central Continent, he has a way to continue to buckle the basin on Yi Qingyun's head. By the way, the few people you asked my people to hunt in the Tianhuan Mountains have already found some traces. Xiaobingli suddenly spoke. However, these people don't seem to be as simple as the so-called small family lineage, they seem to have some connection with the Tianyin Holy Land. Tianyin Holy Land? At first, Gu Han was a little confused. But I soon figured out the whole story. He couldn't help but be amazed. The protagonist's aura is really enough to go against the sky. How long has this kid Yi Qingyun known the saint in the Tianyin Holy Land? It was so quickly that the people of the Tianyin Holy Land were involved in the affairs of the northern wilderness mountains. But you don't have to worry, it's just the Holy Land of Tianyin. I will send strong people now to annihilate them all in the northern wilderness mountains. Xiaobingli didn't take the holy place seriously at all. If it weren't for her father's attention to detail and other things arranged, she would have directly led people to level this holy place. No. Gu Han shook his head and refused. Just leave the next thing to me. On the one hand, he also knew that Feixian Tower could not completely make a move, and he was deliberately hiding some plot. On the other hand, Yi Qingyun's protagonist aura is too perverted. The other party was already related to the Tianyin Holy Land in some way. Who knows if Xiaobingli's move will trigger some kind of special buff of the protagonist's aura again? Even lead out some terrifying beings related to Yi Qin-yun in advance? But with the title of Destiny Villain and 80% immunity to the protagonist's aura and plot influence, it is relatively safe to arrange for someone to take action himself. Furthermore, he created the Blood Moon Demon sect to deal with Yi Qin-yun and the subsequent forces related to him. The northern desolate mountains were not far from the Blood Moon Demon sect. It's time for the Blood Moon Demon sect to make a move. The words of the Blood Moon Demon sect are now not only thunderous in the entire Western mysterious domain, but also in the rest of the continents, and even the central continent domain. Within half a month, this force that emerged from nowhere used thunder to eliminate the 3 top demon gates in the Western mysterious domain. It is said that the strongest Western Xuanzong demon sect with 2 divine ancestors sitting in, the Dark Sky Demon sect, heard that it could not hold out even for half a day, and was broken by the strong men of the Blood Moon Demon sect, and completely fell. A divine powerhouse was beheaded, and a god was captured. This terrifying strength suddenly shook the entire Western mysterious domain, and people were panicked. That is the second highest god after the Supreme Holy Realm. No matter which sect Taoist system it is placed in, it can be called a top powerhouse, and being killed or suppressed by the people of the Blood Moon Demon sect is so understatement, which is enough to explain the terrifying strength of this demon sect. Those forces in the Western mysterious domain, which claimed to be decent, let alone had a crusade, and even did not dare to compete with them head-on at all. Within half a month, it directly became a hegemon-level force in countless demon gates, and even influenced the entire Western mysterious domain. Such a foundational strength could not be said to be terrifying. This also attracted the attention of the Central Continental Domain forces, which claimed to have the strongest comprehensive strength. After all, according to the Blood Moon Demon sect, it developed like this. If you give the other party another month or even half a month, wouldn't it be able to directly threaten their Central Continental Domain? However, even though they sent strong people to investigate clues about the Blood Moon Demon sect, not only is there nothing to gain, but most of them are also gone and never returned. After all, the Western mysterious domain had completely become the territory of the Blood Moon Demon sect. Those sect eyeliners who wanted to investigate them, as long as they dared to set foot, would be found by them as soon as possible and killed directly. In a mysterious space somewhere in the Western mysterious domain, the demonic energy surged, and the blood moon hung high. This world was opened up by Gu Han, who provided the prototype of the Sea of Blood. As the supreme treasure of the Red Blood Demon sect in ancient times, he himself is extremely high-ranking, and even has a certain activity, which can grow on his own and constantly improve this hidden world. At this moment, inside the core main hall of the Blood Moon Demon sect, many strong people gathered here. Completely integrated and absorbed all the demon sects in the Western mysterious domain, and even the Blood Moon Demon sect of several powerful demon sects on the surrounding continents, the current strength heritage can be called terrifying. Except for the 2 blood demon guards whose cultivation reached the divine realm at the beginning. There were 2 more divine powerhouses, 7 supremes, and even more Dao He in the divine platform realm powerhouses. But at this moment, these strong men all stood respectfully under the main hall. And in the top position, on the throne of the Blood Moon, there was a 13 or 14-year-old girl who looked a little immature. But everyone has no objection to this. After all, this girl was the sect master hand-picked by their true loyal lord. That sect master casually summoned 2 top gods. The origin, background and true strength are probably far beyond their imagination. His will is far from what these beings can speculate about. There is only one thing they have to do: obey. Although under the reflection of so many strong people, Han Mengyao's thin cultivation seems a little weak and pitiful. But in just half a month, her whole person has changed a lot. Her appearance and temperament are silent and introverted, and she never shows any slight mood swings. It can even be said that she was born specifically for demon cultivation. Half a month later, from the introduction of the Qi extraction body initiation, it was directly promoted to the 9 layers of the Qi refinement realm, and it was not even far from the Spirit Palace realm. Although it also benefited from the help of many top cultivation resources given by Gu Han. But this is enough to show her shocking talent. It is inevitable that it will even become a legendary imperial realm. At this time, ripples suddenly appeared in the hall,
and suddenly turned into a blood-colored vortex. With countless red lights containing some kind of will, divine thoughts flew out of it. A voice with supreme will immediately echoed in the minds of everyone in the hall. Immediately go to the northern wilderness mountains, find out all the people related to the Tsangfengyi family, temporarily bind them and suppress them, and then deal with them when I go back. If you and others encounter people related to the Tian'an Holy Land on the way, don't care, kill them all. Follow your will. Countless people, including Han Mengyao, bowed their hands in unison, their voices respectful and religious. The meaning of their existence itself is to serve this adult. Chapter 59 New Sign-in Location, Tianlong Ruins. Zhengzhou City, General Commander of the City Patrol Guard. Haha, with Saint Xianyu guaranteeing it, we naturally believe it. That damned demon sect spy is so despicable. He actually used such despicable means to frame others. Saint Xianyue, young friend Qingyun, don't worry. I guarantee in the name of the chief of the city patrol that the real culprit will be found in the near future. Looking at the city patrol commander who was rude to him at the beginning, he now showed such a contrasting respect. Yi Qingyun couldn't help but feel contempt and disdain in his heart. Of course, what made him even more angry was that his childhood sweetheart had stabbed him in the back without any warning. You can know a person's face but not his heart. He didn't expect that this childhood sweetheart who grew up with him was so vicious. What irritated him even more was relying on the strong financial resources of Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, Mu Liar bribed these important city patrol officers with some benefits, and was not implicated at all. These guys had no intention of starting with Mu Liar and investigating the insidious person who put the blame on him. Mu Liar, you were unkind first, so don't blame me for being unjust later. Although I was extremely angry. He has even put revenge on this person who stabbed his childhood sweetheart on his agenda. But he still didn't show any unusual emotions on the surface. Thank you, Miss Xianyu. If you hadn't helped me today, I would have been framed by that damn thief and would have had no way to defend myself, Yi Qingyun said gratefully, and bowed respectfully to the young woman in gorgeous clothes beside him. It's just a small favor, you're welcome, fellow Taoist Yi. Lung Xianyue smiled and brushed the hair on the side of her face behind her ear, making her already charming face even more beautiful. The reason why she came here specially. In fact, I heard the great elder who was responsible for protecting me mention it last night. This person was the only direct successor to a great man he had followed when he was young. And this lord is known to everyone in the history of the entire central continent. He was also one of the powerful men who stood at the top of the pyramid of Xuanzhou continent in that era, the Holy King Baizang. The Saint King monk is the strongest being below the emperor realm. With just a thought, one can manipulate the laws of heaven and earth and destroy mountains. In this era when great emperors are not prominent, the existence of the Saint King level is enough to be called shocking. Being able to become the direct descendant of such a terrifying existence. In the future, he will surely achieve remarkable and terrifying achievements, and may even become a holy king. Taking the initiative to make friends with them will only benefit you. Furthermore, she has a pair of special eyes called the Eyes of Life. Able to sense some threads similar to destiny. She was certain that Yi Qingyun was not just the inheritor of Saint King Baizang's legacy. His future destiny is extremely extraordinary, and he may even have the chance to become an invincible strong man here. And his own origins were even more extraordinary, even far beyond her imagination. Although she is now the saint of Tian'an Holy Land, she has a noble status and is admired by others. But if you want to go further, you will need more opportunities to help you. In her opinion, making friends with Yi Qingyun is a great opportunity for him to make further progress. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him, smiling at him, Yi Qingyun couldn't help but be stunned. I can only say that she is truly worthy of being the holy maiden of Tian'an Holy Land. Whether in terms of temperament or appearance, she is absolutely impeccable, a truly stunning beauty. In addition, the other party is trying to make friends with him. Although he was wary of the other party's purpose of approaching him. But at the same time, I can't help but want to develop a further relationship with him. Saint Xianyu, thanks to your help this time, I was able to clear my suspicion. I heard that you are also going to enter the secret realm of Zhengzhou.
I happen to know something about the special secrets of this secret realm. Why don't we find a private room in a tavern? This news is my way of repaying your kindness, Saint. He was not lying. The jade pendant he wore around his neck contained a detailed map of the secret realm of central China. This jade pendant has been with him since he was a child. His uncles and aunts said that it was probably left to him by his parents. Later, according to his guess, there might be a special treasure hidden deep in the secret realm of Zhengzhou, which his parents left for him. If he can successfully obtain it, it will definitely be of great help to his rise to prominence. Really? Hearing this, Lung Xuanyue's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and she happily agreed. The secret realm of Zhengzhou is extremely special and has only been opened once in nearly 100 years. Even they don't have detailed information about the secret realm of central China. But Yi Qingyun claimed to have secret information about the secret realm of Zhengzhou. The other party indeed has some unknown big secrets. Yi Qingyun's mouth corners also curled up secretly. He is not a good man who does charity. According to the jade pendant that his parents left for him, the secret realm of Zhengzhou is extremely dangerous, and the place he is going to is a hidden area that has never been visited by anyone. Not to mention that Lang Xuanyue is extremely beautiful, which is not only pleasing to the eyes, but also adds a lot of fun to this journey to the secret realm. Furthermore, the other party's strong strength can also share many risks for oneself. Yes, but I'm not too greedy for beauty. When old Bai, who had been hiding deep in Yi Qingyun's consciousness from beginning to end, saw this scene, he nodded with great satisfaction. Given time, when Yi Qingyun fully grows up, he will surely become an extremely outstanding immortal legend. Ding! The new check-in location has been refreshed. Secret land of Zhengzhou, Tianlong ruins. Gu Han, who was being dragged around shopping by Xiaobingli, suddenly heard the system's broadcast and frowned slightly. Tianlong ruins? He had previously specifically looked at the jade talisman that Xiaobingli had given him. He knew the names of those roughly marked special areas, but he had no information about the Tianlong ruins. Could it be this is the most special and secretive place in the central continent's secret realm? It even hid it from the investigation of the powerful people in Feixian Tower. Gu Han murmured in his heart. Analyzing how to find the Tianlong ruins and successfully sign in. Etc. Suddenly, an idea flashed through my mind. Xiaobingli and the others didn't know. But it doesn't mean that he has the halo of the protagonist. There is also a high probability that Yi Qingyun, who knows more secrets, doesn't know it. Perhaps, this so-called Tianlong ruins is related to Yi Qingyun. If you follow it secretly, you will most likely be able to find the Tianlong ruins you were looking for with the help of this smart walking map. If I were luckier. This Tianlong ruins is where Yi Qingyun obtained the heaven-defying opportunity to inherit. Not only will I be able to seize this guy's opportunity, but I can also punch in and complete the sign-in, which will double my happiness. What's wrong? Does shopping with me make you feel very happy? Seeing that Gu Han unconsciously curled the corners of his mouth without saying anything, Xiaobingli, who was holding his arm, pulled his sleeve, blinked her bright big eyes, and curved her eyebrows. Such a pure and playful look. At one point, Gu Han even forgot that this was a sickly female devil who killed people without blinking an eye. Chapter 60, Want to be a gigolo? The Dragon Lord. Gu Han did not express his thoughts. After all, according to Xiaobingli's character, the other party will most likely send his own people deep into the secret realm of Zhengzhou and turn it upside down. Certainly. Gu Han smiled lazily and pinched Xiaobingli's soft cheeks. Going shopping with you, I have become the envy of everyone. And you don't have to pay for anything. You pay for everything yourself. She's rich and pretty, a true beauty in the world of immortal cultivation. I just want to lie down and live off her. Okay. Xiaobingli nodded like a chick pecking at rice, as if she was afraid that Gu Han would change his mind. I can give you anything you want. There are already many bad women in the world of cultivating immortals, so it's more reassuring to keep them chained up by your side. The other side of the street. Several young monks were looking across the street with somewhat obsessed eyes. That woman is so beautiful. Even though she's wearing a veil,
just from the blurred outlines of her facial features, one can tell that beneath the veil lies an extremely breathtaking face. A young monk frowned and said, "Why do I feel that the young man next to the woman in the white dress really looks so much like Senior Brother Gu?" "No way? Didn't Senior Brother Gu go to the brothel to listen to music?" But this also aroused the curiosity of several young disciples of the sword-asking sect. "Look carefully." Everyone was stunned. That person looked like Senior Brother Gu. Wasn't he their Senior Brother Guhan? After a brief moment of daze, several people looked at each other and suddenly realized. They wondered why Senior Brother Gu completely ignored the advances of several beautiful senior sisters and was as cold as a piece of ice. "So you already have a new love?" The headquarters of the sword-asking sect. "Absolutely true. We all saw Senior Brother Gu strolling around the central downtown streets with a stunning woman. Their words and actions are so intimate, they're far from being just ordinary friends." Several young disciples of the sword-asking sect talked about the scenes they saw on the street. Although Chu Yue and the other two girls looked unhappy and frowned. But he did not show any abnormal emotions from beginning to end. Until a young disciple added fuel to the fire, saying that Guhan wanted to leave the sect and live off that woman. The three of them were immediately in a state of confusion. "Is my senior brother still in the central downtown street?" Chu Yue was the first to ask. After receiving the answer, the three women hurried towards the central downtown street. Although their relationship with their senior brother is extremely delicate now. But after all, he is still their senior brother. How could they watch their senior brother degenerate into depravity and be abducted by a bad woman of unknown origin? As if the situation had not met their expectations, a young disciple tried to lead the discussion and said, "But senior brother, his behavior is simply..." Before he finished speaking, those young disciples were talking at once, or embellishing what they had seen and heard. Almost at the same time, I felt a cold chill coming towards me and rushing straight to the top of my head. The intense fear made them tremble, and they quickly shut up, not daring to say more. After withdrawing her aura of pressure, Chu Yue ignored these people and continued to rush towards the central downtown area. She is not a fool. Naturally, they knew what purpose these fellow disciples had in telling them this deliberately. He simply wanted to use this incident to let them see the so-called true face of the eldest brother and win the favor of the three of them. Although the eldest brother rejected their invitation and went to play in the central downtown streets with a strange woman, they were somewhat disappointed. But they have done too many wrong things. Before figuring out what my senior brother had experienced in his previous lives, she would never again casually define any of her senior brother's actions. As night falls, the sky is covered with broken stars. Zhongzhou City, Zuixianfang. Yi Qingyun, who had reached a preliminary exploration agreement with Lang Xianyue, was in a very good mood when he walked out of the restaurant. Thanks to his identity as the successor of Old Bai, Lang Xianyue did not delve into why he had access to information about the secret areas of the Central Plains secret realm. Moreover, after a harmonious discussion just now, his relationship with Lang Xianyue has been further improved, and they have become good friends. In addition, there is the relationship of being the successor of Master Bai. I believe that it won't be long before the other person may even become your confidant. The mere thought of having a saint with great talent and pretty face become your lover makes one happy. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but think of the bitch who had inexplicably backstabbed him. If only he wasn't relatively weak now. We will definitely attack Tianbao Chamber of Commerce directly and make that damn bitch pay the price. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. I'll have plenty of opportunities in the future to make that damn bitch pay. After suppressing the anger in my heart, Yi Qingyun returned to the sect's headquarters. Touching the jade pendant that was suspected to be left by his parents and engraved with a special inscription, Yi Qingyun's thoughts gradually drifted away. As his cultivation strength gradually grew stronger, he also learned more about the jade pendant. It seems that he left his parents when he was very young, and left many clues about them in this jade pendant. And this secret realm of central China is his first stop in the world of the truly powerful. Those areas specially marked on the map seem to contain treasures or inheritances left to him by his parents. Perhaps, he could find information about his parents through this trip to the secret realm. You may even find clues or treasures left by your parents. I wonder what these two irresponsible guys are doing. Just as Yi Qingyun was murmuring in his heart, guessing his parents' intentions, suddenly he stopped as if he sensed something. An old man wearing a conical hat, a linen Taoist robe, and a wine gourd hanging from his waist suddenly stood in front of him, looking at him with a smile. Yi Qingyun frowned and immediately became alert. The old man in hemp clothes didn't care about Yi Qingyun's vigilant look at all. He took a big gulp of wine from the wine gourd and laughed in a slightly drunken voice. Hee, I didn't expect that a little fellow like you would have the aura of that clan. The source of the aura seems to be in this thing. Where did you get it from, little guy? This is a truly rare treasure. As he spoke, the old man stretched out his hand to grab it. Yi Qingyun's face suddenly turned gloomy and he took a half step back. With a shake of his right hand, a long sword flashing with cold light suddenly flew out and was completely grasped in his hand. Don't be nervous, little one. I just want to confirm something, to confirm whether you are related to that family. Yi Qingyun frowned even more tightly. Old man, I don't know what you want to confirm. I come from the Yi family of Congfeng. As for this jade pendant, it was specially left to me by my parents. It is not a so-called rare treasure. The old man in hemp clothes did not go any further. He took another sip of wine and smiled mysteriously. A big hand reached out and grabbed Yi Qingyun's shoulder, pulling him over before he could react. No doubt about it, you are the one I'm waiting for. Karma turns, today I will give you an opportunity to help you become the true Lord of the Dragon. Chapter 61 People Who Do Not Belong to This World? Opportunity? Lord of the Dragon? Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned. He had also heard of the so-called Tianlong. It is said that they were once the ancient royal family of the demon world. There was even a time when it dominated the entire demon world. But later, for some unknown reason, he disappeared. Boom! At this moment, the old man suddenly exerted force and slapped him on the chest. An extremely pure force, as terrifying as a stream of fire, instantly poured into the depths of the old man's soul through his palm. Roar! In an instant, Yi Qingyun heard a dragon roar that shook the space ringing beside his ears. The whole world seemed to be completely turned around. In a trance, he saw endless dragon energy dancing in front of him, and finally condensed into a huge white dragon. The huge golden vertical pupils, like ancient mountains, locked onto him firmly, and seemed to have quietly established some special connection with him. What a terrifying dragon power! This is definitely the true king of dragons. Yi Qingyun was shocked. He never expected that this inconspicuous old man actually possessed such terrifying strength. The old man in hemp clothes smiled slightly and withdrew his hand. It was not until this moment that Yi Qingyun came back to his senses from his dazed state, and he quickly mobilized his spiritual power to investigate. An extremely ancient totem mark seemed to appear at the position of his heart, like a white dragon soaring in the sky. After careful sensing, he could even feel some kind of terrifying dragon energy in it. Even an extremely weak wisp is filled with extremely terrifying power. This made him even more shocked, and he was shocked at who this old man in hemp clothes was. The old man in hemp clothes just smiled without saying anything. He took another sip of wine and marveled inwardly, as expected, he is the descendant of the legendary family. It's truly extraordinary that you were able to completely withstand the power of our Dragon King seal without collapsing. Seeing the old man opposite smiling but not saying anything, he didn't seem to want to explain much. Yi Qingyun was a little panicked and hurriedly communicated with Bai Lao in his mind. Bai Lao, what exactly is the mark this person has planted in my body? Why can I sense such a strong dragon power in it? What was strange was that in the face of his anxious inquiries, old Bai, who always answered every question, remained silent and did not even emit the slightest unusual fluctuation. As if he could see the worry in Yi Qingyun's heart, the old man took another big sip of wine, chuckled and said, "Don't worry, if I really wanted to harm you, I would have chosen to do it just now, and you would have absolutely no power to resist. I sense an extremely extraordinary bloodline aura in you, as well as some extraordinary destiny and fate. If you proceed steadily, without being arrogant or impatient, and don't die prematurely on the road to greatness, you will surely create immortality in the future. The mark I gave you can also be called a token that leads to and opens the core of the central continent's secret realm, the Tianlong ruins. If your performance is outstanding enough, you will at least be recognized by one celestial dragon. He will be a help to you, even more powerful than before. Yi Qingyun's pupils shrank slightly again. Although I still have some doubts in my heart. But for him, such an experience was obviously like a pie in the sky.
The Tianlong clan? That is the true royal family among dragons.
If he could gain recognition from such an existence and complete the contract, he would have more trump cards and more help.
Junior Yi Qingyun greets Senior. I wonder where you are from, Senior. Could you please tell me your name?
Yi Qingyun suppressed the surprise in his heart and clasped his hands together.
Since this old man could easily give him such a mark, his strength must be extraordinary.
Leave a good impression on the other person, and maybe you can ask him for help if you encounter any trouble in the future.
The old man smiled heartily. Me? I'm just an ordinary drinker in the world who does nothing.
As he spoke, a strong wind suddenly blew up from the sky, making it impossible for Yi Qingyun to open his eyes. When the strong wind completely subsided, the old man who had been standing in front of him had disappeared. Only one voice floated into his ears on the breeze. Once you gain recognition from the Tianlong clan, you will naturally know who I am.
I hope you won't disappoint me.
The guy just now has a complicated background. I also sensed an extremely terrifying dragon aura from him. His cultivation may have already reached the Saint Realm. Until this moment, Bai Lao, who had been pretending to be dead in the depths of Yi Qingyun's mind, suddenly spoke and pulled Yi Qingyun back.
Holy Land.
In this era where the Emperor realm is not well known, it can be said that one is truly standing at the top of the pyramid. He didn't expect that he, who was still very far away from this realm, could actually meet a strong man who was infinitely close to the Holy Realm today. While feeling shocked and dazed, Yi Qingyun couldn't help feeling a little regretful. I regret not taking this opportunity to develop a better relationship with him.
But it doesn't matter.
The other party has left a special mark on me, and I will definitely have the chance to deal with him again in the future.
It's just a Holy Land.
Old Bai snorted coldly, as if he was a little dissatisfied. When I was traveling across the world with my Saint Realm cultivation, this guy was nowhere to be found. When I recover my cultivation further, I will teach you a true supreme holy method. A few wisps of breeze suddenly swirled and whistled and intertwined in a corner of Zhengzhou City. Soon, a vague figure was slowly outlined in the wind, and finally solidified into a figure. It was the old man in hemp clothes who had appeared in front of Yi Qingyun before. He seemed to be in a good mood, with a satisfied smile on his lips.
This kid's bloodline constitution is not only extraordinary, but he also seems to have great destiny and luck. He is a true person with destiny. If it were him, he would have the opportunity to lead the remaining bloodline of my Tianlong clan to glory again. The old man in hemp clothes took another sip of wine and was about to find a restaurant to get another pot of wine when he suddenly stopped as if he sensed something. A pair of cloudy eyes looked forward. At some point, a young man with a tall figure and extraordinary demeanor appeared in front of him. Without waiting for the young man to speak, the old man in hemp clothes seemed to have seen something. His heart trembled violently and his pupils shrank like needles, as if he had seen an extremely unbelievable scene. In his vision, the power of luck surrounding the man in white was extremely strange. There are 9 lines of destiny and luck representing various destinies, showing different brilliant colors. Especially the last one, which was a black and gold color he had never heard of before. It gives people a feeling that is both weird and mysterious, as if the other person has a destiny far beyond the world's cognition, but is independent of certain worldly rules. If I had to give a comment,
this person shouldn't belong to this world, let alone exist in this era.
Chapter 62, Heavenly Demon God Army, get married as soon as they wake up? The moment a thought arises in your mind.
The old man in hemp clothes looked at Guhan with a look of vigilance and fear. I originally thought I was lucky, but meeting Yi Qingyun, the son of the plain who was suspected to be blessed with the luck of the eternal golden dragon, was already a great gain. But I never expected that I would meet such a person again.
I don't know whether I should feel unlucky or lucky.
In fact, Guhan was also a little surprised at suddenly meeting this old man. He just happened to pass by here and unexpectedly met the person in front of him.
Moreover, the feeling this strange old man gave him was inexplicably familiar.
My thoughts were racing, and countless memories flashed through my mind. Finally, Guhan seemed to have thought of something, and a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in the depths of his consciousness.
The old guy in front of me is one of the only 5 remaining Dragon Kings of the Tianlong clan, the Hurricane Dragon King? The reason why he could identify the old man's identity at a glance.
It was also because he had seen it in his previous life. In the original plot, Yi Qingyun accidentally gained the recognition of the only remaining Dragon King of the Tianlong clan, the Hurricane Dragon King, and obtained his inheritance mark and inherited the will of the Tianlong clan. Later, the protagonist Yi Qingyun, with the help of the Hurricane Dragon King and the remaining powerful members of the Tianlong clan, finally established a palace that was famous throughout the world, the Dragon King Palace. With the protagonist's aura that is almost unfair, and the special buff that makes people become his close friends wherever he goes. The Dragon King Palace created by Yi Qingyun quickly flourished and even became the top force in this world.
It also greatly helped his subsequent rise to prominence. The Celestial Dragon Clan Hurricane Dragon King? Guhan quickly thought of something else and had a guess in his mind. Could it be that the remaining Tianlong clan masters are hiding in the Tianlong ruins in the Zhengzhou secret realm?
In his previous life, he had also heard a rumor. Shortly after the Zhengzhou secret realm was closed, something strange happened.
Deep in the secret realm, several blue dragons with terrifying auras shattered the secret realm barrier and flew out into the air.
This sudden change caused a sensation in the entire Central Plains at the time. However, after investigation by many powerful people, they were unable to determine the truth of the matter. Now, combining the original plot and this rumor, the so-called Tianlong ruins are most likely the starting point of Yi Qingyun's encounter with the Tianlong clan.
Countless thoughts flashed through my mind in an instant. Guhan's expression was indifferent, without showing any sign of abnormality.
Such a calm and composed look made the Hurricane Dragon King standing in front of him even more alert and fearful. As early as when he noticed Guhan, he had already used his own power to investigate the truth. But he was horrified to find out. With his current cultivation level being infinitely close to the Saint Realm, he was completely unable to see through the guy in front of him. You know, he has already used the special eye technique of their Tianlong clan, which can easily detect the details of any living creature. But even so, it didn't have any effect at all. Moreover, due to excessive exploration, he suffered some backlash. His eyes and even his soul felt as if they were pierced by countless steel needles, and intense pain swept through his body like a tide. A strong sense of fear and dread suddenly surged throughout my body. Just one look could bring him such a huge backlash. This only means that the other party can absolutely suppress his bloodline in a certain sense. His actions just now were considered offensive, so he suffered such a severe blow. But the guy in front of him was just an ordinary human, not a member of an extraordinary race or a top demon race. How could it possibly have such a huge impact on him? All kinds of thoughts kept surging in his mind, and the intense fear and dread made the Hurricane Dragon King's body a little stiff. However, because the other party might have some terrifying strength, he didn't even dare to make any offensive moves. At this moment, the mark that Su Lingyue specially left on his right hand was activated. Lines containing some kind of mysterious power intertwined and overlapped on his hands, soon transforming into a special totem symbolizing supreme authority. Buzz. Ripples containing some kind of mysterious power spread out like water waves, covering the entire space. The Hurricane Dragon King's body was completely frozen, as if it was frozen in time in a portrait. Obviously, the surrounding space scene has not changed at all. But in the eyes of the Hurricane Dragon King, it seemed as if there was endless thick fog covering him from all directions. In a trance, he saw a crystal coffin suspended in the air, bound by countless chains, in the depths of the thick foggy world. Beneath the crystal coffin, countless dragon bones and phoenix bones, made of gold and silver and emitting a terrifying aura, are stacked like cornerstones, layer upon layer. Suppressed by this huge crystal coffin. Even if these creatures have been dead for many years. Even if it's just an illusory projection.
But the aura emanating from them was far beyond his imagination.
These bones were the real dragons and phoenixes in the true myths. A mythical creature that only existed in the legendary age of immortals and gods. A scene appeared that made his heart skip a beat. The crystal coffin that exuded supreme power shattered, and a beautiful woman with a blurred face, like a god spanning time and space, walked out of it. She stretched out her pure white arms and hugged the man in white in front of her. The 9 fox tails behind her were fully spread out, as if holding up 9 different worlds. The strong sense of oppression suffocated him. But the horror goes far beyond that. Behind the fox demon woman, countless huge demon figures with terrifying auras appeared and spread to the end of the gray fog world.
That is the heavenly demon god army.
So, the woman with 9 fox tails behind her is the leader of the celestial demon army in the myth. But according to the myths, wasn't she completely suppressed and sealed away by the former supreme ancient power, who teamed up with many important figures in the immortal world?
Why did he appear behind this man in white? And they are so close, their relationship is extraordinary. The heavenly demon divine army was created by an extremely ancient being of their demon clan. It is said that this extremely ancient being is the ancestor of demons who is related to the origin of the demon race in their world. Because her strength was so overwhelming, she even suppressed the other demon ancestors so much that they couldn't even raise their heads. They even secretly regarded her as their leader and respected her. He once single-handedly led the entire demon world to true glory and ruled over all the races here.
But later, for some unknown reason, this big shot angered certain beings in the fairyland, and was finally suppressed in some secret corner. But now, this strongest demon ancestor who had disappeared for who knows how many years, actually appeared in front of him again.
But this man in white is obviously a human.
Not to mention the royal blood of their demon clan flowing in his body, there is not even a trace of demon blood.
But why does the other party act like he dotes on Guhan so much? Could it be that this cruel and ruthless demon ancestor in the myth has changed his temperament and even found a child husband for himself? Will they get married right after they wake up completely? Chapter 63. People are dead, rules are alive. Countless thoughts were swirling in my mind.
But he soon suppressed it again. He was afraid that his inner thoughts would be caught by the other party, and in the end he would not even know how he died. Although the other party only revealed a projection mark.
But their demon clan has strict hierarchy and bloodline. Any bloodline projection of Su Lun Yue is enough to exert absolute suppression on them.
He had a premonition that if he dared to do anything bad, he would probably die here today.
Until a long while passed.
As if realizing that nothing would happen to Guhan, the special power that belonged only to Su Lun Yue began to gradually dissipate. The solidified void of heaven and earth also returned to its original normal state. Everything I just experienced seemed like an illusory dream. The Hurricane Dragon King's expression changed after he felt Guhan's gaze. He couldn't help but shudder, and hurriedly bowed to Guhan. "I am Long Yuanfeng of the Tianlong clan, and I pay my respects to you, young master." If He Qin Yun saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked and dumbfounded. He himself was an old senior who was extremely respectful, but he seemed so humble in front of Guhan.
Guhan smiled faintly and said, "Senior, you don't seem to be from our human race, right? I wonder why you came here today."
"Maybe there's something I, the younger generation, can help with." The Hurricane Dragon King suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't bear such respect from the other party. If there is any cause and effect with it, there is a high probability that I won't even know how I died. But now that I'm unlucky enough to have run into him, if I just laugh it off and get away with it, I might end up dead.
If I'm not mistaken, you should be from the Tianlong clan, right?
I accidentally received news some time ago that there is a special place called the Tianlong Ruins in the Central Continent's secret realm.
I wonder if you know how I can get there.
While speaking, Guhan kept smiling from beginning to end. It just gives people a more profound feeling. The Hurricane Dragon King's soul was all gone, and his pupils shrank like needles.
How did he know about the Tianlong ruins? That is the secret among their clan's secrets.
Even the former great demon ancestors had no idea that they had hidden the last branch in this ancient secret realm.
My thoughts kept churning. The man in white with a terrifying origin in front of him was obviously very interested in the inheritance of their Tianlong clan.
But he had already invested in Yi Qingyun, who was endowed with the Golden Dragon of Luck, as a training target, and had even given him his own Dragon King seal. In a sense, Yi Qingyun is the one their clan has truly chosen and determined to follow. But when he looked up, he saw Gu Hanshi, who still had a faint smile on his face. All the prophecy rules and the person who was blessed with the eternal Golden Dragon's luck were thrown out of his mind in an instant. Rules are dead, people are alive. Compared to Yi Qingyun, he felt that the young man in front of him, whose background was extremely terrifying and even he could not figure out the depth of his background, might be more worthy of their following. Don't worry about Yi Qingyun's affairs. He is not a traitor who betrays his tribe. He is just choosing a more worthy person to follow for his own race. This is a righteous act. After comforting himself with a few words and making up his mind completely, the Hurricane Dragon King immediately put on a flattering smile. If you are interested in the Tianlong ruins, I would be happy to tell you about it in detail. Gu Han raised his brows slightly, a little surprised by this. According to his understanding, aren't dragons all very arrogant? He had already prepared everything. He would use Su Lingyue's power to beat the other party up, and then obtain useful information. But I didn't expect the other party to be so tactful. After walking out of the dark alley again, Gu Han has obtained the information he wanted. These guys actually hid the so-called Tianlong ruins in such a secret place. No wonder the powerful warriors who entered the Feixian Tower to investigate in advance were unable to find it. Gu Han lightly clicked his tongue and shook his head. It's no wonder that Yi Qingyun has the aura of a protagonist. He just casually walked around the street and encountered something that fell from the sky. However, now that he already knows it, he will not miss the inheritance of the Tianlong clan. Maybe he can transform the Dragon King Palace, which was created by the protagonist Yi Qingyun in the original plot based on the Tianlong clan, into a villain force that belongs to him alone. Furthermore, he has a check-in point at the Tianlong ruins, which will most likely bring him unexpected gains. The sword-asking sex base. Xu Yue and the other two ladies gathered in front of a palace with somewhat gloomy expressions. Previously, after learning that his senior brother might be kidnapped by a bad woman. Based on what several sect disciples said, they went to the place where the incident occurred to look for their senior brother. But they searched around for nearly 2 hours and still couldn't find any trace of their senior brother. Although they have no right to interfere with their senior brother's interactions or intimacy with any women. But now I always have a feeling that my senior brother is about to be snatched away, and I feel very confused. Senior sister, it's late, aren't you going to rest? Yi Qingyun appeared from nowhere, speaking with concern. But when he saw this scene, he felt a little uncomfortable and a little jealous. I thought I was the biggest winner since that incident happened. Not only will the status of the entire Xuanyu Peak rise, and you will be more favored by several senior sisters. But now, the plot did not develop as expected. He could even vaguely sense that several of his senior sisters were wary and resistant to him. However, he still showed concern and said gently, "Sister, the secret realm is about to open. The most important thing is to adjust your mindset, conserve your energy, and strive to gain more in the secret realm. After all, the secret realm is not a fun game. If you're not careful, you could actually lose your life. Senior sister Yue, I heard that your spiritual veins were born with a defect, and it has caused you a lot of trouble. This is the soul forging pill I got from a good friend. It can temporarily help you alleviate your damaged soul veins." As he spoke, Yi Qingyun handed a brocade box containing a green pill to Chu Yue. However, Chu Yue just glanced at him coldly and said in a distant voice, "No need. I can refine it myself. I won't bother you, junior brother." Yi Qingyun was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting that his senior sister would directly reject him. He withdrew his gaze somewhat awkwardly and turned his gaze towards Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji. "Sister, I'm also doing this for you. Junior brother, we appreciate your kindness. It's not necessary. Thank you." But he was soon interrupted by the two people's equally distant and cold tone. Such a huge contrast made Yi Qingyun suddenly a little confused.
Could it be that because he was slandered by that sinister thief as a spy for the demon sect, the senior sisters were so cold to him? Senior sister. You really misunderstood. I'm really not a spy from the demon sect. I was slandered. This matter has been confirmed. If you sisters don't believe it, I am willing to swear an oath to the heavens. Besides, senior brother Gu is the one who is most suspicious. The next words I was about to say were instantly stuck in my throat. A chill came over him and locked him firmly. Chu Yaoi's eyes, which usually held tenderness and purity, were now icy and captivating. It even gave him a sense of extreme danger. This was also the first time he felt the disgust and coldness directed towards him by his senior sister. Chapter 64, Took the Wrong Medicine Again? His cultivation is too strong. It's not just Chu Yue. Even Lu Ruyan, who had always had a very good relationship with him, now gave him a look of obvious cold disgust. It was obvious that he was taken away for investigation not long ago. Now that he has just been proven innocent and released, he is slandering his senior brother again. I don't know where he got that face from. He felt that the gentle senior sister from the past was now giving him a cold and disgusted look. Yi Qingyun was a little confused and panicked, and wanted to explain. Senior sister, you misunderstood me. That's enough. Chu Yaoi's tone was a little angry. Qingyun, I know what you mean. But we believe that senior brother is not that kind of person, let alone a so-called demon sect spy. If you continue to talk nonsense, I will regard your actions as fanning the flames and trying to sow discord between us and my senior brother. Don't blame me for being rude. Yi Qingyun opened his mouth, but was very tactful and didn't say anything more. But the unwillingness in my heart became more and more intense. I suspect you took the wrong medicine again today. It's quite idiotic and ridiculous to deliberately stage such a scene in front of me. At this moment, a joking voice suddenly sounded. Several people froze and subconsciously looked back. Gu Han had appeared at the door of the hall without knowing when. At this moment, he was leaning against the doorframe with his arms folded, looking lazy. The moonlight shone through the sparse clouds and fell on his snow-white clothes. It was obvious that he looked lazy and playful at the moment, but his whole body revealed a certain kind of unrestrained feeling. Senior brother. Chu Yue and the others came back to their senses from their daze, feeling both happy and panic-stricken. Fortunately, my senior brother was not abducted by that evil woman of unknown origin. What panicked them was that they knew there was a deeper meaning behind their senior brother's joking and sarcastic words. As early as when the incident just happened, the senior brother had already explained it to them. But they were stupid at the time and chose not to believe it, which led to the current situation. Today he said these words in particular to defend his senior brother, and even they themselves felt that it was quite double-standard and hypocritical after thinking about it carefully. Senior brother. Lu Ruyan changed the subject in a dry and aggrieved voice, saying weakly, "You just came back from outside, so you probably haven't eaten yet." As she spoke, she carefully took out a vessel similar to a casserole. "This is the soup I made for you. The taste of the one I made during the day has changed a bit. It tastes a bit bad and it's cold. I made a new one for you. Brother, you can try it." Seeing Lu Ruyan speak, Chu Yue and Luo Baiji also hurriedly took out the gifts they had carefully selected. A pair of beautiful eyes, as lively and moist as a deer's, were filled with a certain light of expectation. However, Gu Han just glanced at it indifferently. He scoffed and put away his smile. Totally too lazy to spend any more time. He treated them as air and walked past them expressionlessly. He slammed the door shut. The courtyard returned to deathly silence again. Only the cold wind brought by Gu Han's heavy slamming of the door blew towards him. It was clearly just a slight force to lift their hair, but it made their hearts ache so much that there was even a mist of tears gathering in their beautiful eyes. But the three women seemed undaunted by setbacks. She still stood at the door and refused to leave, as if waiting for her senior brother to forgive them and accept their kindness. This scene made Yi Qingyun, who witnessed the whole process from beginning to end, feel both envious and distressed. Compared to what he had just experienced, Guhan is simply spoiled to the heavens by his senior sisters.
What made him most angry was that Guhan looked cold from beginning to end, which made him feel that the other party was really pretentious.
Humph.
He just joined the sword-asking sect a few years earlier than me, and his cultivation is just a little bit stronger than mine. After I find the treasure left by my parents and the inheritance of the Tianlong clan in the secret realm of Zhengzhou, I will give up my position as the chief genius of the sword-asking sect.
In his opinion,
the reason why several of his senior sisters care so much about what Guhan thinks is somewhat related to the fact that he is the leader of the younger generation of their sword sect. After all, women in the cultivation world all have a desire to be strong and like powerful men. After this trip to the secret realm is over, he will take back all the glory that was taken away from him by Guhan.
Time flies. 2 days later, early morning. Hundreds of miles outside Zhengzhou City, deep in the north of Tianshu Mountains.
In the depths of the mountains, which should be extremely dangerous and rarely visited by people, many monks have gathered at this moment. These are the many disciples of the sect who have obtained the opportunity to participate in the Central Continent's secret realm. Countless magnificent and gigantic chariots or flying boats were suspended in the air, emitting precious light and strange ripples.
Many elders leading the sects with terrifying auras were suspended in the air, maintaining order while also guarding against possible accidents.
After all, the demonic monk who caused such a big commotion in Zhengzhou City a few days ago has not been found yet. Such arrogance and the behavior of treating so many powerful people from the sect like monkeys made many powerful people feel ashamed and angry. If that demonic monk dares to cause trouble at this critical juncture, they have 100 ways to make sure he never returns.
Old Bai, are you sure that the 2 puppets I successfully refined using the method you described will also be effective in this secret realm? The entrance to the secret realm in the distance is only vaguely visible.
But he could also feel some special laws and restrictions. This special law restriction can only allow cultivators at the half-step return to oneness realm to enter. Any cultivator who is above this realm, or who brings in certain magical instruments with the power of the return to one realm, will be blocked from entering. The 2 puppets he had recently spent a lot of effort to refine were both at the Gi realm. This is also the trump card he prepared in advance for the unexpected events he might encounter when entering the secret realm of Central Plains. Don't worry, the laws that exist in this secret realm are just ordinary holy realms.
In my heyday, I could destroy this kind of secret realm restriction with a snap of my fingers.
As long as you don't communicate with these 2 puppets before entering the secret realm, you won't be affected in the slightest. Hearing the voice of the white brain in his mind, Yi Qingyun immediately breathed a sigh of relief. When looking at Guhan, who was frowning slightly not far away, the corners of his lips unconsciously curled up slightly, revealing a confident charm. Now his cultivation has reached the 7th level of the Spirit Palace realm. No matter how strong Guhan is, he is at most at the 9th level of the Spirit Palace realm. Even if you overestimate him a little bit. The other party has reached the half-step return to unity state.
How can he be compared with him who has 2 puppets in the return to oneness realm by his side? Presumably, Guhan is facing so many other powerful disciples from the sect at this moment and feels that he is unable to compete with them, so he is worried and frowning? This time he entered a secret realm. Got to prove it to everyone. He is the real young chief of the sword sect. After this, Guhan will completely become a thing of the past. The other side. Guhan frowned. He is not worried about his opponent being too strong. Instead, he was worried that his cultivation was too strong. After all, his current cultivation has reached the 9th level of the divine platform realm. Far beyond the limits of the secret realm. If everyone goes in and he is excluded, it will be so embarrassing. Chapter 65, The Witch of the Red Leaf Sect also wants to kidnap the eldest senior brother? This was his first major mistake ever. He never imagined that one day his rapid improvement in cultivation would bring him such great trouble. Not to mention, he has to enter the Central Plains secret realm to complete the next system task. Moreover, the most important check-in location is also in the Zhengzhou secret realm. Everything is ready. If, because of his overpowered cultivation, he is eventually blocked from entering the secret realm by restrictions, wouldn't that make Chun Chun a clown?
The illusionary demon mask and the heavenly demon art can only change the disguised aura and hide the cultivation level, but cannot change or suppress the cultivation level. Even if I use my own strength to suppress it, I can only suppress my cultivation to the 5th level of the Gi realm at most. There is still a big gap. Just as Guhan's thoughts were swirling and he was troubled by this matter. Brother. A soft and timid voice sounded. The Central Continent's secret realm is extremely dangerous this time, and no useful intelligence has been released. Brother, can we team up together to explore this secret realm? As Chu Yue mustered up the courage to say these words, Luo Baiji and Lu Ruyan, who were not far away, also hurriedly said, Brother, don't worry, we will never become a burden to you. During this period of time, my cultivation has broken through to the 8th level of the Spirit Palace realm, and I have also mastered all 6 styles of the cloud-breaking sword technique. I will definitely be able to help you, senior brother. Brother, I have also been learning healing spells recently. I have also mastered the soul healing technique that Master taught me some time ago. You protected me before this time in the secret realm, can I protect you? Gathered here were not only disciples of the sword-asking sect, but also many disciples of other sections. At this moment, they all looked towards Guhan with both envy and confusion. What I envy is that 3 such beautiful and fairy-like women are so interested in the same man. It is true that those who are suffering from drought will die of drought, and those who are suffering from floods will die of floods. What was puzzling was that the man in white was only wearing an ordinary sequence badge on his chest. But 2 of the 3 women were wearing core sequence badges, and the other one was wearing a leading sequence badge. Anyone who can wear the leader sequence badge can be called the young chief of a sect, or even a true favored one of heaven. Why would these 3 beautiful and gifted ladies be so interested in an ordinary disciple of the sword-asking sect? You don't know yet? That man in white is no ordinary person. He is the undisputed leader of the current generation of the sword-asking sect. It's just that some ridiculous things happened to the sword sect back then, which really disheartened him. He no longer wants to make any efforts for the so-called honor of the sect. A sudden charming and ethereal voice suddenly attracted the attention of many sect disciples. After seeing the person who was speaking, many young disciples were stunned for a moment, their eyes became stiff, and their faces turned slightly red. The person who spoke was a plump woman and red with skin as white as snow. Her 2 straight and slender legs were especially long, which were longer than some people's lives. Her eyes are narrow and long, naturally carrying a certain kind of mysterious charm, and coupled with her mature and beautiful appearance, she has a fatal attraction to everyone. It's Master Jieyu of the Red Leaf sect. Why is she here? She is the leading elder of the Red Leaf sect this time, responsible for protecting the safety of the Red Leaf sect disciples. Of course, she will be here. I have to say, the Red Leaf sect is truly famous for its beauties. Not only are each disciple uniquely talented, but the elder leading the sect is also still quite charming. Hua Jieyu is a famous witch in the Red Leaf sect. You cannot offend her casually. If you dare to say such words, you are asking for death. The many sect disciples who recognized the woman's identity looked at her with a mixture of fascination and awe. After all, the Red Leaf sect's foundation is also extremely powerful. Especially this legendary witch from the Red Leaf sect, her exact cultivation level is unknown, but it seems that she had reached the supreme realm a year ago. But this is not the point. The ancestor of the Hongye sect who is about to enter the holy realm is her grandfather. This old man is respected by even several major holy places. Hua Jieyu ignored the discussions around her. He even ignored the vigilant gazes of Chu Yue and the other 2 girls. The narrow and long phoenix eyes blinked gently, and an alluring curve appeared on the charming and bright face. His eyes were fixed on Guhan, who was wearing an ordinary white robe, but stood out from the crowd. He had an aloof and elegant temperament, and was as independent as a banished immortal. The 2 looked at each other as if they were old acquaintances, and everything was understood without words. Hua Jieyu broke the silence by brushing a strand of hair stuck on her fair face behind her ear. I also heard about what happened in the sword-asking sect. Why don't you come to my Red Leaf sect? What I said before still stands. The surrounding space fell into a strange silence. The pupils of countless sect disciples shrank slightly, and they were all confused and shocked by Hua Jieyu's sudden words. Although I don't understand what exactly happened.
What did Hua Jieyu promise to Gu Han?
But what is worth affirming is that the other party's move is to poach people from the sword sect in broad daylight.
Gu Han chuckled in his heart. Once he was traveling, looking for materials to make elixirs. He unexpectedly met Hua Jieyu. At that time, this famous witch from the Red Leaf sect had just fought with several powerful men from other sections. Relying on his powerful strength, he single-handedly killed 2 supreme masters. She herself was also seriously injured. At that time, she fell right in front of him. He believed that if the other party died in front of him, even if it had nothing to do with him, it might lead to revenge from the strong men of the Red Leaf sect. He used all the healing pills he had on him to heal her. When he left, he also left behind a rejuvenation pill. But he didn't expect that such an unintentional action would lead him to an intersection with the famous witch of the Red Leaf sect. The witch offered various chips many times, hoping that he would return to the Red Leaf sect with her. He may not have thought much about it before. But now, he did think about it a little. Hua Jieyu. Don't go too far. Gu Han is a disciple of our sword sect. Several elders of the sword-asking sect, who had finally come to their senses from their daze, hurriedly stood in front of the 2 men. Although Gu Han is now willing to keep a low profile and even unwilling to be the leader of this trip. But his talent and strength are there, and he is a real top genius. If someone were to poach them in public, it would be a huge loss for their sword sect. There are more than a few elders leading the sword-asking sect. Chu Yue and the other 2 girls also became more vigilant, and there was even a hint of hostility in their beautiful eyes. There is another bad woman who wants to kidnap their senior brother. Chapter 66. I can protect you at any time, but it's just the beginning. Hua Jieyu didn't take the gazes of the other people from the sword-questioning sect to heart at all. Her beautiful eyes, full of charm, were still staring at Gu Han. She smiled sweetly, opened her red lips slightly, and uttered a word with her mouth. The old place, you can come any time. I can protect you. The words fell. She glanced at Gu Han again with her narrow and charming phoenix eyes, and under the dry-mouthed gazes of the other sect disciples, she returned to the Red Leaf sect's base. Others may not know what Hua Jieyu said. But Chu Yue and the other 2 girls who happened to be standing next to Gu Han could also see it clearly through their mouth shapes. Senior brother. They wanted to continue talking. But Gu Han ignored them again and walked towards Xiaoling. He is at the Divine Platform realm, and he needs the protection of 3 losers who are not even at the Return to One realm? Seeing Gu Han walking towards him, Xiaoling, who had already gotten used to being used as a tool several times in a row, once again willingly became Gu Han's shield. Ask, but you can't beat me. Senior sister Yue. Yi Qingyun, who was not far away, walked slowly towards them and said with a smile, I got some information about the secret realm of Zhengzhou some time ago. Why don't we team up to explore it together after we enter the secret realm? We are all from the same peak, so we are familiar with and trust each other, which makes it easier to investigate. Lu Ruyan subconsciously wanted to agree. Her idea was that if Yi Qingyun really knew some information about the secret realm of Zhengzhou, perhaps he knows of ancient ruins that contain records of methods to restore the mind. After all, their main purpose in coming here was to find a way to help their senior brother recover his state of mind. So far, they have no clue. But before she could speak, she was stopped by Chu Yue next to her. Thank you for your kindness, junior brother, but it's not necessary. We're entering a secret realm, and there are other things to do. Chu Yue rejected it directly in an extremely cold voice. She has increasingly felt that the junior brother who used to be simple and honest has become more and more complicated and has a deep mind. She also didn't think the other party would be so kind as to share the so-called information about the secret realm of Central China with them. Maybe there are other plans. He wanted to further sow discord between them and his senior brother. Moreover, this damn guy had deliberately thrown dirty water on my senior brother. Yi Qingyun felt a little uncomfortable. But he remained calm on the surface and said, Senior sister, don't think too much. I just simply want to team up with you guys. My cultivation has also improved over the past few days.
Don't worry, I'm confident that I won't lose much to senior brother Gu.
No need. Shu Yue frowned even more tightly.
In the few days before the secret realm was opened, Yi Qingyun had been mentioning his senior brother more or less. Others may not be able to sense it, but she always feels that the other party is deliberately provoking her. I heard the other party say this again today. It made her feel a kind of disgust. She was such an idiot and blind before, to actually think such a person was simple and honest? Gu Han, who was chatting with Xiao Ling, suddenly heard the broadcast sound from the system.
Ding!
It has been detected that due to the indirect influence of the master, the heroine Chu Yue has developed some dislike for the hero Yi Qingyun, and his luck has decreased. Congratulations to the master for completing a villain plot and earning 1500 villain points. The sudden system announcement made Gu Han slightly stunned.
Can this earn you villain points?
Originally, his main purpose was to make these idiots feel the pain he had experienced.
Now, there is an additional element of utilization. He doesn't feel any guilt.
After all, he has been forced to become a villain. If you sympathize with those who originally belonged to the protagonist's camp, the ending will only be more tragic.
The other side.
Yi Qingyun, who was rejected again and completely ignored, looked at the backs of Chu Yue and the other two girls as they left, his expression becoming somewhat ugly.
Humph. Qingyun, why bother paying attention to these clueless little girls?
In my opinion, the senior brother in the eyes of these little girls is not even as good as a single hair of yours. I just joined the sect a few years earlier than you, and my cultivation is stronger than yours. After this trip to the secret realm, you will truly become the pride of the sword-asking sect. They may ignore you today, but one day, you will be out of their reach. After hearing these words, Yi Qingyun's originally ugly expression eased a lot, and the corners of his mouth curled up again with a confident arc.
That's right, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, so why should he care too much?
It won't be long before he can truly capture the hearts of his master and senior sisters and completely crush Gu Han under his feet. Moreover, he also has better partners than Chu Yue and others. At this time, several gorgeous flying boats slowly descended from the sky. The young cultivators coming down from above were superior to many disciples of the sects below in terms of temperament and aura. They are none other than the young disciples of the four holy places.
Miss Xianyue. Brother Tianqing.
Yi Qingyun smiled confidently and took the initiative to greet the two young men and women who were the most powerful. Needless to say, the woman was Lang Xianyue from the Tian'in Holy Land.
The man was someone he had met not long ago.
He was the holy son of Beishao Holy Land, Wei Tianqing. After Lang Xuanyue's introduction, he had a very pleasant conversation with the holy son of Tianqing and they became ordinary friends. But even if they were just ordinary friends, this also attracted the envy of many disciples of the sect. After all, that is Zhangzhou, a place with outstanding people and beautiful scenery, and home to the holy sons and holy daughters of the four top holy places. Feeling the envious gazes from countless disciples around him, Yi Qingyun became more and more confident, and the two holy sons and daughters and other monks from the Holy Land had an even more pleasant conversation. Brother Qingyun, the people I sent should be able to reach the northern wasteland mountains in one day at most.
Lang Xianyue pondered for a moment and said, if nothing unexpected happens, your two cousins will be rescued successfully.
This was a collaboration they had agreed on long ago.
Yi Qingyun revealed some information about the secret realm of Zhangzhou.
She was responsible for sending people to the Beihuang Mountains to rescue the two people trapped there, and to establish good relations with them. With Miss Xianyu helping me, I feel at ease, Yi Qingyun said with a hearty smile.
I've also heard about Brother Qingyun's experience.
The holy son of Tianqing said, if there are any accidents later, I am willing to help fellow Taoist Qingyun solve some of the problems.
The other side.
Gu Han, who had been paying some attention to the movements here, sneered in his heart. He is worthy of the protagonist's halo.
How long has it been? He actually got in touch with another holy son.
According to the original plot, these two saints will become great helpers to Yi Qingyun in the future. The system also issued a task, asking him to prevent the relationship between these two people and Yi Qingyun from developing further. Now that the two of them knew each other, there was nothing that could be done. Then we have to find a way to kill them all together in the secret realm of Zhengzhou and sever the relationship between them at the root. Although the other party is the holy son or holy daughter, they have a noble status and strong talents.
But no one like Yi Qingyun has the aura of a protagonist.
It is not difficult for me to harvest them.
However, a little planning is still required.
After all, he still wanted to pin the crime of killing these saints on Yi Qingyun. He is a person who holds grudges. The previous attempt to frame Yi Qingyun as the demon sect spy was just the beginning.
Chapter 67 Killed and chopped to feed the fish. At the same time, Sichuan territory.
Several powerful divine rainbows quickly flew through the air and landed on the edge of the Beihuang Mountains. These people were ordered by Lang Shenhua, the holy maiden of Tian'an Holy Land, to come here to rescue Yi Qingyun's two cousins. Among them, the most powerful ones have reached the 9th level of Daohua realm, no less than 3 of them.
Such a formation can easily deal with the powerful ones in the supreme realm.
Furthermore, they themselves are related to the Tian'an Holy Land and have noble status. Even if there are some very bold and arrogant people, they probably wouldn't dare to act rashly due to their status. The target the saint asked us to rescue should be deep in this mountain range. The old man leading the team took out a piece of jade that emitted a strange divine light. A drop of crystal clear blood was sealed in the center of the jade, and it belonged to Yi Qingyun. As long as they get close to someone who has a blood connection with Yi Qingyun, this piece of jade will emit strange fluctuations, helping them find the target to be rescued as soon as possible. Just when they were planning to explore deeper into the northern wilderness mountains. Buzz! The next moment, dark clouds suddenly appeared above the clouds, and the sky became dim. A certain breathtaking, heart-pounding and terrifying aura seemed to become material, sweeping down like a massive and thick low pressure. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the world shrouded by this aura was faintly tinged with an ominous blood color. Several powerful men from the Tian'an Holy Land could even clearly feel that this sudden terrifying force was coming towards them. The leader's expression changed, and he looked solemn. He stared at a certain direction in the sky and said loudly, "We are from the Tian'an Holy Land." "Who are you? Do you want to meddle in other people's affairs and become an enemy of Tian'an Holy Land?"
Don't be fooled by his powerful voice. But I felt very uncertain. He knew about what happened recently in Sichuan territory.
A dominant demonic force called the Blood Moon Demon sect has risen, and it is suspected that there are top-level powerful gods in charge. If it was this powerful figure from the Blood Moon Demon sect who had recently gained fame, then things would be very tricky.
Soon, blood-red ripples appeared in the void.
In the gazes of several powerful people from the Tian'an Holy Land, some were terrified, while others were stunned. A pretty and cool-looking girl in a red dress, about 13 or 14 years old, slowly walked out. Spiritual Palace Realm. A girl who just arrived in the Spiritual Palace Realm. Several people were a little confused. How could a girl with such low cultivation dare to act like a ghost and block their way? They had also recently heard rumors about the Blood Moon Demon sect. I heard that the leader of the Blood Moon Demon sect is a 13 or 14-year-old girl in a red dress.
But everyone scoffed at the news and rumors.
It is believed that the real master of the Blood Moon Demon Lord is someone else. Now seeing this scene, they couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of this rumor again. But before they could come to their senses.
Snap! A blood-red lightning exploded above the dome.
A powerful force instantly tore through the void like a devil's claw, and a powerful god-level warrior with a tyrannical aura surrounding him slowly stepped out.
"Master, how should this matter be handled?"
This god is one of the 2 blood demon guards.
Because of the order from his master Gu Han, he now unconditionally obeyed Han Mengyao's arrangements.
Kill them all, chop them up, and throw them into the river to feed the fish.
A strong man from Tian'an Holy Land?
No, how could this young woman, with a sweet face and a mouth measuring 37 degrees Celsius, say such cold and vicious words?
Boom! A sonic boom pierced through the eardrum. They weren't given any time to react.
The powerful god-level expert who was standing beside Han Mengyao suddenly disappeared from the spot. The moment they looked up in horror, a huge blood-red devil's claw, covering the sky and the sun, grabbed towards them with the power to break through layers of void barriers.
This moment.
Several powerful men from the Tianyin Holy Land suddenly felt that the Death Star was flashing above their heads. They had no idea that they were about to be wiped out just as they arrived at the edge of the northern wilderness mountains, and before they even had time to explore. The intense life and death crisis and unwillingness made several strong men from Tianyin Holy Land sacrifice their own natal Taoist soldiers to resist. But all they did was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and it was useless. The magical power of the law that was exerted with all his strength disappeared in an instant, and the innate Taoist soldiers shattered layer by layer like thin ice. "You are so cruel to kill us, aren't you afraid of incurring revenge from the Tianyin Holy Land?" The only remaining strong man from the Holy Land used all his strength and roared out these words, almost trembling.
He didn't even know when such a powerful god-level figure appeared in the Western Xian territory. Even the defensive formation they jointly developed could not withstand the opponent's attack. What they couldn't understand even more was why the other party dared to attack them directly. Before consciousness completely disappeared, he heard the terrifying god-level expert sneer, "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for stretching your hands too far and daring to interfere in the master's affairs." The pupils of the powerful man from the Holy Land suddenly dilated, and he had a guess in his mind: could you be? In the last moment before his death, he was undoubtedly filled with regret. "I originally thought that accepting this small commission from my own saint would be a great opportunity to gain the saint's favor, but I didn't expect that it would cost me my life." After dealing with several powerful people from Tianyin Holy Land, the rest of the Blood Moon Demon sect also took advantage of the fact that before the news of this place was transmitted back to the Tianyin Holy Land, they began to conduct a large-scale exploration of the entire northern wilderness mountains according to Gu Han's orders. Try to find the two people related to Yi Qin Yun as soon as possible. Outside Zhengzhou City. As the time for the secret realm to open approaches, the many monks who were invited became more and more excited, and the anticipation and yearning in their eyes became stronger and stronger. Finally, after about 2.5 hours, boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the depths of Tianshu Mountains. Immediately afterwards, countless dazzling runes were seen floating in the sky, reflecting and overlapping each other, and a huge illusory portal slowly appeared in the depths of the void crack. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the mysterious and ancient atmosphere coming from the depths of the portal. The gate to the secret realm of Zhengzhou has appeared. The secret realm is about to open. Such a scene immediately ignited the atmosphere of everyone present. The major sects also began to make arrangements to enter the secret realm. After all, there are countless opportunities in the secret realm, but also many dangers. Reasonable arrangements and handling methods can often avoid most unnecessary sacrifices. Chapter 68, Family Gift, Matching Matches. The headquarters of the sword-asking sect. Several elders leading the team also began to emphasize some secret realm rules and precautions. The leading elder stood at the front of the team, gazing at everyone with a solemn voice. "I don't think I need to emphasize any more rules. When entering a secret realm to explore, opportunity comes second, and personal safety is paramount. The secret realm of Zhengzhou is extremely ancient and covers a vast area. It contains many terrifying monsters, some powerful and some ancient. You have to guard against not only these terrifying monsters, but also people from other sections. When you're out and about, the thing you need to be most wary of is the fickle human heart. After entering the secret realm, you will be randomly teleported to different areas. Try to use the sect token to sense and reunite with fellow disciples nearby as soon as possible. It would be best if several people can explore together as a team. Especially those of you in the ordinary sequence, strive to reunite with our sect's core sequence and even the two leaders, only then can your lives be truly guaranteed." The leading elder's voice suddenly paused when he said this. He looked at Gu Han and the crowd with a complicated and helpless look. In a sense, the opponent is even stronger than the two leaders selected by their sword sect. It's a pity that this kid insists on hiding his edge. Zazaza. At this moment, an ancient and heavy sound of a door opening suddenly echoed in the space. The huge light located in the sky slowly opened to both sides, and the brilliant and blazing divine light gushed out from it, wrapped in hazy mist, and transformed into a huge light blue vortex. The secret realm has been opened. Disciples of all sects,
follow the rules and quickly enter the teleportation vortex.
As a sound like a huge bell echoed again,
many young disciples moved together and rushed towards the huge space vortex.
"Brother, you really don't want to team up with us? Do you have any spiritual materials or precious medicines that you need to collect? We can help you keep an eye out for them." Shu Yue and the others were still not giving up and spoke weakly to Guhan again. But as expected, it was directly ignored. "Brother Xiao, do you want to join us after we enter the secret realm?"
At this time, the all-purpose tool Xiaoling is naturally needed to appear. Xiaoling felt helpless and hopeless about this.
This guy Guhan really doesn't consider the feelings of his tool. Use him as a shield again.
He could now feel the look in the eyes of Chu Yue and the other two girls as they looked at him, which was filled with both dissatisfaction and resentment. He was afraid that these guys would lose their minds one day, turn evil, and do something extreme. He even regarded him as an obstacle to restoring his relationship with Guhan, and killed him directly. "Guhan, if you encounter any problems that cannot be solved in the secret realm, you can come to me, the disciple of the Red Leaf sect." Hua Jieyu's voice was ethereal and charming. "I have already given them special orders.
As long as it's you, Guhan, no matter what you want to do, they will do their best to help you. Remember, you can do anything you want. I only have one request. Please don't ruin these proud daughters of my sect." Cough.
These words almost choked Guhan to the point that he lost his balance. The other sect disciples who heard these words also blushed. Hua Jieyu's words are becoming more and more inappropriate for the occasion. He knew that the Hongye sect was a sect that only accepted female disciples, which might be a bit unfair in some aspects. However, as the leader of the team, Hua Jieyu was a bit too bold to say such vicious words in broad daylight. What's even more outrageous is that the female disciples of the Red Leaf sect were not angry or ashamed at all. Instead, they all looked at him with curiosity and expectation. I don't know what the witch Hua Jieyu said to these innocent girls.
Humph.
Our senior brother doesn't need the protection of your Red Leaf sect. Luo Baiji snorted coldly. Our senior brother, we will protect him ourselves.
That's right.
If senior brother encounters any danger, as long as we know about it, we will solve it for him. Lu Ruyan also looked at Hua Jieyu and the many female disciples of Hongye sect with vigilance. Hua Jieyu covered her mouth and chuckled. Yes, I heard that when Guhan was in trouble. You, the little junior sisters who were once held in his heart, are blindly believing all the so-called rumors without any basis for truth. Now she's pretending to be a good junior sister who has come to her senses and loves and protects her senior brother.
This acting is 11 out of 10. Think of the extra cent as a loving gift from me, your senior. You.
Shu Yue interrupted Lu Ruyan, who was about to speak, and her beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned. She had never expected that Hua Jieyu, a famous strong man of the Hongye sect, would act like a child and confront them, the younger generation. When we make mistakes, we will naturally make amends.
As long as senior brother can forgive us, we are willing to pay any price. Besides, this is a matter between us and the sword sect.
It is not the place for an outsider like you, senior Hua Jieyu, to comment. The two women were at loggerheads and were sarcastic to each other. Guhan was not at all moved by this, nor did he intend to stop the fight. He even yawned meaninglessly and walked towards the direction of the space vortex. The moment he stepped into the space vortex, the special laws and restrictions that constructed the Central Continent's secret realm did not repel him in the slightest. After all, after consuming villain points and exchanging a special item from the system mall, his cultivation had been temporarily suppressed to the half-step return to oneness realm. If it complies with the rules of the Central Continent's secret realm, it will naturally not be rejected by the Central Continent's secret realm. This situation made Guhan feel a little funny. When people awaken their system, they can exchange some experience cards that temporarily grant them powerful cultivation, or some Emperor special effect cards, in order to achieve some pretentious and face-slapping effects. He even had to borrow the power of the system to temporarily suppress his own cultivation. When I become stronger in the future, I will destroy this secret realm that makes me unhappy. Guhan muttered something, and his figure quickly disappeared into the depths of the space vortex. It turns out that Guhan also has this wish.
Although it's a bit baffling, that's what he wants.
Once I am free from the seal, I will help him destroy this secret realm.
Inside the demon locking tower,
Su Lingyue saw everything that happened in the outside world through the special mark on Guhan's hand and heard Guhan's words, and made a secret decision. The mark of law she left on Guhan's hand not only has the function of commanding the demon clan, but also can help her understand and see Guhan's current situation.
She also witnessed Guhan's encounter with Xiaobingli in Zhengzhou City.
Moreover, she was not surprised at all that Xiaobingli could sense her presence.
After all, there seemed to be some aura unique to the fairyland on the other party. But so what?
The other party has an extraordinary origin and is suspected to be related to a powerful clan in the fairyland.
But her roots are also in the fairyland.
The most important thing is that this guy actually wants to imprison Guhan, forcing him to be inseparable from her for the rest of his life and only be able to love her.
Coincidentally, she had the same idea.
She also wanted to get Guhan's love alone. If anyone dared to compete with her for it, she would arrest that person and even let Guhan see with his own eyes that person being tortured to death by her. At the same time, Xiaobingli, who was returning to Feixian Tower, suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart. It feels like I have met a worthy opponent for some unknown reason.
Chapter 69 Entering the Secret Realm, Suspected of Being Possessed? After entering the space vortex, Guhan only felt that his vision was enveloped by pure white light, and his body was suspended in the air, continuously falling into the white abyss. I don't know how long it took. When a beam of sunlight shines on you, your feet step on the thick soil. The dizzy feeling receded like a tide, and Guhan was able to open his eyes. The wind was biting cold and snow was flying all over the sky. What comes into view is a mirror-like ice field that stretches to the end of the field of vision. Huge and majestic ice peaks stand tall like cliffs, the tallest of which reaches the clouds, emitting a breathtaking cold light under the cold sun. Countless ice crystals were blown in from nowhere by the raging cold wind, and they caused severe pain when they hit the face. Those are also transported to this area. But those with weaker bodies had several bloody cuts on their bodies. However, compared to the embarrassment of others and their hurried attempts to create a barrier of laws to defend themselves, Guhan still looked somewhat comfortable and relaxed. After all, he already possesses two extremely powerful physiques. The energy and blood power emanating from all the cells in his body was enough to melt the ice crystal storms that had not yet approached him, turning them into an extremely soft wind that gently brushed across his body. At this time, the many monks around who had recovered and adapted to the cold weather began to get lively. No way my luck is so bad? I was actually teleported to the extremely cold land of the Central Continent's secret realm? At a glance, this ice field seems to stretch as far as the eye can see. Just how big could it be? I once heard my master say that the Central Continent's secret realm, not counting those hidden areas that have been explored, is over 20 million miles in size, equivalent to 1/30th the size of the Central Continent. What the hell? It's so big? This can definitely be considered a special little world, right? Is there anyone who wants to form a team? We can share information, cooperate with each other, and explore the secret treasure together. There were also some bold people who started shouting directly. Brother, can we team up with you to explore? At this time, several disciples of the sword-asking sect who were also teleported to this area saw Guhan, and hurried forward, asking earnestly. After all, everyone they asked in the sword sect knew that Guhan was stronger than the two leaders. Guhan just glanced at him indifferently. No, get out. Most people in the sword-asking sect are ungrateful, and these few people are no exception. She actually wanted to ask for his protection. I don't know where she got the nerve to do that. While turning and leaving, Guhan crushed the jade talisman that could be used for communication in the secret realm. He needs to act alone on this trip to the secret realm. Ever since they entered the secret realm, Chu Yue and the other two had been constantly sending him messages through the jade talisman, which made him very upset. Somewhere in the secret realm. Completely different from the extremely cold places, this place is full of birdsong, flowers, lush vegetation, and vitality. It seems that senior brother still doesn't intend to respond.
After sending messages to Guhan several times without receiving any response, Xu Yuwei looked a little disappointed and silently took back the jade talisman. She decided to take a few fellow disciples who had just gathered and meet up with the other two junior sisters to discuss the follow-up matters. Before entering the secret realm of Zhengzhou, their master passed on a piece of information about a relic that was suspected to contain ancient books on restoring the mind. After seeing some scenes that seemed to be from the senior brother's previous life, she had long believed that the person with the problem was not her senior brother but her master. Even if she eventually found the ancient book that recorded the method of restoring the mind and the heart of Tao, she would find a way to give it to her master. Sword Asking Sect, the main hall of Bayou Peak. The quiet and empty hall was filled with a faint fragrance. On the lotus platform, Mu Bailing, who was wearing a white gauze skirt and a colorful feather robe, had a beautiful face. At this moment, she closed her beautiful eyes and mobilized the surrounding laws and spiritual energy into her body. At first, the countless threads of laws lingering around her body were methodically integrated into her dantian, gradually stabilizing and improving her cultivation. But soon, Mo Bailing seemed to have had a bad dream, and her facial features were distorted by some kind of pain. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Such a sudden change seemed to have caused some kind of chain reaction. The threads of law surrounding her body began to tremble violently and broke one after another. Puff! The horrific backlash made it difficult for Mo Bailing to stabilize her breath. Her blood and energy surged backwards throughout her body, and she immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. Rumble! The surrounding spiritual energy began to become as violent and turbulent as the raging sea, emitting a roar that penetrated the eardrums. In the end, even the entire Bayou Peak was affected, and it began to shake violently. Bai Ling! Have you had enough of living? Do you want to seek your own death? Knowing that your recent condition and state of mind haven't been good enough, you actually dared to attack the Supreme Realm. Accompanied by an angry roar, a higher-level force overturned and enveloped like a vast ocean, instantly suppressing Mu Bailing's terrifying spiritual energy that was about to completely run wild. The Taishu Sword Master suddenly appeared and infused her with spiritual energy for a long time, which further helped Mu Bailing stabilize her condition. Thank you, Master. Mo Bailing's face was pale, and she showed a bitter smile that was both tired and helpless. Originally shrouded in rage, the Taishu Sword Master, who wanted to give Mo Bailing a good scolding, felt his chest heave, and finally suddenly deflated like a balloon, letting out a sigh of pain. How could he not know what his apprentice wanted to do? During this period of time, Mo Bailing seemed to have received some great stimulation, and she kept looking for various ways to restore her broken heart. Not only do they look for special ancient books, they also look for some ancient methods that are only circulated in legends. I heard it from somewhere some time ago. It is said that as long as one reaches the Supreme Realm, one can separate the soul and use this method to enter the deep spiritual space of the cultivator, and in this way he can heal some spiritual trauma and indirectly restore the broken heart of Tao. At that time, after hearing this method, Mu Bailing tried every possible way to ask him to help Guhan recover his Taoist heart. After he repeatedly emphasized that this method is only applicable in theory and cannot be used in practice, this stubborn girl actually wanted to break through to the Supreme Realm at the cost of backlash, and she took actual action to do so. Such a crazy idea made him doubt whether his apprentice had gone astray. Chapter 70, Real Patient, You Make Me Difficult. Master. Over the years, I have never asked you for anything. Mu Bailing suddenly looked up, her voice hoarse and choked. Please help me this time, okay? As long as my disciple breaks through to the Supreme Realm, I will be able to change Honor back. Honor is the true pride of our sword sect. We can't just watch him hide his talent and fall into depravity. It was my fault in the beginning. I didn't investigate the truth and wrongly accused Honor. I really know I was wrong, Master. Please help me to change Honor back, okay? The hall was silent, with only Mu Bailing's pleading voice echoing. The Taishu Sword Master frowned, and his eyes, which seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of life, also showed reluctance. He has always known his apprentice very well. He has always been a very proud person, with a stubborn temper and a refusal to admit defeat. Now he has such an inappropriate look on his face. It only means that the incident at that time dealt her a huge blow. Those who are involved are often confused, while those who are on the sidelines can see things more clearly.
Mu Bailing always said that Guhan just had a problem with his state of mind.
Anyone with a bit of common sense and eyes knows this. She is the real patient. As for accepting the other party's request and helping Mu Bailing break through to the supreme realm,
he didn't even dare to think about it.
Regarding the other party's current mental state, I'm afraid that halfway through the breakthrough, the complete collapse of the state of mind will lead to the emergence of inner demons of the great Tao, and one may even fall directly into the path of evil. However, it seems that the other party is not normal now. If left alone, the other party will most likely try to forcefully break through to the supreme realm.
How about this, you go to a place with me first?
That should be able to help you with your current situation. As the leader of the sword-asking sect, he actually has always loved traveling.
A few years ago, when he was traveling, he met a reclusive monk. Later, we got along for a while.
Only then did he know that this hermit monk was the abbot of the famous ancient Buddha temple. Since the other party is a Buddhist and is good at saving all living beings, overcoming suffering, and purifying the mind, he must have a way to solve Mu Bailing's current situation.
Mu Bailing didn't think much about it, and didn't even ask where they were going.
She just nodded in agreement.
Ever since I was awakened under the peach tree,
various memories flashed through her mind every moment. Obviously, these were extremely beautiful memories, but they were like knives cutting her heart again and again. She must turn the good disciple in her memory back into the one she once was, no matter what the cost. In the secret realm of Zhengzhou, Guhan frowned slightly. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling of discomfort arose in my heart. This feeling happened more than once or twice during this period. At one point he even wondered if his cultivation level had improved too quickly. So much so that some changes occurred in my body. However, this feeling came and went quickly, and he didn't take it too seriously.
"Sir, do you think these ice spirit crystals are enough?"
At this moment, a hoarse and extremely strange voice suddenly sounded beside me. A huge python about tens of meters long, covered with ice crystal scales, spoke in human language. He respectfully presented a pile of strange crystal stones that shone brilliantly under the refraction of light to Guhan with his head.
"That's all?"
Guhan's lips curled slightly, and as he reached out to take away the pile of ice spirit crystals, he chuckled and said, "You're making it a bit difficult for me." As he spoke, he looked up and down at the giant ice crystal python. The look in his eyes was as if he was looking at a pile of refining materials.
"My lord, I have more. Even more ice spirit crystals. I'll get them for you right now."
I don't know if it was an illusion, but the ice crystal python even revealed anthropomorphic fear.
"By the way, pick me some Yuhan lotus." Guhan's lips curled up slightly. "Behave better, and I might consider letting you go."
"Yes, sir." The ice python shuddered and swam out of the cave hurriedly, doing as Guhan instructed. Although it is the overlord of this snowfield, it has killed many young monks who explored the secret realm over the years.
But it didn't dare to have any thoughts about Guhan at all. Not to mention that it can't beat Guhan.
Moreover, the other party exuded a great aura that it could not disobey at all, making it dare not disobey.
It seems the mark Su Ling Yue left me can also suppress the monsters in the secret realm of Zhengzhou. Happiness is here, isn't it?
In the original novel, Yi Qingyun also has the bloodline in his body that has the ability to control some monsters. Therefore, he always goes smoothly in exploring secret realms, and can even obtain information from indigenous monsters. Although he needs to rely on Yi Qingyun to find the next secret opportunity. But this did not prevent him from dealing with Yi Qingyun and preparing some big gifts for him.
Rumble.
In a lush green valley somewhere in the secret realm of Zhengzhou, there was a sudden burst of loud explosions, shaking the body, shattering rocks, and startling countless birds and beasts nearby.
Several monks were fighting fiercely with a huge monster.
This monster has a strange appearance. Its body is covered with solid rocks, and there is a hint of dragon blood flowing in its body. Its body is powerful and extremely difficult to deal with. Lang Shengyue and his companions who met up with Yi Qingyun used all sorts of means and fought with him for nearly half a minute before they finally found an opportunity to kill him. A strange thunder suddenly appeared in the depths of Yi Qingyun's eyes, and the Demon King's bloodline was activated again, exerting mental influence on the demon beast that was already seriously injured, causing it to further lose the will to resist. Taking advantage of this gap, Yi Qingyun held a heavy sword in his hand, with a layer of golden flame covering his skin, and chopped the sword heavily on the head of the huge monster.
Boom! Snap!
Suddenly, amidst the roar of the explosion, blood and white matter spurted out. After letting out a mournful howl, the huge monster fell to the ground with a loud bang, and there was no sound anymore. Yi Qingyun put away his heavy sword and expertly dug out the demon core from the demon beast's body. He raised his lips slightly and said, "Saint Xianyue, you can freely distribute the natural treasures guarded by this demon beast.
I only want this demon core. How about that?"
Good.
Lang Xianyue had no objection to this.
She would not say that the other party was the successor of the Holy King Baizong. The strength that Yi Qingyun just showed surprised her for a while. In some aspects, he is not weaker than her who was at the half-step return to oneness realm. This also made her feel more and more that it was a great opportunity for her to be able to connect with Yi Qingyun and explore this secret realm together.
Thank you very much. Yi Qingyun's smile widened. As long as he swallows this demon pill, the Demon King's blood in his body can be further transformed and improved by swallowing the demon pill. There are many monsters in the secret realm of Zhengzhou.
If he is lucky on this trip, he will not only gain many opportunities, but he can even make the drop of Demon King's blood in his body further transform. At that time, you will be able to further improve your dominance and control over the elements, thereby controlling more monsters for your own use. You don't have to do anything yourself, you can let the monsters offer the treasures they are guarding.
Apart from him, who else in the entire secret realm can do what he did? Chapter 71, Not even a hair will be left, a complete break. Okay, it's time to look for the next opportunity. After distributing the spoils, Yi Qingyun stood up first.
Although he had revealed that he knew of some opportunities in the secret realm of central China. But they were all insignificant little opportunities. Naturally, he wanted to take all the real great opportunities for himself.
Cooperating with Lang Xianyue, Wei Tiancheng and others is just to prevent accidents and avoid unstable factors as much as possible. Wait until he kills enough monsters and absorbs enough monster pills. Just choose to go solo.
Take all the great opportunities in the secret realm, and finally go to the Tianlong ruins to create a contract with the Tianlong there. Just thinking about it is enough to bring you a great harvest.
A few days passed in a flash.
A green lightning flashed and moved in the forest, leaving behind a trail of illusory afterimages. This person is Gu Han, who has changed his disguise. On the third day of entering the secret realm, he had already found the location of Yi Qingyun and his group of protagonists. And according to their route, they always get there first and seize the opportunity first. After all, the map Xiaobingli gave him contained some extremely secret information. Except for the special opportunities that can only be found by Yi Qingyun, who has the halo of the protagonist, everything else is marked in great detail. With the help of his top-notch body skills and the Xingzi secret, he could naturally always get ahead of Yi Qingyun and his group. After several days, he has gained a lot.
Of course, these small opportunities are just appetizers for him.
His main purpose was to find a great opportunity that was not recorded on the map and was extremely secret through Yi Qingyun, the treasure hunter. And followed behind him, waiting for the boy to open the Tianlong ruins.
But we can't alert the enemy.
If you act too early and get there first, you might trigger Yi Qingyun's special buff, which will indirectly help him get something even more incredible. But he will not be polite about these small opportunities and will definitely not leave any for Yi Qingyun. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for completing the villain's daily mission. He plundered 3 places of opportunity before the protagonist Yi Qingyun and received 1,500 villain rewards.
Ding!
Detected that the owner has completed a part of the villain plot. Congratulations to the owner for receiving a 2,500 villain point reward. At the same time, somewhere under the mountains.
Damn it! How could this happen? Yi Qingyun's face was gloomy.
Except for the first day of entering the secret realm, I gained several opportunities with the help of the map. For several days afterwards, he gained nothing at all.
Forget about any chance or any rare treasures, he didn't get anything at all. It felt like someone had figured everything out in advance. And before he arrived, he got there first and grabbed all the opportunities in advance. But, apart from him, how could there be another person who possesses such a detailed map of this secret realm? Brother Qingyun, have you been feeling a little down lately?
Wei Tianqing seemed to be worried about his physical condition. But Yi Qingyun knew very well that he had not led them to find any opportunities for several days in a row, which made him a little dissatisfied. After several consecutive attempts without any results, not only did he feel annoyed and frustrated, not to mention others. Now, hearing Wei Tianqing's question, the frustration that he had suppressed with great difficulty began to burn.
Humph. You're just a freeloader, you don't even have to worry about your back when you're standing and talking. I haven't seen you find any opportunities these days. Listening to Yi Qingyun's blunt retort,
Wei Tianqing narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a hint of coldness in the depths of his eyes. He is the holy son of the Holy Land, with outstanding talent and noble status.
If it weren't for Long Xianyue, the middleman introducing them. To be honest, he really didn't take Yi Qingyun seriously. How could a core disciple of a declining sect be qualified to be on equal footing with him?
Now, I hear the other party's disrespectful retort.
Wei Tianqing no longer wanted to suppress the emotions and attitude in his heart.
An extremely terrifying aura emanated from his body, locking Yi Qingyun firmly.
Laugh.
Yi Qingyun did not give in. His dark eyes stared directly at the opponent. He stretched out his right hand and grasped the black heavy sword behind his back, as if he was ready to attack at any time. Not to mention that he already has many trump cards.
Now there are 2 more puppets in the Giyi realm.
Even though he is only at the Spirit Palace realm now, if they really fight, he is confident that he can defeat Wei Tianqing, the son of God.
That's enough, you two.
In the end, Long Xianyue couldn't bear it anymore, so she stood between the two of them and interrupted their tit-for-tat posture with her own aura.
Brother Qingyun is actually right.
The secret realm of Zhengzhou is vast and boundless.
It is extremely difficult to find opportunities.
Besides, the secret realm will be open for more than a month this time. Brother Wei Qing, there's no need to be too anxious.
Lang Xuanyue's words sounded very reasonable on the surface.
But really, just a slight taste is all that's needed. The other party was definitely taking sides and even indirectly speaking for Yi Qingyun.
This move further ignited Wei Tianqing's anger.
After all, he already had a certain liking and even admiration for Lang Xianyue, the holy maiden of Tianyin Holy Land. Now, seeing that the person he admired was so concerned about a guy he had only known for a few days, and was even willing to offend him and take sides, made him even more angry. "Hey, I thought you, Xianyu, said this guy was the descendant of some ancient great figure and would have some skills. Now it seems that it is just thunder with little rain."
"Xianyu, I won't hide it from you.
Before entering the secret realm, my master also revealed some information about the Central Continent's secret realm to me, and knew the locations of several opportunities."
Do you believe him or me? What Wei Tianqing wanted to express was self-evident.
Yi Qingyun had suffered defeats for several consecutive days, which had made him a little distrustful, so he decided to take this opportunity to part ways with him. Now these words are just to let Lang Xianyue make a decision.
Choose him or Yi Qingyun. Lang Xianyue looked around, and finally remained silent without responding.
She believed in her intuition and judgment, not to mention that Yi Qingyun was the successor of the Holy King Baizong. Furthermore, he is blessed with an extremely terrifying power of luck. As long as he is given enough time, he will definitely bring them unimaginable gains.
Ding! Detected that due to the master's indirect reasons, the relationship between Tianqing Shengzi and Yi Qingyun broke down. The villain mission is completed.
Congratulations to the master for receiving a 7,000 villain point reward.
Gu Han, who had just arrived nearby and concealed his breath. After hearing the sudden announcement from the system, a playful yet expected smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, the hearts of people who have just established a good relationship are the most vulnerable to the test of interests. With just a little trick, I achieved 2 goals at once.
As expected, the relationship between these two guys became strained and they even broke up.
Chapter 72, Will I Lose So Completely?
It turns out you are such a vicious person.
The reason is very simple. He is more familiar with the early plot.
It has long been known that the reason why Wei Tianqing was able to become the protagonist Yi Qingyun's good brother in the early stage. It was because of this trip to the secret realm that we gained extremely rich rewards and laid a good foundation for friendship. The world is bustling with people, all seeking profit. Everyone got what they wanted in the secret realm, so they were naturally happy, had harmonious relationships, and even called each other brothers.
But once you don't get what you want, you may even suffer indirect losses.
Of course, they will turn against each other. Moreover, in order to ensure that the two of them can truly turn against each other, he used the Xing character secret to travel for several days in a row, and each time he arrived before Yi Qingyun, taking away all the opportunities, leaving nothing for him. It was to set the stage for what was happening now.
As a result, the conflicts accumulated over the past few days have completely erupted today. However, what surprised him was
Lang Xianyue has only known the protagonist Yi Qingyun for a few days, but she has chosen to trust him so firmly. If he didn't have a problem with his brain, he would be more fond of Yi Qingyun. Or maybe she guessed something special about Yi Qingyun for some special reason.
But it's not a big problem.
Then find an opportunity to kill her, fundamentally helping her sever her relationship with Yi Qingyun and escape from the sea of suffering.
Xianyu, is this your decision? Wei Tianqing's expression suddenly became even more gloomy, and his fists clenched slightly.
The dark and uncertain eyes looked deeply at Yi Qingyun. Finally, he turned around and walked in another direction with several people from Beishao Holy Land.
Then I hope you don't regret it.
After leaving behind a cold sound, the figures of several people quickly disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. These words made Lang Xianyue feel very uncomfortable. After all, she had known Wei Tianqing for quite some time and they had a good relationship. Now that this incident has happened, their friendship has come to an end. However, if the other person had the same eyes as himself, he would definitely see the special thing about Yi Qingyun.
There is a high probability that you will choose to believe him. This is a very simple and clear choice.
At least that's how she comforted herself in her heart.
Don't worry, Saint Xianyue. Those lost things are just small opportunities.
Yi Qingyun said confidently, since you choose to trust me, I will definitely not let you lose completely. While speaking,
Yi Qingyun also looked deeply at the direction where Wei Tianqing and others left.
A group of guys who are short-sighted and lose sight of the big picture.
They have no idea what they are missing out on.
Wei Tianqing and others who parted ways with Yi Qingyun and Lang Xianyue had no idea how long they had been walking in the dense forest. A monk from the Beishao Holy Land seemed to be unable to suppress his frustration and resentment any longer and said, Sir Saint's son, that damned fellow offended you so much, and we're just leaving like this without teaching him a lesson?
He's just a core disciple of a declining sect. I wonder where he got the guts from.
The moment he finished speaking, he was immediately echoed by the remaining monks from the Holy Land. Holy Son, I know you have a good relationship with Saint Xianyue, but it's only limited to Saint Xianyue. If you take this into consideration, we can help you teach Yi Qingyun a lesson. After all, in some ways, they are followers of Wei Tianqing. Now that their own holy son has been offended in this way, they are naturally very angry.
No need. Wei Tianqing coldly refused, he's just a clown with a bit of luck and opportunity.
Once we get out of the secret realm, I have plenty of ways to make him pay the price. The other young disciples of Beishao Holy Land remained silent.
How could they not know what their own holy son was thinking?
He is still worried about that bitch Lang Xianyue.
Yeah? I'm afraid you don't stand a chance.
A cold voice sounded behind them without any warning, which immediately frightened them and they all turned around in horror. They were only on the forest path they had come from. At this moment, a tall and straight young man appeared at some point, but most of his face was hidden in the shadow of his hood. Wei Tianqing narrowed his eyes slightly. Although it is difficult to see the other person's face clearly.
But the other person's figure gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Who are you?
without waiting for him to finish his words. There were strange patterns under the feet of the black-robed man, and he pulled out a huge black sword from the space vortex. The huge pitch-black sword weighed at least 100 pounds, but was easily lifted up by the black-robed man with one hand. His figure flashed like black thunder, leaving a long trail of afterimages in the void. "Let's go together." "Stop him." Several young monks from the Holy Land who had reacted had already realized that something was wrong. They screamed and hurriedly took action to resist. As the black-robed man infused spiritual energy into the pitch-black heavy sword, the black lines on it gradually lit up one by one, making it look ferocious and domineering. Boom! Puff! The earth-shaking explosion and the sound of flesh and bones breaking rang out almost at the same time. Blood spurted out. The two people closest to the black-robed man had no power to resist at all, and the treasures in their hands, along with their flesh and blood, shattered at the same time. The crystal-clear fragments of treasures, wrapped in large pieces of flesh and blood, bloomed like blooming flesh and blood fireworks. But it's not over yet. After swinging the sword, the figure of the man in black robe disappeared again, and the wailing screams before death sounded at the same time. Boom! Another area seemed to have been hit by some terrifying force. Smoke and dust rose up, and the ground collapsed inward, forming a huge pit. The monks from the Holy Land standing in that area were smashed into meat paste by the terrifying force. From the appearance of this black-robed man to the end of the battle, only a few breaths passed. 4 young monks from the Holy Land were killed instantly without any resistance. Wei Tianqing, the only one left, already felt his scalp tingling and his brain was completely blank due to excessive shock. At this time, as the many black afterimages gradually merged into one, the black-robed man, whose figure had completely turned into substance, gently floated down, holding a black heavy sword in one hand. The surrounding area was the earth torn apart by the terrifying force, and the ground was covered with blood, a bright red color. It was not until he saw the pitch-black heavy sword clearly that Wei Tianqing, who was in a trance, came back to his senses as if waking from a dream. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he didn't know if it was due to anger or fear, or both. "Who are you?" He squeezed out the words almost word by word through gritted teeth. "Yi Qing Yun. I never thought you were such a vicious person. But just because of this little conflict, he actually killed us so cruelly." Chapter 73 The Son of God Falls. Is Yi Qing Yun the culprit? The reason why he identified the man in black in front of him as Yi Qing Yun. It wasn't just the other person's figure that made him feel extremely familiar. More importantly, it was the pitch-black heavy sword, which he had seen not long ago. It is the heavy sword that Yi Qing Yun uses exclusively. Even the styles are exactly the same. Yi Qing Yun? The man hidden under the black robe raised his lips into a playful smile. He slowly raised the pitch-black heavy sword and swung it heavily again. Rumble! In an instant, the sword energy surged like a wave, with a devastating force, and was about to completely submerge Wei Tianqing and the entire world. But the other party's actions made Wei Tianqing even more convinced that the person in front of him was most likely Yi Qing Yun. Because of a previous conflict, I decided to kill them directly. This vicious guy. Wei Tianqing cursed in his heart. But his movements were not slow at all. He immediately took out a jade talisman with a strange glow from his arms and crushed it directly. Buzz! Countless dazzling runes rose up, reflecting each other, overlapping and intersecting, turning into a special law barrier that completely enveloped him. Almost at the same time, rolling sword energy swept over. Click, click, click. The law barrier that unfolded out of thin air was like a reef in a surging torrent, hit by the surging waves. While it was shaking violently, countless dense cracks appeared on its surface. How is it possible? Wei Tianqing's pupils contracted. You know, this is a special defensive talisman made for him by his master. His master is even a powerful person in the Supreme Realm. Although due to the special restrictions of the Central Plane's secret realm, you cannot use power above the Gi realm. But his master created this defensive talisman for him, which can withstand any attack from the secret realm. Now, under Yi Qing Yun's attack, his defensive talisman had actually begun to show cracks that could not bear the weight. Damn it! It turns out Yi Qingyun has been pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger all along.
Wei Tianqing cursed in his heart.
But as the holy son of Beishao Holy Land, he naturally has more than one way to save his life. Soon, he pulled out another talisman engraved with ancient inscriptions from the storage space. As he chanted the ancient spell, the yellow talisman suddenly burned fiercely, and the flying sparks seemed to have life, spinning and wrapping Wei Tianqing in it. At the same time, sparks suddenly appeared in the open space not far behind the black-robed man, and then quickly expanded and burned, turning into a striking vortex of fire. The next moment, Wei Tianqing jumped out. Without any hesitation, he drew out a black gold sword, exerted all his strength, raised his hand and chopped towards the head of the man in black.
Die! Boom!
The sword energy roared and rushed down like a torrent, and suddenly exploded at the location where the man in black robe was, with debris flying and smoke and dust rising.
Did it work?
Wei Tianqing tightly gripped the black gold sword in his hand, never daring to relax his mind. However, he had used all his strength in the sword swing he had just made, and with the help of the special talisman his master had given him, it was enough to kill some powerful monsters in the Return to One realm. Even if Yi Qingyun hides his abilities, he will most likely suffer a serious injury. But in the next moment, a big hand suddenly stretched out from the rolling smoke and dust, and it enlarged infinitely in Wei Tianqing's terrified pupils, and suddenly pinched his throat like an iron clamp. The powerful force left him with no power to resist, and he was grabbed and lifted high up.
You!
Wei Tianqing's pupils contracted, and his voice was filled with fear and anger.
You really are Yi Qingyun.
The black robe that had been covering the man had been completely torn apart, and his face with clear features was finally revealed. No matter from which angle you look at it, it is Yi Qingyun.
A smile appeared on Yi Qingyun's lips.
But the fingers that were pinching Wei Tianqing were getting tighter and tighter.
So what if you know my identity?
As long as you die here, no one will know it was me. Yi Qingyun, you are such a vicious guy. I feel my consciousness is becoming increasingly blurred.
Wei Tianqing tried his best to make a final struggle.
But an absolute force completely suppressed him, and the magical power of the law that he had just condensed was instantly defeated and turned into light fragments that scattered in the sky. Faced with absolute suppression, he could only desperately transform his last bit of strength into some kind of soul transmission and send it to other disciples of Beishao Holy Land. There is only a short sentence: the one who killed me is Yi Qingyun from the Sword Sect.
Then transform all your strength into spiritual sound transmission and send it out. Wei Tianqing gradually stopped struggling and was silent.
It seems that he has achieved his goal.
Yi Qingyun threw Wei Tianqing's body aside.
At the same time, his facial features began to distort and change like rubber cement, and the outline of his body also twisted slightly like blurry ripples on water.
When everything returns to calm, Yi Qingyun has completely become a different person. He is Gu Han. Looking at Wei Tianqing's body at his feet, Gu Han's lips curled up slightly.
It seems that he must have found a way to convey what happened here to the other people in Beishao Holy Land. It's worth it that I played this game with him. According to his strength, he could have killed Wei Tianqing instantly. The reason why I played such a game with the other party. He also wanted to dispel the other party's doubts as much as possible and confirm that the person who killed him was Yi Qingyun. Whether it was using a black hood to cover his face or deliberately revealing a body shape similar to Yi Qingyun, it was all preparation for this purpose.
He has always held a grudge. Of course, just a magic eyeliner hat is not enough.
He also wanted to accuse the other party of another crime, the crime of killing the holy son of Beishao Holy Land. In fact, his original plan was to take this opportunity to make Wei Tianqing completely hate Yi Qingyun. Finally, he used the power of Beishao Holy Land to suppress Yi Qingyun in all aspects. However, there is a saying that goes, never underestimate the power of the protagonist's halo. If the two of them finally resolve their differences and become better friends, then everything we did today would be in vain. It would be better to kill him directly and put the blame on the other party. After taking away all the useful treasures from Wei Tianqing, Gu Han snapped his fingers, and a cluster of flames suddenly burned fiercely, burning Wei Tianqing's body to ashes. By the way, I left some things related to Yi Qingyun here, such as scraps of clothes.
A qualified villain naturally has to pay attention to these insignificant details. See what Yi Qingyun's intention is.
Guhan pinched his chin slightly. Next, he will most likely go to the 100 Demons Valley. Since we've decided to give him a gift, then of course we should give him more to ensure he has enough to eat.
Gu Hansheng's lips curled slightly.
The figure disappeared from the spot and fled rapidly towards the direction of the Valley of 100 Demons.
Chapter 74, The 7th In and 7th Out 100 Demons, the famous face-slapping scene in the plot. At the same time,
Yi Qingyun, who was leading Ling Shenyue and his group and moving quickly towards the 100 Demons Valley, suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart.
Moreover, this sudden feeling made him feel inexplicably familiar.
I seem to have had this feeling when I was inexplicably labeled as a spy for the demon sect. Brother Qingyun, I heard that this 100 Demon Valley is an extremely dangerous place in the Central Continent's secret realm. There are a huge number of monsters, and all kinds of strange monsters gather here.
At this moment, Long Xuanyue's worried voice sounded.
I heard that some people have entered to explore during this period, but almost none of them have returned.
Not to mention finding an opportunity, I even became food for those monsters.
There are only a few of us, and we're going to such a dangerous place.
Isn't it a bit too reckless?
Don't worry, I'm at least 90% confident about this 100 Demon Valley. Yi Qingyun didn't care and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Although he hasn't gained any opportunities in the past few days.
But in the process, he hunted many monsters and absorbed many monster pills. The Demon King's blood essence contained in his body has become even purer and richer after absorbing the power of these demon pills.
This can also directly help him further enhance his suppression and control over monsters.
He can now even control some monsters with relatively good bloodlines to a certain extent. For other cultivators, the 100 Demons Valley might be a forbidden place where there is no chance of survival. But for him who possesses the blood of the Demon King, it has no significant influence at all. Maybe he can even control these monsters and use them for his own purposes.
At the same time, Valley of 100 Demons.
Many sect disciples gathered here, constantly observing the movements in the direction of the 100 Demons Valley. But today's 100 Demons Valley gave them an extremely strange feeling. The valley, which used to be filled with the howling and roaring of monsters, now seemed exceptionally quiet. Even the strong evil spirit that had been gathering here for years had dissipated a lot today. The sight passed through the sticky fog and fell into the depths of the Valley of 100 Demons. At this moment, an extremely shocking scene is happening.
In a deep valley,
many different kinds of terrifying monsters with strange shapes and ferocious faces were now crawling quietly on the ground like docile domestic cats. Looking closely, even the breathing of these ferocious and brutal monsters seemed cautious. I was afraid that the noise I made would be too loud and might offend someone. At the forefront of all these monsters who were bowing their heads, a figure in white was sitting casually on the stone platform, and he put a crystal clear, spiritual and exotic fruit into his mouth with a comfortable and leisurely movement.
Is this one of the exclusive specialties of the 100 Demon Valley, the demon spirit holy fruit? Except for being a little watery, the taste is pretty ordinary. If other cultivators heard Guhan's Versailles remarks, many of them would probably be so angry that their chests would burst. Those cultivators who knew that the 100 Demons Valley was extremely dangerous, but still gathered nearby and refused to leave for a long time, did so for the holy demon fruit in the 100 Demons Valley. You know, the holy fruit of the demonic spirit is considered a great opportunity in the secret realm of Central Continent. It has the function of expanding and strengthening the meridians of the cultivator and indirectly improving the potential for cultivation. But they are extremely picky about their growing environment.
Looking at the entire secret realm of Central China, it only grows deep in the Valley of 100 Demons.
If you want to pick them successfully, you will have to face the siege of many monsters.
In addition, the terrain of the 100 Demons Valley is steep, so even if a team of cultivators enters it, they will basically gain nothing.
Therefore, no one has succeeded so far.
Now, the treasures that these cultivators coveted so much have become mundane things that are within Guhan's reach.
Following Guhan's casual comments,
many monsters crawling on the ground suddenly shuddered and trembled. They were afraid that this adult who suddenly showed up would be dissatisfied and would chop them all up and use them as materials for alchemy. After all, the aura emanating from this adult was so terrifying that it had a great suppressive effect on them.
Sir, if you are not satisfied, I can also find you some other special things.
A tree demon that had awakened its intelligence and could speak human language spoke tentatively.
Guhan raised his brows slightly.
It was quite comfortable to deal with intelligent monsters. But it must be said that this trip to the secret realm was just like a game for him. As soon as you come in, you can search the entire map from a god's perspective given by Xiaobingli. The most dangerous monster in the secret realm did not have much impact on him. Under the suppression of Su Lengyue's mark, as long as he wanted, almost no monster would dare to disobey his orders.
He also experienced the daily life of Yi Qingyun.
At this moment, Guhan's mind was suddenly touched, and after finally confirming something, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. It seems that our protagonist Yi Qingyun has finally made his grand appearance as planned. Finally, amidst the shocked and admiring gazes of numerous cultivators, he relied on a trump card to suppress or control the monsters in the 100 Demon Valley and penetrated deep into it alone. In the end, he returned unscathed and gained all the opportunities in the 100 Demon Valley. He slapped the faces of passers-by cultivators from all directions and won the favor of a beautiful woman. While scoffing in his heart, Guhan slowly stood up and walked slowly towards the deeper part of the 100 Demons Valley. As usual, he wouldn't leave even a single hair for Yi Qingyun. However, he mercifully prepared a special consolation prize for the other party.
The other side. Yi Qingyun, Leng Xianyue and his group also rushed to the vicinity of Baiyao Valley. The overall cultivation level of their group was not weak, and as soon as they arrived, they attracted the attention of many cultivators.
That's the Xianyu Saintess of the Tianyin Holy Land.
Could it be that she is also here for the 100 Demons Valley? It's highly likely. The 100 Demons Valley hides many opportunities. If you can successfully penetrate it, you will definitely gain a lot.
Leng Xianyue is quite famous among these geniuses. Seeing her arrival, many people took the initiative to come forward to talk to her, and some even wanted to team up with them to explore the Valley of 100 Demons together.
It's just the 100 Demon Valley.
At this moment, a hearty and uninhibited voice sounded.
There's no need for so many people to enter at the same time. Yi alone can go in and out 7 times.
Yi Qingyun stood with his hands behind his back, looking extremely confident. During this period of time, he has lost too much face in front of Leng Xianyue, directly or indirectly. Nowadays, others are extremely wary of the 100 Demons Valley. For him, it is the best place, a performance venue where he can re-establish his prestige in front of Leng Xianyue and others. With the drop of Demon King's blood in his body, he was confident that he could control half of the monsters in the 100 Monsters Valley, let them kill each other, and create an opportunity for himself to enter.
Chapter 75, Pretending to be Awesome? I'll make you fly. The space suddenly fell into a kind of silence.
All the cultivators who were talking to Leng Xianyue turned their attention to Yi Qingyun.
After all, what the other party said was too arrogant. Do you really think that Baiyao Valley is a holy place to check in? Still going in and out 7 times? They have never seen anyone dressed like this. Humph. You don't know what I'm talking about.
Everyone has witnessed how dangerous the 100 Demon Valley is. The last person as arrogant as you, I calculated, was probably 2.5 years old this year.
He's just a clown trying to attract attention. Don't pay any attention to him. Aren't you asking about Yi Qingyun of the Sword Sect? It's only been a few years since we last met, and you're already talking so lamely?
The many monks who reacted burst into laughter and found it extremely joking.
I never brag about my abilities, I just do what I say. Just laugh. Wait until I reveal the opportunity, and see if you can still laugh.
Yi Qingyun didn't care about the ridicule of the people around him. A confident smile appeared on the corner of his lips. With his hands behind his back, he walked towards the 100 Demons Valley with a calm demeanor. At this moment, Yi Qingyun's status instantly soared. Even Leng Xianyue, who was also a little shaken in his heart, felt much calmer. The man in blue, with an upright figure, steady steps, and who didn't care about the teasing looks from those around him, was so charming at this moment. It made her unconsciously want to believe it, and she felt that he could create a real miracle. Invisibly, Yi Qingyun's back seemed to infect others as well. The monk, who originally had a playful look on his face, suddenly froze. The contempt and disdain in his pupils gradually turned into uncertainty. Some people even had a hint of burning anticipation in their eyes. I hope that Yi Qingyun will really do as he said, go in and out 7 times, enter the Valley of 100 Demons as if he were in an empty place, and create an unprecedented miracle. Feeling the admiring gazes from the surrounding monks and Lang Xianyue, Yi Qingyun felt quite comfortable. The cave entrance in front of him, which looked like the mouth of a giant beast from the abyss, no longer looked so ferocious, and he didn't even take it seriously. Roar! At this moment, a shocking roar of a beast suddenly came from the depths of the Valley of 100 Demons. The surrounding earth was shaking at this moment, stones were flying, and airwaves carrying a strong demonic aura came from far away and quickly gushed out from the depths of the 100 Demons Valley. The next moment, several huge, ferocious-looking monsters rushed towards Yi Qingyun at a high speed. The aura of the monster rushing in the front was even more terrifying, and its cultivation level had vaguely reached the 4th level of Yi realm. It was several dozen meters tall, with a pair of bull bone horns nearly 10 meters long on its head, with sticky blood flowing on them. It seemed that not long ago, this monster had killed many monks with this pair of horns. Now, as soon as he saw Yi Qingyun, his eyes as big as lanterns suddenly burst into scarlet light, and white mist came out of his nose. He rushed towards Yi Qingyun like a dark mountain. Savage bull beast. Some monks who recognized the monster exclaimed in surprise. Not long ago, a strong team consisting of several monks entered to explore. But he was extremely unlucky to encounter this wild bull beast. The savage bull beast is considered an extremely powerful creature among the monsters in the secret realm of central China, especially the pair of huge bull bone horns on its head, which are extremely sharp and indestructible. Even if there is a magic weapon of the return to oneness realm as a defense, it will not be of much use. Previously, they had watched helplessly as this wild bull beast gouged those monks like candied haws, and the scene was horrific. However, Yi Qingyun, standing in front of the savage bull beast, had a calm expression on his face. He took out the black heavy sword from his back with his backhand, and his spiritual energy rose. He said confidently, "You are courting death. Today, I, Yi, will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and take the bull's head from your neck." At the same time, he began to communicate with the Demon King's blood essence in his body. Try to impose restrictions on this wild bull beast in secret, indirectly affect its control, and create the most appropriate killing opportunity for yourself. Gu Han, who was in the depths of the 100 Demons Valley and was sensing the outside world through his spiritual sense, curled his lips slightly. He had already used Su Lingyue's mark to exert control over these monsters in advance. Now he could clearly feel that some kind of power emitted by Yi Qingyun was competing with him for control of these monsters. However, the mark given to him by Su Lingyue was of a much higher level than Yi Qingyun's trump card, so it did not have much impact on him. But in order to prevent accidents from happening and let Yi Qingyun succeed in showing off, we naturally have to further deepen the control and cut off any possibility. Pretending? I'll make you fly. Buzz. At the same time, the special mark engraved on the back of Gu Han's hand glowed brightly, and some strange law ripples spread out from him to the outside of the 100 Demons Valley. At the same time, Yi Qingyun only felt a sudden sharp pain in his eyes without any warning, and the mysterious patterns formed deep in his pupils suddenly disappeared. Even the Demon King's blood essence that was releasing special power in the body was inexplicably disturbed, stopped releasing its aura, and quietly fell into silence. What's going on? Yi Qingyun's expression suddenly stiffened, his pupils slightly dilated, and the hand holding the pitch-black heavy sword couldn't help but tremble violently. He could feel that the special influence he had exerted on the monsters with great difficulty had inexplicably disappeared in the previous moment. Mr. Bai. Something went wrong. I can't seem to exert any influence on these monsters. In a panic, Yi Qingyun subconsciously asked for help from Bai Lao in his body. But since he originally wanted to use the Demon King's blood essence to solve the problem himself, he had no intention of asking for help from old Bai. Now he wants to borrow Bai Lao's power to resolve the crisis, but it is too late. His face suddenly turned pale as paper, and fine beads of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. At the same time, a huge shadow had blocked his sight. That adult said that if it could directly kill the boy in front of it, it would have a chance to transform. The accumulated demonic energy was unleashed by the savage bull beast without reservation at this moment. The pair of huge white bone horns on its head flashed with red thunder, interweaving and bursting out with terrifying destructive power. With the most complete and strongest posture, he rushed towards Yi Qingyun fiercely. Seeing this scene, Yi Qingyun was so flustered that he even blurted out, wait a minute. I'm not ready yet." Bang! Without waiting for him to finish his words. Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded, rubble flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the sky. The numerous monks watching were completely frozen, their mouths agape as they mechanically raised their heads to watch the figure that flew backwards in a panic from the smoke, drawing a perfect parabola in the air as it flew off into the distance. Finally, Guliulo rolled over dozens of times on the ground like a ball, and then slammed heavily in the distance, raising a cloud of dust. Chapter 76. I was careless and didn't dodge, so I followed behind and picked up the opportunity. The air froze at this moment, and the world was silent. All the monks stood there in a daze as if petrified. Isn't this right? Judging from the confidence and confident attitude that Yi Qingyun showed from the beginning. The other party should be very confident that they can deal with these monsters. Now, before they even met, he was knocked away like a dead dog? Even the wild bull beast, which received Gu Han's order to attack with all its strength, was a little confused. No. Is this human race not only weak, but also so stupid? After all, its impact was terrifying. But as long as the other party wants to hide, there is a high probability that he can hide. Therefore, it didn't think it could seriously injure the opponent with one blow. But it happened to overestimate the opponent's IQ. The opponent stood there like a fool, waiting for it to hit it. It turns out to be a brainless idiot human. After hearing adults say it was so serious, it thought it was very serious, but the result is just like this? The atmosphere suddenly became quieter and more awkward. The savage bull beast and other monsters fell silent. The many monks who were standing nearby and watching, expecting Yi Qingyun to create a miracle, fell silent. Several people from Tianyin Holy Land, and even Lang Xianyue became even more silent. I thought he was a king, but he turned out to be just scrap metal. Especially Lang Xianyue, she even suspected that there was something wrong with her eye of life? Are you blind and have mistaken the person? Just in this scene, Yi Qingyun was not embarrassed, she was embarrassed for the other party. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into, to avoid anyone thinking that she knew Yi Qingyun. If you can't beat him, just say it. Standing still and waiting to be knocked away by the wild bull beast, isn't that a complete fool? Cough cough cough. As the protagonist, Yi Qingyun also possesses the aura of an invincible cockroach. But his condition was not much better at the moment. He crawled out of the ruins in the distance, covered in dust and with disheveled hair. He had just used one of his puppets in the Return to Oneness realm as a substitute. Although he did not suffer fatal injuries, his body was still in pain. However, compared to the physical pain, the mental trauma hit him harder. Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he had never experienced such an embarrassing situation. This was also the first time that his Demon King's blood essence had gone wrong. He had just started to use it when it was forcibly interrupted by an unknown force. I was careless just now, I didn't dodge. I'm going to be serious this time. After hearing this, many monks were so embarrassed that they almost dug out 3 bedrooms and a living room on the ground with their toes. No. Isn't this guy ashamed? He actually had the courage to say this. They originally thought that this boy was a hidden top genius, but in the end they found out that he was just a fool who had no strength but wanted to show off. But I have to say that the fact that he survived the devastating head-on impact of the savage bull beast and was able to get up and continue to pretend to be awesome does show that he has some strength, but not much. Lang Xianyue couldn't bear to watch it anymore. A feeling of regret suddenly arose in her heart. She regretted why she had sought cooperation with Yi Qingyun before.
Why didn't you leave with Wei Tianqing before you regretted it? How blind must she be to think that Yi Qingyun could single-handedly fight his way into the Valley of 100 Demons?
Old Bai. If I temporarily give you control of my body, can you deal with these monsters in front of you? Yi Qingyun suppressed the embarrassment and frustration in his heart, and sent a message to Bai Lao deep in his consciousness. Let alone these few in front of me, even if it's all the monsters in the 100 Demon Valley, I can still take care of them for you.
After hearing Bai Lao's answer, Yi Qingyun regained his confidence.
That was just a little accident. Just treat it as a warm-up exercise. Now comes the real show.
Even these few monsters are not enough for me to kill.
The aura of his body rose rapidly, and Yi Qingyun held the pitch-black sword in his hand, ready to go.
Boom!
But in the next moment, there was a sudden earthquake in the depths of the 100 Demons Valley. The roars of beasts that pierced the eardrums rang out one after another. The scalps of many monks around suddenly felt numb and their pupils shrank like needles. Deep in the White Demon Valley, there were countless flashing red lights, and huge monsters were roaring and rushing towards them. The dense number of them had formed a monster tide.
Yi Qingyun, you big bastard!
One cultivator was so angry that he cursed, "That's enough, you have to show off now, and now you have to lure out all the monsters in the 100 Monster Valley." They had been waiting around, waiting for the monsters in the 100 Demons Valley to fall asleep, so as to find an opportunity to sneak into the depths of the 100 Demons Valley. Now, Yi Qingyun's series of idiotic actions have awakened all the monsters in the 100 Demons Valley. Not to mention sneaking in to look for opportunities. Whether you can survive this tide of monsters is another matter.
Seeing this scene, Yi Qingyun's face turned pale, and he asked uncertainly, "Old Bai, with so many monsters, can you really deal with them?"
Bai Lao's voice came after several seconds, and it was also a bit awkward.
"The number seems to be more than I expected."
"Probably not. To be on the safe side, let's make a strategic retreat first." These words instantly shattered Yi Qingyun's cautious expectations. "Old Bai, you've embarrassed me so much today that I'm even leaving my grandmother's house." He originally thought that he could rely on Old Bai to regain the face he had lost and further gain the favor of Lang Xianyue and others. Now, I failed to pretend to be cool, and it made me feel even more embarrassed.
"Xianyue, something is wrong, we have to."
Yi Qingyun wanted to take Lang Xianyue and the others with him and run away. But when he turned around, he suddenly realized that there was no one behind him. Lang Xianyue had already run several meters away.
Wait for me!"
Yi Qingyun exclaimed and hurriedly chased in the direction of Lang Xianyue.
"You don't come over here!" Lang Xianyue let out a panicked cry.
This wave of monsters was indirectly caused by Yi Qingyun, and many monsters were chasing him madly. Now Yi Qingyun is running towards her again.
Isn't this Chun Chun dragging her into a life-and-death battle royale? There's nothing more to say.
Now that things have come to this, she regrets it very much.
She regrets trusting Yi Qingyun, the idiot, too much.
There was once a real opportunity in front of her, but she regretted it after she lost it. If she could do it again, she would definitely slap Yi Qingyun first and tell him to get as far away as possible.
Ding!
Congratulations to the owner for completing a villain storyline and receiving a 2,000-point villain reward. Gu Han, dressed in white, slowly walked out from the depths of the 100 Demons Valley. Looking at the direction where Yi Qingyun fled, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Now all the resources in Baiyao Valley have been taken into his pocket, without leaving a single hair.
Moreover, he believed in Yi Qingyun, the indestructible cockroach.
Under the pursuit of the monster tide, the special halo of Bright Future After Dark should be triggered again, and a new opportunity plot will unfold. For example, instead of being killed by the monster tide, he accidentally fell off a cliff and encountered some ancient relics or something.
It's not a big deal. All I have to do is follow behind him.
All the opportunities he encounters are his own.
Gu Han curled the corners of his mouth slightly, took a step forward, and chased in the direction of Yi Qingyun.
Chapter 77, 10 Years of Pretending, No One Cares, 1 Day of Disgrace, Everyone Knows.
North Sea.
After a period of time, I realized. Under the guidance of her master, Master Taishu Sword, Mu Bailing soon arrived at the location of the ancient Buddha temple.
The ancient Buddha temple is more like an island floating on the ocean than a city.
There are no traces of a large formation, but it flows naturally, and brilliant rays of light burst out from every place. Through the hazy fog, you can even vaguely see the Buddha's light spreading in the ancient Buddhist temple, which changes with the day and night, and becomes bright with golden light.
Led by a guiding monk, Taishu Sword Master and Mu Bailing quickly entered and headed towards the core temple. Soon,
at the end of the field of vision, there appears a magnificent dome-shaped pagoda, shining brightly and emitting a mysterious and rich Buddhist charm. In front of the pagoda, many monks closed their eyes slightly, beating wooden fish or chanting Buddhist scriptures. It was as if he had already put aside all the thoughts and distractions in his mind.
Ahmadba, Mr. Lee, I wonder why you have come all the way here today?
Under the magnificent pagoda, an abbot wearing an ancient monk's robe has a compassionate look and a gentle voice.
Master Gutua, I came here today to.
Taishu Sword Master glanced at Mu Bailing beside him with a complicated look, and after a slight pause, he continued, I would like to discuss some issues related to repairing the Tao heart. Mu Bailing had no idea what Taishu Sword Master was thinking. His usually dim eyes now became bright. She had also heard of the reputation of the ancient Buddha temple. Especially this abbot Gutua, who has extremely high attainments in Taoism. If he could succeed in obtaining the scriptures here, he would definitely have a way to restore his disciple's state of mind and make him return to his former self. The Taishu Sword Master, who saw all the changes in Mu Bailing's expression, sighed in his heart. He is really seriously ill. Until now, no one knows that she came here to treat herself, not Gu Han.
The secret realm of Zhongzhou. Boom!
The earth-shaking roars rose and fell, and the earth was shaking faintly.
Hurry, run! A wave of monsters is coming.
This wave of monsters, indirectly caused by Yi Qingyun, also affected many cultivators who were unaware of the truth. Like a snowball, more and more people were forced to join this battle royale.
Damn it! What the hell is going on?
We've only been in the Central Continent's secret realm for less than half a month. Why is there a wave of monsters?
Yi Qingyun.
This ignorant young man named Yi Qingyun from the sword-asking sect insisted on going to the 100 Demon Valley to show off. However, he failed to show off and instead angered the monsters in the 100 Demon Valley. F***K. This bastard, if I can survive this time, when I meet him, I will definitely kill him. Countless cultivators who were forced to be involved in this wave of monsters and participate in a life and death escape were now extremely angry with Yi Qingyun in their hearts. This was also something Gu Han had planned long ago. After all, the monsters in the 100 Demons Valley generally don't leave the 100 Demons Valley at will, let alone move in groups like this. Now they are all out in full force, also in accordance with his will. Furthermore, according to the original plot, Yi Qingyun succeeded in showing off in the Valley of 100 Demons, and his reputation was greatly enhanced. It was after this incident that the three words Yi Qingyun were truly regarded as a genius. He initially entered the vision of the public and left a good impression in the hearts of many cultivators. Now, of course, he had to publicize Yi Qingyun's embarrassing failure in pretending to be powerful in the 100 Demons Valley. No one cares if you pretend to be cool for 10 years, but once you make a fool of yourself, everyone will know. He wants to use this opportunity to severely damage Yi Qingyun's reputation. Ding! It has been detected that Yi Qingyun is being hated by the Gi sect monks due to the master's fault. Congratulations to the master for receiving a 500 villain point reward. Ding! Yi Qingyun is hated by the Taishan sect monks. Congratulations to the master for receiving a 500-point villain reward. Ding! Yi Qingyun is hated by the monks of Tian'in Holy Land. Congratulations to the master for receiving 700 villain points. Ding! The heroines Chu Yue, Lu Ruyan, and Luo Baiji's favorability towards the protagonist Yi Qingyun has further decreased. Congratulations to the owner for receiving the 3,000-point villain award. I heard the continuous broadcasting sounds coming from the system. Such an unexpected surprise made Gu Han's lips curl up uncontrollably. That's great. Not only did we achieve our goal this time, but we also reaped a big harvest.
an area not far from here. I never thought that junior brother Qing Yun is such a superficial person eager for quick success. I finally saw it clearly today. Luo Baiji's face was filled with resentment, and her tone actually showed her disappointment in her junior fellow apprentice. Yi Qingyun wants to enter the Valley of 100 Demons to prove his strength. The news of accidentally triggering a wave of monsters had spread completely and also reached their ears. How come she didn't know before that her junior brother was such a superficial person with high expectations but low skills, and couldn't recognize his own position? Although Lu Ruyan did not respond. But one could also see disappointment in her eyes. They even felt a little ashamed that Yi Qingyun was their Baiyufeng's disciple and their junior fellow apprentice. Alright, Yi Qingyun should deal with the problems he caused himself. Moreover, the fact that he was able to escape from a half-step return to one-realm demon beast in the Tianshan secret realm, before his cultivation had even reached the Spirit Palace realm, is enough to show that he has a corresponding trump card. Compared to his affairs, our primary goal is to explore the ancient ruins we found earlier. Maybe there's something we want hidden in it. These words were quickly agreed upon by Lu Ruyan and the others. Their main purpose in entering the secret realm of Zhengzhou was to follow their master's request and find ancient books and techniques that could restore their state of mind or their heart of Tao. Senior brother's matter is the most important. Everything else comes second. Somewhere in the secret realm of Zhengzhou. After a thrilling life and death battle, Yi Qingyun and Lang Xianyue sat on the ground panting. Running at all costs left them completely exhausted, pale, disheveled, and in a miserable state. Yi Qingyun. Lang Xuanyue's chest heaved, completely losing the elegance and coldness that was unique to a saint. If she hadn't been so weak now. She really wanted to beat this idiot up. That's enough, let's just leave it at that. The previous agreement is void, and our cooperation ends here. Besides some gains in the first 2 days, I followed Yi Qingyun. I have been running around for the past few days, but I haven't caught anything. Just now it was because of Yi Qingyun's indirect reasons. As a result, she was separated from several other monks from the Tianyin Holy Land, and she almost couldn't escape the pursuit of the monster tide and died tragically on the spot. It happened again and again, and she was really scared. Chapter 78 Yi Qingyun discovered the remains of the Holy Land? But it was expected. Yi Qingyun's face also looked unhappy. He knew that this trip to the secret realm did not lead to any further development between him and Lang Xianyue. Instead, due to various reasons, the relationship has fallen to a freezing point. Especially after the scenes that happened in the 100 Demons Valley, he himself felt extremely ashamed. Especially Mr. Bai, he really made him lose face. He was just about to complain about Mr. Bai in his heart. Qingyun, I sense a faint aura of the holy realm near you. Look carefully, there might be some relics of a powerful saint around you. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Qingyun, who had just felt dissatisfied and complaining, all the thoughts in his mind disappeared instantly. After a brief moment of stagnation, it was replaced by endless joy. It really fits the old saying, no storm, no rainbow. The remains of a powerful saint. In this era, the strong ones in the saint realm can be regarded as the strong ones standing at the top of the pyramid. If he can seize this opportunity, he will surely rise rapidly, and no one will be able to stop his rise. Yeah? Yi Qingyun controlled his facial expression and raised the corners of his lips slightly, glancing at Lang Xianyue lightly. You can leave, but don't regret what I find or what I encounter later. Originally, Yi Qingyun wanted to monopolize this opportunity and send Lang Xianyue away. Appearance and substance are equally important. I have lost so much face in front of the Saint Lang Xianyue. If this matter were to get out, it would inevitably cause great indirect damage to his reputation and prestige. As a result, he was unable to express completely what was in his mind, and even indirectly held something back. As for the other aspect, it is of course also for utilization. If there is great danger in the next saint's ruins, at least Lang Xianyue will be there to help. Lang Xianyue, who was also a little angry and aggrieved, froze slightly when he heard this, and his expression became uncertain. Seeing Yi Qingyun regain his confident look, could it be that he has discovered some kind of incredible opportunity around him? Ignored Lang Xianyue.
Yi Qingyun has followed Mr. Bai's instructions. He released his divine consciousness in a targeted manner and conducted a carpet search of suspicious areas. Soon, Yi Qingyun's eyes lit up and his facial features twitched slightly due to excessive joy.
Found it. The entrance to the Holy Land's powerful ruins. Suppress the blood that is beginning to boil over due to excessive joy and excitement.
Yi Qingyun placed his palm on an inconspicuous black stone and infused his own spiritual energy into it.
Buzz.
Soon, dots of starlight began to twinkle on the surrounding dark cliffs, reflecting each other and forming one ancient and obscure inscription after another.
The moment all the inscriptions were completely illuminated, some strange energy ripples spread out.
The cliff wall trembled and hummed, and rocks rolled down. Soon, a stone staircase leading deep into the ground appeared, which was only wide enough for one person to pass through.
This is.
Lang Xianyue, who had been watching the whole scene from the side, was completely stunned. Such a place that seems to have nothing special about it actually hides some unknown special relics.
Moreover, she also heard the low murmur of Yi Qingyun's joy and excitement just now.
What Yi Qingyun discovered were the remains of a powerful saint. Saint Xianyue, I have said before that since you have chosen to trust me, I will not let you lose too completely. Yi Qingyun's voice regained its cheerfulness and confidence. Since you have come here with me, let's go into the ruins and explore together. Lang Xianyue opened her red lips slightly and said nothing. But judging from her eyes, she has completely changed. Yi Qingyun's image in her eyes once again became tall and charming. Gu Han, who was hiding in the dark, saw the whole scene. He looked at Yi Qingyun, whose face was flushed with excitement, not far away, with a playful look in his eyes. His eyes swept over Yi Qingyun himself, and as he looked at the stone stairs leading deep into the ground, the corners of his mouth gradually curled up.
Sure enough, it was just as he imagined. Yi Qingyun's protagonist halo was activated again.
He was chased by a tide of monsters for such a long time but still survived. Instead, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, and I encountered some hidden great opportunities. He is worthy of being called the protagonist. This kind of hidden place that even a dog couldn't find, yet he was able to find it inexplicably.
Xianyu, this relic is extraordinary.
It must contain a great opportunity.
Yi Qingyun suggested, to prevent us from making any noise after entering to explore, and attracting more people. We must set up a concealment formation in advance to prevent any accidents.
Good. Lang Xianyue did not object to this. She took out a bagua plate engraved with ancient inscriptions from her arms and began to cooperate with Yi Qingyun to set up the formation. But when they turned around, neither of them noticed. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the space, and a blurry figure, so fast that it was completely impossible to capture, rushed into the cave entrance with a whoosh.
Gu Han did not miss such a good opportunity.
He used all his strength to activate the Xing secret and quickly walked down the stone stairs.
This is a relic left behind by a powerful person in the Holy Realm, and there must be many valuable treasures in it. He won't be polite. He will still do the same as before and will not leave even a single hair for Yi Qingyun.
Yi Qingyun, who was concentrating on setting up the formation, suddenly felt something and paused slightly.
Is it an illusion?
Why did he just feel as if something strange whizzed past him?
Xianyu, did you feel anything wrong just now? Yi Qingyun asked in an uncertain voice.
No.
Is it because you are too excited and have some illusion?
Lang Xianyue shook her head. Yi Qingyun frowned slightly and asked the old man Bai in his mind again.
After receiving the answer that was also his illusion,
he also put the matter behind him. Even old Bai, who was hiding deep in his sea of consciousness, didn't give any warning at all, so how could there be a problem?
It's impossible to say that an invisible big black rat just broke into the ruins without them noticing, right?
Shaking his head, Yi Qingyun continued to set up the concealment formation with Lang Xianyue. After entering the ruins, Gu Han used all his strength to activate the secret of the word Xing. Although his cultivation has been suppressed to the half-step return to Unity Realm. But the speed was still extremely fast, like a white thunder that cut through the void, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. The area below the cliff is completely hollow, with stone stairs winding downwards. The space is extremely large, and it is unknown how long it is, as if it extends to the center of the earth.
Although what awaits him ahead is the Holy Realm inheritance that countless people covet.
But he did not feel too much in his heart, and was always alert to any unusual movements around him to prevent possible accidents. I don't know how long I walked along the stone stairs, but finally, a white light appeared before my eyes. When the figure successfully passed through the light curtain that blocked the vision, everything became clear.
Chapter 79, You can leave the chance treasures behind, but you must keep 2 elite monsters. The scene that came into view was extremely shocking.
Compared with the dark and narrow space of the stone staircase, the space in front of him was exceptionally bright and spacious, as if he had entered another world.
The ancient stalactites have special lustrous patterns on their surfaces, just like glass crystal lamps, reflecting dazzling starlight. Fluorescent dust-like star powder floats in the void.
They are like living, cheering elves, dancing gracefully. The most amazing thing is that in this empty and bright space, there grow countless rare and precious spiritual materials and medicines that emit rich fragrance. With just a casual glance, he even discovered quite a few that were thousands of years old.
Any one of these plants would be considered extremely rare.
Guhan even saw several priceless, 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, which at this moment were like stars fallen to the earth, emitting sparkling light. But compared to the countless eye-catching treasures around, Guhan's main attention was attracted by an altar at the deepest part.
The entire altar seems to be made of bronze, with countless ancient inscriptions engraved on its surface.
Strangely, there are 2 huge strange statues, standing in 2 different directions, covered with thick dust. Like a guardian, it quietly guards this altar.
Guhan narrowed his eyes slightly.
According to his spiritual intuition, these 2 strange statues were emitting some kind of strange fluctuations from inside, and seemed to have their own life. And his strength is not low, at least he is at the 9th level of Gi realm. Although he also has a trump card to deal with these 2 strange statues.
But it's totally unnecessary.
If you don't leave the opportunity treasure for Yi Qing Yun, you should at least leave him 2 elite monsters. I believe that with the protagonist buff of Yi Qing Yun, it won't be that easy for him to die.
Try to hold your breath as much as possible. Guhan decided not to disturb the 2 strange statues. Collect all the opportunities and treasures you see. The grades of treasures can be roughly divided into Xianpin, Daipin, Tianpin, and Xianpin.
Although most of the items here are of the lowest grade, collecting them all takes up a lot of space. But he had foresight and took several of the best Xiankuan bags from Xiaobingli.
Xianpin Jiaokeo. Earth Quality Jade Ganoderma lucidum. Heavenly Earth Mother Fruit. Received it. Collected them all. There was no way he would leave even a single hair for that guy Yi Qing Yun.
With the blessing of the Xing character secret, afterimages seemed to appear in the surrounding space.
Countless Guhans advanced like lawn-mowers. Regardless of the category or grade, they are all thrown into the Qiankuan bag like pulling out weeds.
In a moment, Guhan, who had picked all the natural treasures he could see, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected, she's the protagonist of this book. Apart from the greatest opportunity, the Tianlong ruins, just this relic of a powerful Saint Realm master is enough to make him take off right away. With so many heavenly grade materials, and even several immortal grade spiritual herbs and precious medicines, even if you feed it to a dog, that dog can make a name for itself with such a foundation. If we exchange it for spirit stones, it would be an unimaginable fortune. While Guhan was feeling emotional, his gaze once again turned to the altar in the center.
The main opportunity for this relic seems to be there.
Several objects are currently suspended in the center of the bronze altar, which is more than half a meter high. The most eye-catching thing is a piece of bronze fragment about the size of a palm, with ancient divine patterns engraved on the surface. The other piece was a round stone about the size of a baby's fist, with a strange glow also flowing on its surface.
Invisibly, it seemed to have some connection with the bronze fragment.
There is no need to think too much, these items must be the most precious treasures in this holy relic. Although there are special restrictions around the bronze altar. But relying on his experience in his previous life, Guhan successfully reached the center of the altar without triggering these restrictions. After making sure that there was nothing unusual around, Guhan grabbed the bronze fragment without hesitation. Almost at the moment he touched the bronze fragment, layers of hazy mist appeared around him. In a trance, he even saw some pictures belonging to another time and space. As Guhan concentrated his mind, the gray fog that came in layers from all directions quickly dissipated like an illusion. What made him feel even more strange was the moment he touched the bronze fragment, the stone, which was the size of a baby's fist, trembled slightly, and even some kind of life fluctuation could be faintly heard from it. What on earth is this thing? Countless doubts arose in Guhan's mind. But he didn't think much about it, and planned to find an opportunity to study it carefully after leaving the secret realm. At the same time, Guhan seemed to have noticed something and the corners of his lips rose slightly. Yi Qingyun fiddled around outside for a long time and finally came in. Without hesitation, Guhan collected all the items floating on the altar as quickly as possible. Almost at the same time, the two strange statues that had been silent for endless years began to flash scarlet light in their eyelids. Guhan's action of taking away everything on the altar awakened the two statues that were suspected to be the guardians of the secret realm. Boom! Holding a big sword and wearing black armor, the strange statue took the lead in attacking. The huge body that was nearly 10 meters tall bent, and the giant sword in his hand, which was flowing with the aura of destruction, smashed towards Guhan. A deafening explosion sounded, and black flames carried debris all over the sky. The other side. Yi Qingyun and Lang Shangyue had just entered the secret hall. I originally thought that what would catch my eye would be natural treasures everywhere. But facts and imagination are two completely different products. Yi Qingyun and Lang Shangyue's eyes, which were originally full of anticipation, suddenly became stiff and dull. There are no natural treasures as we imagine. There is only desolate ground, with nothing but weeds. This. Yi Qingyun was completely dumbfounded. After entering the ruins, he could clearly feel that the spiritual energy here was extremely rich. It is an excellent secret place for the growth of various natural treasures. This is recorded in many ancient books. But why now all he sees are weeds? Before the two of them could come back to their senses from their daze. Suddenly, a deafening explosion was heard from deeper in the ruins. Black flames rolled and rubble filled the sky. Yi Qingyun and Lang Shangyue's faces suddenly turned pale as paper. The ban on the ruins has been triggered. But they were extremely careful along the way and definitely did not touch any restrictions in the ruins, this can be guaranteed. Now they had just stepped into the secret hall, why was the ban on the ruins inexplicably triggered? They clearly hadn't even had time to take anything. The two strange statues responsible for guarding the ruins were completely awakened. At this moment, one statue was holding a giant sword, and the other statue was holding a giant axe, bursting out with earth-shaking terrifying power. However, with the help of the Xing character secret, Guhan moved extremely quickly and passed by Yi Qingyun. Like a white lightning that cuts through the void, no trace can be captured at all, and the whole person disappears at the entrance of the ruins in an instant. The two huge statues lost track of Guhan, and their eyes emitting scarlet flames looked at Yi Qingyun and the other person who had just entered the ruins hall and were now completely confused by the sudden situation. Is this even worth thinking about? These two guys must be accomplices of the thief just now. Kill it first. Chapter 80, Taking the blame again, he is still a good person, isn't he? See two statues suddenly appear. A huge statue emitting the aura of the 9th level of Giyi realm rushed towards him, and Yi Qingyun became even more confused. What's going on? They had just entered the ruins and hadn't even started looking for treasures yet. This relic will directly open up to them? Guhan, who had quickly run up the stone stairs using the Xing character secret, was about to reach the exit when he heard Yi Qingyun's angry curse coming from the ruins hall. You are sick. I clearly haven't taken anything yet. Hearing the sound coming from behind him, Guhan did not stop and quickly walked out. He also destroyed the hidden formation that Yi Qingyun and Lang Shangyue had spent almost half an hour setting up. Based on his understanding of Yi Qingyun, although the opponent is trash, his characteristic is that he is invincible. What are his principles? Give two gifts. Soon, Guhan deliberately spread it. A piece of news quickly spread throughout the secret realm. Yi Qingyun found the remains of a powerful saint in Tanyu Valley.
He entered to explore half an hour ago.
And there is a high probability that he has obtained all the inheritances and the relics of the Holy Realm Great Ones.
He will definitely soar to the sky because of this. As soon as this news came out, monks from all major sects were immediately excited.
The remains of a powerful saint. This can be regarded as one of the best opportunities in the entire Central Continent's secret realm. Not to mention these young monks, even the older generation of monks would be moved by it. Although according to rumors, such a heaven-defying opportunity has most likely fallen into Yi Qingyun's hands.
But there are no rules in the secret realm. The strong are respected and fists are the greatest principle. Can't they just go and grab Yi Qingyun? There are many disciples in the sect who hold this idea. As soon as they got the news, they all rushed to Tongyu Valley to get a piece of the pie. Somewhere on a mountain peak towering into the clouds,
Gu Han, dressed in white, stood facing the wind with his hands behind his back, the corners of his lips slightly raised.
This was the second gift he prepared specifically for Yi Qingyun. People are greedy.
As long as they are sure that the ruins are left by a powerful person in the Holy Realm, they will definitely seize such a heaven-defying opportunity at all costs. No one would have expected that he would have arrived at the right time and looted the entire ruins.
Everyone would just think that Yi Qingyun had swallowed up all the opportunities in the ruins.
For this purpose, they will put pressure on Yi Qingyun from all sides to make him give up all opportunities. However, even if Yi Qingyun wanted to give up some opportunities to alleviate the situation of becoming the target of public criticism, it has no effect at all. Because he didn't gain anything from beginning to end. Even if he was truly honest, no one would believe him. They would just think that Yi Qingyun is a stubborn guy who won't cry until he sees the coffin. I have to say, the master's methods are becoming more and more insidious. He takes all the benefits for himself, and makes Yi Qingyun the scapegoat. Congratulations to the owner for completing the villain plot. Not only did he successfully intercept the protagonist's opportunity, but he also put the protagonist, Yi Qingyun, in danger. You received a 3,000-point villain reward.
Gu Han's lips curled slightly. Where are we going now?
When this kid finds and opens the most important Tianlong ruins, he will continue to put the hat of scapegoat on his head. I hope Yi Qingyun won't give up on himself because of so many failures.
This thought in my mind was quickly thrown out of my mind.
After all, the protagonist is usually an indestructible cockroach who becomes more courageous as he faces more setbacks.
Although Yi Qingyun didn't get even a single hair. But after going through so many things, it can be considered as a tempering of my character.
In short, it is not a loss.
In a sense, he is also a very good person.
Inside the ruins of the Holy Land, Yi Qingyun and Lang Xianyue had no idea what was happening outside. He was being chased by two gigantic statues that were far beyond his ability to handle.
The two had little power to resist and could only use various means to dodge and escape. Fortunately, these two terrifying giant statues have certain restrictions and cannot move too far away from the bronze altar. In the end, Yi Qingyun finally escaped from the predicament at the cost of self-destructing another puppet in the Return to Oneness realm and asking for help from Bai Lao.
Lang Xianyue also used up a lot of his own trump cards, and his body was covered with scars of various sizes, and his white clothes were stained red with blood. It was originally thought that Yi Qingyun's luck had finally turned, and he had found a great opportunity with his incredible fortune.
But I never thought that I almost died in there.
This made her deeply doubt her eye of life.
Has it lost its original function?
How could Yi Qingyun, who looked like a dead ghost with bad luck for 8 generations, be related to the legendary Eternal Golden Dragon's fortune?
This time it was totally unexpected.
Not only did they gain nothing this time, but both of them almost died in there. Although Yi Qingyun was also frightened, he argued more for his own dignity.
Who knew the owner of this relic wouldn't play by the rules?
We've just entered the ruins, and we've already been attacked by 2 statues of such terrifying strength. It's completely impossible to defend against.
Lang Xianyue no longer wanted to listen to Yi Qingyun's explanation.
Given the situation, she doubted that if she continued to cooperate with Yi Qingyun, not only would she not find an opportunity, she would not even know how she died in the end. Just as the two of them walked out of the ruins along the stone steps, the scene before them made them completely stunned. The entrance of the cave was actually surrounded by countless monks from various major sects.
They're coming out. They're coming out. I never thought that Saint Xin Yu was also involved with Yi Qing Yun. They must have gained a lot. Humph. Why are you talking so much nonsense?
A cultivator who had reached the half-step return to oneness realm suddenly released his own aura, locking onto Yi Qing Yun firmly.
Yi Qing Yun. I don't want to say any more unnecessary nonsense. Today I will give Saint Xin Yu a favor and hand over all the opportunities you have obtained in the ruins of the Holy Realm.
I can let you go on behalf of the Gi sect.
Soon.
The monk's words seemed to trigger a chain reaction, and more monks spoke out.
The meaning is roughly the same.
If he wants to leave here safely, he has to give up the opportunity he got in the ruins. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing Yun and Lang Shangyue were immediately filled with questions.
What's going on? To be on the safe side, they spent a full half hour setting up a concealment formation.
Logically speaking, it is absolutely impossible for the news to leak out.
How did the message get out inexplicably? Chapter 81. This precious medicine came into my body by itself, do you believe it? That's not the point.
But it was these guys who made him give up the opportunity he got in the ruins.
What chance does he have? As soon as I entered, I was chased everywhere by the two guardians of the ruins. It was a blessing that I could escape alive. This holy land of powerful ruins is completely empty. I didn't get any opportunities at all.
As if a sore spot had been touched, Yi Qing Yun's voice was also a little annoyed. Besides, I just entered it and triggered the restriction.
I'm being chased everywhere by the two guardians of the ruins, and now you're asking me for an opportunity? Not even a hair.
Everyone was shocked by Yi Qing Yun's firm and resentful tone, and was stunned for a moment.
But suddenly, as if he remembered something, he became even angrier. You little brat. I think you really won't cry until you see the coffin. We just explored this site and found out that it hasn't been opened for many years. You and Saint Xianyue were the first two to enter. As he spoke, the burly cultivator grabbed Yi Qing Yun's collar with his big hand and said in a vicious and angry tone, "Do I look so easy to fool? If you don't behave yourself, don't blame me for being rude to you." Yi Qing Yun's face darkened slightly. Being grabbed by the collar and lifted up like a chick in public is an extremely humiliating thing. But when he saw the dozen or so Gi sect monks standing behind this monk, and because he had just experienced a great battle, Bai Lao was unable to take action for the time being. He still suppressed the anger in his heart. I silently told myself that things will get worse over time, and that today's shame will be returned 100-fold in the future. Only then did I manage to suppress my emotions. What he said is true. We just entered the ruins hall and were chased by two ruins guardians. Long Shangyue sighed and continued, "There aren't any so-called natural treasures growing there either, only weeds. I vaguely saw an ancient altar in the center of the ruins. There might be some special opportunities there." These words made the atmosphere a little strange. But Lang Shangyue is, after all, the holy maiden of the Tianyin Holy Land, and at least she still has a certain prestige in some aspects. Good. Then please, Saint, you and this boy wait here for a while. Let me go in and investigate first. A saint's son whose status was not much inferior to Long Shangyue spoke. After all, Lang Shangyue and Yi Qing Yun came out of the ruins together. In some ways, the two are collaborators. Of course, we also have to be on guard against Lang Shangyue deliberately cooperating with Yi Qing Yun to make excuses. Half a quarter of an hour passed quickly. The exploration team, composed of several of the strongest monks, walked out covered in dust and with a somewhat sinister look on their faces. How is it going? Seeing a few people coming out, many monks waiting outside hurried forward to ask. Wang Tang, the holy son of Taishan Holy Land, who was in the lead, shook his head. We had just entered the ruins hall when we were attacked by two strange statues that looked like guardians of the ruins. The strength of those two statues is very strong, infinitely close to the divine platform realm. Furthermore, based on my observations, the area that should be filled with natural treasures is actually covered in weeds.
Yi Qingyun on the side snorted coldly and was about to say something sarcastic. But Wang Tung changed the subject. However, according to my observation, there are signs of picking in that area. Someone must have picked away all the natural treasures that originally grew there. As soon as these words were spoken, the space fell into silence again. But soon, everyone seemed to have thought of something and looked at Lang Xianyue and Yi Qingyun with extremely unfriendly eyes.
To be able to enter the ruins to pick. Who else could it be besides Lang Xianyue and Yi Qingyun, the first group to enter the ruins? Don't go too far. Lang Xuanyue's expression also turned a little ugly.
After all, she is the saint of Tianyin Holy Land.
Do these guys want to search her in public? If this matter gets out, her reputation will be completely ruined. If you are upright, you fear no slander.
Yi Qingyun took a step forward and stood in front of Lang Xianyue. I said I didn't take the opportunity, and I didn't take it. You can search me, but if you don't find what you want, you must give me and Saint Xianyue an explanation today.
Brother Qingyun. Lang Xuanyue's beautiful eyes were filled with emotion.
Although this guy has been getting himself into trouble lately, he looks good but is useless. But she was still quite moved by his courageous act at this critical moment. Feeling the gaze of Lang Xianyue behind him, Yi Qingyun curled up the corners of his lips slightly.
How could he miss such a risk-free opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty? He didn't even get any chance. How could these guys find anything related to the relics of the Holy Realm great powers from him?
Soon someone received the order and took the lead to search Yi Qingyun's body.
Originally seeing Yi Qingyun's completely indifferent look, they subconsciously felt that they would not gain anything.
But in the next moment, a spiritual herb emitting a strange light was found out from Yi Qingyun's side pocket.
Xianpin Tianqing grass.
Such natural treasures can only appear in places with extremely rich spiritual energy. It just happened to match the holy and powerful ruins they had explored before.
How is this?
Yi Qingyun was a little confused.
Why did he end up with such a strange thing on his body?
Slander. You deliberately put the skystar grass on me, it's so foul. Without waiting for Yi Qingyun to finish his words, the monk in charge of the body search found one plant after another from his clothes, all rare treasures that could only be produced by special relics.
Mysterious dark grass.
Earth-grade mysterious yellow dew. In the end, they even found 2 top-grade sacred heart flowers. The air seemed to be completely frozen and silent at this moment. The monks around were stunned. Yi Qingyun was even more confused, and felt like a bolt of thunder was roaring in his head.
Know what's going on? How come he doesn't remember picking these natural treasures? Could it be that I have been caught in another invisible illusion?
But after thinking about his current situation, fine beads of cold sweat could no longer stop oozing from Yi Qingyun's forehead. He forced a smile that was both awkward and helpless. My fellow Taoists, if I say these things came to me on their own, I was completely unaware.
Do you believe it? Gu Han hid in the dark.
He was watching this big show with a smile on his face.
This was another big gift he prepared for Yi Qingyun. Spreading the news and attracting many monks to gather here is just a prerequisite.
The most important thing is to let them come into direct conflict with Yi Qingyun. Therefore, when he activated the secret of the word Xing to leave the ruins, he passed by Yi Qingyun. He also stuffed a few rare treasures from the ruins into Yi Qingyun's body without Yi Qingyun noticing.
All the gifts of fate are secretly marked with a price. Isn't this the beginning of his happiness? Chapter 82, Taking the Blame Again. How do you know he is a magnanimous person? Entrance to the ruins.
The air remained silent. Especially Lang Xianyue, her beautiful eyes widened slightly at this moment, her face full of disbelief. When did Yi Qingyun secretly collect so many rare treasures without telling her? Could it be that while she was using her trump card and fighting with the 2 strange statues, he discovered a hidden area and took the opportunity to pick the fruits? No matter what the whole story is, the only thing that is worth affirming is that Yi Qingyun did gain something, but he used some special means to hide it from all of them.
Yi Qingyun,
I never thought you were such a person. Lang Xianyue was somewhat indignant. I'm even lying to you about my cooperation with you. Although things are a bit strange and inexplicable.
but compared to her guess, what Yi Qingyun said about the treasures from heaven and earth coming to him by themselves was even more absurd and ridiculous. Damn you, brat. Even now, you're still so stubborn. I think you really won't cry until you see the coffin. The hot-tempered chief of Yi sect immediately slapped Yi Qingyun in the face. Yi Qingyun's face suddenly darkened when he came back to his senses. He drew out the pitch-black heavy sword with his backhand and slashed it down. Boom! The sword waves rolled, and no one, including the chief of Yi sect, expected Yi Qingyun to suddenly attack. This sword hit the chief of Yi sect hard, causing him to fly backwards like a kite with a broken string. Debris flew everywhere and the sound of explosions spread. Yi Qingyun's actions completely ignited the powder keg. This kid is just pretending. He must have obtained all the inheritances of the Holy Land ruins. Let's go together and suppress these two guys, and then divide the opportunity equally according to our abilities. As the loud roar fell, the many disciples from various sects gathered here regarded Yi Qingyun and Lang Xianyue as real fat sheep and swarmed towards them. I didn't get any chance at all. If you want to find someone, go find Yi Qingyun. The one who felt the most aggrieved was Lang Xianyue. She really didn't get any chance at all, and she just followed Yi Qingyun and lived a miserable life. Now that Yi Qingyun's attempt to hide the opportunity has been discovered, she, an innocent person, has been implicated as well. At this moment, she really regretted it to the extreme. I regret why I was so stupid and believed in this idiot Yi Qingyun again and again. What is the eternal golden dragon luck? This is definitely a damn disaster. Ding! The heroine Lang Xianyue has been detected. Her relationship with Yi Qingyun has completely broken down. Congratulations to the owner for completing the villain mission and receiving a 7,000 villain point reward. Gu Han, who was hiding in the dark and watching this drama, curled up the corners of his lips slightly. Although the system task has been completed, the relationship between Lang Xianyue and Yi Qingyun has completely broken down. But he still wasn't going to let Lang Xianyue go. Who knows if the breakdown of the other party's relationship is just a period of time? What if the two of them get back together after this trip to the secret realm? Lang Xianyue is the heroine of the early part of this book after all, and is also the saint of Tian'in Holy Land. To prevent the two from getting back together in the future, it would be better to let her be dead. You've been slandered by someone with malicious intentions again. Suddenly hearing the voice of Bai Lao in his mind, Yi Qingyun's face turned even uglier. Damn it! Who on earth could have done this? How could they target me like this? First, he was framed in Zhengzhou City and accused of being a spy for the demon sect. Now that he has entered the secret realm, he has inexplicably become the scapegoat for an unknown existence. All the greatest misfortunes in his life happened here. Mr. Bai, do you have any idea about this guy who made me the scapegoat? When did he place the products from these relics on me? Why didn't I even notice it? I'm not sure either. But when you first entered the ruins hall, I did sense the aura of another being. Bai Lao sighed and said, but that person's movement speed is extremely fast. It was so fast that I thought it was an illusion, so I didn't warn you right away. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun's expression became even uglier. Although old Bai is only a soul body now, his cultivation was once extremely powerful. Even he couldn't see the existence clearly, it was hard to imagine how high the other party's attainments in body movement were. But there was no time to think about it. Many young monks from the surrounding area came to attack again. Boy, since you are so ungrateful, don't blame me. A divine light suddenly appeared in the depths of Wang Tang's pupils. Holding a silver halberd, he infused violent spiritual energy into it, raised his hand and chopped it down directly. Boom! The rolling flames turned into a flooded river, and the earth collapsed and shattered layer by layer due to the sudden strong wind. Yi Qingyun's body, which was completely wrapped in it, also made a sound of bones shifting under the heavy burden. Yi Qingyun's eyes turned slightly cold, and his pupils suddenly turned into golden vertical pupils. A strange power awakened in his chest, slowly interweaving into a pattern of a soaring dragon. The next moment, an illusory golden dragon shadow appeared behind him, circling, and suddenly roared towards the sky,
turning into tangible sound waves that rolled and spread. This is the special magical power he comprehended through the combination of the Demon King's blood essence and the Dragon King's mark, the true dragon's roar. The terrifying dragon power suddenly spread like a storm, shattering Wang Tang's attack. The souls and bodies of the numerous cultivators who attacked from all directions froze and stiffened briefly in the face of the dragon's roar. Taking advantage of such a good opportunity, Yi Qingyun did not hesitate at all and once again released the spiritual energy he had just recovered and accumulated, shooting out like an arrow from a bow. While everyone was still affected by the dragon's roar and was in a trance, a voice came from the distance on the wind. "I will remember this shame today. I will repay you 100-fold one day." It is very embarrassing to escape in a panic. But the harsh words still need to be said. It is also necessary to have a certain level of style. "Damn you, brat! Even after all this, you still dare to act so arrogant. Chase him. Kill him." These sarcastic words angered many monks. They roared and chased in the direction of Yi Qingyun. Lang Shengyue, who was inexplicably affected, was also chased by some cultivators. But with the arrival of disciples from Tianyin Holy Land, they were able to escape from the predicament. At this moment, he was being escorted by several monks from the Tianyin Holy Land and was quickly moving away from the battlefield. "Saintess, Yi Qingyun, who is cooperating with you, is being hunted by other cultivators at this moment. Do we need to rescue him?" a cultivator from the Holy Land asked. "Humph. Don't worry about him, it would be better if he died." Lang Shengyue snorted in annoyance. "If it weren't for him, how could I have encountered such an unexpected disaster? If it weren't for the fact that he was the heir, I would never have thought highly of him." But when he said this, Lang Shengyue was obviously shaken again. "Yi Qingyun is a bit unlucky. But I have to say, the defense is really high. First he was attacked by a tide of monsters, and now he is being hunted by so many monks, but he is still alive. In some aspects, it can already be considered powerful." Although his behavior made her angry, there was still a voice deep in her heart that wanted her to make friends with Yi Qingyun. He sighed helplessly, just when Lang Shengyue opened his mouth and wanted a few people to rescue Yi Qingyun. A playful chuckle suddenly sounded. "I'm a little curious. Why are you so sure that Yi Qingyun has eternal destiny?" Chapter 83. The Saint falls, the culprit is Yi Qingyun. The sudden sound made Lang Shengyue and his group stiffen. Several people subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound. Not far behind them, a man appeared, his face completely hidden in the shadow of a black robe. Lang Xuanyue's pupils shrank slightly, and she was completely stunned. What shocked her was not just the man in black who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. But she subconsciously used her eyes of life, but she was completely unable to see through the fate of the man in black. Everything in the world has its destiny. The reason why he was certain that Yi Qingyun would become an immortal legend in the future was that he had caught a glimpse of it through his life-seeing eyes. Seeing that Yi Qingyun was entangled with golden luck that was far beyond his imagination, it even vaguely transformed into a 9-clawed golden dragon that was about to take off and soar into the sky. In fact, ordinary people will have some luck, and in this case, there will often be fine golden threads. But she did not see any trace of the golden thread of luck on the black-robed man in front of her. Instead, his body was wrapped in several silk threads of different colors, as if they were to completely wrap him up into a special cocoon. Such a strange phenomenon completely ignited Lang Xuanyue's curiosity. She subconsciously wanted to activate the Eye of Life to conduct a deeper investigation. But in the next moment, it was as if two invisible sharp knives pierced into her eye sockets and stirred directly in her brain. The intense pain made Lang Shengyue unable to suppress the painful howl. "Lady Saint." Several monks from Tianyin Holy Land were suddenly shocked. Two of them hurried forward to support Lang Shengyue, who had fallen to the ground in pain, while the other two stared at Gu Han with vigilance, fearing that he would take this opportunity to attack them. Lang Shengyue was in extreme pain at this moment. Blood flowed out from between the fingers that covered his eyes, staining the soil beneath his feet red. But compared to the pain in the soul and body, she was more concerned about what she had just seen. How could such an unreasonable thing exist in this world? Is that so?
Is it because of your special eyes? Guhan nodded slightly, his tone revealing a hint of understanding. Who are you?
Although we are in a secret realm where strength is everything and there are no rules, we are from the Tianyin Holy Land. If you have a grudge against us, once we leave the secret realm, we will definitely.
Although Guhan did not actively release his own aura, but the sinister and cold aura emanating from him was extremely captivating.
Several disciples of Tianyin Holy Land did not want to and dared not to conflict with him, and planned to directly use their own identities and backgrounds to intimidate him. But before the disciple could finish his words, his gaze froze instantly, and his voice stopped at the same time. The man in black robe who had been in his field of vision disappeared from his sight in the blink of an eye. When he saw clearly again, a sword flashing with a sharp frosty light, as if it could directly cut through the darkness, came into view. Not only him, but several other monks from the Holy Land also saw the same scene in the moment before their consciousness completely dissipated. The perspective shifts to Long Xuanyue's eyes. Through her vision obscured by a slight blood haze, she saw the figure of the man in black robe disappear in an instant. Immediately afterwards, white light flashed, blood flowers appeared, and several black objects flew high into the sky. He was a cultivator from the Tianyin Holy Land, whose face still contained disbelief and whose expression was completely frozen.
When her gaze had not yet completely withdrawn,
the black-robed man who had been standing in the distance had instantly killed all the monks of the Tianyin Holy Land except her. Like a pitch-black mountain, it appeared before her with an extremely terrifying oppressive force, and the thick shadow completely blocked her vision. As her Adam's apple moved, Long Xuanyue subconsciously wanted to open her crystal-clear lips.
Ask him who he is and why he wants to kill himself.
She wanted to beg him to let her go, and she was willing to pay any reasonable reward. But no sound was uttered yet. Suddenly, a white light appeared in the darkness. Then, the paint suddenly splashed onto the black and white grass and trees, adding a touch of eye-catching red.
Elderly, something terrible has happened. Outside the secret realm of Zhengzhou, an anxious and panicked voice suddenly broke the silence.
At the same time, an old man with a fairy-like appearance and a dustpan in his hand, who was sitting cross-legged in the void in meditation, slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the anxious middle-aged man.
The voice is calm and has an immortal air.
How can you be so flustered? Elder Wang, who is in the Dawa realm, can be regarded as a true strong man in the eyes of the outside world. In the eyes of ordinary people, he is an immortal with the power to move mountains and seas. But at this moment, the elder Wang in front of him had cold sweat on his forehead, and his face turned pale due to excessive anxiety. He is not only one of the leading elders of Beishao Holy Land. Another major task is to monitor the life plates of the disciples entering the secret realm at all times. When a person dies, his life card is broken. But just recently, when he was checking his fate cards again as usual, he discovered something extremely terrifying. What on earth just happened? Seeing the other party so panicked, Elderly had vaguely guessed that something was wrong, and his heart immediately sank to the bottom. Great Elderly Tianqing's life plate and the life plates of several core disciples of my Holy Land are all useless.
What?
As Elderly cried out in surprise, his pupils had already shrunk to the size of needles, and his entire body froze in place, as if struck by lightning. The secret realm is dangerous, so it is normal for disciples to die. But Wei Tianqing is the holy son of their Beishao Holy Land. Those who can become the son of God are 1 in a million in terms of talent and qualifications. In addition, these saints all have special trump cards. Even if they encounter the most powerful monsters in the secret realm of Central Plains, they have trump cards that can help them deal with it and escape. But now the secret realm has only been open for less than half a month. A top-tier genius who should have shined in this secret realm, returned victorious with impressive gains. Now, along with several core disciples of their Holy Land, they are gone in such an unclear manner? A long while passed. Elderly, with a pale face, came back to his senses from his trance, but his expression was already tinged with anger. The grief-stricken voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth, and he was certain Tianqing must have fallen into the hands of a kid who was pretending to be a pig but was actually a tiger. Although there are powerful monsters in the secret realm of Zhengzhou, but these powerful monsters generally do not leave their own territory. Moreover, before entering the secret realm, he also specifically emphasized to Wei Tianqing that if they encountered such an overly powerful monster, they should just use their trump card and run away.
Wei Tianqing is not the kind of man who would force his way into an opponent even if he can't win. Now he died inexplicably in the secret realm. The only possibility was that he was killed by other disciples of the sect. The elder in charge of reporting the incident's Adam's apple moved for a long time before finally, as if making some kind of resolution, he spoke tremblingly, reporting to elderly, according to the information several disciples transmitted back through the divine sound jade talisman, the person who killed the Holy Son is suspected to be asking the sword sect, Yi Qingyun. Chapter 84. Don't let me catch you, or you'll be in trouble. As soon as these words were spoken, Elder Li's mind went blank again due to excessive shock. Yi Qingyun? If he remembered correctly, this seemed to be just a core disciple of the sword sect. He had also heard that their saint's son had a good relationship with Yi Qingyun, so why would the other party kill their saint's son so viciously? Just as the elders leading the Beishao Holy Land looked grim. Angry and frightened voices were also heard from the direction of Tian'an Holy Land. What did you say? Xian Yu's life token is broken. The news of the successive deaths of the holy sons and daughters of the two holy places quickly fermented. It spread out like a storm, shocking countless powerful people from various sections. These two people are both well-known top geniuses with outstanding talents and special physiques. Now, less than half a month after the secret realm was opened, they have already fallen one after another? No way? Could it be that some unknown change occurred in the secret realm of Central Continent? And it just happened to affect these two saints? Impossible. Although our sect has suffered casualties, the life plates of several of the most powerful geniuses are still intact. It is unlikely that some terrible changes will occur in the Central Continent's secret realm. A powerful sect member speculated, I heard that Saint Tianqing was killed by Yi Qingyun. Saint Xianyue was very close to both of them. Now Saint Xianyue has also fallen. It is very likely that Yi Qingyun was responsible. Impossible? Some people expressed doubts. Yi Qingyun's strength is completely inferior to the two saint sons and saint daughters. How could he kill them both in such a short period of time? How is it impossible? Maybe it was Yi Qingyun who took advantage of the trust of the two saints and deliberately launched a sneak attack from behind. Many monks discussed this matter widely. But now these disciples are all in the secret realm of Zhengzhou. If we want to find out the truth, we have to wait until these young monks successfully return from the secret realm. At the same time, in the secret realm of Zhengzhou, Yi Qingyun, whose spiritual energy was about to run out, was now mobilizing his remaining strength at all costs and flying rapidly through the dense forest. Behind him, many disciples from various sects were chasing after him. The people who were chasing the most crazily were from the Beishao Holy Land. They all had angry expressions on their faces, and their pupils were filled with endless murderous intent towards Yi Qingyun. Damn it! I must catch up with this brat today and cut him into pieces to avenge the holy son of Tianqing. You guys are fucking sick. Yi Qingyun was panting and ran while cursing. When the hell did I kill that guy Wei Tianqing? Defamation. I'm suing you for deliberately slandering me. The continuous and exhilarating battle royale had almost exhausted Yi Qingyun. But he didn't dare to stop at all, as he was now the target of public criticism. He had a premonition that if he was caught by the group of guys behind him, he would definitely not end up well. While he was angry, he also felt very aggrieved. I don't know what happened recently. Bad things happen one after another. First, for no apparent reason, he found several rare treasures from the remains of a powerful saint in his holy realm on his body, and was then surrounded and intercepted by a group of monks who had somehow learned the news in advance. Now he was accused of being the murderer of the holy son of Tianqing, causing the monks of the Beishao Holy Land to pursue him frantically. One ring after another, it was almost hard for him to breathe. That guy who's hiding somewhere must be deliberately framing me. This is a weird shit pot. That guy must have put it on me. Yi Qingyun's eyes were filled with rage. Don't let me catch you. If you do, you'll be in big trouble. While cursing, his pace was not slow at all,
and he fled quickly into the distance while being chased by a group of monks. In some ways, this kid really deserves the title of the indestructible cockroach. Gu Han, who was hiding in the dark, leaning against a big tree and eating water spirit fruit to relieve his greasiness, sighed in his heart. Otherwise, why is Yi Qingyun the protagonist of this book?
First, he was beaten by 2 ruins guardians in the ruins.
Then he was beaten by many monks who were waiting outside the ruins. Finally, with his spiritual energy about to be exhausted and surrounded and pursued by many monks, he ran faster than a dog and could not be killed no matter how many hammers were thrown at him. In a sense, he is indeed invincible. However, based on past experience, Yi Qingyun is usually forced to this point. Gu Han muttered inwardly, there's a high probability that he'll activate his protagonist's aura, or use some unexpected trump card. Previously, when he killed Lang Xianyue, he deliberately left a trace of the other party's soul. He also used special means to search and review her soul memory, thereby indirectly confirming certain things. Just as he guessed, Yi Qingyun indeed had something that looked like a map of the secret realm of central China.
It seems to be related to the jade pendant worn around his neck.
Then, based on various experiences from previous lives, the jade pendant he wears around his neck is most likely one of his golden fingers. He even has a close connection with the family behind him. Senior sister, since the beginning, junior brother Qingyun has been sending us distress messages.
Are we really not going to rescue them? Inside an ancient ruin, Lu Ruyan's slightly worried voice sounded.
Although some time ago, their junior brother was suspected of wanting to slander their senior brother as a spy of the demon sect.
But it's over.
In the final analysis, the other party is also a disciple of their Baiyu Peak, and is also the direct disciple of their master. If she had to watch him die like this, she would still feel a little bit uncomfortable. Not only her, Luo Baiji on the other side also held roughly the same idea. After all, she is also a sword cultivator. The 4 words chivalrous and righteous are something that is engraved in our bones.
What's more, he is my own junior fellow apprentice.
Her relationship with her senior brother had already reached freezing point, and she didn't want to lose him again. Xu Yue just frowned slightly, without showing any major emotional fluctuations.
If you want to go ahead. There's a high possibility that what we're looking for is hidden in this relic. I won't leave until I find the treasure inside. Xu Yue's voice was firm. It's good to wake up. It's too late to regret.
These days, she has been eager to find out the various pains and injustices that her senior brother experienced in his previous life, to find out the real reasons, so that she can make targeted efforts to redeem him. It was just because of the lack of intelligence information that she didn't know where to start and how to find what she wanted in these ruins. Until some time ago, she finally got a secret clue by accident. Based on this clue, they found the ruins that are suspected to contain things related to the Samsara mirror.
The mirror of reincarnation.
Legend has it that it was an imperial weapon left behind by a great emperor from ancient times. Possesses the ability to break through reincarnation and trace back to past lives. After a lot of effort, she came across the clue she was looking for in this secret place, and she couldn't give up no matter what. But junior brother Qingyun is facing a life or death crisis. Lu Ruyan still refused to give up and said, if we don't help him, he will most likely die in this secret realm. Senior sister, when I learned about Zhengzhou City, my junior brother deliberately threw dirty water on me.
But hasn't the truth been revealed? Both senior brother and junior brother are not the demon sex spies. The real demon sex spy is someone else.
We can't just ignore our junior brother because of such a small matter.
Chapter 85. It turns out you've already considered him a substitute. Listening to Lu Ruyan and Luo Baiji's sincere pleas for Yi Qingyun,
Xu Yue vaguely recalled the lonely scene when her senior brother had just returned from the Tianshan secret realm. They all looked at him coldly, and no one pleaded for him.
Junior sister, there is one thing I still don't understand.
Back in the Tianshan secret realm, it was my senior brother who rescued you from the monster cave despite the danger. But when you finally followed junior brother Qingyun out of the Tianshan secret realm, you didn't even give senior brother a second thought. I didn't consider whether my senior brother was in danger, fighting with other monsters, or even seriously injured and in a coma.
Just follow junior brother Qing Yun back to the sect.
I don't understand why you, junior sister, didn't even think about looking for senior brother at that time, and followed Yi Qing Yun back to the sect. I don't understand why you're worried about junior brother Qing Yun, who wasn't even at the Spirit Palace realm before but managed to escape from a half-step return to Oneness realm demonic beast, facing a life-or-death crisis. Why didn't you consider my brother at all back then, but now you have to repeatedly consider Yi Qing Yun, who is obviously problematic? Could it be that in your heart, the care that senior brother has given you for several years is not as good as Yi Qing Yun, who has only been in the sect for less than 2.5 months? Shu Youwei's words were full of wisdom and sharp, and almost every word hit the point directly. Lu Ruiyan's expression changed slightly, and she argued in a panic, "No, junior brother Qing Yun was already seriously injured after the fierce battle with the monster. I was anxious to take him back, so I was confused for a moment."
Enough. Shu Youwei interrupted Lu Ruiyan's argument directly with a cold voice.
"Junior sister, I've known for a long time that you've harbored a special affection for me, long ago, when you first entered the sect. It's just that this feeling has not been reciprocated for a long time, and then Yi Qing Yun suddenly broke into your life. Because he happened to give you the same tenderness, you treated him as a kind of substitute." Lu Ruiyan's pupils shrank slightly, and her expression changed slightly. Luo Baiji on the side was slightly distracted.
But soon he seemed to understand something.
She was so absorbed in practicing sword skills that she was not as insightful as her senior sister Chu Youwei in understanding the details of many things. In her impression, Lu Ruiyan was the youngest among the three of them.
"I just arrived at Baiyu Peak. Because I am very curious about everything, I have always been lively and cheerful."
He often likes to pester his once gentle and sunny senior brother and ask her to teach him various skills. It turned out that at that time, this junior sister had already developed admiration for the senior brother. Later, the eldest brother often needed to practice in seclusion because he needed to break through the stable realm.
Each retreat lasts at least half a month. Later, Yi Qing Yun appeared.
He often took Lu Ruiyan down the mountain to play, and like the eldest brother, he would bring them some carefully selected gifts. In addition, the simple and honest character that the other party showed at the beginning made her feel a little good about him. But she never expected that her junior sister Ruiyan had already regarded him as a kind of substitute for her senior brother at that time, and was deeply in love with him.
"Even now, I still have the same feelings." She finally understood the whole story.
Less than 2.5 months of tenderness, but in Lu Ruiyan's case, it washed away several years of tenderness from her senior brother.
How ironic is this? What was good yesterday will be forgotten tomorrow. How ridiculous. Indeed, they were the same back then. Senior sister is not what you think.
Lu Ruiyan's eyes were filled with tears and she wanted to continue explaining.
Shu Youwei walked towards the depths of the ruins without even looking back.
The sound came into her ears on the cold wind.
"I don't want to discuss this matter with you any further."
"I don't care, junior sister. You really can't let go of junior brother Qing Yun, or you feel guilty towards him, or you are truly in love with him. But I want to tell you that compared to Yi Qing Yun, you owe my brother too much.
The person you need to make amends to the most and the one you need to atone for the most is your senior brother. Damn it! There's no way we can get rid of these guys."
Yi Qing Yun, who could clearly feel himself becoming increasingly exhausted, looked extremely ugly. During his embarrassing escape, he had been trying to seek help from his former collaborator Lang Xianyue and many disciples of the Wenjian sect.
But until now, no one has responded. According to the current situation,
sooner or later, he would be completely exhausted and eventually caught up by these guys, ending up in an extremely desperate and miserable end. A strong sense of unwillingness grew in my heart. He has not yet become the true top power in this world. The two cousins trapped in the Beihuang Mountains have not been rescued yet. He also did not avenge the Cunfenyi family who had suffered the disaster of genocide for no apparent reason. How could he die here? Buzz. At this moment, the jade pendant on his chest suddenly glowed brightly, releasing some strange and mysterious power. Like a gurgling spring, it immediately flowed into his limbs and bones. Because his power was completely exhausted, the Demon King's blood, which had once returned to silence, began to burn and boil again. At the same time, the Dragon King's mark that the Hurricane Dragon King deliberately left on Yi Qingyun was also resonated by this force at this moment. The power that had long been exhausted was restored and even continuously amplified. The released mighty dragon energy immediately spread out like ripples, causing the surrounding space to distort. Roar! At the same time, almost everyone heard a dragon roar that shook the sky at the same moment. It suddenly sounded in their ears and echoed in the depths of their souls for a long time. The intense pain of the soul injury made the expressions of the monks who were chasing Yi Qingyun suddenly stiff, and their movements became noticeably sluggish. He covered his head in embarrassment, his face full of pain. Boom! Almost at the same time, Yi Qingyun's behavior was as if some kind of switch had been completely turned on. The entire central continent's secret realm suddenly shook violently without any warning. The earth shook, and the ground cracked. From the deepest part of the Zhengzhou secret realm, an even more terrifying and mighty dragon roar resounded. It instantly spread and covered the entire Zhengzhou secret realm, and even echoed outside the secret realm, allowing many powerful sect leaders waiting outside to hear this shocking dragon roar. Is this a dragon's roar? The soul was frozen for a long time, and then many powerful people from the sect suddenly woke up as if they had just woken up from a dream. The Dragon Clan is one of the most powerful royal clans in the entire demon world. The secret realm of Zhengzhou is ancient. But there has never been any trace of the existence of dragons. Why did the Dragon Clan suddenly appear now? Chapter 86. Compared to him, these things are not important at all. After a brief moment of shock, greater fear suddenly swept over all the powerful men in the sect like a tide. As one of the top royal families among the demon clans, the Dragon Clan can exert influence on various demon beasts by virtue of its extremely high status. There are a large number of monsters in the Zhengzhou secret realm. Once they are affected by the dragon's might, they are likely to completely lose their minds and even set off a monster tide that sweeps across the entire secret realm. The facts are indeed as these powerful sect leaders guessed. Follow the original plot development. Yi Qingyun successfully found the Tianlong ruins according to the clues given by the Hurricane Dragon King, and used the Dragon King's seal he bestowed to open the sealed door and establish a contract with the Tianlong who was recognized by him. This is the real normal process. But in order to help Yi Qingyun escape from the predicament, a special force activated the Dragon King's mark in advance and overloaded it, resonating with the Tianlong in the Tianlong ruins and releasing an overly powerful dragon might. Eventually, all the monsters in the secret realm completely lost their minds and launched crazy attacks on the many monks at all costs. Roar! Almost at the moment when the terrifying dragon roar subsided, all kinds of brutal beast roars rang out one after another, launching an overwhelming attack on the young disciples who were undergoing the trial. In an instant, explosions and screams from various magical powers and laws rang out one after another. Many monks who were unaware of the truth were forced to join this brutal war. The entire secret realm was almost in complete chaos at this moment. Due to some special reasons, some unusual changes have occurred in the central continent's secret realm. It's very likely that an unprecedented wave of demonic beasts will erupt soon. The secret realm trial has ended early. Quickly escape through the space teleportation vortex. Because of the special restrictions of the secret realm rules, the powerful men from the major sects could not force their way in. Otherwise, the entire secret realm will collapse, leading to even worse consequences. Only through this special method can the young disciples be notified to evacuate quickly. How so? Yi Qingyun took advantage of the sudden chaos to barely escape from the predicament. He was also shocked by the riot of monsters in the entire secret realm. He subconsciously clutched the jade pendant on his chest, feeling a little lost for a moment. The secret realm of Zhengzhou has completely changed. The sky and the earth are dark, and the roars of beasts are everywhere. Everywhere, monks were fighting desperately with mad monsters. But soon, because it was unable to resist, it was eaten by many monsters. He could probably figure out what was going on. This jade pendant, which is suspected to be left to him by his parents, contains some extremely special power. It was this power that helped him escape from the crisis just now. However, this power was too magical and special, causing the Demon King's blood and the Dragon King's mark in his body to resonate with each other. The terrifying power it finally released caused the entire secret realm to completely mutate. Qing Yun, it has already happened. There is no time to waste on this matter. Old Bai, who was hidden deep in Yi Qingyun's mind, suddenly said, "Isn't the most important purpose of your coming to the secret realm to go to the Tianlong ruins and contract the ancient Tianlong? As long as we can successfully contract it, with the power of the ancient heavenly dragon, it shouldn't be a problem to command and control the monsters in the secret realm. By then, you might even be able to use this to gain some fame and become the hero who saved everyone." Yi Qingyun, who originally felt a little guilty, all his emotions disappeared instantly after hearing what Mr. Bai said. That's right. It's not his fault that such a strange change happened in the secret realm. If you want to blame someone, blame these guys for forcing you into a desperate situation. Otherwise, the power in his jade pendant would not have awakened, and such consequences would not have occurred. Now, I am able to mercifully save their lives, and these guys should be very grateful. Old Bai, you're right. As long as I can successfully contract an ancient dragon, all problems will be solved. After making up his mind, Yi Qingyun no longer hesitated and rushed towards the Tianlong ruins. Shortly after, Yi Qingyun's breath disappeared. Gu Han, dressed in white, slowly walked out from the darkness. As expected, the jade pendant worn by Yi Qingyun hides some terrifying power. And it seems familiar to me. It seems to be the power related to the fairyland that Yi Qingyun used in his previous life. Although this power is terrifying, it is so terrifying that it has surpassed the dimension of this world. But it is also limited and has a certain number of times. Only when Yi Qingyun is forced into the most desperate situation will this force be activated on its own. Now, this power that was supposed to save Yi Qingyun's life in the later period has been used once. He didn't even suffer any loss, he just planned and manipulated everything in secret. It's a good prophet. It seems that this guy should be heading towards the Tianlong ruins. I was really kept waiting. Gu Han curled the corners of his mouth slightly, took a step forward, and his figure turned into a white afterimage and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, inside a fairy boat with brilliant rays of light flowing, it was speeding through the void. What did you say? Something strange has happened in the secret realm of Zhengzhou, and all the monsters are rioting. Sitting upright on the lotus throne, Xiaobingli, who had also received the news, suddenly became extremely gloomy. Feeling the cold oppression emanating from Xiaobingli's body, the maid who was responsible for reporting the news was so frightened that she trembled all over and even held her breath, not daring to make a sound. The eldest daughter of our family often pays extra attention to matters related to Mr. Gu, and may even seem like a completely different person. After pondering for a moment, Xiaobingli finally seemed to have made some kind of decision and ordered in a cold voice, "Return immediately. Go to the secret realm of Zhengzhou." These words made the powerful man from Feixian Tower below suddenly at a loss and didn't know what to do. This time they need to go to Baiming continent to deal with some important matters. It even concerns some of the interests of Feixinlu. Now they are returning in such an unclear manner, which is completely different from their plan. Miss, the Li family of the northern Ming continent. A strong man from Feixian Tower gritted his teeth and wanted to say a few more words of comfort. Then let them wait. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. As Xiaobingli's cold and decisive voice rang out, the many powerful men in the Feijian Tower swallowed their saliva, all tacitly agreed to this matter, and hurriedly turned the ferry boat around and returned as instructed. Xiaobingli's eyes shone with a faint light, and she murmured in a voice so quiet that only she could hear it, "Compared to him, these things are not important at all." Chapter 87, Dead trees can bloom in spring, but a broken mirror cannot be mended. At the same time. Ancient Buddhist temple. What? Unusual movements in the secret realm of Central Continent. An unprecedented wave of terrifying demonic beasts has erupted. After receiving the telepathic report from the sect elders, Taishu Sword Master's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. Keep this a secret for now and don't reveal it to Mu Baiqing. After giving a few more instructions, Taishu Sword Master directly cut off the voice transmission. After pondering for a long moment,
Taishu Sword Master frowned and looked towards the depths of the ancient Buddha temple with a complicated and worried look. Mu Bailing, dressed in a colorful snow-white dress, was sitting cross-legged on the Buddhist altar. Strands of golden Buddha light poured down, like stars intertwined around her. At this moment, she is receiving the baptism of Buddha's light and purifying her mind. Taishu Sword Master had a premonition. Once I tell her what happened in the secret realm of central China. According to Mu Bailing's current personality, she will most likely give up the baptism of Buddha's light and go to the secret realm of Zhengzhou regardless of anything. At the very least, all previous efforts will be wasted. At worst, one's mind will collapse and lose control on the spot. Taishu Sword Master sighed, suppressed all the emotions in his heart, and decided not to mention this matter before the baptism was over. At the same time, Mu Bailing was bathed in the brilliant Buddha light, and countless ancient scriptures emerged from her body. The abbot Gutua, who was in charge of presiding over the ceremony, immediately displayed some special magical powers. Mu Bailing's soul consciousness seemed to have left her body at this moment, soaring upwards with countless golden characters, and finally floated into a golden world condensed by Buddha's light. When everything returns to silence, the brilliant Buddha light recedes like a wave. After a while, the hazy vision gradually returned to calm. But after seeing the scene clearly, Mu Bailing's pupils shrank slightly, and her soul became temporarily stiff. The breeze is not dry and the sunshine is warm. At this moment, she is asking Jianzong. To be precise, it was Baiyu Peak of the Sword asking sect 10 years ago. Mu Bailing was slightly stunned, then suddenly woke up as if she had realized something belatedly. She stood up almost subconsciously, stumbling and rushing towards one direction at a rapid speed. Maybe it's because I want to feel it all for real. She did not fly directly into the air. He continued running along the stone steps in the forest towards the top of the mountain, his speed getting faster and faster. When the vision suddenly became clear again. The top of the mountain is covered with lush trees, and the breeze blows, carrying the fallen leaves back into the deep sky. Through the gaps in the wind-blown hair, Mu Bailing saw the peach tree that didn't look big but was planted in the center of the open space. That was planted by her and Gu Han together. The peach tree that carries countless beautiful memories of her. Master, what do you think of my sword technique? Once I learn it, I will be able to protect you better, Master. At this moment, a voice that seemed somewhat immature and childish suddenly sounded. A little boy in white is standing under a peach tree holding a wooden sword. Coincidentally, the warm sunlight shone through the branches of the peach tree and fell on the boy in white clothes, even forming a faint arc of light around him. Coupled with the boy's innocent smile, the world seemed to become bright at this moment. Mu Bailing's vision suddenly became blurred, tears welled up in her eyes, and turned into drops of hot tears that flowed down her cheeks. She looked at the childhood Gu Han. Gu Han was also looking at her. Just like in his earliest memory, the boy stood under the peach tree, holding a wooden sword, and said that he wanted to become the strongest swordsman in the world. He said his dream was to protect her as his master. Honor. As if she could no longer control her emotions, Mu Bailing ran over, wanting to hug the Gu Han who only existed in the depths of her memory. She wanted to tell her loudly that she was really wrong and that she was willing to do everything to make up for it. She only asked her to forgive herself again and give her another chance to start over. Now, she returned to 10 years ago, back to the best days in her memory. Everything can still be saved, everything can still be changed. But just as she was about to get closer and embrace the most precious treasure in her heart. Boom! The sky and the earth changed color and thunder roared. The originally sunny and happy scene was turned upside down almost in an instant. The cold wind howled and the world was empty and silent. It's clearly within reach. But at this moment, there seemed to be an invisible and eternal chasm between her and Gu Han. No matter how hard she tried, she could not touch it at all. Suddenly, in the depths of the thunder that tore through the sky, countless images seemed to be interwoven. Those images contained all kinds of memories related to Gu Han. They were like thunder that cut through the long night, dazzling and glaring, but fleeting. Eventually it disappears into the darkness of loss, never to reappear. I don't know when. The Gu Han standing under the peach tree has grown up and become the Gu Han we see today.
His pair of cold eyes, which seemed to be without a trace of emotion, were now looking down at Mu bailing calmly as she gradually fell into the abyss. I don't know what you did to project my image into such a fantasy world. I don't know what you did to project my image into such a fantasy world. But even though I'm just a projection, seeing you still makes me feel sick. Don't ask me to give you another chance. I've given you enough chances. Belated affection.